Your descendant Li Yaowen sent you information. She said that it only takes 2 months for Qinxi's killer to die for the family. Your descendant Li Yaoqing sent you information and asked if you need assistance from the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Looking at the news that Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen brought through various channels, Li Xiang smiled. He seemed to feel the charm of his family all at once. Yaoqing and Yaowen are both far away from home. Yaoqing suffers from ambushes and sneak attacks from evil cultivators every day. She is not good at communicating with others and only got along with plants before. But now she can get along with both sides and deal with various powerful people who are dangerous on both sides. Yaowen had been fighting against the calamity sent by heaven. Even with the warmth from ancestors and hug from ancestors maintaining his life, he still looked like he was about to die. He was powerless, but with this weak body, he still created a powerful organization. They are all contributing to the family in their own way, no matter where or when you are. I have received your kindness. Although you are not here, I, the Ancestor, will take your place and win this battle. The Li family will be invincible. Li Xiang was more focused than ever before. He sat up from the bed. Even the roast duck beside him didn't smell good anymore. He stared at the 500-inch screen solemnly. Cuckoo! Above the clouds, a group of 13 men in black were flying on swords, but they heard a bird cry in the distance. The leader had a handsome face, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He waved his hand to ask the people around him to stop. Bailey Gu, who flew out from the clouds, fell into the hands of a young man. Who else could this person be but Li Yunlin? Yunlin, why did this monster come to find you? The old man next to Li Yunlin was a little surprised. Li Yunlin had a complicated expression. Elder Chioli, this is the Bailey pigeon, a demon beast from our tribe. It can travel 1,000 miles a day and can detect human presence. This must be a message from one of our tribesmen. Oh! Elder Chioli was not surprised. Li Yunlin was a child of destiny and had inherited the true teachings of the Li Tian sect. He would be able to reach the peak of his foundation within 10 years. Especially since he possessed the 9-spirit fire, there was no such thing as a fake pill when he broke through. The next sect leader must be Li Yunlin. It is normal for a small family like the Li family to want to climb up the social ladder, but it is just wishful thinking. But he still used his mind to check what message the Li family had sent. After a moment, Elder Chioli said with a playful expression, Yunlin, your people are quite interesting. If Elder Chioli had not been afraid of creating a grudge with Li Yunlin, he would probably have laughed out loud. The Li family actually sent a message telling Li Yunlin that he could do whatever he wanted, but he should remember that there was a Li family behind him. Who is the Li family? A family that rose from the mountains and wilderness, established only over 60 years ago, and whose descendants are only over 20 years. Clown. It's very interesting. Li Yunlin replied without changing his expression. He saw the mockery in Elder Chioli's expression and heard the disdain in his words. He immediately released Bailey Gu, glanced at Elder Chioli, and took the lead to move forward. There was a hint of refinement in his eyes. I didn't pass on the news, so how did the clan know about my difficulties? Is it the ancestors who are paying attention to me? This letter was sent by Yunbing. He has gradually become like the 4th ant. He should know that all the letters he receives will not escape the eyes of the elders. So he usually does not say all his words, and he has a deeper meaning. In other words, the family sent me help. While Li Yunlin was pondering the meaning of the message, he touched the ancestral tablet in his arms, and he suddenly felt extremely at peace. He understood from the beginning to the end that his family was his most solid support. Interesting? It will be more interesting when you meet us. Li Xiang looked at the words above the heads of the people without paying any more attention to them. He was also somewhat relieved that Li Yunlin was right to remain calm. After all, Li Yunlin was an undercover agent in Li Tian's zone, and he was qualified to be the boss. His every move was under the attention of others, and the pressure he endured every day was no less than that of Yaoqing and Yaowen. Seeing Li Yunlin and the members of the Li Tian sect approaching, Li Xiang looked at the Li family. At this time, they have already entered Wujua Mountain. In this Wujua Mountain, just like the Li family's Xian village, it has actually become a town in itself. The Su family has more than 3,000 descendants, plus the Su family's vassals. There are more than 20,000 people in the entire Wujua Mountain. Li Dalong and his wife went straight into Wujua Mountain. As soon as they approached, they touched the Su family's formation. It seemed that they also had a method similar to the Li family's tattooing on their own people to identify whether they were their own people. The couple quickly stated their purpose and said they wanted to negotiate with the Su family. Soon they were taken into Wujua Mountain. As for the others, they were outside Wujua Mountain, sensing the enemy's formation. The formation has reached the 8th level, which is a bit troublesome. Liyoti Agrinat. In his eyes, the entire Wujua Mountain was protected by the mysterious and yellow energy. A series of formations appeared on the ground of Wujua Mountain, forming a huge circular formation diagram. A formation plate suddenly appeared in his hand. Inside the formation plate, a round bead moved on various mysterious fonts and finally landed in one place. But it's not a big problem. We should be able to catch up. Your descendant Li Yaotai is using the top-grade magic weapon Array Destroying Mysterious Spiritual Disc to search for the Array Core and break the 8th grade Array 5 Absolutes Clan Protection Array. Array destroys the mysterious spirit plate, specially responsible for breaking arrays. If you encounter an array, the Array Destroyer Xianling plate will issue a warning. Yao Qing still made an effort. Li Xiang Grinat. This thing was not originally in his family, but Li Yaoqing had been operating in the Thunderfire Demon Cave for more than 10 years. Because there were various magic arrays in the Thunderfire Demon Cave before, there were also many array masters there. This thing was also the reward Li Yaoqing got after saving an 8th grade array master. Moreover, the people of the Li family could also vaguely sense the existence of a formation outside the Su family. In fact, most of the cultivators who reached the foundation building stage would have some knowledge of formations, alchemy, and talismans. However, to master these things, a large amount of knowledge was needed, and to master them, talent and years of accumulation were also needed. This also brings up a problem. If a cultivator in the Qi refining stage wants to become a weapon refiner, it is very likely that he will die before he can forge a magic weapon because he has no time to practice and cannot make a breakthrough. For example, a Jindan stage cultivator may not necessarily become a 7th grade weapon refiner, but a 7th grade weapon refiner must be a Jindan stage cultivator. They are often gifted. Li Yaodai happens to be such a talented person. While he is refining weapons, he also needs the support of formations. He is also a 9th grade formation master, just waiting for you to break through the magic circle. Li Xiang saw Li Yaotai breaking the magic circle, so he turned his attention to Li Dalong and his wife. After all, Li Xiang didn't want the incident of the Li family bringing people to his home to kill to happen to his own people. Su family courtyard. The perspective changes. After all, the Su family compound is a large family with a history of more than 700 years, and it is extremely magnificent. Led by the Su family members, Li Dalong and his wife arrived at the hall of the Su family compound and met with Su Jinming, the head of the Su family. By observing the aura of the Su family in the hall, Li Dalong and Li Xiang also obtained their information. The patriarch of the Su family is in the fake elixir stage. Among them, there is an elder in the false elixir stage, one at the peak of the foundation building stage, 3 foundation building masters, and several younger generations of the Su family. A few people introduced themselves to each other and chatted for a while. Li Dalong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got straight to the point and sighed, "Hey, brother Jinming, I'm here to apologize to you." Apologize? Su Jinming was stunned. Right. Li Dalong smiled bitterly and said, "My grandson Li Yunlin had a grudge with your Su families, Su Qing, many years ago. Young people are often hot-tempered and have no sense of propriety when it comes to fighting and killing. But if you ask me, it will be easy to deal with once the truth is made clear. Your Su Cheng was wrong first, and my grandson was also wrong in killing people. How about this? 500,000 spirit stones, and we'll settle the matter. How about your Su family promise me that you will no longer get involved in dealing with my grandson?" What do you mean? After all, the head of the Su family has lived for more than 100 years, but he remained calm and continued to drink tea. Moreover, the Su family is now setting a trap to kill Li Yunlin. It is wrong for the Li family to come to the Su family at this time. Now he was even more confused. The information he had received did not say that the Li family would come, but he did not believe this was a coincidence. At this moment, my Yunlin is coming with Elder Chiu Li of the Li Tian sect. Li Dalong was also straightforward. At his age, he knew that there was no need to hide some things. Elder Chiu Li is in the middle stage of the Golden Core. It won't be difficult for him to kill your ancestor, who has just entered the Golden Core stage. Seeing the Su family patriarch frowning, he slowly picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea unhurriedly. I know even more. The assassination of my Yunlin was done by Elder Chiu Yi of the Li Tian sect, who asked your Su family to find the killer. The expression of the Su family patriarch became increasingly ugly. Li Daolong continued, "You said that the Li Tian sect is really interesting." The sect master, Taoist Xiang, knew that Yunlin was assassinated, but he turned a deaf ear to it and was unwilling to kill Elder Yi, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. He let it go like this, and now Elder Yi guessed that my grandson was going to wipe out your Su family, so he set a trap in your Su family long ago. What a method of waiting for the rabbit to come. These simple words have made Su Jinming's old face pale. In the eyes of Li Tianzong, you and I are both ants. Why would you want to sacrifice the lives of your Su family members for some past events and for Elder Yi? At this moment, Su Jinming was sweating profusely. Li Daolong was talking about things that happened in the past. But he understood the deeper meaning, which was telling him that everything about his Su family and Elder Yi had not escaped the eyes of the Li family. And the Li family's visit this time was not for the so-called apology at all, but to give the Su family a way to survive. Even all the traps set by their Su family and Elder Yi were under the nose of the Li family. How is this possible? He stared at Li Daolong and his wife. This guy was only in the middle stage of foundation building, and his aura was ordinary. According to the information Su Jinming knew, the Li family in Tailan Town, Taiching County was only a small family that had only risen for more than 60 years. The strongest was only a purple thunder sky sun python and a puppet comparable to the fake pill realm. The most amazing thing this family has done is to wipe out the Dragon Tiger Gate and become a subordinate of Yinshu Wanghai Tower. In an instant, Su Jinming seemed to understand everything. His expression became relaxed, and he even let out a long breath. He stared at Li Daolong playfully and suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, Li Daolong, you are so ridiculous. The person behind you is Yinshu Wanghailu, the mysterious Huang Xiujin from Qingyan County. Is that why you know all these things? Did you bring the people from Yinshu Wanghai Tower here, secretly? Are you lying to me that my Su family has only been a Jindan family for 100 years? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Do you think that you can bully me, Su Jinming, in my Su family by relying on Yinshu Wanghai Tower? Do you really think you were sure to win?" In an instant, all the strong men in the hall summoned their magic weapons. They looked at the couple as if they were fools. Bah! With a loud bang, the true energy of the Golden Core realm came from outside the Wujua mountain and bombarded the Su family's formation. The sound was like thunder, shaking the earth and mountains. Seeing Su Jinming laughing wildly at his powerful position, Li Daolong stood up together with Su Tsuehua, who had been sitting silently beside him. He frowned and summoned the low-grade spiritual weapon Qianjun Seal. "Su Jinming, I gave you a chance." Li Xiang heard a roar coming from outside Sujia town and switched the screen. He knew that Li Daolong and his wife could face the troubles ahead. Only seen in the picture. Above the clouds on Wujua Mountain, the robe of Elder Li of Li Tian's sect fluttered without wind, and thousands of talismans with burning fire floated behind him. Even though it was a bright day under the clear sky, Wujua Mountain looked like the sunset had arrived. At this moment, Elder Li was like a fire phoenix spreading its feathers. This time, thousands of talismans were released with this wave of his hand. The power was so strong that Li Yunlin and others only felt the aura and hurriedly moved away. In Sujia Town, all the members of the Su family looked up at the sky, feeling the pressure of Elder Li's middle stage Jindan in the sky, and the talismans that were like burning clouds, and their faces were filled with fear and despair. Li Xiang clicked on Elder Li's profile picture. Li Tianzon Elde Quli. 7th rank Talisman Master. A 7th rank Talisman Master? If you come to Earth and start a company, you will make a fortune. Looking at the high-spirited Elder Li on the screen, Li Xiang couldn't help but praise him. No matter what kind of special profession it is in this world, it cannot be underestimated. As a Talisman Master, their attack method is more violent and direct. Simply put, it is to engrave the magic and martial arts on the talisman and use a little magic power to activate it. Theoretically, as long as there are enough materials and time to prepare, the Talisman Master can even deal with several times or even more masters of the same realm. No wonder Elder Li is so arrogant. He didn't have any preparation and just started bombarding us with talismans. But Li Xiang still shook his head. He still remembered the information sent back by Yao Qing and Yao Wen. Li Yunlin had fallen into the trap. None of their actions escaped the eyes of Elder Yi of Li Tianzhou. As expected, as the talisman approached Sujia Town, in Li Xiang's vision, the people of the Su family in Sujia Town were like ants encountering sky fire, fleeing frantically under the hundreds of talismans falling from the sky. Small words appeared above their heads. The Jindan stage is here to destroy the clan. Come quickly. Ancestor, please come out quickly. We all depend on you. Where is the head of the family? Hurry up and report to the Ancestor. Look, the Jindan family also has a fine tradition of calling the Ancestors whenever there is nothing to do. Xiang suddenly raised his head and chest with a look of pride, thinking of the several times that the Li family's base had been invaded. The descendants of the Li family were not as cowardly as the descendants of the Su family. The people of the Li family did not run away, but picked up swords and guns to follow the enemy to fight. However, the Su family's panic was obviously unnecessary. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen's information was not wrong. Suddenly, cry! Sharp bird calls rang out one after another. Around the Su family, 9 27-meter totems engraved with giant birds rose from 9 directions. In an instant, hundreds of huge green spirit bird shadows appeared in Sujia town, and they actually blocked the hundreds of 8th-grade talismans sent out by Elder Chioli. The next moment, 3 spiritual weapons appeared from nowhere and floated into the air. They were a spiritual weapon gourd, a spiritual weapon halberd, and red satin. They blocked the way of Elder Chioli, and 3 golden elixirs, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared. Elder Chioli's face changed drastically, and the Su family started another big battle. The 5 fake elixir cultivators seemed to have been prepared. They appeared from the 5 high mountains around Sujia town. Although their cultivation was low, they cut their palms, and only a little blood floated into the air, forming a blood-colored sky curtain, trapping the 4 golden elixir masters in it, obviously creating another battlefield for them. At the same time, the Su family's foundation-building strongman flew on his sword and surrounded Li Yunlin and many disciples of the Li Tian sect from all directions. The information that Li Yaowen had previously reported to the ancestral tablet came into view. Li Tian's own Elder Chiu is very shrewd. That day at the Li Tian sect martial arts competition, he saw Li Yunlin killing someone in public, and he knew that Li Yunlin was a vindictive man. So he specially asked the Su family to go to Qingyun County to hire a killer to assassinate Li Yunlin, and then leaked a clue. The narrow-minded Li Yunlin will certainly bear a grudge and will eventually come to the Su family to exterminate the entire clan for revenge. He sent someone from another county city to invite the famous 3 talents killer from the killing hall and used the 9 spirits fire in Li Yunlin's body as a reward to set up an ambush at the Su family early on. This would avenge his disciple and eliminate Li Yunlin, the vindictive rival for the next clan leader. In addition, Li Yunlin was asking for trouble, and it had nothing to do with him. Elder Chiu of the Litian sect is still a big shot after all. Xiang looked at the previous information and couldn't help but sigh. Elder Chiu had planned everything out. Just sitting there in Li Tianzong, he had led Li Yunlin into the trap step by step. Looking at the picture again, Elder Chiu, who was so high-spirited and mighty just now, was fighting with 3 Jindan and the Bloody Curtain. The 3 assassins must have cooperated for many years. 1 was in the middle stage of Jindan, and 2 were in the early stage of Jindan. They used a combination of skills similar to the Dragon and Tiger brothers. However, Elder Chiu was not an ordinary person and was not inferior. Elder Chiu was trapped by the 3 talents killer and was trapped by the Su family's Bailing Bluebird Totem formation and the 5 Absolutes Soul Trapping formation, and it was difficult to escape. Soon, Li Yunlin and 11 fellow disciples in the sky were surrounded by 3 layers of enemies. Call! As a breeze blew by, a figure broke out of the ground in Sujia town. The man was a middle-aged strong man, who was the first to appear in front of the disciples of Li Tianzong. This person is the Su family's golden elixir ancestor. Sudwumble. Faced with the pressure from the golden core ancestor, the disciples of the Li Tian sect were worthy of being disciples of a large sect. They were not afraid of the aura of the golden core on Su Yuanwu at all. In this dangerous situation, they gritted their teeth and sacrificed their magic weapons, staring vigilantly at the hundreds of Su family foundation-building masters who were gradually surrounding them, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Xiang's hand was firmly on the mouse. Watching the Li family members fight again and again, he gradually discovered that the people in the game world are really fucking perverted. When fighting for life and death, many people don't even say a word, not even a swear word. They just start fighting when they meet. The first move is to kill. Look at Su Yuanwu in the game. He just glanced at Li Yunlin and other disciples of the Li Tian sect and slapped them with his palm. This casual palm forced Li Yunlin and other disciples of the sect to resist with all their strength. Then a huge water dragon appeared out of nowhere and soared in the sky. But Su Yuanwu also paused. He frowned and looked towards the Su family compound on the ground. Bah! With a loud rumble and rising smoke and dust, Su Jinming, the head of the Su family who had previously talked with Li Daolong and his wife, came out of the Su family hall with his clansmen. In the hall at the center of the Su family compound, the magnificent buildings were reduced to ruins. Four gigantic Vajra puppets emerged from the smoke and dust and appeared in the eyes of the Su family. Li Daolong and his wife stepped on the left and right shoulders of the war puppet that was rising into the air in the front. The three puppets on the ground were moving a little slowly, unable to float in the air, and were rushing around recklessly. If those three puppets weren't spirit puppets made by Li Yaotai, what else could they be? 8th grade spirit puppet number 1, with Master Shansai Zombie as the core and 8th grade Qinjun spirit iron as the main material. Its strength and defense can reach the level of a fake pill. 8th grade puppets number 2 and number 3, with the dragon and tiger brother zombies as their core. Their strength can reach the peak of foundation building. Li Xiang also had to praise Li Yaoye's genius. However, these three spirit puppets that imitate war puppets are inferior to war puppets in many aspects. They can't attack from any angle, can't move flexibly, and don't have an intelligent brain. The spiritual stones accumulated in their bodies consume a lot of energy when they move. The flying zombies in their bodies can't let them fly fast, and they're a little sluggish when floating in the air. But these three puppets are powerful enough. And at this time on the battlefield, Grandma, seeing Li Daolong and his wife on the war puppets, the surrounded Li Yunlin's eyes were red. Although he guessed from the family letters that his family would come to the rescue, when he actually saw it, he still couldn't suppress the throbbing in his heart. Mr. and Mrs. Li Daolong just smiled at their grandson. Just see, Su Jinming, who had just been talking with Li Daolong and his wife in the hall, had brought his clansmen to the side of the Su family's ancestor. Although he had just been extremely contemptuous in the hall, he was really scared when the three puppets of the Li family appeared. He immediately reported to Su Yuanwu. Grandfather, be careful. The information Elder Qiu Yi gave us is wrong. This time, not only Elder Qiu Li and the disciples of Li Tianzong are here, but also the Li family. Bring the people from Yinshu Wanhai Tower with you. Oh, so Duanbu Fronith. He used the power of the golden elixir to explore the surroundings, but did not sense the aura of the masters of Yinshu Wanhai Tower. There were only a few strange, but not scary auras in the Su family residence. He glanced at Li Daolong and his wife and said calmly, Huang Xiujin, the man in Qingyan County pretends to be a ghost, but he is actually a coward. Let's see if he dares to show up today. That's all. Su Yuanwu waved his hand lightly, and the water dragon behind him rushed towards Li Yunlin. He did not take Li Daolong and his wife seriously at all. He just waved his hand again, trying to repel Li Daolong and his wife. He believed that if Huang Xiujing really dared to come, he would make sure that he would never return. After all, this was his Su family's land. But at this moment, Su Yuanwu's expression finally changed. The huge water dragon that attacked Li Yunlin was roaring, but he suddenly turned around to protect his body. Just see, Li Daolong and his wife actually easily broke through his casual golden elixir attack. No, not them. At this time, two more puppets appeared beside Li Daolong and his wife. The two were like ordinary people, with numb expressions and bodies covered with dust. Li Daolong and his wife injected true energy into their bodies, and they opened their eyes and stared directly at Su Yuanwu. Although there was no true energy emanating from their bodies, Su Yuanwu felt threatened. What is this? Su Yuanwu was certain that these two things were definitely powerful enough to fight against the golden elixir, and even be fatal. But he was just about to use the water dragon behind him to block the two puppets. But he was shocked again. These two puppets had no intention of fighting him. Instead, they rushed towards Elder Qiu Li in the distance, obviously intending to rescue Qiu Li. Just when I was confused, call! A strong wind blew. Everyone present looked at the Li family in amazement. The ancestral tablets on their bodies flashed purple light from their arms, floated up into the air, and gathered in front of Su Yuanwu. Finally, the purple light on the tablets connected to form a huge tablet, about 5 meters high, mysterious and sacred, with the words engraved on it. Plum, the ancestor has appeared. It really is a miracle this time. Is this my mysterious ancestor? Su Yuanwu's ears moved slightly. His spiritual awareness seemed to be everywhere in the Su family. He faintly heard several rough voices shouting in excitement and almost madness. But he doesn't have the mind to care about other things now. He stared at the huge tablet in front of him. The spiritual energy of the tablet is like a burning flame, causing the tablet to continuously emit black smoke, which gradually spreads in front of the tablet. Condensed into a human figure, the state of fake elixir made him feel a huge threat. This guy formed by the black fog seemed to be delighted with his arrival. He didn't even look at Su Yuanwu, who was in the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, but instead opened his arms and looked up at the sky. If it weren't for the fact that his body was completely surrounded by fog, he probably seemed to be enjoying breathing the air and embracing the world. It also seemed that with his appearance, the entire Sujia town seemed extremely peaceful. Li Daolong and his wife, as well as the surrounded Li Yunlin, were trembling all over as they looked at the man wrapped in black fog. Their eyes were red, and they almost knelt down, as if they had seen the supreme god in the world. The rubble of the hall that had just been destroyed fell down again, making a sound. The figure then slowly turned sideways. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Su Yuanwu. His hoarse voice was calm, but it frightened everyone present. "Your life belongs to me. I feel it. I feel this world. I saw it. I saw my lovely descendants who fought for the family and worked together to fight against all enemies." Li Xiang breathed in the air around him greedily. Even in the sky, there was a war puppet behind him, with Li Daolong and his wife standing on its shoulders. In front of him were people, with more than 100 people from the Su family flying in the air to surround Li Yunlin and more than 10 people from the Li Tian sect. But Li Xiang didn't feel crowded at all. He wanted to imprint the appearance of all the Li family members in his mind. Seeing them in the real world and seeing them in the game are two different experiences. The spiritual energy here was filled with murderous intent because of the battle. The fire on the ground caused by Elder Chio Li's talisman filled the sky with gunpowder smoke, just like the smell you get when you enter a kitchen burning wood. But Li Xiang was still greedy and felt that this was air sweeter than the air in the real world. He believed that outside this world, there must be birds singing and flowers blooming. If he could return to the Li family's residence, it would be even better. He also wanted to meet the Pig Demon King and see how the fourth generation of the Li family drove the strong Su Tsuehua crazy. "I want to use a clean towel to wipe Li Yaoqing's always dirty face, and let this child who is devoted to the family take good care of himself. I want to tell Li Yaowen, who looks weak but is actually more stubborn than Li Yaotai, that if Wen Dao can't hold on, there is no need, and the ancestors will protect her." Even the Li Daolong couple in front of him, he wanted to talk to these two guys about how much he wanted to strangle them when they showed their affection in front of him. And Li Yaozu, Li Yunlin, Li Yunbing, by the way, beat up the 7 sons of Taimen. These descendants always embarrassed Pas, making him feel embarrassed even through the screen. "Call!" Li Xiang let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time. He could only use all his strength to eliminate all threats to the family in this short period of time. Using skills. Fight, dear ancestors. No level of skills, the family has reached 50 years of development, and the time it can exist in the game world is 5 minutes. Every time a family member is added, the time increases by 1 second. The player is detected to be in the fake dance stage, and the incense value consumed per minute is 1,000. Currently available time, countdown. 5, 23. "You, what the hell are you?" When Su Yuanwu learned from his grandson that someone from Yinshu Wanghai Tower might arrive, he did not panic. But now, although he had no expression on his face, his heart was already in turmoil. Otherwise, he would not have wasted time talking to this mysterious person who suddenly appeared. Coming out of the spirit seat? He had never heard of it. Moreover, this person in the fog was only at the false elixir realm. He could only sense the realm, but could not observe how high the other party's aura was. He only felt waves of threats, and the sense of crisis made him numb from the top of his head to the toes. But the fog before my eyes did not respond, as if it was intoxicated. "Humph, playing tricks." Su Yuanwu didn't want to admit that he was nervous. He thought of the disgusting fortune teller in Qingyan County. When he was young, he was deceived by Huang Xiujin, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, using this kind of trickery. This also made the entire Su family remember the old thief Huang Xiujin. He narrowed his eyes suddenly and pinched his hands to make some hand gestures. The aura of the water dragon in the air became more condensed, and it roared towards the fog in front of him, then used the magic formula again. The Su family's secret method was activated instantly, and Su Yuanwu had to be extremely solemn. The golden elixir magic power turned into a surging river in the air. The tens of meters long water dragon was several times more powerful. In the river that was rushing towards Xiang, one could see water spirit soldiers condensed from the power of the water spirit roots, charging towards him with swords and spears in hand. The dark fog formed by Xiang in front of him and the 5-meter-high spirit tablet behind him seemed so fragile under the power of the river. Can't. Sure enough, there is an insurmountable gap between the golden core realm and the fake core realm, but Xiang suddenly raised his head. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the yin-yang fish pattern flowed in them. The golden elixir attack before his eyes was so magnificent and seemed to destroy everything with overwhelming force. But it came to an abrupt halt in front of Xiang. He slowly stretched out his hand. In the space in front of him, a silver gun had appeared, followed by a gun body engraved with various patterns. It seemed to sense the crisis coming from afar. White light flowed on the patterns on the gun body, and slowly the light bloomed, suppressing Su Yunwu's magic power like an emperor coming to the world. The rivers and lakes in the sky had become a 100-meter water dragon, and the thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals seemed to have met their nemesis and returned to their origin. In an instant, the disintegrated water magic power turned into heavy rain at the Su family's residence. Everyone watched this scene in horror. Even Elder Chioli, who was still engaged in a bloody battle in the distance, and the 3 talents killers who came from other county towns, subconsciously stopped their movements and stared in surprise at the glowing spear. There was alertness in their eyes, and a bit of greed. Magic weapon. That is the aura of a magic weapon. And it's not just an ordinary magic weapon. It can suppress and break spiritual power. Who is that guy that appeared from the spirit's seat? Holding the spear, Xiang felt an extremely powerful force. After breaking Su Yunwu's magic power, the spear body was shaking. It seemed to be angry at the weak and in front of it, who dared to offend its majesty as a top-grade magic weapon. It also seemed to be urging Xiang to end the life of the rude person. Tianshu pudding lance. Top-grade magic weapon. The spirit spear protects the body, and the tip of the spear can break all laws. With this magic weapon as the lifeblood, you can obtain the Tianshu spear formation, and use this spear to suppress all things in the world. This is the mysterious spear that Li Dalong found as a sacrifice above the death coffin buried deep underground in the wild boar forest. It is a top-grade magic weapon. Even after countless years of accumulation, the restrictions on this spear require millions of incense points to unlock. Even with the power of the best magic weapon, plus the characteristics of the Tianshu poling spear, it was possible to suppress the straight death heaven coffin without being known to outsiders. This is also the reason why Xiang, who is only at the fake Dan realm, dared to enter the game world through the skill, fight dear ancestors, and face the Golden Dan realm directly. It was also his trump card that had kept him from being afraid that anything would happen to Li Yunlin in Li Tianzong. If it was just the golden elixir, with the Tianshu soul-breaking spear, there would be nothing to be afraid of. The magic power from the Tianshu Yunlin spear entering his body alone has made his strength comparable to that of a peak golden core. As for Yuani, Xiang didn't dare to try. Although he could suppress the opponent's magic power with the power of the spirit spear, the physical strength of the Yuaniing had reached the extreme. In the eyes of everyone, he, a dark mist, holding the Tianshu Yunlin spear in his hand, rushed towards Su Yunwu like a meteor with terrifying pressure. And at the same time, Su Yunwu also continued to attack Xiang. But no matter how powerful Su Yunwu's golden elixir power was, or what kind of trump card he had, he couldn't even touch Xiang's body. He could only watch in panic as his magic power disintegrated inch by inch in front of the spear. Puff! A streak of blood appeared in the sky, dripping along the tip of the gun. Xiang put his hand on Su Yunwu's face. Black flames crawled all over Su Yunwu's body, entered through Su Yu's 7 orifices, and destroyed Su Yunwu's body and soul, leaving no chance of survival for the other party. Flash sale. Is this the strength of our ancestor? No, I can feel that this is not the old ancestor's real body at all. Otherwise, how could it be black fog? I'm afraid it's just a tiny soul of the old ancestor. Hiss with ancestors like this. What else can descendants ask for? The descendants of Li family were all crazy. They finally felt some of the power of the mysterious ancestor. On the contrary, the people of the Su family felt as if they had lost their parents. Especially Su Jinming, the patriarch of the Su family, He watched in despair as his great-grandfather fell powerlessly from the sky. He still remembered that in the hall, Li Daolong and his wife from the Li family had given him a choice. He thought that the Li family's trump card was Yinshu Wanghai Tower. He guessed wrong and made the wrong choice. He looked at the ancestor of the Li family rushing towards him and closed his eyes. But after waiting for a blink of an eye, the imagined death did not come. Li Xiang walked past him. His target is not fake pills like Su Jinming. These guys can be left to the family members. And as the head of the family, this person has other value. His target is run away. Escape separately. He has a top-grade magic weapon. Even if we join forces, we are no match for him. How could such a magical weapon be found in such a small rural area? Brother, second sister, you two run away first. I'll hold him back. See you in the next life. The killer labeled Run, among the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man, was also a man of loyalty and righteousness. He held a spear and did not escape with the other 2, but faced Li Xiang directly. Also running away was Elder Qiuli. Asshole! Qiuli watched the mysterious man getting closer and closer, and cursed inwardly as he shot the human-shaped killer's halberd away and stabbed him through. He helped Li Yunlin because he wanted to wait until Li Yunlin became the sect master so that he could get enough resources and get a chance to break through to the peak of the golden elixir. As long as he managed it properly, he could even control the future new sect master. But now he found that his idea was totally wrong. The Li family is not just a foundation-building family as they think. Look at the Li family. They have revealed all their cards. Various puppets, 2 puppets with the power of the early stage of Jindan, and the mysterious man, and the ultimate magic weapon. Such a noble family, let alone him. This kind of strength is already enough to catch the attention of Li Tianzong. You know, there is only one low-grade magic weapon in Li Tianzong, and it is the treasure of the sect. Especially, Puff. While running away, Elder Qiuli spat out a mouthful of blood. Madmen, a whole family of madmen. His face turned pale, and he cursed inwardly. The people of the Li family had long regarded him as a target to be killed. Just now, when he was fighting with the 3 killers of heaven, earth and man, and 2 golden elixir puppets appeared, he was delighted. However, he did not expect that when one of the puppets approached him, it would take advantage of his unpreparedness and attack him too. Elder Qiuli has been strategizing all his life, but now he has fallen into a trap twice in one day. Once Elder Qiuli set up an ambush to kill him, but luckily he was sure to escape. At worst, after Li Yun died, he would just defect to Elder Qiuli. But the second game. But it was a trap set by the Li family. The Li family clearly wanted to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Even him was no exception. Escape, and you can avenge yourself. The sect master and the supreme elder will definitely be interested in this top-grade magic weapon. Elder Qiuli looked grimly at the mysterious man behind him, as well as Li Yunlin, who had already joined the Li family and turned to attack his fellow disciples. It turns out that these family members are impossible to tame. Although that mysterious man has a top-grade magic weapon, he cannot completely control the power of the golden elixir. He cannot catch up with me. This is your own fault, Li family. With more than a dozen talismans entering his body, Qiuli had never run so fast before. But suddenly, his expression changed again. The mysterious man behind him seemed to pay no attention to his escape. He remained calm, not anxious at all, and spoke in an indifferent voice. Close the door and bleed the spirit fruit tree. As the words fell, Elder Qiuli looked at the center of the Su family's residence in horror. Li Yaozu of the Li family, with the power of the sword sect, had hundreds of flying swords around him that were madly killing members of the Su family, and rushed to the center of the Su family. He held a scroll in his hand and threw it high into the air. In an instant, roots appeared in the scroll with their claws and fangs bared, and then a huge tree nearly 20 meters high came into everyone's sight. This strange tree seemed to be dancing, especially its roots and the thick trunk and branches which were densely engraved with runes. As it danced madly in the center of the Su family, the light of the array runes on his body burst out, and the roots spread towards the entire Su family. A disc gradually enlarged above its head. It was what Li Yunlin had sent back to the family. 8-direction formation plate. Looking at the blood spirit fruit tree and the appearance of the 8-direction formation plate, and the combination of the two, one magic formation after another covered the entire Su family residence, and Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. You are using Ancestor's Rage, consuming 500 points of incense value. The huge ancestral tablet behind him turned into more than a dozen tablets, blocking Elder Li, who wanted to break through the restrictions of the formation. Xiang also rushed towards Elder Li again. Elder Li was right about one thing. The Li family's coming to the Su family was originally a game within a game. Neither Xiang nor the Li family thought of letting go the killers of heaven, earth, and man, nor did they think of letting go the Li Tianzong masters brought by Li Yunlin, because if Su Tsua's Sky Moon Fox and Purple Thunder Sun Python want to break through the Demon King, the fastest way is to obtain the Demon King Blood Pill. The Golden Pill of a Golden Pill stage expert should also be a substitute. After all, this is how the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree became an 8th grade tree before. Xiang narrowed his eyes. This was exactly the purpose of him taking the entire Li family on such an adventure. Otherwise, Xiang would not come out at all. He might as well just pay a large sum of money to invite Yunshu Wanghale's people to come. Catch the eye. The roots of the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree have taken root in the entire Su family's territory. Ordinary people and Qi refining masters of the Su family have become supplements for the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree. Even Xiang can feel the joy of this magic tree. Li Yaozu was also not vague. He jumped directly to the top of the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree and dropped millions of spirit stones to maintain the spiritual energy of the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree and enable it to activate the magic circle. Look at the various inscriptions on its body and the formation plate above its head. This is the key that the Li family used to trap everyone present and prevent anyone from escaping after obtaining the intelligence. Because this thing carries almost half of the Li family's assets. Just like what Xiang knew before, creatures like spirit trees are the most special existences. When the dragon and tiger brothers invaded the Li family, the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree didn't even try its hand. In the 43rd year of the Li family, the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree absorbed blood every day, and its roots spread to 100 meters. In 44, the Li family began to carve magic circles on its rhizomes. In 47 years, the Spirit Gathering Array was completed. In 48 years, its rhizomes have spread to 1,000 meters. Carve the magic array to kill evil. Carve the 1,000 swords to kill the enemy array. Carve the ancestral spirit array. Carve. 60 years. The rhizome extends 10,000 meters. The Li family rarely sees formations, because the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree is the combination of the Li family's formations. Wherever it is, that is where the formations accumulated by the Li family over the years are. With years of development, the Li family is not only a family protected by the ancestral tablets. The Li family members came out from the heavenly death coffin, and they're also a bloody family that grew up on the roots of the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree. Kill. Hundreds of magic arrays rose from the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree. The 8-sided array plate on it was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Its mysterious yellow magic power trapped an area of nearly 20,000 meters. 8 ancient stone doors broke out from the ground, looking extremely magnificent. The Jinan realm also uses spiritual tools. The 8-way formation used in this formation plate is like the power of a 7th grade formation master. Even Elder Li couldn't break it with his talismans in a short time. This person was being chased by Xiang and was running everywhere. After the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree appeared, the people of the Li family also let the Su family see how powerful this mere country family from Thailand town was. The Li family is a demon cultivator. Kill him, kill Li Dalong. He is controlling the coffin. It's impossible to get close to him. There are zombies all around him. That coffin is not simple. It's just like the magic weapon of that mysterious man. It's inviolable. There was a strong black aura around Li Dalong. He gave the inferior spiritual weapon Qianjun seal to Su Tsuehua. The death coffin came out from the Na ring. Over the years, the Li family has killed countless enemies, and without exception, their bodies were given to the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree for nourishment, and then put it in the heavenly coffin of death to be refined. Zombies have the power of Qi refining. Flying zombies are no different from building a foundation. They can fly into the air and kill enemies with their deadly Qi. And this is just the power gained by opening the first seal of the death coffin. No one knows the true power of the death heaven coffin. After countless zombies rushed out of the death coffin, Li Dalong carried the silver coffin and chased after an elder of the Su family who was at the peak of the fake Dan level to smash it. His method was simple and direct. Although Su Tsuehua only has the power of a mid-stage spirit beast, she seems to have received some kind of inheritance recently. Fox shadows emerged from her body, and she fought against another fake Dan with the Qianjun seal and 2 magic weapons sent back by Li Yaoqing. Li Yaozu, the eldest son of the Li family, was the one who surprised Li Xiang the most. This boy was originally guarding the blood spirit fruit tree with 100 swords. Just then a peak foundation establishment warrior attacked him, and he could only snort coldly. Within 100 meters around him, all the swords floated in the air around him, and in an instant, thousands of swords were launched at the same time. As for Li Yaodai, this guy always held the Li family back in previous battles. But after obtaining the profession of Spirit Puppet Forger and forging an arm of a top-grade magical weapon, he has completely transformed. No wonder Li Yaodai has been showing off his arms to others these days. As he laughed loudly, the arm began to change shape like the spirit puppet he had created before. The huge armor wrapped around his body, allowing him to control an 8-meter-tall spirit puppet as if he was driving a mecha. Its body has the strength of an 8th-grade spirit puppet, but it is more flexible than a spirit puppet. Holding a huge hammer weighing tons, it is simply a harvester on the battlefield. Li Yaoye's wife by Ruru is no ordinary person either. A dazzling blood bead appears on her body, which makes her have the strength of the peak of foundation building even though she is only in the early stage of foundation building. That is the Demon King blood pill that the Pig Demon King gave to his precious daughter by Ruru. Let's look at the 9 people of the Yun generation who are in open contact with outsiders in the Li family. Only Li Yunlin was transformed into fireworks, and 9 fire lotuses around him were fighting with the enemy. Li Yunbing and the 7 sons of Taimen, due to their weaker strength, had to slowly approach the blood spirit fruit tree and shoot randomly with a medium-grade longbow made by Li Yaodai. His eyes glanced at the Ancestor who was chasing the golden elixir and killing in the sky, as well as the elders who were showing their magical powers on the battlefield, his face full of admiration. Oh my God, does our family have so many secrets? I thought that coffin was only used for practicing martial arts, but Grandpa used it to release so many zombies. I finally understand why we were asked to bring back the bodies of the enemies all these years. Old 8, what are you doing? Why are you gesturing at yourself with a knife? I'm thinking about where to cut the best place. After cutting, I'll ask Dad to help me equip that kind of magic weapon. The beatings we received these years were not unfair at all. Look at Grandma and Mom. They started to help Uncle Chase after Fake Dan and beat him up. I've decided to practice swordplay. Why? I want to be like my uncle and wield thousands of swords at once. That would be so damn cool. Only Li Yunbing was quietly observing the entire destroyed Su family, pondering all the shortcomings of this newly emerging Jinan family. Summarize the experience and prepare to make up for the shortcomings seen in the Su family in the future to make the Li family stronger. Spiritual weapons are very important. If they had powerful spiritual weapons to protect their clan, this wouldn't have happened. The personnel are too scattered. If all the clansmen in the territory unite, they can fight against Jindan with the help of the formation. In fact, Yundo's plan of turning all the members into soldiers is not impossible. Anyway, we will have a lot of resources after this time. It seems that our Li family still has too few trump cards. If we had 10 more spiritual treasures like the death-directing heavenly coffin, we would be safer. Li Yunlin, who was far away, was moved by the rescue of his family. But when he found out that everyone in his family was using the Li Tian sect skills, he looked confused and a little embarrassed. He had struggled in the Li Tian sect for many years, just to wait until he reached the Jinan stage, bring back the Li Tian sect skills, and expand his family. Now, it must be the ancestors who exerted their strength, right? When Li Yunlin thought of this, the embarrassment in his heart disappeared without a trace. Looking at the mysterious figure of the ancestor who was killing the enemy in the sky, his eyes were full of admiration. This is my ancestor, Li Yunlin. Not to mention wanting to obtain the Li Tian sect skills. Even destroying the Li Tian sect is not a big deal. The shadowy steps in the sky. 100 shadow, sword light. In the sky, Li Xiang also used magic and martial arts. In an instant, the power of the golden elixir he obtained from the Tianshu Jinling spear made his shadow split into thousands in the air. The original hundreds of sword shadows formed into long spears, about 10,000 in total. These gun shadows were heading towards the Earth-level killer among the 3 killers of heaven, Earth and Man. However, Li Xiang still had a trick up his sleeve and simply destroyed the protective chi around the woman's body. Then he pierced her head and burned her soul. He wanted a complete corpse, which could become a zombie or a spirit puppet. Fellow Taoist, you can't catch up with me anyway. The number 1 killer among the 3 talents of heaven, earthen man was not as loyal as his sister and brother. However, this person's body movement was quite strange. Even as fast as Elder Qiu, Li using more than a dozen talismans, and Li Xiang could not catch him for a while. At this moment, this person gritted his teeth and negotiated with Li Xiang. But I can catch up with Taoist Xiu Li, and now this thief wants to break the magic circle and escape, which is not good for you and me. How about we make a deal? If you swear to the heaven to let me go, I will help you catch up with him and kill him. I can also swear to remove the memory of today and forget about your Li family from now on. How about it? Hearing this, Elder Qiu Li was enraged, and his heart suddenly felt blocked with anger. He released 10 more treasured talismans, continued to bombard the magic circle, and ran faster. Li Xiang turned a deaf ear to it. He frowned and looked at the blue screen in front of him. Remaining time, 1:45. Time is running out, but he also understood his own shortcomings. Indeed, just like what the top killer said, it would be futile if he continued to chase like this. He suddenly stopped and looked calmly at the number 1 killer and Elder Qiu Li, who were fleeing in the opposite direction. In a flash, as Li Xiang closed his eyes, everyone in Sujia town felt a powerful aura, an aura that was both urgent and contradictory. There is an extremely evil, deathly aura, yet there is also the vibrant vitality of the rising sun. Especially the two people in the middle stage of Jinan felt it the most deeply. They were targeted by the aura coming from Li Xiang. It was an extreme pressure that made their spiritual roots tremble. They looked at Li Xiang in horror. A yin-yang fish pattern emerged from under Li Xiang's feet, with the extreme yin on the left and the extreme yang on the right. With the blessing of the golden elixir's power, the yin-yang fish diagram formed a huge domain, covering the sky trapped by the 8 directions formation disk and enveloping the two of them. What's this? Elder Qiu Li looked at the rotating yin-yang fish pattern and the mysterious man in the center shrouded in black mist. Then, his expression gradually became dazed, and he lowered his head stiffly, looking at his abdomen, a shadow falling over him. The bright, silver magic weapon of top grade pierced him through. Li Xiang appeared in front of him. Instant kill? Elder Qiu Li was at a loss. He didn't even know how Li Xiang appeared, nor did he know what level of power Li Xiang used. Yin and Yang interact. They are two sides of one body, without a fixed direction. In my Yin and Yang diagram, I am everywhere. This is the technique he has been practicing in this life. Yin-Yang diagram. First layer, heaven, earth, and human world. Li Xiang slowly pulled out his spear and no longer cared about the dead Elder Qiu Li. He slowly glanced at the top killer in the distance, who had a look of despair on his face. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the other person, staring into the other person's eyes full of despair. Li Xiang Shmilat, don't you want to trade with me? The conditions of the previous transaction are not met. Change another one. The number 1 killer, who was in the middle stage of the Golden Core, was actually trembling with fear. He looked at Elder Qiu Li, who was still falling to the ground in the distance, and was unable to utter a word. Li Xiang said regretfully, "It seems that your value is not high either." As he spoke, he had already stabbed the Tianshu Yunlin spear into the chest of the number 1 killer as if nothing had happened, and the Dan fire burned his soul. Li Xiang took a deep breath and put the yin-yang diagram and the Tianshu Yunlin spear back into his dantian. He looked quietly at his descendants who were still fighting the enemy. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "See you next time. I hope I can exist longer next time and see the world better." As Li Xiang's body slowly disappeared, it merged into the ancestral tablet. All the descendants of the Li family looked up at the direction where their ancestor disappeared, with red eyes. Li Dalong took the lead in shouting, "May our ancestors bless you." Li Yundo on the blood spirit fruit tree burst into tears. "Rest in peace, ancestor." Just a moment. He trembled under the gazes of his elders and brothers and sisters who wanted to clean up the house. "I was just fighting at the Su family." Now Li Xiang has returned to the familiar room. Although he was in the game world for less than 5 minutes, he had an inexplicable feeling of being in another world, and his mood was very complicated. Feeling lost and disappointed. It's like an elderly widower whose children are working hard outside, and he can only answer the phone at home to get the latest news about his children. He looked forward to meeting these descendants who had never lived with him again, chatting about all sorts of things, discussing some important events in life. It would be best if they could have a meal together and give each of them a cup of milk tea. Maybe some things in this world are just like this. Although they have never met each other, they have already poured their emotions into each other, like an invisible thread that transcends space and time, connecting them together. Hey, it's like a real world. My descendants, even if they are characters in the game world, are real. Xiang let out a long sigh. He suppressed the urge to return to the game world again and suddenly widened his eyes. Looking at the words "Rest in Peace, Ancestor" on Li Yundo's head in the game, I almost got so angry that I went back and beat that guy up. You little bastard, I'll remember you. Just wait for me to come over next time. It was Li Yundo who interrupted. Xiang came to his senses at this moment. As for going back, that was a matter for the future. What he should do now was to look at the battlefield. After all the Jindan masters were killed, the Su family was powerless to recover. As Li Dalong smashed a fake Dan to death with a coffin, the battle became completely one-sided. There were more than 20,000 people in Sujia town, and they could not withstand the attack of the blood spirit fruit trees, as well as the zombies and flying zombies. The medicine sent back by Li Yaoqing also allowed everyone in the Li family to maintain their spiritual power recovery. You used Ancestor's Rage, consuming 500 incense sticks. Although I'm back, but Li Xiang is still fighting, and the ancestral tablets are killing the enemies under his manipulation. Brother Su, you are on the wrong side. Half a day later, Sujia town had become a ruin. All the bodies of the Su family were put back into the heavenly death coffin, and the blood spirit fruit tree returned to the blueprint that looked like a picture. Top-grade magical weapon, hidden spirit map. It contains spiritual beasts and treasures, contains the spiritual power of the peak of foundation building, and nourishes the things in the painting. Everyone from the Li family stood in front of Su Jinming. The patriarch of the Su family had already been tied up with chains that sealed his magical powers. Why? After all, he was the head of the family. He watched the Su family fall and the 700 years of family business destroyed, but he did not curse, nor did he have the slightest regret for his wrong decision. He just let out a long sigh, expressing his vicissitudes of life. He saw Li Dalong's purpose of leaving him alone and said with a wry smile, "Brother Dalong, I will tell you all the magic and martial arts and the location of the treasure house left by my Su family. But you must agree to one condition. My Su family and the children in Sujia town are innocent. They are young and ignorant. Let them go. And the branches of my Su family in various cities and towns don't know about this either." Hearing this, Li Dalong looked at the children in the corner of the Li family. They had been planning for 2 months and had already made full preparations. They were responsible for wiping out the Su family, Elder Qiuli and his entourage, Yinshu Wanghai Tower, and Qingping Gu family, and for eliminating future troubles. He frowned. "I'm sorry, Brother Su, your branches in various cities and towns are finished. As for these children, I won't touch them. I will use magic to extract their memories. As for what happens in the future, it all depends on whether they can survive." Well, that's fine. Looking at this scene, Li Xiang was speechless. Although Li Dalong was cruel to his enemies, he had a kind side after all. Besides, killing children, no matter who is in front of them, will give rise to compassion. No one wants to face this difficult problem. Anyway, in front of Li Xiang, should he show compassion for a moment, or kill them all to eliminate future troubles? He would also find this choice extremely difficult. However, Li Xiang still respects Li Dalong's choice. Even if these children want revenge when they grow up, let them come. Isn't this how things in the world work? But as soon as Li Dalong finished speaking, Li Xiang swallowed his saliva, and a piece of information in the event column came into his sight. When Su Jiming named all the valuable things in the Su family. Your descendant Li Yaowen knows that his family members are kind-hearted. The Su family may have used the family's secret techniques and valuables as a bargaining chip to make his father Li Dalong hesitate and eventually let the child go out of compassion. In order to prevent future troubles, she gave an order, and the Dawn Killer is on his way to the Su family's residence. Li Xiang was speechless for a moment. This girl had been very smart since she was young. Not only did she know all the enemy intelligence, she even anticipated what her family members were thinking. But he also felt a little heavy-hearted for Li Yaowen. The Li family is like this. Oftentimes, Li Dalong and others will have compassion and kindness. After all, this is human nature. Whenever this happens, Li Yaowen will secretly make a completely different choice that is most beneficial to the family. Some people are kind-hearted and they stand in the sun, while others stand in the shadows and move forward with heavy burdens. Li Yaowen has been standing in the darkest place behind the scenes, doing the dirtiest things, unknown to the public. Perhaps the calamity sent down by God in her heart is so deep that she has been unable to become a person of literature and virtue because she has been burdened with heavy sins. Soon, the Li family members got the spoils and returned to the Li family. Congratulations, your family has completed the special event. Eliminate Elder Chiyoye's minions. Obtain incense value 10,000. You displayed great power in this battle, killing the Jindan Master in seconds, and your mysterious posture of controlling the yin-yang diagram to kill the enemy is like a god in the hearts of your descendants, and they praise you. Obtain incense value 5,000. 15,000 incense points for one battle. Xiang looked at the sudden increase in the incense value, and a look of joy appeared on his face. However, to Xiang's regret, another message appeared. Your two Sky Star Soul Seekers were destroyed. Heavenly Star Soul Seeker. The body has the power of the golden elixir, is not afraid of pain, and is not attacked by the soul. The moment it is activated, it will smell the target's breath and taste, or see the enemy, and will take the enemy as a hostile target and will fight to the death. After completing the task, the Heavenly Star Soul Seeker will lose its effectiveness. This thing was the puppet he had originally sent to the Li family. It was also brought back by Boss Chi from the extremist organization. This thing was developed a long time ago. Countless important figures were killed by the Tianqing Soul Seekers, so it became a contraband. But it's okay. Boss Chi is very powerful. He should be able to get it. It's just a little expensive. But this time the gains are definitely much greater than the efforts. Your family has obtained the 7th grade formation blueprint, the Bailing Bluebird Totem Formation, and obtained 9 top-grade totem instruments, the Bluebird Totem Pole. Your family has obtained the lower-grade spiritual weapon, the Wind and Fire Halberd, the Heavenly Sand Gourd, the Prisoner Red Cloud Ribbon, the Great River Dragon General Map, and the Array Talisman Carving Spiritual Pen. Obtain the 8th grade herb. War is always the best way to accumulate wealth. After this battle, Xiang could feel that the Li family would usher in an earth-shaking change. A 7th grade formation has the power to resist a Jindan level master. As for spiritual weapons, that is something that only Jindan stage masters are qualified to own. A low-grade spiritual weapon can allow a middle-stage foundation-building master to fight against a fake elixir. Only those in the Jindan stage can truly exert their power. At the beginning, the Tailan Wang family hid a low-grade spiritual weapon carefully and regarded it as a treasure of the family. 5 low-grade spiritual weapons at a time is equivalent to adding 5 fake pill masters to the Li family. There are also various elixirs, spiritual herbs, and spiritual objects, all enriching the Li family's heritage. And the spiritual stones found under the peach tree that filled a storage ring, various minerals. Get rich right away. As time speeds up, the Li family has returned to the family, and everything is fine. A group of people are crowding into the ancestral temple. Li Yunlin, a child who had not returned home for many years, looked around the family. Looking at the unfamiliar environment of the family, he, who had been hiding his inner thoughts while staying away from Tianzong, finally burst into tears. Kneel before the spirit tablet. Feeling the sense of ritual in the family and thinking of the past events in the family, he couldn't help but shed tears on the spot, just like the child crying in the ancestral temple. Grandfather, my child, I'm back. As usual, after this great battle, Li Dalong was like an old man guarding the temple in the village. There was a burst of praise, and everyone in the family became more devout and respectful. Wait until it's over. Li Yaozu looked at Li Yunlin, the grown-up child. He took a deep breath, hesitated a little, and wanted to pat Li Yunlin on the shoulder, but retracted his hand and just said something expressionlessly. Now that you're back, don't go to Li Tianzong again. Seeing this, Li Yunbing also advised his brother. That's right, big brother. This time you came out, you brought out more than a dozen disciples of Li Tianzong, as well as Elder Chili. Now they are all dead, and the Su family has also perished. If you go back again, they will definitely be suspicious. If you stay at home, what if Li Tianzong finds out? We are now backed by Yinshu Wanhai Tower, and Tailan Town is also the territory of Zuan women. That's right. Li Dalong looked at Li Yunlin with satisfaction. Grandson, although the Li Tian sect is big, the inheritance of our Li family is not ordinary. Under the protection of our ancestors, one day the Li Tian sect will have to bow to our Li family. But no matter how everyone persuaded, Li Yunlin still shook his head stubbornly. The child wants to go back to Li Tianzong. What the hell are you talking about? Li Yaozu got furious on the spot. He had raised his hand to slap Li Yunlin, but looking at Li Yunlin's stubborn eyes and thinking about how he had been estranged from the child over the years, he ultimately did not slap him. He gritted his teeth, but could not hide the pain in his eyes. In your eyes, is my Li family really inferior to Li Tian's sect? Is the identity of a direct disciple so worthy of your concern? Li Yunlin knelt down and bowed to his elders. His tone was strong. I must return to Li Tian's zone. I will always know that this is my Li Yunlin's root and the safest home. But Yunlin has already caused enough trouble to the family. Even if he dies, he will not bring the troubles of Li Tianzong back home and put the family in danger. I am a man. I remember that day when the adults of my Li family attacked Hailan Town. None of us knew whether we would win the battle. Yunbing and I were waiting at home. I kept thinking about what fourth aunt and father said to me. If no one came back, what should Yunbing and I do? From that day on, I didn't want to wait any longer, and I didn't want to let the things my mother had done weigh on my mind any longer. Hearing Li Yunlin's words, everyone in the Li family who had experienced what happened back then sighed. In fact, they all understood that both Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing were deeply troubled by what happened back then. Li Yunlin clenched his fists, his face firm. As long as I, Li Yunlin, am a man of the Li family, I will not hide like a rat. I want to face all difficulties like my grandparents, my father, my second aunt, and my fourth aunt. I also have a goal. I told my ancestors that I want to be the leader of the Li Tian sect. I want to return to the family with glory and achievements. I want to do something and make my family proud of me. I want to tell the people of Xian village that I, Li Yunlin, am worthy of being a son of the Li family. The crowd stopped trying to persuade him, and the look in their eyes towards the child was filled with admiration and pride. This is the child of their Li family. Only Li Yaotai scratched his head. Did the kid forget to praise him? I heard that my third uncle has been practicing forging for more than 10 years without giving up. I can spend several dozen or even 100 years on it. My elders, please let the child go. Li Yaotai immediately held his head high, chest puffed out, and lowered his chin high. Humph! If you want to go, then go ahead. Li Yaozu snorted coldly and turned away. Li Dalong shook his head and smiled, then helped Li Yunlin up with some worry in his eyes. Yunlin, when we go back to Li Tianzong, do you have any explanation? Have. Li Yunlin nodded, but pursed his lips and looked in the direction his father left. Li Dalong saw through Li Yunlin's thoughts and said, Your father, that brat, speaks like this. Don't blame him. The child understands. After a moment, with everyone watching, Li Yunlin headed towards Li Tianzong again. Li Yaozu suddenly came to the crowd. Looking at his son's strong back, his eyes suddenly turned red, but he couldn't suppress the smile. He was even more proud and happy than when he had mastered the swordsmanship. Yunlin has grown up and looks like me. Li Xiang could see that Li Yaozu cared about Li Yunlin, but unfortunately Li Yaozu had never been a good expressive person. However, the Li family does not need to worry about Li Yunlin's safety, because someone has already figured out a solution. Li Xiang stared at the screen. The time rate increased to the maximum. Li Yunlin had just walked out of the Li family and had not yet left the territory of Taiqing County when he was kidnapped. The Dawn Killer who came from Qingyan County knocked her descendants unconscious and took them away, passing through the Su family town in Wujua Mountain. When Li Yunlin woke up halfway, he only had a glimpse of the Su family town. A dozen demon cultivators were bombarding the town. The land was withering, and demonic energy was surging. When he still didn't understand what was going on, he was knocked unconscious again and sold to the demon cultivators. When he woke up again, Li Yunlin was already in the grass hut of the Thunderfire Demon Cave, surrounded by demon cultivators. He saw second aunt, Li Yunlin, who was tied up by a rope that suppressed his magic power, opened his eyes. What he had experienced along the way already made him confused. Looking at his second aunt Li Yaoqing, who was squatting in front of him with a smile on her face and looked the same as when he met her as a child, he felt like he was in a dream. Li Yaoqing just waved his hand. In Li Yunlin's opinion, the evil, bloodthirsty, and crazy demon cultivator actually saluted respectfully and walked out of the straw hut. While he was still wondering whether Second Aunt had secretly become a demon, Second Aunt's hand touched his head like when he was a child. Li Yunlin came to his senses a little, but his eyes were still full of confusion. Second Aunt, where is this? What happened? These demon cultivators. Li Yaoqing shook his head. Don't ask anything. Just listen to what your aunt says. As he spoke, Li Yaoqing opened a thumb-sized porcelain bottle, pinched Li Yunlin's mouth open, and poured purple liquid medicine into it. In an instant, Li Yunlin's already confused eyes turned white, and his consciousness began to appear when he and Elder Chili attacked the Su family in Wujua Mountain. Li Yaoqing's devilish whisper came to my ears. Because you were assassinated by a killer, and you searched for the killer many times, you found out that it was an assassin sent by the Su family at the request of Elder Qiu Yi. So you were furious and tried every means to remove Elder Qiu Yi's minions. Is that correct? Li Yunlin nodded unconsciously. Yes, that's right. That was a room. Elder Qiu Yi took you to meet the assassin from the county city. There were beauties, tables, and spiritual tea in the room. You and the assassin discussed the matter of destroying the Su family. Is that right? In this unconscious state, an exact picture appeared in Li Yunlin's mind based on Li Yaoqing's words. Yes. Do you remember what you said? The killers asked you for the price. Their eyes were cold, greedy, and cunning. I remember now. That's it. You led the sect's Elder Qiu Yi and assassins to attack the Su family, but you didn't expect that the Su family was well prepared. At the critical moment, a group of demon cultivators suddenly appeared and rescued you, but they turned around and killed your sect disciples with the assassins you hired. The killers sold you to the demon cultivators. It turned out that they had long been interested in your qualifications. You were brought to the Thunderfire Demon Cave, intending to sell you to a big shot deep in the Thunderfire Demon Cave to possess your body. Halfway through, you were rescued by a righteous man from the Demon Subduing League, and then, seeing Li Yunlin nodding repeatedly, Li Yaoqing became more and more excited and jumped up on the spot. Then the so-called righteous man had evil thoughts, and you were sold again. He was sold to a female demon cultivator who practiced the Huan Gong. The demon cultivator wanted to borrow your seed. 10 minutes later, 4 female demon cultivators took Li Yunlin away. Li Yunlin, who was tied up, opened his eyes and saw the situation clearly. He had a blank expression on his face. In fact, I already know everything in my heart. I am just borrowing seeds. Thinking back on this trip to the Su family and the experience of being resold several times, I can only wait until I am of use and escape from this cave of thunder and fire, and then think about the future. Thinking of this, Li Yunlin clenched his teeth, closed his eyes resigned to his fate, and thought to himself that things in the world are just like this. Just let it go. See what a silent lone wolf means? This guy is still trying to survive. Watching the situation Li Yunlin encountered in the game, Li Xiang wiped his face vigorously and remained silent for a long time. Soon, 2 elders from the Li Tian sect came upon hearing the news. He shouted, "How dare you, you bold demon cultivator, capture my Li Tian sect's true teachings," and rescued Li Yunlin. Your descendant Li Yunlin returned to the sect and was asked by Taoist Xiang about the cause of the incident. He told the reasons one by one. The many elders of Li Tian's sect did not see any signs of him lying. The Supreme Elder's nascent soul came out of his body, but he did not find it unusual. People were sent to the Su family in Wujua Mountain to check, and they also saw the demonic energy surging. There was also a message from Qingyun County. The assassin came at a coincidence, and the demon cave was also like this. Because Li Yunlin secretly took the elders and disciples of the sect out to kill people and destroy the sect, Taoist Xiang was furious and punished him, ordering Li Yunlin not to leave the sect for 50 years and forcing him to face the wall on the cliff for 10 days. Xiang Taoist knew that Elder Qiu Yi had sent someone to assassinate Li Yunlin, but he was unmoved. He just glanced at the two of them meaningfully. When he saw Elder Qiu Yi kneeling down to beg for mercy, his cold eyes suddenly flashed. He just smiled and sentenced him to 20 years of imprisonment in the dungeon. 2 more days passed. Li Yunlin, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt something, and memories flooded into his mind. His expression gradually became complicated, with a mixture of relief, admiration, gratitude, and a bit of inexplicable shame and anger. Finally, alone in the cliff of reflection, he roared out what he had suppressed in his heart. "Ah!" After a moment, he smiled numbly. As expected of Fourth Ant, she has thought of everything. Those assassins should have been sent by Fourth Ant. I only heard that Fourth Ant had arrived in Qingyun County, but I didn't expect that Fourth Ant already has such power. Did she break through to Wenxiu? Fourth Ant would definitely not do such a boring thing. The monks in the demon cave were used by Second Ant. In addition, when I left the family to join the Li Tian sect, Second Ant scolded me. She has a strong desire for revenge. You are so young, yet you are still so childish. After saying this, Li Yunlin just looked indifferent, thinking it was just a small matter. It was not until a few days later, when he was practicing at night, that he suddenly opened his eyes. Then he skillfully took out the ancestral tablet, knelt on the ground with a plop, and his words were full of grievance and bitterness. "Grandfather, my child, please take care of my second aunt." Well, the kid's safety is guaranteed. Yaoqing and Yaowen really didn't let me down. This matter is watertight. Obviously, he also knew that Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen had already sent people to prepare for the post-war cleanup. Saw Li Yunlin telling tales. Li Xiang quickly changed the scene with a look that said, "Don't beg me. I can't do anything about it, and I don't want to do anything about it. Just consider yourself unlucky." He smiled secretly. Li Xiang cut the scene to the Li family. After obtaining a large amount of resources, the family began to develop rapidly again. Your descendant Li Dalong lies in the straight death heaven coffin. This time he brings 3 lower-grade spiritual weapons and vows to break through the restrictions of the second level of the straight death heaven coffin. Su Tsuehua took 2 golden pills and tried to see if she could use them to replace the Demon King's blood pill. 2,000 foxes gathered around her cave. During the battle with the Su family, Li Yaozu obtained nearly 200 enemy swords. He inserted the swords near the place where he practiced, and he called it the Sword Tomb. Practicing near the Sword Tomb will increase your sword skills comprehension by 10%. Soon the game time changed again. 4 years of the Li family. Your family has grown by 2 members. Give birth again. A look of joy appeared on Li Xiang's face. Look at the list of family members in the upper right corner. 4th generation, 11. However, Li Xiang rarely paid attention to new members anymore. After all, there were too many children born in Li Yaohe's lineage. Not only him, but even Li Dalong and his wife were estranged from their descendants 3 generations apart, and they would only pay a little attention to them unless they were truly outstanding members. Then it must be Li Tianyi, the pride of the Li family. That guy is not only talented but also very hardworking. He is even busier than the head of the family, Li Yunbing. Every day he has to look after his 10 younger brothers and sisters, and rush to the teacher in Jian village to learn cultural courses and music theory, meditate to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and practice martial arts, a true master of time management. However, it is expected that we cannot take care of all members. As the Li family grew older, they saw how other families operated, and they also understood that their descendants would increase in number, which was the inevitable result of human reproduction. At the same time, it was also the key to the family's strength. Only when there is enough bloodline continuation can they safely hand over the business that cannot be taken care of outside the family residence to their descendants. Moreover, the qualifications of descendants are also uneven. Having more descendants will increase the probability of giving birth to descendants with extraordinary qualifications. This is also the reason why large families have tens of thousands or even more members. The increase in offspring also represents the real growth of the Li family. And start entering the next stage. When the 4th generation of children grow up, we can control Taiqing County step by step. Li Xiang smiled slightly. The Li family could never leave Tailin town because even if they controlled other places, there were no people guarding them. He controlled his thoughts. Then he turned his attention to the head of the family, Li Yunbing. Your descendant, Li Yunbing, is watering the blood spirit fruit tree. It is digesting a large amount of blood, and its roots are spreading and expanding. It is also beginning to undergo some changes. This will take a long time. The formation obtained from the Su family is looking for materials to be engraved on the blood spirit fruit tree. Li Yaodai is forging more spirit puppets. A large amount of herbs has been delivered to your descendant, Li Yaoqing. She is so happy that she is spinning around, knowing that it must be a reward from the ancestors, and is expressing her gratitude to you. Under the leadership of Li Yunbing, the Li family developed in an orderly manner. Moreover, the Li family now has no external enemies. Although the 2 wars are still going on, the situation in Taiqing County is slowly calming down, and this is clearly recorded in the special events column. As the 2 sects fought each other, the resources of Taiqing County were gradually divided up by the forces of Xuanwu sect and Litian sect, and all the forces chose to take sides. Because 2 of the Li Tian sect's Jinan elders died in succession, they began to retreat and defend. Then the previously chaotic Taiqing County is worthless. Tailin Town is originally a rural area, and no one would fight here at the worst. I might as well break through there. Li Xiang licked his lips. Jinan stage. He had wanted to break through for a long time, and this time in the battle with the Su family, he seemed to be a little obsessed with powerful strength. Besides, if he doesn't break through, there's nothing he can do. The most he can do is watch the Li family slowly digest what they've gained this time. You are using the ancestral moment. It is detected that you are in the fake Dan realm, and 1,000 incense points are consumed every year. Do you want to enter? Xiang clicked yes without hesitation. The next moment, his eyes turned white and his consciousness fell into chaos. Oh, coming in again. Entering the game world again. A trace of nostalgia flashed across Xiang's face. He had just entered the game world an hour ago, but he actually felt as if he was in another world. And this time is very different from before. Last time he was a ball of black mist, and I could only see a ball of black mist, but now he is a solid entity. He finally felt the fresh air of this world, the spiritual energy that was many times more powerful than that on Earth, and the real people. Even the big guy in front of me. This guy was 2 meters tall and looked like a bull. The clanking sound of his dark red armor was so clear and pleasant to the ears. He seemed to have nothing to do, so he was just walking around with big strides, picking his nose while strolling. He recognized this boy, Yunlin, a fool who spoke without thinking. Just as he was about to raise his fist to hit him, Xiang was stunned. Yunlin's body passed through his body. I can't select it and I can't attack it. Yunlin is in the foundation building stage, and at the very least he can sense the existence of ghosts. In other words, I'm not even a spirit body, and I can only exist in a specific range in this world, and then absorb spiritual energy to break through. Xiang suddenly understood. No wonder it took so much incense points to enter the world to fight for 5 minutes. But in this world, there are only 1,000 in a year. Even, Xiang looked into the distance and saw a circle formed within 10,000 meters of the ancestral temple. He felt that he could not get out of the circle. There's a reason why it's cheap. Xiang didn't mind either. He let out a long breath and walked to the blood spirit fruit tree to meditate, which made Xiang more certain of his guess. When the mist body descended before, the most excited thing was the blood spirit fruit tree, which had a certain contract with the spirit position, but now the blood spirit fruit tree had no sense at all. I have existed in this world for a year, and only an hour has passed outside. My skills are already amazing, so there is no need to worry about it anymore. Xiang didn't think about it anymore. All of a sudden, he began to break through with his eyes closed. It is easiest to break through the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. As long as the spiritual roots reach more than 60 points, they will be able to accommodate enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, suddenly break through the acupoints in the body, turn the Dantian into a Dantian Qi Si, obtain Dan Fire, and begin to wash away the impurities in the body, undergo a transformation in qualifications, and even discard fragile and redundant spiritual roots. The reason why the previous members of the Li family were able to break through the foundation building stage one by one despite their ordinary qualifications was because they had eaten Li Xiang's Tianji Buling pill, which was basically a ticket to break through the foundation building stage. Otherwise, it would not be called a miracle drug in the real world. The breakthrough takes a long time because they need to gather enough spiritual energy in their spiritual roots in order to break through to the optimal level. The process is complicated and even requires repeated deductions. The realm that comes after that will be like crossing a chasm. From the initial stage of foundation building to the peak of foundation building, it is the process of condensing the Dantian Qi Si into a pill, and at the same time the spiritual power will become more condensed and powerful. After becoming a pill, it is refined with pill fire, and it is a fake pill during the refining period. At the same time, the golden elixirs being tempered at this time also have different strengths. The process requires engraving one's own magic skills and martial arts on the golden elixir. The more complete the engraving is, the more powerful the magic skills and martial arts are, and the higher the quality of the golden elixir is. There are 3 grades of elixir: heaven, earth, and man. These 3 grades of elixir are related to the amount of mana that the golden elixir can store in the future, the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the speed of performing magic skills, and other innate conditions. The stronger the elixir fire formed by the spiritual roots, the easier it is to forge the golden elixir. Xiang also heard that when smelting the golden elixir, if there is an understanding of heaven and earth, the golden elixir can even surpass the 3rd grade and go one step further. Like the previous Elder Qiuli, his golden elixir was an earth-grade elixir, so he could easily fight against 3 golden elixirs on his own. At this time, Xiang was refining fake pills. Inside his Dantian, one could see blazing flames, and the yin-yang fish pattern became his cushion. The yin-yang diagram is his most powerful martial art, which is much more powerful than the Mirage Tianzong step. It is also the martial art that he wants to engrave on the fake pill. Xiang has big ambitions. He is still young. If he cannot engrave the yin-yang diagram before the end of his life, then he will spend another year engraving this rubbish and live a life of waste. Either be the leader or the tail of the turtle. This is his outlook on life. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the golden core stage long ago. As Xiang forged the fruit, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth attracted by the yin-yang fish diagram gathered where the blood spirit fruit tree was and coincided with the breakthrough of his golden elixir. In just 1 year, the spiritual energy becomes more and more powerful. This incident did not escape the eyes of the Li family. Li Tianyi, who was already 11 years old, ran with another child of his 6th uncle in his arms to where Li Yunbing was handling family affairs, with a look of joy on his face. Second uncle, the Ancestor, appeared. What? Li Yunbing was overjoyed. He had always asked the old Ancestor for help when he was unsure about something, but the old Ancestor had not responded to him for a year. Quick, take me to see it. Soon, Li Yunbing followed Li Tianyi to the blood spirit fruit tree. The branches of the blood spirit fruit tree reached high into the sky. The members of the Leaf family who had been in seclusion had unexpectedly already broken out and gathered together, all looking ahead with surprise. Because the spiritual energy from the fluorescent dots where the blood spirit fruit tree was located had almost condensed into substance. They remembered the yin-yang fish diagram that their ancestors had used before. That kind of aura was very contradictory, with extreme yin on the left and extreme yang on the right, forming a world of its own. And at this time, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth gathered together. If you look closely while building the foundation, you can see the 5 elements of light forming a pentagram that covers the blood spirit fruit tree, and the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements of true energy is becoming more and more obvious. Everyone in the Leaf family can feel it. Practicing here will achieve twice the result with half the effort. I see, Li Dalong exclaimed, startling almost everyone. He grabbed Li Yunbing's shoulders in ecstasy. Yunbing, you came to me a few months ago and said that you couldn't contact the Ancestor. Is that true or not? Yeah, year. Li Yunbing nodded blankly. The Ancestor is right here. Li Dalong stared at the sky above the light column, his eyes reddened. I understand. That should be the legendary fairyland. The Ancestor is an immortal, and the last time he descended to the mortal world with a wisp of spirit, he couldn't exist for too long. He saw that we couldn't defeat the Su family with our own strength, and we didn't have a golden elixir, so he specially found a place to communicate with us from the fairy world, and transmitted his understanding of the 5 elements to us to help us practice. That's why we can't feel the presence of our ancestors in the ancestral temple. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Leaf family fell silent. Everyone in the Leaf family had red eyes. So that's why. No wonder the Leaf family had such strange phenomena in heaven and earth. After hearing this, they understood. Ancestor, I am sorry for making you worry. I will live up to your expectations and practice hard. In an instant, Li Dalong and the Leaf family members took out the spirit tablets from their arms and sat down to practice in the directions that suited their own spiritual roots. Xiang lowered his eyes, looking at the members of the Leaf family sitting down beside him to meditate one by one, and then placing his spirit tablet in front of them one by one. Everyone could not suppress their piety. When the family members arrived, they had already disturbed him. He was even startled when Li Dalong shouted, "The Ancestor is right here." Turn out to be, what on earth are you imagining? Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He even admired Li Dalong's train of thought. But Xiang was also somewhat happy. When he came here, he would occasionally visit his descendants and grandchildren. Now that everyone was gathered together, he had a feeling of being a happy family. Although it was a bit strange to have so many people accompany me in seclusion, it was not unacceptable. Tablets were placed on the ground, and a group of people were meditating with their eyes closed. The operation was a bit shady, but it was harmless, especially when a transparent light blue prompt appeared in front of me. It was like a pop-up window in a game. Your descendants have felt the blessings you brought from the heavens. They can sense your efforts and are moved to tears. Congratulations, you have received 2,000 incense. The Leaf family obtains group traits, the grace of the ancestors. In order to live up to your expectations, your people will increase their cultivation speed by 20% and their understanding by 10% in the place where the spiritual energy you attract gathers. The moment the pop-up window appears, Xiang suddenly felt his mind clear, and even the fire that was forging the elixir burned more vigorously. His eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Even if he is an illusory existence in this world, it seems that he can be judged. After all, he is the ancestor of the Leaf family. In the 65th year of the Leaf family, you engrave the skill, the first level of Yin-Yang diagram, heaven, earth, and human world on the fake pill, and the progress reached 10%. At the same time, you are also comprehending the second level, the 5 elements of heaven and earth. You observe the cultivation of the 4th generation of descendants with mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements and discover that their spiritual roots are incompatible with water and fire. You realize that the 5 elements are mutually generated. Your progress is 5%. After the second year of practice, Xiang opened his eyes again, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. He discovered that having these descendants practicing cultivation around him brought more benefits than he had imagined. In the center, he can feel the spiritual root cultivation methods of his descendants, and what he lacks most in cultivating the second level of his yin-yang spiritual roots is the understanding of the 5 elements. Now I am slowly finding the way. He is growing up with his descendants. Your descendant Li Dalong observed the intergeneration and mutual restraint of the 5 elements, and suddenly realized something. His gold and wood spiritual roots began to grow, and the spiritual energy in his Dantian Qi Si condensed, breaking through the peak of foundation building. Haha, Ancestor, the dragon is made. I thought it would take 10 years to reach the peak of foundation building, but I didn't expect that I would be able to break through in just 1 year. The old Ancestor is indeed extraordinary. Xiang opened his eyes slightly. He was also happy for Li Dalong. Soon he closed his eyes again. 6-7 years of the Li family. You see the 5 elements of your descendants. The progress of the 5 elements of heaven and earth is 15%. Your descendants practice together, gathering a large amount of spiritual energy. Being gathered by your 5 elements spiritual energy, the practice speed is increased by 5%, and the progress of forging the first level of skills reaches 20%. As he practiced forging, Xiang became more and more skilled. Everyone in the Li family also continued to practice near him. Li Dalong even moved the heavenly death coffin over and simply lay in the coffin to practice. Plus, there are memorial tablets all over the place. It looks weird no matter how you look at it. Li Yunbing has important things to do every day. He comes and goes and leaves and comes again. The same is true for many other people, especially Li Yaotai. This guy moved the forging table over, and in order not to disturb others' practice, he let the blood spirit fruit tree form a soundproof magic circle for him. As soon as Xiang opened his eyes, he could see him swinging a sledgehammer to forge iron, with sparks flying everywhere. Over time, Xiang also saw the magnificent buildings being built all over the Li family's place. It rained and snowed in the sky, and the sun rose and set. Although it seemed like the descendants of the Li family were in 2 different dimensions, everyone at this time was enduring the changes in the weather. The blood spirit fruit tree grows taller every year, just like the children of the Li family. Everything about the Li family came into view, and he actually started to watch it all without closing his eyes. You are observing the 5 elements of heaven and earth, which are actually closely related to the operation of things. You understand that people can stand on the earth, people can control gold and fire, people and plants grow, and the 4 seasons are in people. You begin to integrate into the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 70th anniversary of the Li family. The grand ceremony begins. During this year's grand sacrifice, all members of the Li family worship directly on the spot and offer the same offerings. He still clicked yes. At the end of the grand ceremony, he closed his eyes. The speed of refining the golden elixir is faster than ever before. Even the 5 elements of heaven and earth on the second layer of the yin-yang diagram began to be engraved on the golden elixir. Congratulations, you have an epiphany. You have realized the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Humans are under the 5 elements of heaven and earth, are influenced by them, and can also control their power. You have felt the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Your heaven, earth, and human world have been engraved, and your heaven, earth, and 5 elements are beginning to be engraved. In this grand sacrifice, the descendants of the Li family offered more than just sacrifices. He felt it, his golden elixir. It will be unprecedented. 79 years of the Li family. The sky was clear and the air was bright. The blood spirit fruit tree was already 30 meters tall, and many spirit beasts from the silver iron forest were jumping on its thick branches. As the roots of the blood spirit fruit tree spread further and further, Yunlin and the Li family had long become indistinguishable from each other, and the Pig Demon King could also transform into a smaller size and enter the leaf family. There are also many members of the leaf family meditating under the tree, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A wall has been built around it, with formations carved on it. During this period of time, this place has become the leaf family's top secret. But they didn't notice. Their ancestors' faces were numb due to the erosion of time. 15 years. God knows how I managed to get through it. If it weren't for these descendants by my side, I would have gone crazy long ago. Xiang rubbed his head vigorously. He really didn't know how those people who would seclude themselves for hundreds of years managed to survive. He now missed the time when he sat in front of the computer screen and played games, and also missed the braised pork made by Yunlin. Although he knew that only 15 hours had passed on the main body of the earth, he still felt lonely. Xiang stresha. There was still a glow in his dantian. He estimated that it would take another few years to completely complete the depiction of the golden elixir technique. Right at this moment, a voice sounded beside him, and the coffin of the heavenly death opened instantly, and the disheveled Li Dalong crawled out of the coffin. Li Dalong is already 99 years old, but he still looks simple and honest. Tom has made him look more stable. But at this moment, he is like crazy, laughing nonstop, and waking up the people who are in seclusion around him. Haha. Ancestor, the dragon has become a dragon. It has reached the second level of the heavenly coffin of death. After dying again and again, the child has opened it. What? When everyone happily surrounded Li Dalong, Xiang also went over to join in the fun. He was also very happy. The Death Sky coffin was definitely the most precious treasure of the Leaf family. Just the first level already had the ability to refine zombies and flying zombies, allowing the descendants of the Leaf family to practice magic and martial arts to a very high level without years of training. Over the years, Xiang watched the descendants of the Leaf family lie in, and when each person came out, their combat power had improved. Then a light blue screen appeared in front of the death coffin. Entering the game world in the way of Ancestor moment gives you a complete sense of déjà vu from a VR god's perspective. Your descendant, Li Dalong, is attacking the end of the second level of the straight death heaven coffin. Obtain the identity of the second level coffin owner. He obtained a legacy left by the previous coffin master Shenwu. Straight death pill? I fuck. Li Xiang's facial musculas wisha sharply. Looking at Li Dalong, who was communicating with his family, Li Xiang felt a little envious. If I had known that there was such an inheritance on the second floor of the death-directing heavenly coffin, why would I have worked so hard to forge the golden elixir? Inheritance of the death-straightening golden pill. The inheritor will have the power of the heavenly coffin constantly nurture his fake elixir, which will become a heavenly golden elixir. The direct death golden elixir contains the divine power of destiny. The golden elixir has 3 lives and can transform into 3 golden elixirs in one lifetime. 2 of them can be hidden elsewhere. If the golden elixir is retained, the body can be reshaped and revived. An inner profound level magic technique. Soul-catching natural disaster formation technique. Use the souls of the dead. Use this as a magic array and fight against the souls of the dead. In other words, Li Dalong doesn't have to do anything. He just needs to lie in the coffin and wait for the warmth of the coffin, and he will be fed mouthful by mouthful of the heavenly golden elixir with miraculous effects. Li Dalong instantly became the strongest fighter in the Leaf family, with 3 lives. That's good. A golden elixir will appear in my Leaf family soon. Li Xiang grinat. It's just envy. After 15 years of practice in making elixirs, his elixir should be stronger than this heavenly grade elixir. After the tribesmen were excited, Li Yunbing smiled and said, "That's great, Grandpa. When you become a golden elixir, our family will truly become a golden elixir family." Li Xiang looked at Li Yunbing, who is now 49 years old. Time is really a butcher's knife. He still remembers that Li Yunbing was a simple kid who was deceived again and again. His innocent heart made him a fool for a long time. Even when he succeeded as the head of the family, he was still a young man. His wisdom did not change his innocent eyes. But now Li Yunbing has gradually neglected his cultivation due to his busy schedule. Even though Li Xiang's breakthrough to the golden elixir caused strange phenomena in the world, it only allowed him to break through to the middle stage of foundation building a few years ago. Time has wiped away the ignorance in his expression, leaving him with a more calm and peaceful look. His face, which used to be young and handsome, has now become that of a middle-aged man. He has a long goatee and many more wrinkles on his face. His long, neatly tied hair is dotted with strands of silver. She looks older than Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua, who are nearly 100 years old. This kid works hard every day, running around for the Li family all day long. It seems that he bears all the white hair and wrinkles on the head for everyone in the Li family. Opening Li Yunbing's historical information, Li Xiang also saw his hard work over the past 15 years. Starting from the 65th year of the Li family, Li Yunbing has distributed the large amount of resources brought from the Su family and made plans for their digestion. The powerful strength of his family made him no longer satisfied with the status quo. He knew that in order for his family to become a superior existence, he had to do more to live up to the expectations and trust of his elders. Desire crept into his heart, and his mind gradually became filled with conspiracy and intrigue, and he no longer had any mercy in the face of killing. The trait innocent heart begins to gradually deteriorate, gaining a new trait. Ambitious to obtain traits. Tyrant. Power is the most powerful thing that can change a person. Li Yunbing's innocent heart can give him a very high level of comprehension, but it can also lead him to another extreme. From a pure heart, he became a hero. Li Xiang Siga. Everyone was practicing, and all the pressure of the family was placed on Li Yunbing. Maybe if Li Yunbing hadn't become the head of the family, things would have been different. He might be very happy and grow up carefree in the Li family, continue to be stupid all his life, not fighting with others, and ignore those conspiracies and tricks. And, as everyone in the Li family was in seclusion, Li Yunbing had almost no time to rest. Members of the Black Blood Hall, 500 people. The strongest is at the initial stage of foundation building, and the weakest is at the 5th level of Qi refining. Spiritual Medicine Garden, 3 9th-grade pharmacists and 100 medicine boys. Planting 21 kinds of 8th-grade spiritual medicines and more than 100 kinds of 9th-grade spiritual medicines. Spiritual Beast Academy, 200 breeders, 2 beast masters. Alchemy Pavilion, for alchemists and 50 apprentices. Book Collection Pavilion, 5 formation masters, 7 talisman masters, 1 musician. All the forces within the family are controlled by Li Yunbing, except for the Forging Pavilion, which is still dominated by Li Yaodai. It was he who, step by step, built the Li family into a qualified foundation-building family during these 15 years, enriching the family's foundation in all aspects. Cloud Soldiers. Su Tsuehua is getting younger and younger now. Even the loose black robe can't hide her exquisite figure. Standing next to Li Dalong, she looks like an old cow eating young grass. She touched her grandson's head and felt distressed when she saw his appearance. We won't be the head of the family anymore. Let Tianyi be the head. Li Yaozu, who was carrying a sword box on his back, also felt sorry for the child and nodded. Yes, Yunbing, you have been the head of the family for many years, so you should step down. Tianyi can also take charge on his own. How could he not feel distressed as a father? Look at Li Yaozu, who has been practicing swordsmanship for many years and is getting younger and younger. He is at the peak of foundation building and looks like a young man. When he stands with his second son, Li Yunbing, it is hard to tell who is the father and who is the son. Li Tianyi, who was standing nearby, was so frightened that his eyes widened. This boy is really good-looking, a real handsome man. He has a flute on his waist, and you can tell he is an elegant man. Over the years, the Li family has more and more children, and they have begun to grow up, but the 26-year-old Li Tianyi is still the undisputed number 1 of the 4th generation of the Li family. With his own strength, he not only suppressed the 4th generation of the Li family, but also made all the young talents in Taiqing County unable to compare with him. It was just that although this kid was nagging, he was naturally quiet, which was unknown to outsiders. When he heard his great-grandmother and great-grandfather asking him to be the head of the family, he almost ran away from home. No, don't let me be the head of the family. Li Tianyi gritted his teeth. I can't do it. To be honest, I'm a scumbag. I like to rob houses. The flower-stealing thief that people talk about is me. I even have quirks. I have a preference for both men and women. If I become the head of the family, the reputation of our Li family will be ruined. Yes, that's right. After becoming the head of the family, I will use my power to bully others. Ha ha ha. I have long had my eyes on a little princess from a Jinan family. When I become the head of the family, that girl will be in big trouble. After laughing with his hands on his waist, Li Tianyi saw that the elders were still smiling, and his smile gradually disappeared. My child's old illness has relapsed. He closed his eyes and simply lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, none of his elders paid any attention to his mischief. Li Yunbing smiled and said, Grandpa, Grandma, Father, before the family has a suitable candidate, I will not feel at ease to hand over the family affairs to these young people." After hearing this, no one tried to persuade him anymore. "Oh, the great-grandfather is taking his great-grandson out to play." A joyful voice sounded, and looking into the distance, one saw a small black pig the size of a person, running around with a 1-year-old child on its back, becoming more and more joyful. "In a few years, the spirit pond that my great-grandfather cast in the Silver Iron Forest will be ready, and then my children will be able to grow up quickly. Aha! Who else could it be but the Pig Demon King?" As for that kid, Xiang glanced at the list of family members. The fourth-generation descendants: Li Tianyi, Li Tianshuang, Li Tianqi. Total number of people: 36. Fifth-generation member: 1 person. Over the past 15 years, the fourth-generation members have gradually grown up, and some have even gotten married and had children. As the family develops, every 20 to 30 years, a new generation will appear. These children have different talents, but under the protection of the Li family, they are all growing up healthily, but they have rarely experienced any major storms, and even those who have special characteristics are rare. Even the most outstanding Li Tianyi, although he has reached the foundation-building stage at the age of 26, cannot have the same rich life experience as the previous 3 generations. It is obviously not safe to let the fourth-generation member be the patriarch. Soon after everyone congratulated Li Dalong, they started to go back to their own business. Li Tianyi then stood up. Under Li Xiang's gaze, the boy walked to a corner and patted his chest. "If I escaped a disaster, I'm busy enough. You let me be the head of the family. That's all." Li Tianyi rolled his eyes, took out a piece of black cloth from his ring, and covered his face with it. He squinted his eyes, and his laughter became more and more unbridled. "Then how can I have time to do what I want to do?" Dressed in black, Li Tianyi flew into the air with his sword. Li Xiang's motuisha. He remembered what Li had just said. He had the habit of robbing houses, stealing jade, and stealing fragrances. He thought this guy was trying to shirk responsibility before, but now, my descendant Li Tianyi, is he really a pervert? Seeing Li Tianyi transformed into a night demon and left home, Li Xiang quickly opened Li Tianyi's historical event column. "I was afraid that there would be another pervert who would bring disgrace to the family." At the age of 12, Li Tianyi reached the 6th level of qi refining. He studied in a private school and was interested in music theory. At the age of 15, he became more serious and responsible when helping his uncles and aunts take care of their children. Because the parents were not good at taking care of children, he was like a father to them for many years. He had the characteristic of being a nagging brother, always able to correct the mistakes of his brothers and sisters by nagging. When brothers and sisters are in danger, their combat power increases by 50%. At the age of 18, through the family's vigorous training, he obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Because the second uncle was in charge of the family business, only outstanding descendants would get more resources. He distributed the large amount of resources he obtained to his younger brothers and sisters, and he got the least resources. However, he still reached the peak of qi refining with his extraordinary talent and began to retreat. At the age of 21, Li Tianyi broke through the barriers. Although due to family reasons, he was like a nagging old man, his brothers and sisters were always afraid of his nagging. But in fact, he was a quiet person, and he liked quiet music theory the most. Under the education of the musicians in the library, he got a career musician. 25 years old, still taking care of his grown-up brothers and sisters, and gradually participating in the family business, and received a reward from his second uncle, a low-grade spiritual weapon, De Halongjian. There are no perverted incidents, and the profession is very elegant. Li Xiang scratched his head, judging from historical events. Although Li Tianyi had not encountered any special events since he was a child, and he was also very well-behaved, he had never done anything strange. He really couldn't figure out why this guy went out wearing a mask. The most troublesome thing about Ancestor moment is that he cannot see exactly what happened to them from his descendants. No wonder Li Xiang is worried about this. In the past 15 years, a pervert has appeared among his descendants. Fourth-generation member Li Tianming, father Li Yunjia. At the age of 8, hid it from his family. When he saw that the family's monster was cute, he strangled it to death. Acquired trait, born a bad seed. His IQ is different from that of ordinary people, and he does things flawlessly. His talent will increase as he grows older and does more evil things. It is also easier for him to obtain traits and opportunities. At the age of 9, he became more and more obsessed with the pleasure of killing monsters. In order to prevent his family from discovering that something was wrong with him, he slowly figured out how to hide himself. 11 years old, In the past 2 years, he has only killed a few cute creatures. He can no longer bear the desire in his heart and is no longer satisfied with killing monsters. He began to plan to kill people, taking advantage of the good opportunity to attend the Qingping Gu family's birthday banquet with his family. He drowned a girl of the same age in the Qingping Gu family. No one doubted what he did. Acquired trait, killing pleasure. After killing someone, he always gets a certain degree of improvement. At the age of 13, he watched his brother Li Tianyi becoming more and more favored, and he was jealous and envious. In just a few hours, he had already thought of 12 ways to kill his brother. However, when he was about to implement his plan and deliberately get injured, he saw Li Tianyi gently wiping his wounds and anxiously looking for elixirs for him, and he finally gave up the idea of killing his brother. At the age of 15, he was increasingly unable to suppress his inner malice. Just when he was about to attack other family members again, Li Yaowen, who was far away in Qingyun County, discovered his secret, and he was imprisoned by the family. Under the disappointed eyes of his family, and looking at his brother, Li Tianyi's painful expression, he cried and confessed for the first time in the lonely dungeon. Acquired trait, brother's vigilance. He finally understood that family members cannot be killed. Only outsiders can be killed. He will take Li Tianyi as his goal and no longer let his brother down. He hopes to be forgiven by his brother and family, and his cultivation speed will increase by 10%. At the age of 18, after 3 years of planning, Li Tianming was able to obtain the resources brought to him by Li Tianyi even in the dungeon and break through the 7th level of qi refining. One night, after 2 years of planning, he escaped from the dungeon and left the family. This is the perversion of the Li family. His intelligence is no less than Li Tianyi's, and Li Tianming's appearance is as innocent as Li Yunbing's back then. Li Xiang has seen this boy many times, but didn't find anything unusual about him. Latest news. Li Xiang clicked on the portraits of his family members. 19-year-old Li Tianming entered Qingyun County and became a teacher. The legend of the eldest brother killer appeared in Qingyun County. All the brothers who were not good to their younger brothers and sisters would be killed. At the age of 20, due to his extraordinary aptitude, he reached the peak of qi refining and became the son-in-law of a Jindan family. A moment of silence for that Jindan family. Li Xiang had a strange expression on his face, and Li Tianyi probably had no idea that he almost died at the hands of Li Tianming. Although Li Tianming was a bit abnormal, Li Xiang still admired him to some extent. No matter how bad this guy was, he had to admire his intelligence. He had done so many bad things in the family and killed people in the Gu family without anyone noticing. That is Li Yaowen. No one else can deal with Li Tianming. As for the other descendants, there were no outstanding ones, but there were no abnormal ones either. They all practiced in an orderly manner and obeyed the orders of Li Yunbing and Li Tianyi. Okay, even if we have to rob houses and steal jade and perfume, it's better than Tianming. Thinking of Li Tianming, Li Xiang suddenly felt that Li Tianyi walking in the night in black was actually nothing. Soon, the 80-year Li family sacrifice was over with the same sacrifices. Now the Li family has 6 beast blood fruit trees, and another 300 blood fruits were sacrificed. Li Xiang estimated that there were a lot of resources piled up in his room now. And this time, there's something special. The blood spirit fruit tree finally blossomed and bore fruit, and its fruit was even bigger. There were 50 in total, all the size of a fist, emitting a deep red color, but extremely sweet. 8th grade spiritual medicine, blood spirit fruit. Each pill has 1,500 points of spiritual energy. After taking it, there is a slight chance of increasing the spiritual root value by 1 point. A divine object, Li Xiang Grinat. The blood spirit fruit tree finally blossomed, and the blood spirit fruit it produced was very powerful. That was that 1 point of spiritual root. No matter whether it is Li Xiang's Tianji Bulingdan or the Jinlingsin developed by Li Yaoqing, as well as the Shilling with Tulingwan, Mulingfin or Healing developed one by one later, only one can be taken in a lifetime. The blood spirit fruit can be taken indefinitely. In other words, as long as there are enough blood spirit fruits, even if the probability of improving spiritual roots is low, a person's spiritual roots can be fully eaten up. Of course, Li Xiang dare not even think about this level of luxury. Time flies. At this time, Li Xiang's golden elixir was almost completed. 3 years of the Li family. Li Xiang has started walking around, waiting for the golden elixir in his dantian to slowly complete. The Li family has more and more children. The fertility of the 7 sons of the Iron Gate is rare in the world. Their children have inherited their genes of liking to reproduce, and they start to get married after they reach adulthood. However, they got married because of Li Yunbing's urging. Because Li Yunbing felt that only with enough members could the conditions for the descendants of the Li family to establish branches in various towns in Taiqing County be met. The most delighted one was undoubtedly the Pig Demon King. Every day, she would carry her child on her back and run around Li's house and Yunlin. Why didn't I see the Pig Demon King today? Li Xiang fronut. It had been almost 20 years, and the guy he had seen the most was the Pig Demon King. This famous Demon King had been the same for years, either carrying children on both sides or on his way to carry children. But he is the Demon King after all, and he is very busy after frequently going in and out of the Li family. It seems that he wants to cast a spiritual pool in the Yintai forest so that the children of the Li family can bathe in it from an early age so that they can grow up and gain strength. It seems that he is really dissatisfied with the figures of these descendants whose figures are gradually not as good as those of the 7 sons of Iron Gate. This old pig likes tall and mighty babies the most. As he was thinking, a dark aura emerged from the death coffin. On the heavenly death coffin, he could feel that this kid Li Dalong, because he had inherited the heavenly pill, was about to have the elixir forged. Boo! 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 While strolling around the Li family, seeing that the Li family had already built magnificent buildings and the city walls were 10 meters high, and that the villagers of Xian village were all taking care of the spiritual fields, and were happy about the expansion of the family, a series of sharp voices rang out from the silver iron forest. Everyone in the Li family looked in the direction of Yunlin, and Li Xiang also glanced sideways. Suddenly, a 3-tailed fox appeared in the sky, and there was a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. Li Xiang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly ran over to watch. Looking into the distance, I saw a large number of foxes gathered in a circle and worshipping, and in the center is Li Dalong's wife, Su Tsuehua. Su Tsuehua is even more charming now. 3 fox tails, each about 2 meters long, appear behind her. The furry tails are swaying like a peacock spreading its tail. Su Tsuehua is pinching her hands to perform magic formulas, making the final breakthrough. No matter who sees her, they can feel her charm coming from a distance. Li Xiang looked towards the place where the blood spirit fruit tree was. Li Dalong was still lying in the heavenly death coffin. At this moment, he could feel how happy Li Dalong's future days would be. You have the body of a fox demon. King Zhou's blessing is enjoyed by you. Li Xiang was extremely envious. Your descendant's wife, Su Tsuehua, was unable to absorb the golden elixir, but she used a special form to refine it with the 10,000 fox spirit fire. The conditions for the 10,000 foxes to worship have been met. Golden elixir replaces the Demon King's blood elixir. Absorbing the jungle energy has been completed. Breaking virginity completed. The sky moon fox on her body is transforming into a Demon King. Moon Shadow Bright Spirit Beast. While wishing Su Tsuehua and Li Dalong a happy future life, Li Xiang went back to meditate. He glanced at his golden elixir and thought that in a few days, he would be able to break through, and the Li family would usher in a huge explosion of upper-level power. Moreover, the family centenary is approaching, and his skills will be able to enter the next stage. Just when I was thinking about what to give to the Li family after I returned. The sound of swords chanting could be heard, and several descendants who wielded swords were meditating and practicing beside Li Xiang. The swords on their bodies actually floated up along with the sword chanting coming from Yunlin, and the sword tips were all pointing towards Yunlin's sword tomb. This is a sword shadow emerged from the sky above the silver iron forest. In the Li family's residence, all the swords were suspended in the air, with their tips pointing towards the sword tomb, as if they were worshipping the King of Swords. Your descendant Li Yaozu has practiced sword skills for many years and has gained extraordinary insights. After 50 years of accompanying the sword, a professional swordsman transformed into Sword King. He gained a sword intent. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Your descendants, the fake elixir has not yet been completed, but the sword has already become the elixir. His body is like a sword, and his elixir is also like a sword. He has integrated the swords he has acquired over the years into his body to form a sword body and gain special properties. 1,000 swords forge the body. Its body is like a lower-grade spiritual weapon. It can melt swords with Dan fire. The more swords and sword energy it melts, the more it can forge a body of 10,000 swords. Abnormal. Coming to the Yintai forest again and looking at the thousands of long swords swirling around Li Yaozu, these 2 words were Li Xiang's most sincere compliment. The four brothers and sisters of the second generation of the Li family are more extraordinary than each other. Look at Li Yaozu, he is still in the false elixir stage. Can't. With thousands of swords in his body, he already possessed the strength to compete with the Jindan stage. Li Xiang was unable to predict how strong he would be if he became a Jindan stage cultivator. As far as he knew, there was a big man on Earth who lived 500 years ago. It seemed that the other party's parents had found a kind of inheritance and put it inside. The child was then born with a sword body and a sword tomb body. From then on, he soared into the sky, and the legend of the sword man has been circulating on the Earth to this day. How are Yao Qing, Yaowen, and Yunlin doing lately? Li Xiang Mutarat. Lately, he could only get news about them from the Li family members around him. Many years had passed, and he was unable to observe them. Although their abilities were definitely among the best in the Li family, and time had allowed them to gradually understand how to survive and deal with crises, Li Xiang, as the Ancestor, was always worried. I'm still a young man. I don't even have children. Why am I so old and frail? Young people should be full of energy. Li Xiang shook his head. Then he put his hands behind his back, shook his head with every step, and sighed with every step. His expression was full of kindness. His back was like a tired old song, low and touching. He wanted to see his descendants, even if it was just the cartoon characters in the game. Unfortunately, he could only follow the blue panel in front of him to see what his beloved descendants were doing and whether they were in crisis. In the 70th year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yaoqing took a large amount of herbs, broke through to the peak of foundation building, and began to condense pills. In 1973, the Thunderfire Demon Cave and the Demon Subduing Alliance had the largest battle in history. This was her busiest year. She also met the real ruler of the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the Blood Sea Demon Lord. He was a demon who had been sealed for who knows how many years. He heard about Li Yaoqing's benevolent heart as a doctor and knew that this strange and deadly poison doctor was different from other righteous monks, so he met him. The Blood Sea Demon Lord saw Li Yaoqing's extraordinary talent and decided to train her carefully, hoping to use her to break out of the demon cave in the future. Li Yaoqing became the saint of the demon cave. In 1978, Li Yaoqing became one of the 12 elders of the Defenders Alliance because of her superb medical skills, close to the 7th rank, and even knew the skills of a 7th-rank pharmacist. Her medicine can cure the Golden Core stage and pose a threat to the Golden Core stage. In 1982, with Li Yaoqing's secret mediation, the two sides finally stopped fighting. They secretly agreed that the Thunderfire Demon Cave would no longer carry out large-scale killings, and the two sides must occasionally have some small battles. The Demon Subduing Alliance will gradually become a sect force, and the Thunderfire Demon Cave will send some damn demons to the Demon Subduing Alliance from time to time. Nothing too special happened. He was originally a righteous person who went to subdue demons, but after a long battle with the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, it seems that his original intention has changed. They seem to realize that if the magic cave was gone, there would be no meaning for them to exist, and the power controlled by the bosses would also disappear. When seeing this operation, Li Xiang also thought of the road next to his home. Every time Li Xiang saw Li Yaoqing's message, he couldn't help but complain, "My family just asked you to investigate the situation of the thunder and fire, but you became a saint. That's not enough? You also became an elder?" Li Viang admitted her. Although this girl looked gentle and kind, the things she did always surprised him. He looked at Li Yaowen's information again. Although this girl controls a killer organization with the power she brought from her family, she is still immortal in the market. Almost every once in a while, she would try out other professions, which is also her daily routine. Now she has opened a tea house, specializing in collecting debts. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, is about to die. 2 years ago, the Li family spent several million spirit stones to buy Li Yaowen elixirs to increase his longevity. However, it ultimately failed to delay Li Yaowen's life as a mortal, and he also suffered from the heavenly tribulation. And there is Li Yunlin. I brought people out to exterminate the Su family, but the punishment was more like a reward. 52 years old, 9 spirits magical fire, lotus fire released, obtained magic, sky fire epiphyllum. At the age of 54, he broke through to the peak of foundation building in the fire pool controlled by Li Tianzhou. I was taught the Li Tian Sec Xian level sex stabilizing secret method, the Li Tian Tai Xian Shu, by the Supreme Elder Geo Taoist. Today, the Taoist Geo is at the Tianli Palace, helping Li Yunlin to forge the golden elixir with the 9 spirits magical fire. He will not break through the barrier unless he obtains the heavenly elixir. Just from this information, Xiang could see that Li Tianzong was cultivating Li Yunlin with all their heart and soul. There are also different levels of Xian-level magic and martial arts. The Li Tian sect's secret techniques are naturally of the highest level and are much more powerful than the mysterious Shadow Tian Tsungbu. Another day passed, and Li Xiang visited the entire Li family. He saw the development of the Li family. It is now winter. He sat cross-legged under the blood spirit fruit tree again. It's been 20 years, and it's finally done. Inside the Dantian, the flames were gradually going out. Looking inward, Li Xiang could clearly see the various patterns on the golden elixir. Just one step left. Li Xiang let out a long breath, then slowly stretched out his hand. Snowflakes in the cold winter fell and passed through his palms. And the Li family's children. It was unclear whether they were the fourth or fifth generation of children. They were wearing thick cotton-padded jackets, their little faces red from the cold. They were playing and playing beside the blood spirit fruit tree, feeling the spiritual energy sent down from the sky by their ancestors, and growing up happily under the protection of their family and the pig demon king. In fact, before, the pig demon king often brought the children to make noises around, and the noise really disturbed him. But now that he was about to leave, he actually thought these children were quite cute. Your golden elixir has been engraved, as the last line was carved on the golden elixir by the elixir fire. Li Xiang exudes a powerful aura. Congratulations, you have successfully forged the magic pill. The yin-yang fish diagram appeared again under him and rotated, and the 5 elements qi formed the edge of the yin-yang fish diagram. The range of his yin-yang fish diagram became larger and larger, even covering the entire Li family. What a pity. He worked hard for 20 years striving to forge the golden elixir. Although he was so gifted, no one watched, just as few people knew his exact realm before. It's time to leave. Li Xiang reached out his hand and felt the winter of the Li family again. He took one last look at the Li family, but the snow on the Li family's ground began to turn deep red. Raise your head slightly. It was the blood spirit fruit tree that was transforming. Its blood dyed the entire Li family red and affected the sky of the Li family. The family's sacred tree has made a contract with you. After absorbing the blood of tens of thousands of people and swallowing the power of the golden elixir again, under your power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, it has sensed the 5 elements of heaven and earth for 20 years and finally ushered in a new transformation. 7th grade primordial blood tree. It has gained intelligence. After years of companionship, it can recognize any child in the Li family. It has accompanied the Li family as they grow up little by little. Now it will give feedback. Now, not only Li Xiang was looking at the sky, but the entire Li family and the people of Xian village were all looking at this strange phenomenon in the sky. They were scared at first. After all, the blood-colored snowflakes under the sky were a bit weird. When they realized that the blood snow was harmless but beneficial, they all walked out of the door, extremely surprised. Some people spread their hands and caught the snowflakes. Bewitching and weird, they made the whole winter very warm. Strange things happened to them. Even, some people began to break through on the spot. The excess blood power accumulated by the primordial blood tree over the years will be transformed into spiritual power, integrated into the clouds, and transformed into snowflakes. All those who bathe in it will receive the spiritual power gift from the primordial blood tree. All descendants of the Li family are protected by the primordial blood tree and gain collective characteristics. Original clan? Where the roots of the primordial blood tree spread, the descendants of the Li family will enjoy eternal protection, and the cultivation speed will increase by 10%. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth is the fundamental power of the universe. It can see part of the destiny. The original blood tree can sense the talent of any descendant of the Li family. It can see the destiny of the descendants of the Li family at a certain moment in the future and make the best choice for them. At this moment, the primordial blood tree has become a true sacred tree. A look of joy flashed across Li Xiang's face. He did not expect that when he left this world, the blood tree he had raised for many years would give him such a big surprise. It was worth it that the Li family had worked hard as magic cultivators for all these years, feeding it mouthful by mouthful of blood. Soon, everyone in the Li family also gathered here. They all floated into the air and looked in surprise at the huge human face that gradually emerged in the center of the huge branches of the original blood tree. It was the face of an old man, entirely made of tree bark and looked lifelike. The Ancestor appeared again? Nonsense, that's the blood spirit fruit tree that gave birth to human intelligence. But you can also say it's the spirit of our ancestor appearing. I feel the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth from him. Ah, oh my God, its eyes are rolling. Huh? Staring at me? I was wrong. The older generation of the Lee family, however, were all smiles. They had long discovered the abnormality of the original blood tree, so it was reasonable for it to break through now. But I never thought about it. However, after looking around at everyone in the Lee family, Benchu Shueshu's eyes made an old and slightly heavy sound. I can hear you. As if they also heard the deep tone in Benchukshu's voice, they all put away their smiles, and Li Yundo did not dare to act rashly. More blood-colored snowflakes fell from the sky, landing on the hair and shoulders of the Lee family. The entire Lee family seemed to be dyed red, filled with the sweetness of blood. They felt that the wind today seemed particularly cold. Benchukshu's eyes looked towards the sky outside the Lee family. I can see. Everyone followed the eyes of the original blood tree and looked over there. Li Tianyi, dressed in a knight's suit, was returning on his sword. He seemed not to have noticed the strange situation in his family at all, nor did he care what had happened to the Li family. He was howling loudly, but the sound never reached the Li family. The original blood tree closed its eyes. Next year's land should be as red as today's snow. May the Li family slaughter millions of people. Its words are as bloody as the sky over the Li family today. The Li family should be happy today. Every time someone made a breakthrough, the tribesmen would gather together and rejoice. There would be a pet pig-like creature that would carry the Li family's children around and promise the children that it would build a spirit pool for them in the Silver Iron Forest next year so that the children would grow up quickly. For 20 years, Li Xiang was annoyed by the laughter of Lao Zhu and the children. But today, when the first blood tree transformed, there was no sign of the old pig, nor was there the laughter of children. The Li family, which was originally warmed by the red snow, was gradually getting colder. The Li family members seemed to have become mortals again, shivering in the cold wind in the air on this winter day. Su Tsuhua hugged Li Dalong's arm, and when she saw Li Tianyi rushing back to his family in the distance, she could no longer suppress the embellishment in her eyes. When she buried her head in her husband's arms, she could feel her husband's heartbeat stop for a moment, and then his muscles slowly hardened. This was the only way she could keep Li Dalong calm. Li Yaozu and his son Li Yunbing stood side by side. They looked at the returning Li Tianyi from afar, their brows furrowed in anger, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Until Li Yaotai and his wife were there. Bai Ruru's eyes flashed with fear, and she shook her head in disbelief. Her body began to sway, and she fell from the sky. But Li Yaotai did not catch his wife. The bright red scenery seemed like dark clouds in Li Yaotia's eyes. The world lost its color. The fire spirit in him that worked as a blacksmith all day long was burning, illuminating the world. But the fire on his body did not bring any warmth to the Li family, and this winter became even colder. That's not the case. It's definitely not the case. Li Yundo's eyes were red and his veins were bulging. It was obvious that he had accepted what he saw, but he subconsciously refused to believe the facts before his eyes. At this moment, the 7 Iron Gate men didn't talk as much as before. They all looked at Li Tianyi with dull eyes. That child, dressed in black. After crossing the clearly red and white border between the Li family and the outside world, he was carrying a huge object on his back, which made him unable to straighten his back. Drops of blood fell from where he flew back. He had no time to care about so many things. He just shouted at his family with a ferocious face. He shouted for the family doctor to come out, asked the elders to go to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, called back the second grandmother who had superb medical skills, and shouted for the elders to get the elixir. Anyone could see his hysteria, and the madness and despair of that moment were engraved deep in everyone's heart. I don't know who roared. Li Xiang felt the cold winter. It seemed that he could no longer tell whether it was snowing or blood in the sky. However, no matter spring, summer, autumn, or winter, the descendants of the Li family would never feel any warmth. Like the primordial blood tree, he closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. They all saw Li Tianyi, dressed in black, coming back from outside and carrying the body of the pig demon king. They also heard Li Tianyi's hoarse voice. They saw more. The primordial blood tree not only peeked into the land of the coming year like today's snow, it also saw a glimpse of the past. The red snow fell from the sky, and was endowed with magical powers by the primordial blood tree, allowing the Leaf family to see everything. The Pig Demon King, who rarely stepped out of the Silver Iron Forest in his life, stepped into the Leaf family. Then, during this year, he stepped out into the outside world again and again to find spiritual objects for the children of the Leaf family. He brought the spiritual objects back home time and time again, and he wanted to personally cast a spiritual pool for the children. It was looking forward to the children born in the Leaf family in the future, growing up quickly and becoming taller than the 7 sons of Time Men. This was also his last time stepping out of Yunlin and his last time returning home. In the center of the Silver Iron Forest, a huge deep pit was dug, and elixir fire was burning in the pit. All the spirit beasts in the Silver Iron Forest gathered here, watching the end of a generation of Demon King and turning into dust. Li Yaoye's clan was kneeling down and worshipping towards the tomb that was about to be built. Bai Ruru had woken up from her coma, but she couldn't accept the reality and fell into a coma several times. From childhood to adulthood, the 7 sons of Time Men never shed a tear even when their limbs were broken, but now they are like desperate children. The grown-up descendants were all crying. Even the younger ones knew that they might never see the Pig Demon King again. Great-grandma, grandpa, what happened to him? The 2-year-old child tugged at Bai Ruru's sleeves. He suddenly felt a sense of loss. He didn't understand why his grandfather fell asleep, and the family members were crying as if they had fallen down. But he also felt a sense of loss. The sadness he couldn't understand crawled from the land of Yunlin to his heart little by little, and he sobbed along with the adults. Su Tsuewa touched the child's head and said, "Your grandfather is tired. He wants to sleep for a long, long time." Li Xiang, who had already made a breakthrough, did not go back. He saw everything. Although he had never met the Pig Demon King, he had been paying attention to the play between the Pig Demon King and the children ever since the Pig Demon King became a relative of the Li family. Generation after generation, the Pig Demon King loves children more than the elders of the Li family. Li Daolong and Su Tsuewa distanced themselves from their children because of their age, but the Pig Demon King did not. He remembered the name of every child, and also remembered what every child liked and wanted. He looked into the distance. There is a spirit pond there. For the sake of the spirit pond, the Pig Demon King spent almost all his life savings and also his life. When the Pig Demon King was buried, the Li family found a ring in his mouth, which contained some rare spiritual objects. The ring also contained the materials needed for the subsequent casting of a building called the Heavenly Net Earth Spirit Pool. The game did not give any hint about the death of the Pig Demon King, and it was not a blood relative of the Li family. But whether it was Li Xiang or everyone in the Li family, they all regarded the Pig Demon King as a member of the family. I don't know. I saw my grandfather on the way back. His body was covered with wounds and blood. At this time, Li Tianyi was kneeling in front of the tomb, with the blood of the Pig Demon King still on his body, but he no longer had the strength he had when he brought the Pig Demon King back. Instead, he was numb after the extreme sadness. When he returned with the body of the Pig Demon King, he had already exhausted all his spiritual power. At this time, he was pale and weak without knowing it. He just stared blankly ahead, answering his uncle's questions subconsciously. When Grandpa came back, he was in the jungle outside Thailand town. He had no more magic power, and he was running rampant in the jungle. Many people shouted that they wanted to kill the demon, and many monks surrounded Grandpa. He killed many people, but he was still rushing home. I carried my grandpa back on my back, and he said, "Take him home." He wanted to take one last look at his children, and that would make his life worthwhile. But, as he spoke, Li Tianyi looked like he was crying and laughing, but more of it was endless guilt. "He's not worth it. I don't want any spiritual springs. I want my grandpa to come back. We already have a lot of resources. We can't use up all the good stuff. He doesn't have to ask for more good stuff for us. It's all my fault. If I could fly faster, Grandpa would definitely be able to save him, right?" Li Yunbing frowned and just shook his head. He didn't want to tell Li Tianyi that when Grandpa Pig came back, his soul had been exhausted. It was estimated that when he met Li Tianyi, his soul had already reached its final stage of death. Then, he no longer cared about the sadness of Li Tianyi and the younger generations. His responsibility as the head of the family told him that he had to retain enough rationality to deal with this matter. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, and immediately walked over to his father and grandparents who were still remaining calm. Li Yaozu looked at the Dan fire in the tomb. This was also a way for the Jinan stage to die well, otherwise their bodies would be dug up. He had already suppressed his anger, but his expression was extremely cold. He felt Li Yunbing coming, and only 3 words were left. Who did it? A few years ago, the Pig Demon King had already begun planning to build this heavenly spirit pool. The people of the Li family also knew about it, and even provided a lot of help. Li Yaozu also went out with the Pig Demon King twice. But this time, Lieutenant Li Yun exhaled. All the intelligence forces of our Li family have returned. The intelligence we have so far only tells us that Grandpa Pig went to the Jindo forest outside Taiching County. There were no signs of fighting wherever Grandpa Pig went, and the forces that are hostile to our Li family did not send any experts. I have already asked Mr. Huang Shujin to come, and have also sent a message to my 4th and 2nd aunts. Li Dalong, who was standing by, looked at the grief-stricken children lying in front of the grave. He slowly closed his eyes. He had never thought that this day would come. He could not accept the sudden death of the Pig Demon King. He could not even imagine the pain that his children would have to endure. Find the murderer, whoever he is. Yes, Grandpa. Li Yunbing nodded slightly, turned around and left to do his work, but still looked back at the Pig Demon King's grave. This moment, he suddenly remembered what the original Blood Tree had said, that next year the earth should be as red as the snow today. He could only sigh. Li Yunbing understood that the original Blood Tree's prediction was probably correct. As long as they find out who did it, the other party will face complete madness of the Li family, because since the 3rd generation, every member of the Li family has grown up on the back of the Pig Demon King, and the relationship between the Pig Demon King and the children of the Li family is closer than that between any of their elders. No matter what the cost, no matter who the opponent is, or how much time it takes, the descendants of the Li family will avenge this revenge. All of a sudden, Li Yunbing's hair turned a little grayer. The sky above Li's house was still snowing red. In this bloody winter day, the flames burning the Pig Demon King's corpse became hotter and hotter, just like the raging anger of the Li family. Li Xiang has been watching quietly. The Pig Demon King's greatest wish is to have the valley filled with Li family children so that he can have endless offspring. He can't do it, but the Li family will always remember that in the depths of the Silver Iron Forest, there is a Demon King who is their relative and has accompanied the Li family through a long period of time. The children of the Li family will also remember that they had a grandfather, great-grandfather, and even great-grandfather who once carried them around. Even future children will remember that the Li family had an ancestor who was a pig demon and was one of the most important relatives of the Li family. Call! Li Xiang let out a long breath. After the funeral, he bowed towards the Pig Demon King's grave. As his body gradually became illusory, he spoke in a sonorous voice. You will always be a member of the family. The children will live with the memory of your existence and grow up to be the eagles and tigers you like, and become the children of the Li family that you are proud of. As Li Xiang's figure returned to reality, fireworks from the Pig Demon King's tomb were rising in the dead of night. The ancestral moment is over. Consumption of incense value, 20,000. In a trance, Li Xiang returned to the familiar room. The incense burner in front of the 500-inch screen was filled with offerings from 2 major sacrifices. Li Xiang was still lying on the bed, with a pillow behind his back, his legs bent, a keyboard on his belly, and a mouse at his waist. He seemed to be in a daze, and glanced stiffly at the time. 20 years in the game world, less than 1 day in reality. But he knew clearly that the ghost-like cultivation life of the past 20 years was real. The divine pill in his dantian was still shining brightly, with 2 levels of the yin-yang diagram engraved on it. Also, the joys and sorrows he and his tribesmen have experienced over the years are real. Finally, he came to his senses. Everything about the Li family's residence was clearly displayed on the screen. The Li family members were still kneeling in front of the Pig Demon King's tomb. The Li family's red snow was still drifting and falling on the shoulders of these animated characters, but it was no longer as real as in the game world. A pop-up window appears. Special event. Sacrifice of the Pig Demon King. The Pig Demon King, who had been taking care of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th generations of the Li family, died. All members of your family were furious. They secretly decided to avenge the Pig Demon King no matter what the cost. The sad mood is spreading. The rage to avenge the Pig Demon King is burning. Your family has acquired group characteristics. Year of Red Snow. Descendants of the future will work harder in their cultivation. They are constantly affected by the raging rage, and their cultivation speed will increase by 30% until the revenge is over. The possibility of changes in their state of mind will increase, which may have both negative and positive effects. Your descendants will always remember this day. They will use it to warn future generations and spread the story. The cultivation speed of future generations will increase by 5% permanently. If it was before, Xiang would definitely be delighted by the emergence of group characteristics. But now, for 20 years, Xiang has been watching the Pig Demon King carrying the child walking around him. He has even become accustomed to the Pig Demon King's noise. Not to mention the anger of the Leaf family. He also has a fire in his heart that cannot be extinguished. He seemed to have grown sharp fangs like a wolf, wanting to tear apart the unknown enemy. But after many years, Xiang has become more stable. He let out a long breath and dialed the phone. "Hello, Boss Chi. Can you get a nuclear bomb?" "Ah, you want to rebel?" Xiang looked at the screen. He had originally asked Yen to deliver the food at the appointed time. Now, looking at the roasted rabbit beside him, he really had no mood to eat it. The Leaf family's pigeons flew across the sky, delivering messages in all directions. Soon the scene turned to where Li Yaowen was. I haven't seen Li Yaowen for 20 years. When he saw her again, Xiang felt a little distressed. This girl was 68 years old and was immortal. She was bound to die. She was also aging faster than ordinary old ladies. Her sparse white hair was like dead grass. Her body was like a mummy. Her skin was so soft that it almost fell off her body. She was sitting in a wheelchair, barely breathing, with only a pair of cloudy eyes looking up at the sky in the yard. Xiang gave her a warmth from the ancestors. Feeling the sudden spiritual energy in his body, Li Yaowen was like a dead grass that had rekindled its vitality. His voice was hoarse and weak, but he could not hide his excitement. "Ancestor. Cough, cough, cough. After so many years, Yaowen, can sense your presence again." Li Yaowen started coughing after just a few words. There was a puppet sent by the family beside her, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. She was in such a mess, but she was still smiling. "Don't worry, Ancestor. My child, Wen Dao will succeed." Hearing this, Xiang still didn't look relieved. He knew Li Yaowen. This guy was always like this. Even when she was summoned home, she said she was fine, but no one believed her. Li Yaowen was the kind of person who endured silently and didn't want her family to suffer with her. Even if she fell outside and was covered in blood, she would send a message home to tell her family that she was fine and had enough food and drink. Her family would be relieved, but maybe they were all her own imagination. The child already knows what's going on at home. Li Yaowen Shmilafada. Perhaps the years had made her see things more clearly. There was no sadness in her eyes, only coldness. Chensi is already investigating. Now that the child has gained some power, he should be able to find some clues. I've also figured it out. Someone wants to destroy my Leaf family. Let's show them who has the higher moral principles. 1,000 Dawn intelligence search personnel have gathered towards the Golden Doe Forest. Xiang nodded slightly and used a tablet to write the words peace and good in front of Li Yaowen. Xiang also took a look at Li Yunlin, but the Leaf family did not send any news to Li Yunlin after all. This guy was also in seclusion. Taoist Jia was helping him to refine the heavenly pill, so Xiang did not disturb him. Soon the scene turned to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. Time has left no traces on Li Yaoqing's face. Everyone in the Leaf family is slowly changing, except Li Yaoqing, who remains the same as he was many years ago. Except when he is refining medicine, saving lives, planting flowers and plants, or communicating with his family, he does not look lazy and listless. It was night. Li Yaoqing was sitting deep in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. In front of him was the place where the heavenly thunder and earthly fire were located. The magma was flowing. The heavenly thunder came from nowhere and penetrated the soil layer and fell on the lava. The entire river made of lava was flashing with lightning. Under the waterfall like molten lava, one can see the Leaf family's guardian beast, the purple thunder sky sun python, shedding its skin. The newly shed body was extremely black, and its head began to change. Two slightly soft chamfers grew on the top of its head, and two long tentacles flashing with lightning and fire appeared on its mouth, especially on its back. Although it was a snake body, it had grown armor like the back of a crocodile. Soon it will transform into an anaconda. Xiang also gave Li Yaoqing a warm welcome. The little girl instantly tensed up, took out the ancestral tablet, and spun around in circles with joy. The ancestor finally showed up. Yaoqing can listen to the ancestor's heavenly voice again. It took Li Yaoqing a long time to calm down. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Although Uncle Pig at home is not very familiar with Yaoqing, I know that the children all regard him as a family member." Grandpa also came to look for the children, which proves that Grandpa also regards him as a relative, and he is also a relative of the children. The demon cultivators have many tricks. I have ordered them to investigate. The demon-subduing sect has a stargazing hall with 6 experienced Taoists who are good at fortune-telling and can find clues. After saying, Li Yaoqing knelt in front of the ancestral tablet with anticipation, clasped his hands under his chin, and stared at the tablet with his dirty little face, full of anticipation. Li Xiang gave her another wave of warmth. Li Yaoqing stood up suddenly, jumping up and down. Li Xiang rubbed his face helplessly. This guy is already 76 years old. He doesn't look like a saint or elder of a demon sect. Then returned to the Li family's residence. The Li family has invited all the forces they control outside to investigate this matter. Yunshu Wanghelu, who has the deepest friendship with the Li family, has also come, and Huang Xiujin is here in person. No one knows how much trust the Li family and Huang Xiujin have built over the years. Li Dalong and his wife even brought this old friend to the tomb of the Pig Demon King. Yinshu Wanghai Tower is one of the most important intelligence agencies in Qingyun County. I think with my cheerleading skills, we can still find out something. Huang Xiujin let out a long breath and hesitated for a moment. But Brother Dalong, are you sure you want to continue investigating? Hearing this, Li Dalong frowned. Brother Huang, what do you mean? I have no intention of stopping the Li family's revenge. Huang Xiujin sighed. In fact, when I received the news, I already had some guesses. And I also figured out that it wouldn't be difficult to investigate further. Over the years, although the Li family does not have the foundation of a Jinan family, Taiqing County has gradually recognized your Li family's status as the overlord. After all, those who were enemies of your Li family have disappeared one by one. Although there are no rumors after years of investigation, no matter how stupid the forces are, they can guess that Yin Tailin is the backer of your Li family, not my Yinshu Wanghelu. After all, to be honest, although I have a deep friendship with you, Yinshu Wanghelu is also a force, and it is impossible for it to do so many things for your Li family. Do you think it's normal that the Silver Iron Forest Demon King is dead at this time, and your trump card is gone? Li Dalong was not surprised either. He had thought of these things as well, but just remained silent. He also knew clearly that Huang Xiujin would never be able to understand how deep the affection between the Li family and the Pig Demon King was. Seeing that Li Dalong did not respond, Huang Xiujin continued, then Brother Li must think it through. After finding out, the Li family may face a force or person that has the power to kill a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. And you may face more troubles. After all, I have also heard the intelligence that the injuries on the Demon King were deliberately left alone by the other party. Otherwise, the Demon King would not have been able to run all the way back to the Li family. Wouldn't it be easy for the other party to simply destroy the body? After all, everything on the Demon King is a treasure. That is to say, this powerful opponent deliberately left clues and did not take the body of the Demon King seriously, just waiting for your Li family to get angry. There is a conspiracy behind it. Have you, the Li family, decided to join the game? Li Dalong still didn't reply. But as the cold wind blew in the night, Huang Xiujin looked at Li Dalong's strong back and his clenched fists, and he already understood Li Dalong's decision. Facing the moonlight, the 30-meter-tall tree of the Li family made the Li family, which was filled with the lingering moonlight, appear red. Huang Xiujin could only smile bitterly. I am somewhat envious of the courage and determination of the people of your Li family. He counted on his fingers. Suddenly, he said to Li Dalong with great interest, Brother Dalong, Sister Tsuewa, the Li family is in danger now. I, Yunshu Wanghelu, am not a coward. I have a female cultivator, my adopted daughter, who is gifted and in her prime. I wonder if your Li family is willing to marry into the Yunshu Wanghelu family. Isn't it hard to check? Li Xiang took a deep breath, and his expression gradually returned to normal. From the sadness at the beginning to the slow contemplation, he seemed to have vaguely guessed something. Maybe the Li family really fell into a trap. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Pig Demon King to be safe and sound when he was away for several years. But he could not come back alive this time. What Huang Xiujin said is so true. Although the Li family has been developing for so many years and has never publicized it, all parties and forces are not fools, and it is impossible for them not to notice the development of the Li family. After all, Li Yunbing's ambition is growing, and the Li family is truly invincible in Taiqing County because the enemies have been secretly cleared out by the Li family. But the Li family thought they had hidden the secret well, but they were actually trying to cover up their crime. Anyone might want to eliminate the despicable enemy, the Li family, and eat this big piece of fat meat. Just as Li Xiang was thinking, Li Dalong and Huang Xiujing have already left. In this crimson night, a person came into view at the entrance of the Pig Demon King's tomb. Li Xiang frowned. Why is he here? That was a young man. Li Tianming, the pervert of the Li family, is also the only traitor of the Li family. Li Xiang cannot help but be vigilant, fearing that he will kill a few brothers and sisters for fun, and is ready to clean up the family at any time. After all, this guy, the Li family, is now well guarded, but he still quietly walked into the house and arrived at the tomb, which shows his ability. But I never thought about it. Li Tianming did not do anything out of the ordinary this time. Instead, he stood blankly in front of the Pig Demon King's tomb for a long time, then knelt down. With his character, he should have been cold-blooded and numb, but there was some sadness in his eyes, and he kowtowed repeatedly. Grandpa, Tianming is back. Please forgive Tianming for not being able to see you for the last time. This kid has this side? Looking at the small words above Li Tianming's head, Li Xiang was also stunned, especially the column of his historical events. In the 83rd year of the Li family, Li Tianming heard that his great-grandfather, who had raised him since childhood, had passed away. He was heartbroken and killed his unfaithful wife that night and fled Qingyun County overnight. Acquired trait, Wife Killer. Increases attack damage to wife by 200%. It has to be said that his talent as a born bad guy is extremely strong, which is why he has mood swings and special qualities. Kneeling in front of his great-grandfather's grave, Li Tianming was overwhelmed with emotions. In this life, only two people could touch his heart: his great-grandfather, who had taken care of him since he was a child, and his brother, who had always nagged him. Now that one of them is dead, his malice has increased, and he has acquired the trait, Avenger. He is like a combination of a honey badger and a venomous snake hiding in the dark. He will never stop until his enemies are dead. No matter how perverted he is still one of our own. Li Xiang murmured, as long as this guy didn't kill his brothers and sisters, it would be fine. After all, the people he killed recently were not good people. Just treat them as outsiders. Li Tianming was still bowing. The sound of footsteps behind him made his face change. Seeing the person coming, his somewhat defensive expression suddenly turned into joy. Brother! But the words haven't finished yet. All he saw was his eldest brother's flying sword. His eldest brother was not as gentle as before. His face was pale, and he was actually fierce to him. Brute! Are you here to rob tombs? You even want to kill my great-grandfather? This frightened Li Tianming, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Brother, aren't you the one who wears black clothes and goes out to rob tombs every day? Li Tianyi retracted the flying sword. Seeing his younger brother not seeming to care about life or death, he felt somewhat guilty. Tianming seemed to have been sick since he was a child. It was him, as the elder brother, who had failed to take good care of his younger brother. Why are you back? You killed people in the Qingping Gu family, and 2 villagers in Jian village died at your hands. The elders will not let you go. As he spoke, the storage ring in Li Tianyi's hand flashed, and the piano table, guzheng, and incense burner all appeared. He slowly picked up the guzheng and walked to his grandfather's tomb. A demon king of his generation, a relative of Li, and the one who raised Li's sons. This 10-foot-high tombstone is barely enough to engrave all of his great-grandfather's lifelong contributions to the Li family. It's still missing a statue. He doesn't want his brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces to forget what their great-grandfather looked like many years later. In just a moment, his vast spiritual power moved, and the stones beside the tomb rose from the ground. Tap the Yunshi guzheng, a superb magical instrument, and the sound starts. At the same time, the side panels open, revealing the grave-digging shovel, chisel, awl, and pickaxe inside. He floated into the air and cast the statue with his spiritual power. Soon the stone sculpture took on the outline of the Pig Demon King. He picked up an awl and carved the details. Brother, let me help you. Li Tianming also floated into the air. He was at the 7th level of qi refining when he left, but now he has reached the foundation establishment stage. He is carving with a dagger in hand. In this gloomy night, the 2 brothers piled up mud and sand in front of their great-grandfather, just like they did in their childhood. But this time, there was no great-grandfather's rough laughter, nor could they hear his encouraging praise. I heard about my great-grandfather from Qingyun County. I also know that I did not do the right thing before. My eldest brother and my great-grandfather must be disappointed in me. Li Tianming held the dagger tightly. His eyes were misty, and he tried to put on a smile. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm also sorry to my grandfather. I really don't know what happened to me. I know there are many things I shouldn't do. I try to control. After killing people, I was also at a loss. I told myself not to continue, but I still did it. Li Tianyi was silent. I thought I was sick, so I went to see my second aunt. Li Tianming smiled with tears in his eyes. I wished I was just sick and my second aunt could cure me. But she said I wasn't sick. I was just bad. When I heard the news of my great-grandfather's death, I even laughed because I realized that it would hurt here. Li Tianyi looked at his brother and saw 2 tear marks running down his brother's cheeks. His brother was pointing at his heart. It was the first time he saw Li Tianming cry like this. Li Tianming wiped away his tears and smiled, as if he had not said anything just now. I was originally a son-in-law of the Liu family in Qingyun County, which has thousands of years of history. I was extremely rich, and there would be someone to punish me if I killed someone. I still have to come back. I didn't get to see my great-grandfather for the last time, but I at least want to know who the murderer is. The cold wind of winter is getting more and more violent. It was snowing, and the stone chips from the statue of the pig demon king were floating with the snow. On this gloomy and cold day, Li Tianyi felt a hint of warmth. He took a deep breath and looked at his brother with gritted teeth. What are you doing? Is this what Grandpa's eyes look like? The tuft of hair on Grandpa's head completely blocks his eyes. Got it, stop cursing, stop cursing. Li Tianming's face was full of grievance, but when he turned around and continued carving, he smiled happily. His elder brother was nagging him again. Until the moon hid, the statue of the pig demon king was built with the joint efforts of the 2 brothers. It is lifelike, lying on the ground as usual, watching the children playing in the depths of the silver iron forest. Li Tianyi sat next to the piano table. The strings of Yunlin guzheng moved lightly, and the melodious sound echoed from the silver iron forest, spread to the Li family, and fell into the ears of everyone. Li Tianming stood quietly behind his brother. There was no moon in the sky, but Li Tianming knew clearly that the sun would soon illuminate the entire Li family like his brother's piano music. Li Tianyi was heartbroken by the death of the pig demon king. When his younger brother Li Tianming returned home, although he could not understand what his younger brother did, he felt a little touched because his younger brother was human after all. He suddenly realized that the world is impermanent, but people are permanent. His many years of piano skills have made a breakthrough, and he has gained a hint of the piano, and a special quality. The sound of the heart is like the piano. The mind and the sound of the piano are compatible. The power of the piano is increased by 10% when killing enemies with the sound of the piano. Li Xiang looked at the screen. The 2 brothers were so quiet under the moonlight, as if they formed the most beautiful picture in the world. Listening to the piano music in the game, Li Xiang also calmed down a lot. The melodious sound of the piano echoed in the Li family, like heavenly music. In the Li family residence, everyone gathered in the ancestral hall, and the spirit tablet of the pig demon king had been placed below Li Xiang's spirit tablet. Li Yaodai hugged his wife, Bai Ruru. At this moment, Bai Ruru had already run out of tears because, outside the ancestral temple, there was a line of words. Those were the spiritual power left behind by the Ancestor's spirit tablet as it passed through the sky, just now. The one who is sad should be the enemy. Yes, why be sad? The intelligence said that Lao Zhu rushed all the way back and killed everyone who stood in his way. Li Yaozu came with the sword case on his back and looked at his brother and sister-in-law. It was the first time he saw his brother so sad, and he was also furious. When he saw Lao Zhu's body, he thought of the first time he met Lao Zhu, the confusion at that time, and the respect for Lao Zhu in the end. Third brother, sister-in-law, we don't have time to grieve for Lao Zhu's death. When facing the monk Shankai, Old Pig did not retreat at all. When our family encountered difficulties, he would also think of leading the silver iron forest and all the beasts to fight. Now it's our turn. With Old Pig's will to charge forward, we should let the unknown enemy feel the pain our Li family is suffering now. Under the sound of Li Tianyi's piano in the distance, Li Yaotai and his wife looked at their eldest brother and at the spiritual power left by their ancestors, and they nodded slightly. Li Yaozu also knew that he had said enough, so he quietly retreated into the darkness. The sound of sword came from the sword case. He was like a sword hidden in the darkness, ready to stab the enemies of the Li family at any time. The couple snuggled together, keeping each other warm in the dark and cold night. A yellow and black round bead appeared in Bai Ruru's hand. The bead was shining. Her expression became even more sad, but thinking about what her eldest brother said, she gradually calmed down. A tie. Yeah, although he was a blacksmith all day long and was very rough with everything, Li Yaotai held his wife carefully, as if he was holding a doll that could break at any time, with full tenderness. This was the only way he could accompany his wife. Bairuru said, I grew up with Old Pig. When I first met a human, I felt like an alien and was afraid to integrate into the human race. It was Old Pig who told me that I should be afraid of them, and that Old Pig's daughter should not be afraid of anything, because he would be behind me. From now on, he can no longer protect me. Will you beat your wife like Wang Ergu in the village just because Lao Zhu is not here? Meeting. Li Yaotai grinned, looking so warm under the candlelight in the ancestral hall. If you don't eat and drink well and don't stay by my side forever, I will beat you. It hurts me to beat you, so for the sake of convenience, I might as well beat myself to death. After being married for who knows how many years, Bairuru still heard her husband say such disgusting things. If it was before, she would definitely suspect that her husband was cheating on her. But now, Bairuru clung tightly to Li Yaoye's arms. Then I'm not afraid of anything. Old Pig is dead. What the ancestors and eldest brother said was right. Old Pig kept rushing forward and came back. His death was not a cowardly one at all. I shouldn't be sad, nor should I be afraid of the days without Old Pig. If I die, Old Pig will bring the demon beasts of Yunlin to avenge me. Now, Bairuru took a deep breath and slowly put the round bead into her mouth. It was the blood pill of the Pig Demon King. There was a red light flashing in her eyes. It's my turn to fight for the Old Pig. I will take revenge with his will. I will also protect our children like he did. In an instant, Bairuru's spiritual power began to surge. Li Yaotai still hugged his wife tightly. He stared at the Pig Demon King's spirit tablet absent-mindedly. Father-in-law, rest in peace. I won't let anyone bully Ruru, nor will I let anyone bully the child. I will bring back the enemy's head and give you a bloody testimony. Your descendant's wife, Bairuru, has swallowed the second Demon King blood pill. The previous Demon King, Yunlin's blood pill, is merging with a new blood pill. Obtain trait. Will of the Pig Demon King. She will inherit some of the Pig Demon King's power. Obtain traits. Lord of the Silver Iron Forest. Gathering the blood pills of 2 generations of Demon Kings, her bloodline is changing. The pressure from her will suppress all creatures in Yunlin. Seeing this couple, Xiang finally felt relieved. What he feared most was that Bairuru would be unable to get over it, because she was the saddest person, but Bairuru was worthy of being a heroine in the Li family. And outside the ancestral hall, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate stood in front of the primordial blood tree. It was the first time that Xiang had seen them so quiet since they were born. They also saw the spiritual power left by Xiang and heard the sound of Li Tianyi's piano. Behind them are dozens of their descendants. Each of them grew up on the back of the Pig Demon King. When they played with the Pig Demon King, they all broke their hands. Perhaps this made them even more sad. The sacred tree. In the dead of night, they stood under the shadow of the blood tree, and the candlelight in the distance made each of them look like they were stained with blood-red light. The oldest, Li Yundo, had a resolute expression on his face. In the past, he might have been like a dull and stupid black bear. But at this moment, he, like all the children who grew up on the back of the Pig Demon King, is like a crazy lion awakening from sleep. You said that the earth will be dyed red next year. Please tell us, where should we go, and whose blood should we let stain the earth? Hearing this, as the scarlet branches and leaves of the primordial blood tree trembled, it opened its calm, yet bloody eyes. Primordial blood tree. Level, 7th grade. Abilities. Result sign, blood barrier formation. Xiang was also looking at the original blood tree. Because of the Pig Demon King's matter, he had no time to care about how the blood tree had grown. Result. After 100 years of blooming and bearing fruit, all the blood trees of the Li family are its offspring. 20 primordial fruits are produced, which increase a large amount of spiritual energy and randomly increase the spiritual root value. Omen. You can see a strand of destiny of Li's descendants, only once. If you want to use the power of the omen again, it will consume a lot of blood and energy and cost you your life. Blood Realm Formation. Possesses the power of a 7th grade magic formation. Ben Chukshuisha glanced at the 7 sons of Taimin and listened to what Li Yundo said. Its eyes looked towards the ancestral temple. The primordial blood tree asks you, do you answer? Yes. Xiang made his choice without hesitation. Get a response. Ben Chuchuish's voice was low. 7 sons, 1 mind. Maybe you should go to Qingsong Temple. There is a bronze bell there. Ring it. The 7 people looked at each other, then bowed towards the original blood tree. They all looked at the many descendants behind them without saying a word. They knew that these young people should understand. If such a thing happened and the young people were still unable to encourage themselves to move forward and practice hard, then they would really doubt whether it was their seed. He just said a few words to the younger ones, and then left home. Then, the younger generation stepped forward one by one. They all had red eyes and were as stubborn as monsters. Although they had never experienced hardships, the education that Old Pig had given them since they were young had already influenced them. They were also asking questions to the primordial blood tree. The original blood tree can clearly see that the earth in the future will be stained with blood, so they hope that some of the blood on this land will be left after they killed their enemies. Perhaps this is the only thing they can do for Old Pig. Let the Old Pig know that they, his descendants, have never brought shame to him, his family, or his ancestors. Their anger should be like a spark that will spread across the prairie. Li Tianxuang, have you thought it through? I've thought it through. Then you should go to the swamps and jungles in the nearby southern barbarian land. I saw and heard you bleeding and wailing in pain. Li Tianqi have also thought it through. Qinshin Lake, maybe you will never come back. Li Tianyu, go ahead and marry into the Liu family in Qingyun County under a false name. You will kill your husband. Each descendant of the Li family is accepting the future they found in the signs of the original blood tree. Such a future is full of dangers, but they still choose to face it bravely. No one backs down. Li Xiang was also watching quietly. On this day, these descendants of the Li family, who had never experienced any hardships, grew up overnight. They were fearless, and they really became what the Pig Demon King expected them to be. Maybe they did not inherit the blood of the Pig Demon King, but each of them inherited the Pig Demon King's memory and will. Just like when they fell down when they were young, they stood up again. When their brothers and sisters broke their noses, they straightened them again. This night, Li Dalong and Su Zihua stood in the ancestral hall. They handed the ancestral tablets to the children and watched them put the tablets in their arms, say goodbye to their families, and walk out of the house. Perhaps in the future the children will die on the way to finding strength, but the couple are still relieved. Li Dalong bowed towards the Pig Demon King's spirit tablet. Old Pig, you see, none of my Li family's children are losers. When you were alive, you hoped that my Li family's children would fill up the Silver Iron Forest. There will be such a day. Before that, the children of the Li family will bring countless glory and carve the Silver Iron Forest in front of your tomb. I swear to you, under the heavens, you can proudly show off to anyone that you raised these children. Then, he knelt down in front of the ancestor's spirit tablet and said, Grandfather, your children will not let you down. They are leading the entire Li family forward and fighting for the future. Any enemy will bleed under the feet of our Li family. This night, the wives and sons-in-law of these children stood outside their homes, watching their husbands and wives leave, their eyes filled with tears. Some of them tried to stop them, but they would never stop again, because the tribesmen who left home said that there was a kind elder in the Silver Iron Forest who hoped that they would become eagles and hunting dogs. They should be stronger than this, becoming dragons, becoming tigers. They are proud members of the Li family. Even if they cannot become qualified husbands and wives in the future, please forgive their pride, because they are the children who grew up on the back of the Pig Demon King. Your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, are heading to Qingsong Temple. Li Tianxuang is heading to the Swamp Jungle. Li Tianqi is heading to Qinshin Lake. As Li Xiang saw the news one by one, he finally laughed heartily. The descendants of the Li family on the map were like shy flower buds about to bloom, spreading out in all directions outside the Li family. The Pig Demon King's efforts over the years have not been in vain. The children of the Li family are carrying the Pig Demon King's will and spreading it to the surrounding areas. They have lived up to the Pig Demon King's expectations. Before, it was the Pig Demon King who carried the children everywhere. Now, the children of the Li family are also running out of the Li family, carrying the hatred and beliefs of the Pig Demon King. Call! Li Xiang let out a long breath. As time accelerated, the sound of Li Tianyi's piano left a lingering sound, and the first light of dawn began to dispel the darkness, illuminating the entire Li family, making the entire Li family prosper. The Li family suddenly became quiet, like a suppressed volcano, or like a hidden blade that could show its edge at any time. Mr. Huang Xiujing from Yinshuanghai Tower also stayed at the Li family. He stood on the top of the Li family's building, looking at everything about the Li family, watching the Li family members go from sadness to silence, and then to their descendants leaving home one by one. Huang Xiujing felt a chill, as the words, "the one who is sad should be the enemy," suddenly appeared in Li's house. A giant dragon seemed to break out of the ground from Li's house. I thought the war between the two sects would slowly end, and the entire Qingyun County would be peaceful again. But everything has just begun. I don't know which bastard caused such a terrible disaster. With a long sigh, something flew over from afar. Huang Xiujing took the paper crane, and white light flowed into his head. He narrowed his eyes, with some hesitation in his eyes. The paper crane in his hand turned into ashes. He then took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and flew towards the Li family hall. In that hall, he saw Li Dalong and his wife. Although the head of the Li family was Li Yunbing, Huang Xiujing knew clearly that maybe Li Dalong was not as insidious as Li Yunbing, nor as ambitious as Li Yunbing, but Li Dalong was the most solid rock of the Li family. Even now, his qi-gazing skills could not see Li Dalong's true identity, as a dried corpse completely blocked his vision. Brother Dalong, sister Tsuehua. Huang Xiujing took a deep breath, and then he sighed. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. He took out a spirit stone and threw some of his memories to Li Dalong, and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Dalong, let's forget about this matter." Li Dalong and his wife just took the spirit stones quietly, then shook their heads at Huang Xiujing without saying anything. They were waiting. Huang Xiujing stopped persuading him and sat quietly aside, calling a maid to pour him tea. He knew that from the moment he told the Li family everything he knew, he was already on the same boat with the Li family. He was cautious and prudent throughout his life, often using conspiracies and tricks. But this time he wanted to gamble. He couldn't see the future, but he believed in everything he saw in the Li family. He believed in the Li family's loyalty to fight for a demon king, and he also believed in the Li family's willingness to fly like an eagle outside their home. Soon, a cloud of mist floated into the Li family's home from outside and turned into a human form. This person was wearing black clothes, a mask, and a bamboo hat, and looked murderous. Huang Xiujing was shocked when he fell into Li's house. He thought of a killer organization that suddenly appeared in Qingyun County in recent years. No one knew who their leader was. They only knew that they recruited poor children from the poor and trained them little by little. They hid in the market and had spies everywhere in Qingyun County. Maybe the beggars seen on the street were their people. They also recruited experts who were watching the various forces in real time. They like to be patient and kind to those masters who are being bullied. If someone is being hunted, they will find ways to rescue him. If someone is dying, it won't take long for their people to appear in front of the dying person and treat him. And those who have hatred and have to hide in the market will be found by them, and they promise to help them get revenge at all costs. It won't be long before these suffering people join in, and this killer organization will grow like a snowball. Its name is Morning Light, but those who have encountered the dawn will generally never see it again. The killer came in and glanced at Huang Xiujing, which made him break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly lowered his head to drink tea. "One of us." Li Dalong nodded to the man in black, then touched the ancestral tablet on the table next to the main seat. The assassin nodded when he saw the tablet, and knelt on one knee in front of it. His ring flashed, and he threw a spirit stone to Li Dalong. "The message from Qinzi has been delivered. If there is no order, I will get busy." Li Dalong just waved his hand, and the killer turned into smoke and disappeared. "Brother Li." Huang Xiujing wanted to say something, but quickly fell silent. He suppressed the surge of his magical power. He felt a familiar demon cultivator. An old man was seen riding a cloud in the sky above Li's house. When he landed on the ground, he picked up the wooden gourd in his hand, poured wine into his mouth, and staggered into the hall. He was full of alcohol, his nose was particularly red and swollen, and his short body seemed to be unable to stand at any time. Finally, he burped, his eyes were bleary, but he stared at Huang Xiujing with amusement. Huang Xiujing sniffed helplessly, looked around quickly, picked up the teacup, wiped the tea residue with the lid, and drank the tea sip by sip. But even so low-key, the drunk old man still walked up to him, and the smell of alcohol rushed into Huang Xiujing's nose, making the latter look a little ugly. The worst thing was that the drunkard patted his shoulder, causing the tea in his cup to drip onto his clothes. "Hey, isn't this the old charlatan from Yinshuanghai Tower? TSK. You were so arrogant when you were young. You were invincible in Qingyun County, and no one of your peers in Qingyun County could match you. What are you still shouting about? Oh, right. You want to look down on Yunlin? TSK Tisk, it's been 100 years since we last met, and you're still in the middle stage of the Golden Core. Haven't you made any progress? Oh, you're almost at the end of your life. Well, all the details have been exposed. He gritted his teeth, a little angrily. Drunkard, don't go too far. If this wasn't at the Leaf family, do you believe me? The drunkard rolled his eyes and pointed his black fingernail covered with dirt at Huang Xiujin. Is this old sly fellow also one of us? Our own people? Huang Xiujin stared at Li Daolong and his wife, blinking his eyes continuously, as if to say, bribed is fine, but one of our own? Collaborating with such a vicious and evil person. Aren't you afraid of death? But I never thought about it. Li Daolong nodded, quickly stood up and bowed, then touched the tablet beside him. Senior, did you bring anything? The drunkard glanced at the tablet and said, well, there's only one word, Li, on it. That's right. It feels right. He looked more respectful and took a swig of wine. Of course I did. I guess you two have gotten a lot of information, so bring it all out. Let's see, this is a really big deal. We even need 6 fortune tellers to calculate it. Li Daolong did not hesitate. His ring flashed. Huang Xiujing raised his head and looked at the dozen spirit stones floating in the air, flashing with various lights. His expression, which had just become ugly because of the appearance of the drunkard, suddenly became wonderful. For the first time, he wanted to swear. It would be fine if a killer or a demon cultivator sent the message. After all, he was the first to send the message. But now, Yuli family are really good at hiding things. How many friends have you secretly made without telling me over the years? He must have been very sad. He looked up to the sky and sighed, not caring about the drunkard anymore, and just drank his tea. The Li family has been running the business for many years and has made countless friends. Among them, there are those like the Qingping Gu family, who have been doing dirty things with the Li family for many years, robbing the two forces in order to expand the family. There are those like Yinshu Wanghelu, who made friends with the Li family and gradually discovered that the Li family's blood spirit fruit and 5 kinds of potions to improve the qualifications of the younger generation can benefit them endlessly. There are also those like Yunlin who suffered a catastrophic disaster and received the favor of the Li family. They all tried their best to gather intelligence for the Li family. More than a dozen spirit stones carrying intelligence information floated in the air, and the information about the Pig Demon King's murder came into the eyes of Li Daolong and his wife, Huang Xiujing, and the drunkard in the hall. As everything became clear, Li Daolong tried hard to remain calm, but the restless blue veins on his forehead exposed the turmoil in his heart. In front of the screen, Xiang, who was drinking water, bit the cup and broke it into pieces, with glass shards falling out. Your family has obtained intelligence, triggering a special event, Elder Qiuye's revenge. 20 years ago, Li Yunlin and Elder Qiu Li exterminated the Su family. As a result, Elder Qiu Yi lost his minions, and his other forces were also divided up during the 20 years he was imprisoned in the dungeon. In the past 20 years, he has been investigating the past all the time. Although the Li family handled it perfectly, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. From the Qingping Gu family that divided the power of the Su family, he found out that the Li family was the mastermind behind the extermination of the Su family. Elder Qiuye kept silent and went to Qingyun Pavilion to find his Taoist partner Xiao Huanga, who had been with him for 100 years, to plot a plot. He went to a secret place and met Xiao Huanga from Qingyun Pavilion. He told her everything, but was seen by the Pig Demon King who was looking for materials in the secret place. What you get is not just textual information. The intelligence sent by a large sect also included a video clip. That was in the clouds. Elder Qiu Yi and a beautiful woman were chasing Old Pig together. Although he possessed the strength of a peak golden core, Elder Qiu Yi did not exert his full strength and just chased him as if he was playing. Xiao Huanger was in the middle stage of the golden core realm. She was wearing a red palace dress and had a face as beautiful as a sculpture from heaven. However, she was extremely ruthless. Behind her, there was a phoenix body that swung a 100-meter-long sword shadow with the force of burning the sky, chopping again and again. The old pig did not fight back. Everyone could see his stubbornness when he fled. He just ran towards the Li family. They also saw that the Pig Demon King knew that he could not escape. He put all his magic power into flying speed. If he chose to defend, he might have more chances of survival, but he still fled. He was going to bring the news back to the Li family. It was a long and brutal journey. No one knew how many times Old Pig was stabbed, And no one knew what kind of faithful old pig had to hold on to Taiqing County under Xiao Huanger's hacking. At the end of the scene, it was Elder Qiu Yi who stopped Xiao Huanger and let the old pig, whose soul was burning madly and who had only half a chance of survival and was undoubtedly dead, fall into the forest of Thailand town. So when Lao Zhu died, the special event the game reminded him of indicated that it was a sacrifice, not a death. Xiang wiped the glass shards from the corner of his mouth, and things in the room were blown by his unconscious magic power. Therefore, when Lao Zhu met Li Tianyi, he was actually dead. It was his last bit of willpower that made him say the words, "Take him home." He didn't want to take another look at the children. He wanted to tell the Li family the news that the enemies of the Li family were coming. Disaster is coming. Xiao Huangya. No matter who you are in Qingyun Pavilion, I will bring the Li family's children to find you. Qi Yi, Xiao Huangya, Qingyun Pavilion. Li Dalong narrowed his eyes and muttered these words, like the roar of a wild beast coming out from between his teeth. Then he destroyed the spirit stones. Huang Xiujin, who was standing by, no longer wanted to mess around with the drunkard. He was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Qingyun Pavilion. Brother Dalong, Sister Tseihua, this matter? Hey! He could only sigh softly. He understood that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. The Li family would not give up. The drunkard seemed to sober up all of a sudden. Do you know what is the most important thing in the existence of an era? Seeing everyone looking at him, the drunkard murmured, memory. Qingyun Pavilion represents the memory of Qingyun County. Before Qingyun County was called this name, the previous era here was also called Qingyun Shirwan Mountains. In that war-torn era, Qingyun Pavilion was also established, and it was even the last remaining force. Those who survived the Qingyun Shirwan Mountains are all under the protection of Qingyun Pavilion. After the war, the survivors of Qingyun Pavilion walked out of the mountains one by one and multiplied and thrived here. From then on, Qingyun County was established, and the 24 large counties of Qingyun County were formed. The first inheritance of this era came from Qingyun Pavilion and was born because of Qingyun Pavilion. Generation after generation, the masters of Qingyun Pavilion have fallen one after another, and there is a lack of successors. The strongest person in the open is only in the Jindan stage. But I still want to tell you a fact. It is easy to kill a middle-stage Jindan, but it is difficult to be an enemy of a bygone era. The drunkard bowed and said, "Goodbye. The decision will be entirely up to the Li family." After he finished speaking, he flew away. Brother Dalong, Xiao Huang cannot be killed. Huang Xiujin sat back down again, holding the cup in his hand, but he couldn't move it smoothly. Qiu Yi planned it all along. He deliberately let the Demon King back. He wanted to lead your Li family to attack Xiao Huanger. If you attack Xiao Huanger, you will be attacking Qingyun County. For many years, the ancient forces in Qingyun County have reached an agreement. No matter how Qingyun Pavilion becomes, as long as it does not violate human ethics, anyone who becomes an enemy of Qingyun Pavilion will become an enemy of the entire Qingyun County. And your Demon King, Huang Xiujing, didn't want to say more. But both Li Xiang and Li Dalong and his wife understood that from a secular perspective, demons could be killed and enslaved, which was against human ethics, even if Lao Zhu was a relative of the Li family. Even if someone from Qingyun Pavilion accidentally killed someone, as long as it didn't cause public outrage, it could be turned from a big thing to a small thing, or a small thing to nothing. No matter how desolate it is, Qingyun Pavilion still represents memory and heritage. There are countless forces and families who would work for Qingyun Pavilion just for the sake of reputation. They all remained silent, and even knew that assassinating Xiao Huanger would be useless. In fact, all this is no longer a conspiracy, but an outright conspiracy by the old fox Elder Qiu. I'm afraid he has already planned all the ways to deal with the Li family in case they act foolishly out of anger. 24 counties. Without the need for Yuanying to take action, the Li family will become a thing of the past. Ha! What a moral person! What a Qingyun Pavilion! What a scheming Elder Qiu! Li Dalong Shudan Li Loga. It was the first time in more than 100 years that he laughed so crazily. Huang Xiujing's face changed when he saw Li Dalong's strange behavior. Brother Dalong. He seemed to have anticipated what Li Dalong was going to do. Since he met the Li family, he has been witnessing the growth of the Li family step by step, and also watching the madness of this family in the face of their enemies step by step. They are fearless. Brother Huang, thank you for taking care of my Li family over the years. If it weren't for you, my Li family would have to face so much harassment over the years. I'm afraid we would have been at war with Qingyun County. My Li family is grateful. Li Dalong bowed to Huang Xiujing. Brother Dalong has already said that you and I are friends for life and death. Huang Xiujing sighed for no apparent reason. Since we are friends for life and death, I would not thank you for your kindness. Li Dalong smiled easily, no longer showing the anger he had when Old Pig died. He took out 2 8th-grade blood spirit fruits and various 5-element medicinal powders from his arms and handed them to Huang Xiujing. There is even a low-grade spiritual weapon. Brother Dalong, this is... Huang Xiujing was puzzled. Li Dalong said in a gentle voice, this is the betrothal gift. Didn't Brother Huang say that he wanted to marry into my Li family? My Li family has a 5th-generation son, who is only an infant. You can go to Yinshu Wanghai Tower and hide your identity. Brother Huang can decide on this marriage yourself. I just wonder if Brother Huang dislikes my Li family? Huang Xiujing's eyes suddenly turned red. Perhaps after years of friendship, he had other purposes. Perhaps for the sake of profit, he would make a selfish choice. But he could not deny his admiration for the Li family. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Brother Dalong, what do you think of me, Huang Xiujing? Everyone in the world says that I, Huang Xiujing, am a despicable villain, and that I, Huang Xiujing, am insidious and cunning. But your Li family is worthy of my willfulness for once. I will accept this marriage. This day, Huang Xiujing left holding a child. He didn't even know which younger generation of the Li family the child belonged to. A group of Li family wives handed the children to him, crying. As he flew on his sword, he carefully used his magic power to protect the child. Seeing the child in his arms crying loudly, he smiled. The little kid is called a madman? It must be because of the 7 bears in your family. Don't be afraid. From now on you will be my Huang Xiujing's relative. I, Yinshu Wanghailu, will find you the most beautiful wife, okay? Wow! The baby in the cradle cried, because he was away from the familiar environment. Li Dalong and his wife hugged each other and chatted for a long time. Soon they brought the surviving descendants of the Li family to the ancestral temple, and they all knelt in front of Li Xiang's spirit tablet. Even the traitor Li Tianming came with Li Tianyi. This perverted boy was visiting the ancestral hall built by his family in the Silver Iron Forest for the first time. It was also his first time seeing the death-straightening heavenly coffin and the various secrets of the Li family. He was dazzled for a moment, until the Ancestor's tablet shone brightly as everyone entered. Ah, is that a spiritual weapon? Li Tianming stared at the spiritual tablet in a daze. Li Tianyi glared at his brother and made a gesture to silence him. He dared to bring Li Tianming in because his great-grandfather and great-grandmother did not know Li Tianming. He didn't know his great-grandfather either. He was the most mysterious person in the family. It is said that he killed his wife in his early years and 8 children every day. When the sword light appeared in the depths of the Silver Iron Forest, another child was eaten by the great-grandfather. However, Li Tianyi knew that it was definitely not that exaggerated. One child would have to be eaten for at least 3 days. As for Grandpa, I have definitely seen him, but when I was a child, I heard that Grandpa Li Yaotai worked as a blacksmith all day long, and he was very fierce. Did you see that silver arm? I heard that arm was chopped off by my great-grandfather, and Grandpa couldn't beat him, so he could only work as a blacksmith all day long to vent his anger. Tianyi, what are you looking at? As if he had noticed Li Tianyi's gaze, Li Yaozu turned his head and looked at the younger generation. Although he had practiced sword for many years, he still tried his best to appear gentle. However, his slightly messy hair and his eyes that seemed a little cold due to the sword still scared Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi tried hard to look obedient. No, Grandpa is really a god. Li Yaozu frowned. You are such a flatterer. Don't do that again in the future. Yes, great-grandfather. Tianyi will never dare to do it again. Li Tianyi quickly turned his head and pressed down the head of Li Tianming, who was still staring at Li Yaozu. The 2 brothers knelt down towards the ancestral tablet. Only Li Yunbing looked at Li Tianming for a second. Although this guy had grown up a lot, he still vaguely remembered Li Tianming's madness. But he ignored it and just thought to himself, these stupid boys have not grown up yet. They think they can hide by using the method of concealing their cultivation. Li Dalong, who was kneeling at the front, saw that all the family members had arrived at the family residence. He bowed loudly. Grandfather, I understand what the sacred tree said. Next year, the land of Qingyun County will be dyed red. Grandfather, this time, I'm really going to be unfilial. In front of the screen, Li Xiang had long since recovered from the anger over the Pig Demon King's death and the worry that the Leaf family would soon face a powerful enemy. He took a deep breath. Although the Purple Thunder Sky Young Python was not there, he still had a way to express himself. Our ancestors send warmth, one to each person. The ancestral tablet turned into spiritual power and carved a word in front of everyone in the Leaf family. Allow. If all the descendants of the Leaf family are cowards, that would be the greatest act of filial piety. He is very fortunate that his descendants are all brave. Half a month later, on the screen, the members of the Leaf family gradually walked out of the ancestral temple again, and this time they took away all the precious things in the ancestral temple. There was no longer the sadness in their eyes from half a month ago, only suppressed anger and fearlessness in facing the future. Shinshu, I'm sorry for wronging you. Li Dalong took the top-grade magic weapon, the soul-hidden map, and walked to the original blood tree. The primordial blood tree opened its scarlet eyes, somewhat reluctantly. The primordial blood tree is used to taking root in the Leaf family. It feels that this will be a long separation. It is asking if you can let it stay alone in the family residence to protect everything. It is willing to sacrifice its life for this. What time is it now? A tree of your age, stop being homesick. Li Xiang chose no without hesitation. Got a denial. The word quasi appeared above the head of the Benshu blood tree. I don't know who he learned it from, but it looks very majestic. Next came Tialin's caves, which were directly put back into the ring. All the spirit beasts of the Silver Iron Forest gathered under by Ruru's Demon King blood pill. There are about 100 spirit beasts, including 4 peak spirit beasts, all of which were collected one by one into the spirit map. The soul-hidden map at this time had become an ancient painting, depicting an ancient tree with spirit beasts standing on its branches. These spirit beasts were actually dynamic, running around on the branches from time to time, causing the branches and leaves of the original blood tree to shake a little irritably. All things above the 8th grade within the family were taken into everyone's pocket. Li Tianyi and Li Tianming also followed along. Li Tianming was better, but he couldn't stop smiling when he saw the things his elders took away. Li Tianyi was different. He had been talking to his elders all the way and was no longer afraid of their angry expressions. Ah, Grandpa, I have never been able to enter your forging pavilion, but now I know what is inside. Li Tianyi gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa, 38th grade spirit puppets, equivalent to 30 peak foundation building spirit puppets. And over there, 6 spirit puppets with fake elixir strength. Oh my god, aren't those the war puppets bestowed by our ancestors in the legend? How come they have the aura of a golden elixir? Didn't you tell me back then that our family is not strong enough and that we should never go out and mess with others? And that you asked me to take good care of my younger brothers and sisters, okay? I really believed it. I have worked hard all my life to prevent my brothers and sisters from getting into trouble, fearing that they would offend others. I was scolded by the Qi refining level 8 of the neighboring Jinan family, and I didn't even talk back. Isn't it because they are afraid that our family can't win? With such strength, what do I have to fear? Grandpa, you have kept this from me for so long. Listening to his grandson's nagging, Li Yaotai pretended that he heard nothing, then silently put the spirit puppet back into the ring, and kicked Li Tianyi away and embedded him into the wall. This grandson is good in everything except that he is a chatterbox. After finally getting out of the wall and walking to Li Yaozu, he was no longer afraid that Li Yaozu would eat his children. He saw the old man open hundreds of small magic circles in a cellar. In an instant, one treasure after another came into view. The spiritual energy is rising to the sky. 8 low-grade spiritual weapons? 2 mid-grade spiritual weapons? Doesn't our family only have 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon formation that can save our lives? Li Tian was stunned. Li Yaozu still wanted to leave a good impression on the younger generation, so he tossed a middle-grade spiritual tool that looked like a bead. Oh, are you talking about this Tianyan pearl? Your uncle sent something back again. This thing is not bad. It is indeed acceptable. Li Yaozu opened the big magic circle among hundreds of small magic circles. The spiritual energy was overwhelming, and 2 things came into view. A high-grade spiritual weapon, a top-grade spiritual weapon. Li Tianyi suddenly felt heartbroken, and his expression quickly became aggrieved, helpless, and collapsed. Li Yaozu frowned. But you youngsters are still young, and you should not know too many secrets. Spiritual weapons have become treasures for the foundation-building families to protect their clans, and we should also avoid being coveted by outsiders. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and your 4th aunt will return it. The best-grade spiritual weapon is sent back by your 2nd aunt. Oh! Li Tianyi felt numb. If he didn't know that his great-grandfather had a bad temper, he would definitely have complained a few words if his grandfather had hit him harder than he did. Wait until Grandpa and Grandma complain. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother are sorting out various spiritual objects, elixirs, herbs, potions, battle formations, and exercises. There are 5 Shin-level magic and martial arts. It was agreed that our family only has 2 Shin-level magic and martial arts. One is the Shadow Sky Tsung Step, and the other is the Su's turning rain into weapons obtained from the Su family. Li Tianyi scratched his head vigorously. There are also pills, 7th grade pills that can help the Jindan stage break through to the upper realm. There are 3 of them, and these potions, 2 7th grade potions. Herbs, why are there so many 7th grade natural treasures? Why didn't I know our family was so wealthy? Li Tianyi burst into tears. While others were excited about becoming rich overnight, he was filled with sadness. He even suspected that his family was richer than the legendary Li Tian sect. But he always thought that his family was so poor that all they had were the medicines sent back by a second aunt, the 50 fruits produced every 10 years by the 8th grade blood spirit fruit tree, and the natural treasures produced in the silver iron forest. Li Dalong was stunned when he saw his grandson crying so sadly. Don't you know? My child, our family has always been well off. Then he looked at Li Yunbing, who was looking around. Second grandson, didn't you tell Tianyi? Ahem. Li Yunbing kuwaliguli. Grandma, you and Grandpa taught us since we were young that children in our family should be raised in poverty. When Tianyi was in the early stages of building his foundation, it was already good enough for him to have a great river dragon general map. My 7 younger brothers and sisters have also been educated in this way. That's right. Li Dalong shook his head and smiled. Child, it's okay. When my great-grandfather was your age, he was still slaughtering pigs in the mountains. Your elders were also working hard for the family at your age. If you work hard, you will have it. Looking at the elders who were busy packing up their things again, Li Tianyi pursed his lips, walked to the corner, faced the wall, buried his head in his left forearm, and pounded the wall frantically with his right arm. I'm a big fool, the biggest fool in the family. Seeing Li Tianyi's behavior, Li Tianming suddenly became anxious. Brother, why? Why are you crying so sadly? Li Tianyi wailed even more, to the point where both the man was silent and the woman was in tears. Tianming, you don't know? I always thought that my family was very poor, so I started learning to rob tombs when I was 12 years old. I heard from Grandpa, Wang Ergu in the village, that tomb robbers have the most spiritual stones. Li Tianyi hammered harder. If I had known that our family was so wealthy and had no shortage of spiritual tools and natural treasures, why would I have worked so hard? The point is, the most powerful thing I, your big brother, have stolen over the years is just a magical tool. It's really dark in the tomb passage. The ghosts and zombies in there are really scary. Listening to his elder brother's angry accusation, Li Tianming couldn't bear it and decided to comfort him. Brother, you don't have to be sad. In fact, you can ask me. Huh? Li Tianyi turned his head suddenly and looked at Li Tianming, his face full of tears, and he was still gritting his teeth. They told you but didn't tell me? No, I can guess it. I'm not stupid. Get out of here, On this day, there was a sad person at the Li family's residence. Li Tianyi finally understood why his family did not give resources to his younger brothers and sisters and only rewarded him when he had achieved some success. It turned out, this was the family's special educational method, and the family would give it to him as long as he worked hard enough. He was so foolish as to rob tombs, and so foolish as to give all the resources to his younger brothers and sisters. No wonder the elders in the family didn't make a fuss when they saw their children had no resources, but kept encouraging their younger brothers and sisters to go out and make their own living. Every time he sent resources, the elders would send them back and scold him, and he had to give them secretly, like a thief. Why? Listening to Li Tianyi's shrill screams coming from outside the house, Li Yunbing sighed, but it was full of comfort and relief. Back then, everyone said I was stupid, and I was also called the stupidest member of the family. Now it's good. My youth is over, and there are people to take over. When Li Yaotai heard this, he raised his thumb with his silver arm, which looked even brighter, and said in great earnest, "The Yangtze River's waves behind push forward the waves ahead." In front of the screen, Li Xiang was also confused. 20 years had passed, and this was the first time he had seen the Li family's heritage. After all, the descendants of the Li family come and go, and he cannot leave the house, so he spends most of his time practicing. Open the game history again. In the 72nd year of the Li family, Your descendant Li Yaoqing was rewarded by the Demon Lord and obtained the top-grade spiritual weapon Tianyu, Destroying God Needle, which he sent back to the family to worship the Ancestor. In the 76th year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yaowen sent the Dawn Killer to assassinate a master of the Golden Core realm and obtained the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Skyfire Revolving Wheel, and sent it back to the family to worship the Ancestor. In the 77th year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yaowen sent assassins back home to raise millions of spiritual stones and buy 3 7th-grade spiritual pills at the auction house. They have quietly enriched their family assets through various means. In addition, it was a year of great chaos, so it was easier to obtain resources. No wonder it was said that war was the best way to make money. Li Xiang let out a long breath. Looking at the family members, they had already emptied out all the valuables in the house, and in Jian village and the Li family's residence, only the still rich spiritual energy remained. Then they walked into the darkness of the Li family's residence. Friends of the Qingping Gu family, the Lantianhan family, and the Li family over the years all came. In front of them were children of the Li family, who were not yet 12 years old. Li Dalong gave each of his children a ring. He stared at the Li family's friends solemnly, bowed to them, and said gratefully, "Everyone, these children are all taken care of by you. For this, Dalong and the tribesmen are grateful. In the future, the Li family will reward you handsomely." Ha! Gu Kaming, the head of the Qingping Gu family, is considered the Li family's best friend and even a relative of the Li family. He did not want others to see the worry in his expression and laughed. "Although I don't know what happened to the Li family, don't worry, Brother Dalong. Our two families have been as close as brothers for a long time. Besides, over the years, there are countless secrets between our two families that cannot be shared with outsiders. Even for these reasons, I, Gu Kaming, will not sell the Li family's child." As soon as these words came out, the leaders of these forces all agreed. Yes, it can be seen that the Li family is going to do something that will go against the will of the world. If you have any requests, just speak up. Let me be frank with you. My Lantianhan family is what it is today because of the Li family. What happened today is a secret. The Li family's child is also the biggest secret of my family. Anyone who dares to reveal the secret will be the enemy of my Han family. Amiba, it seems that there will be one more meat-eating monk in my temple. Please don't blame me, Buddha. Following everyone's words, Li Dalong and the rest of the Li family bowed together. This kindness will be remembered by the Li family. Soon the children were taken away. Some of the younger ones didn't understand why and were still crying. But Li Dalong believed that when they grew up, they would understand everything. Some of the older children already knew the reason for the incident. They had stubborn faces and told their elders not to worry and to go and avenge old Pig without worry. When they grew up, they would also contribute to the family. Li Dalong and his wife were reluctant to say goodbye to their children. Due to their age, they had rarely paid attention to the 4th and 5th generations of the Li family. Su Tsuehua was even more confused by these children whose names she couldn't even recognize. And now, they are full of satisfaction. After all, the children of the Li family are the children of the Li family. They should flourish everywhere and leave their eternal stories on this land. As the children left, everyone arrived at the center of Jian village, where the daughters-in-law and sons-in-law of 2 generations of the Li family had already gathered. They all burst into tears. Half a month ago, Lao Zhu died, and the husband and wife resolutely left home. And today, the family is separated. There was no more laughter in the Li family. No one would gather together to argue about which child was theirs. The familiar pet pig would no longer come from Yunlin to help them take care of the children. The Li family's spiritual beasts also disappeared. The forging pavilion would no longer hear Li Yaotia's disturbing iron forging sounds day and night. The direction of the silver iron forest would no longer have sword shadows breaking through the air from time to time, and the family residence would no longer have strange foxes running in. Their strange grandfather and great-grandfather would no longer crawl out of the coffin and bring the stinking corpse back to the coffin. What's there to cry about? This was the first time Su Tsuehua got angry in front of her juniors. We have important things to do. We are not going to die. We will be together again one day. Li Yundo's wife, Yunlin, was tough. She gritted her teeth and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, where are you going?" I can go too. After all, I am also in the foundation building stage. Go home. The Qin family is doing well now. Li Dalong smiled at his granddaughter-in-law and said, "This time, Our Li family is not fighting against a certain family or a certain sect. We are fighting against the memory of the entire Qingyun County. Li Yaodai and his wife held a pile of tablets and handed them to the wives and husbands of the younger generations. Remember, our ancestors will always protect you. We don't know when they will come back. If Li Yaodai hesitated for a moment, he couldn't say it. Bai Ruru said straightforwardly, if you can't wait, then you can look for another marriage partner. When the children left, they left a divorce certificate. You are still young, and our Li family will not blame you no matter what choice you make. We in the Li family will always regard you as our children. We will remember your kindness to the family. If you can't stand the loneliness and want to get married, I will make a decision for you and give you the betrothal gifts when the time is right. Mother, grandmother, we're not leaving. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned red. They realized that the family was really going to fight to the death. Get lost. Are you waiting to die by staying at home? Remember, the moment you leave the Li family, if anyone asks you, just tell them that you are no longer a member of the Li family. Li Yaozu simply narrowed his eyes and swept out with his sword. Under the fierce sword energy, everyone left on horseback, looking back repeatedly. The carriage left. In Jian village, the villagers, numbering nearly 10,000, all knelt on the ground and looked at the Li family. They saw the Li family expelling their family members. So how could they not know the decision of the Li family? Li Dalong tried to persuade them, but the village chief still knelt with the villagers, and everyone's eyes were red. In this Jian village, the Li family, generation after generation, should have been a high-ranking immortal clan, but no one bullied the villagers. Occasionally, they were punished by the Li family. They cultivated their skills under the grace of the Li family. When the young ladies and young masters of the Li family had something delicious, they would even go to the street and share it with familiar villagers. Many villagers even helped the Li family take care of their children. After our Li family leaves, the people of Yunshu Wanghai Tower will bring Jian village into their sphere of influence. If anyone wants to harm Jian village, a long sword will be stuck at the entrance of the village. Li Yunbing helped the village chief up. Seeing the old man crying, he smiled and said, Grandpa village chief, I will leave Jian village to you. I hope that when we come back, I can see that Jian village has its own spiritual vein, and our forging pavilion will have a group of weapon refiners, as well as a spiritual medicine garden, an alchemy room, a library. The Li family's wish is to control Tailin Town and even the entire Taiching city. The village chief gritted his teeth and said, I know that we have been holding the old man back over the years. Please rest assured that when you come back, the children of our Jian village will not let the Li family down. The goal of the Li family is the goal of our Jian village. Right, Master Dalong. Just wait, my child will work in the weapon refining pavilion next year. When my son reaches the foundation building stage, no matter where Master Yunbing wants to go, I will let my son stand in front of him. All members of the Black Blood Hall, along with all the villagers of Jian village, respectfully bid farewell to all the masters and ladies. May the Li family prosper for generations to come. Thousands of giant eagles took to the sky, and monks from the Black Blood Hall soared over the entrance of the village. The villagers of Jian village all knelt down in the direction where the Li family members left. In their eyes, these familiar people from the Li family flew into the air on their swords, just as fearlessly as the people from the Li family had rushed out when Jian village was threatened time and time again before. They can break through the clouds, can break through the darkness. One day in the future, I will return in the same way, under the sun, with endless glory. Li Xiang was already sitting on the bed, staring at the game interface, with a look of madness followed by anger. The family temporarily gave up the residence they had developed in Tailin Town for nearly 100 years. Li Dalong had this idea at the time. They wanted to take the entire Li family out for revenge. If they messed with Qingyun Pavilion, the station would become the most obvious target. No matter what kind of magic circle, if the Li family was surrounded, they would really become a target. Of course, abandoning the base also has disadvantages. Resources cannot be produced, and the family business accumulated by the Li family over the years cannot develop rapidly. In fact, Li Xiang knew clearly that the best way to deal with this matter was to turn a blind eye, just like when Li Dalong was severely injured, and wait until thousands or hundreds of years to make plans. It was also acceptable to let Xiao Huanger and Taoist Qiu Yi wait for death. Under his leadership, the Li family, with the resources of two worlds developing, is bound to prosper. Can't. The fake ancestor endures humiliation for the sake of the overall situation. while the real Ancestor can feel the sincere emotions of future generations. For the sake of important people in the family, he would not be a human being unless he demands a price that the other party cannot bear. Fuck resources. Fuck the memories of Yunlin County. Fuck the incense and spiritual stones. Those bastards provoked a family full of blood and an ancestor above them. Soon, Xiang clicked on the map. Yunlin County. Li's descendants spread all over the place and flourished everywhere. The only group that gathered was heading towards Yunlin County, and their movements were very slow. Your descendant Li Dalong and his descendants went to Yunlin County, hiding their identities, waiting to receive information about Xiao Huanger from Yunlin Pavilion being left alone to avenge the Pig Demon King. Even if it was revenge, no one in the Li family took it too far. They are waiting for the best time and preparing for the worst. But the Li family's first wave of revenge has already begun. Xiang clicked on the two small white dots closest to Yunlin Pavilion on the enlarged map. Yunlin Pavilion Back Mountain, Ancestor's burial place. There were two little characters playing the game, standing at the foot of a big mountain. One of them was holding a round plate in his hand, looking at the round bead inside it to find the direction. Brother, are you sure you want to dig up the ancestral graves of Yunlin Pavilion's ancestors? The top-grade magic weapon that the Li family used to break the formation at the Su family, the Xianling disc, had fallen into Li Tianming's hands at some point, which was why he was able to easily enter the Li family. Li Tianyi looked solemn. Yes, otherwise I can't help at all in the early stage of foundation building. There must be a lot of good things in the ancestral tomb of Yunlin Pavilion. I will hide them all, and then let the elders see the wealth I have accumulated and make them angry. Humph! Li Tianming did not stop him. He knew that his elder brother must have some problems. Okay, after I find the path, be careful, brother. Hearing this, Li Tianyi frowned. Don't you want to dig together? I don't know why, but when Big Brother walks in front of me, I always want to stab him in the back with a knife. Li Tianming grinned. Besides, I also have things I want to do. He looked inside the Yunlin Gate. After bidding farewell to Li Tianyi, he walked to the far side of Yunlin Gate, flew into the sky with his sword, took out a small porcelain bottle the size of a thumb, poured the blue liquid inside into his mouth, and all the true energy in his body surged at this moment. Boom! In an instant, the blood mist dissipated in all directions, his body was riddled with holes, and he tilted and fell towards the direction of Yunlin's sect, with little hope of survival left. But his eyes turned white, and he was still mumbling. I am a traitor of the Li family. I know where the Li family members are. They are scattered and want to avenge the Pig Demon King. The Li family is very unfair. I have been oppressed and humiliated since I was a child. The Li family, from the old to the young, are my enemies. During the days when they imprisoned me, my hatred grew day by day. I cannot quell the resentment in my heart unless I kill them all. The Li family is very sinister. I know valuable information. The assassin organization Dawn in Yunlin County is the power of the Li family. Other than that, the Li family has no trump cards. My eldest brother wants to kill me. Please help me get revenge from Yunlin Pavilion. Memories flooded into my mind. Bah! With a loud bang, a dying young man in front of Yunlin Gate smashed a deep pit on the ground, with smoke and dust rising up, which completely attracted the attention of the Yunlin Gate guards. Your descendant Li Tianyi is digging the first ancestral tomb of Yunlin Pavilion. He is becoming more and more clear about the way to dig the tomb. Warning, Li Tianming is seriously injured and dying. Please use your skills to treat him immediately. Your descendant Li Tianming drank the soul-cleansing liquid obtained from Li Yaoqing. He was still hypnotizing himself when he was on the verge of death. He was brought back by the guards of Yunlin Pavilion. The foundation-building master used his true qi to keep him alive. Hiss! Looking at the actions of these two brothers, Li Xiang took a breath of cold air. No wonder they could get along well. Li Tianyi dug up people's ancestral graves. Li Tianming was not only perverted and ruthless when killing people, but he could even kill himself. Just based on the self-explosion he just did, if he was not careful, he would destroy himself, not to mention falling to the ground with near-death injuries. Afterwards, Li Xiang did not continue to check on the two of them. Now Li Tianyi is digging graves, so he is safe. As for Li Tianming, watching his actions, Li Xiang felt that the most likely reason for this guy's death was that he brought it upon himself. Since he dared to use such means to enter Yunlin Pavilion, it can be seen that he is an undercover agent and should have a lot of confidence. The scene changed. As time goes by, the speed increases. The older generation of the Leaf family has appeared in a small courtyard. Qingyun County, a Rinshan tea house. It was a small room. As soon as they entered, Li Daolong and his wife, brothers Li Yaozu and Li Yaotai, and Li Yunbing saw Li Yaowen. In an instant, the eyes of 5 people from 3 generations of the family were all red. Where is the Li Yaowen in front of them, who still has the charm he had before leaving home? Yaowenyu, we are not going to practice this art anymore? Su Tsuehua hurriedly walked to Li Yaowen and wanted to hug him, but Li Yaowen's body was like a skeleton that would break at the touch. She was afraid that if she accidentally used too much force, she would break Li Yaowen apart. The whole family came to Li Yaowen together, but Li Yaowen still had a smile on his face. With the family reunited. Huh! Li Xiang let out a light exclamation, and a look of joy began to appear on his brows. Li Yaowen looked miserable now, but he looked younger than last time. Last time he had 1 foot in the ground, but now he was just dying. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, is fighting against the calamity of heaven, and his lifespan is coming to an end. No. Why is it the same introduction? Li Xiang frowned and checked again. When he opened Li Yaowen's message, he found something different. Still a mortal body, but there are 2 more magic skills. Tian Xiaojing of Changsheng contains the power of the world's trace laws, can borrow life from the common people. Tian Xiaojing, 4 seasons. Borrowing strength from the 4 seasons. It seemed that clicking on Li Yaowen's message triggered the event. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, is borrowing the lives of tens of millions of people in Qingyun County to resist the heavenly calamity. I see. Li Xiang suddenly realized that he could not understand the Taoist monks, especially those like Li Yaowen. They were even more charlatan than fortune-tellers like Huang Xiujing. What they pursued was never simple power, but certain rules of the world. Then, Li Xiang saw everyone in the Leaf family gathered together, discussing an action of revenge, just like what they did in Jian village back then. It's just that now they have become more mature and stronger. First, place the ancestral tablet in the front hall, and everyone worships respectfully. Li Xiang gave them a burst of warmth. It turns out that even if we leave the ancestral temple, our ancestors are still blessing us in heaven. Li Daolong's eyes were filled with tears. Soon they talked about their future plans in front of the tablet. Li Yaowen took over the conversation and said in a hoarse voice, Xiao Huang has learned that all of our Li family members disappeared overnight. She and Elder Qiuyi are hiding in Qingyun Pavilion. They seem to be afraid. It is said that people from sects like theirs are the most devoted to the Tao and have cut off worldly ties. I want to see how indifferent they are to worldly ties. Hearing this, they all looked at Li Yaowen. Li Yaowen's eyes were calm and unperturbed. At this moment, all the members of the Li family narrowed their eyes and listened carefully to Li Yaowen's plan. If it were in the past, they would still resist Li Yaowen's plan. After all, that kind of plan was too inhumane. But now, special events. After discussion between your descendants, they finally decided to exterminate all 10 clans of Xiao Huang, 10 tribes. Tom did not make Li Yaowen kinder. On the contrary, she became more indifferent to the life and death of others. The incident of the Pig Demon King also made the Li family temporarily bury the kindness in their hearts. Even someone as kind as Li Daolong did not refuse this time. He gave all the command of the family's revenge to Li Yaowen, because he knows what kind of person is more appropriate to hold power at what time. But Li Yaowen did not take action immediately. She holds the ancestral tablet in her hand. Pushed by the puppet, I arrived at the yard and watched the winter snow disappear. Spring had arrived, and there were birds singing and flowers blooming. Please rest assured, Ancestor, even if the family residence is gone, Yaowen will not delay the development of the family. I heard that the family's blood spirit fruit tree has become a sacred tree. It's said that starting next year, the land of Qingyun County will be filled with blood. It is right. Li Yaowen's voice was faint. It is said that Qingyun Pavilion is the memory of Qingyun County. Then our Li family will make the people of Qingyun County think of Qingyun Pavilion in the future, and they will recall the fear that our Li family brought to the entire Qingyun County. There was a loud thunder in the sky, and it seemed that even the god could sense the murderous intent in the words of the dying old woman. Li Yaowen was not afraid. Soon, in the courtyard of the tea house, birds began to fly towards all directions of Qingyun County. Those directions were the places where the descendants of the Li family were. Li Xiang in front of the screen seemed to understand what Li Yaowen meant. The people of Qingyun County regard Qingyun Pavilion as the authentic one, so what if we kill them all to scare them away? He seemed to see it. Now that the Li family is led by Li Yaowen, the entire Qingyun County seems to be facing a plague. This plague is called fear. 4 years of the Li family. As the descendants of the Li family began to scatter, they were all growing up. Xiang found that his mouse was about to smoke. It turned out that he, the Ancestor, was the busiest person in the entire Li family. The original blood tree caused the descendants of the Li family to scatter and head towards where opportunities are. Everyone would be in danger. Your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, rang a bronze bell on the dry well in Qingsong Temple. But they found that nothing happened. Li Yun was so angry that he thought the original blood tree was fooling him. So he split the bronze bell with a halberd and opened a seal in the dry well. The 7 sons of the Iron Gate are entering the mad blood demon realm. After entering, they encountered the crazy blood demon king who was sealed in Qingsong Temple 20,000 years ago. He drowned in the blood altar when he was young and has become an external demon. He is an immortal existence. Your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, fought with the demon king who had lost his magic power and had little physical strength left for 7 days and 7 nights, killing him 10,000 times. Long live our ancestors. Fuck you, my ancestors will live forever. As Xiang used the ancestors' rage, the 7 sons of Iron Gate had a chance to catch their breath and sealed the mad blood demon lord into the magic weapon. What the hell is that? Xiang ignored the looks of gratitude and admiration that the 7 sons of the Iron Gate showed to the ancestral tablet. He still had some lingering fear in his heart. The mad blood demon lord is nothing special. If you smash it into pieces, it will grow buds and reassemble its body. If you burn it to ashes with Dan fire, it will reappear. If this thing is in its peak state, your descendants rely on your help to seal the mad blood demon lord. After 7 days and 7 nights of fighting, their bodies were stained with the blood of the demon lord. In the mad blood demon realm, they found the blood pool where the demon lord's demonic energy had dissipated into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over the past 20,000 years, as well as the demon lord's broken low-grade magic weapon blood-drinking mad blade fragment. Your descendants asked you if they could jump into the blood pool and take a dip. They smelled a sweet smell. Xiang hesitated for a moment. This man was really bold. The demonic energy of the demon lord turned into a blood pool, and it had been gathered for 20,000 years. God knows if it was still within the shelf life. What would happen if he lay in it? Just as Xiang was thinking, the 7 sons of Iron Gate knelt down in front of his spirit tablet. It was the first time that Xiang saw these 7 guys with such a serious expression. If it were in the past, they might have held his tablet and posed as if they were transforming into Ultraman. Grandfather, Yundo thinks it's worth a try. Me too. I feel an irresistible temptation. As long as I take a dip in it, my power will be greatly improved. I also know that there is a risk of becoming possessed. Several people talked one by one, but what really moved Xiang was what Li Yunjin said. I'm not afraid of being possessed by a demon. We also know the situation at Second Ant's place. There are many demons there. Aren't they more interesting than those so-called famous and upright sects? At least, the demons didn't kill Grandpa Pig. Brother, you have been in the Li Tian sect for decades. The Li Tian sect has been telling you to cut off your worldly ties, but you took their words as shit. The 7 of us brothers can do it. So what if we become demons? Besides, Mr. Huang Xiujin of Yinshu Wanghai Tower has calculated for the 7 of us brothers. We are stubborn, and our talents are average. We are not as good as our grandparents, our 4 elders, or our eldest and second brothers. If we don't have the chance in this life, it will be useless even if we die. Don't pretend to be a pill. I'm going to attack Qingyan Pavilion. If anyone dares to say no to us, the 7 Iron Gate Masters, will give him a slap in the face. The 7 people stared at the tablet closely. Li Yundo's eyes were red. Grandfather, this is the only chance for the 7 of us brothers to personally avenge Grandpa Pig. This is the truth. For the sake of revenge. What's wrong with becoming a demon? Looking at the stubborn expressions of the Taimen 7 sons, Xiang suddenly realized that the Taimen 7 sons were in their 60s and had been childish all their lives, and it was finally time for them to grow up. Call! Xiang let out a long sigh and finally used the ancestral tablet to write the word appropriation in front of the 7 sons. Watching the 7 sons walk towards the blood pool, they resolutely soaked in it. Xiang narrowed his eyes. Go ahead and flirt with him. We're going to wipe out all the memories of Qingyan County. Are you still afraid of a demon in your family? Soak hard. As he spoke, Xiang's voice became vague and ethereal. If Lao Zhu were still alive, he would definitely say the same thing. Let you soak in the water and grow up quickly, right? Following the 7 sons into the blood pool, Li Xiang began to wait for something to happen. There are many members of the Li family nowadays. 4th generation, 32 people. 5th generation, 6 people. Total members, 52. This does not include their wives or sons-in-law. Li Xiang must keep an eye on their situation at all times. Your descendant, Li Tianshuang, entered the swamp jungle. She was originally protected by her parents and taken care of by her elder brother, but now she saw blood for the first time. She fought with monsters and the changing weather, struggling to survive the poisonous miasma in the swamp jungle. As you repeatedly used the Ancestor's hug to heal her, her physique became stronger and stronger, and she gradually realized the beast-taming technique passed down by her great-grandmother. She was familiar with the medical canon of her second aunt, as well as the various techniques and martial arts of her family, and she became more and more proficient in how to survive in the swamp jungle. Obtain the trait, Swamp Walker. She will walk on the swamp as if it were flat ground. She will become the most elegant elf in the swamp. In the picture, there is a pretty girl in the swamp. She is wearing animal skins and stepping barefoot on the protruding stones in the middle of the swamp. Her eyes are like those of a wild beast, staring around and waiting for an opportunity to move, like a monster, like a crocodile. She grasped the spear tightly in both hands, jumped up, stabbed the monster leader's head, cut off the crocodile's head, raised the crocodile's head, roared to the sky, and looked around at the crocodiles. Submit or D. Your descendant, Li Tianshuang, has gained the submission of the swamp crocodile. Obtain traits, Crocodile Queen. All the crocodiles in the swamp jungle will feel the pressure from her and gradually surrender. Li Tianshuang stood on the crocodile's back and headed towards the distant place with majestic spiritual energy. He touched the ancestral tablet in his arms and felt at ease all of a sudden. With the blessing of my ancestors, I am not afraid of anything. Next, it's the spiritual crocodile. Tianxin Lake. It was a large lake with shimmering waves, but the strange thing was that in the center of the lake, the water was the same, but there was no ripple at all. A bird flew over it, and it seemed to be under great pressure, falling into it and sinking into the lake at a very fast speed. That is the real Tianxin Lake. Just when Tianxin Lake was calm, puff! Suddenly, a man jumped up from the lake with difficulty, floating in the air with his naked body on a flying sword. He bent his waist as if he was carrying a heavy object, and the dripping water stains were mixed with a lot of sweat. The ancestral tablet came out of the ring and appeared beside him. He forced a smile towards the tablet. Ancestor, I saw that there is a treasure in Tianxin Lake. That is a tortoise shell engraved with runes. The god tree is right. The heavy pressure on Tianxin Lake is caused by the tortoise shell. It noticed me. It seemed to be telling me that if I could carry it on my back, it would recognize me as its master. Looking at the excited young man in the picture, Li Xiang couldn't get excited at all. One hug from the ancestor of 100 incense sticks could heal the serious injuries of a cultivator in the Qi refining stage. He had saved his grandson from the brink of death nearly 50 times. Li Tianqi seemed to have inherited the most common trait of the Li family, stubbornness. Once he found a goal, he would definitely achieve it. But it was not without gain. Your descendant Li Tianqi has had nearly 50 near-death experiences and has acquired the trait, the numbness of the king of hell. The chance of escaping death is greatly increased. Each near-death experience can gain a small amount of power, and the probability of obtaining traits increases slightly. Your descendants have escaped death many times and have broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining. Obtain trait, Walking with Death. He gradually came to like the feeling of being on the verge of death. When he was seeking death, his luck increased. Li Xiang rubbed his temples. He suspected that the trait Numbness of the King of Hell should refer to him. Fortunately, this kid has a variety of superimposed traits, so it seems that he doesn't need to be rescued so often. As expected, within 2 days, Li Xiang saw Li Tianqi, a 1.7-meter tall young man, coming out of the lake, carrying a 1.5-meter long turtle shell on his back. Your descendants have obtained a spiritual object, Tianzhong Turtle Shell. It is compatible with the tortoise shell and can release air pressure several times greater than the body's strength, and can withstand attacks several times greater than the body's strength. Li Xiang felt relieved. With such a spiritual object around, the kid's chance of survival would increase when he tried to commit suicide. During this year, the 4th generation of the Li family, who had always been protected by Li Tianyi, was like a fledgling eagle. It finally left the protection of the eagle and gradually emerged in various places in Yunlin County. It adapted to loneliness and growth. The original blood tree is worthy of being hailed as a sacred tree by the Li family. However, the descendants of the Li family are indeed in great danger in the land of Omen. The skill that Xiang uses most now is Ancestor's Embrace. The only thing that never made Xiang use this skill and made Xiang feel at ease was Yunlin County Lu family. You can see a high mountain with continuous magnificent buildings and an aura of spiritual energy. Xiang had a particularly deep memory of this place. At that time, Li Tianming was the son-in-law of the Lu family. He killed his wife here and fled to the Leihua Demon Cave to seek refuge with Li Yaoqing. It is said that the Lu family and the Li family are destined to be together. At this moment, in a yard, a beautiful woman who looked like a foxy girl was wearing slightly revealing clothes and pouring tea in the yard. Next to her was a very honest boy. Your descendant Li Tianyue entered the Lu family under a false name and became a maid. She was suspicious of the sign that the sacred tree told her that it would kill her husband. Finally, one day, a direct descendant elder of the Lu family discovered Li Tianyue's beauty and wanted to marry her to his son Lu Yifeng. She discovered her father-in-law's evil intentions, asked Qinzi's master to kill him, and then married Lu Yifeng. In the intrigues of the big family and the various troubles caused by her beauty, she gained the trait, Fatal Woman. Her beauty is the most dangerous weapon. She can always use her beauty and growing wisdom to kill enemies with means other than force. The chance of having a romantic encounter increases. When Lu Yifeng faced his wife, his face turned red and he hesitated to say what was in his heart. But just from Lu Yifeng's lustful eyes, Li Tianyue understood what her husband wanted. She covered her mouth and giggled softly. Didn't we agree that when you become the head of the family, I will give you everything you want? How can I be the head of the family? My father is gone and I am not qualified at all. Li Tianyue said seriously. I hope my husband is the most capable and prestigious person in the whole city. They all say you are not worthy, but I can see that my husband has potential. I will help you. Just saying. A pigeon flew over from a distance. Li Tianyue took it under the gaze of her husband. Seeing Lu Yifeng's indifferent look, she must have seen such scenes many times. Looking at the messy, almost gibberish words in the letter, Li Tianyue slightly opened her red lips. The action begins. Take your husband and the Lu family's retainers to kill the descendants of Xiao Huanger's family. Location: Xiaojia, Qingyang Town, Tianan County. I want to go to Qingyang Town, Tianan County. I heard the scenery there is very beautiful. Li Tianyue didn't even look at her husband, but stroked the spirit tablet in her arms. After getting her husband's approval, she looked into the distance. Lu Yifeng, what color do you think the snow will be this year? Lu Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Isn't all snow white? Li Tianyue shook her head. She had seen red snow before, and she never wanted to see it again. But she wanted to go to Qingyang Town to see the bloody land, which should be more beautiful than red snow. It would be best if she could hear Xiao Huanger's angry wails in Qingyang Pavilion from afar. Li Xiang watched as each child practiced and grew up in a specific place under the sign of the primordial blood tree. Without exception, they all developed extremely crazy temperaments this year, and various characteristics entered their bodies. Li Xiang calls the fourth generation the craziest generation. If the first three generations were given courage by the spirits of their ancestors, then the fourth generation of children possessed fearless madness because of Old Pig. And now, this madness is unleashing its might on the enemy. Qingyang Town, Xiao Family Courtyard. The last dull groan was heard from the branch family of Qingyang Town, which had been passed down for 200 years. The door of the Xiao family opened. The bloodstained guards and retainers of the Lu family were escorting the 8th young master and the 8th young mistress of the Lu family as they went out. The guards and retainers all glanced at the 8th young lady from time to time, then quickly lowered their heads. This girl, who was born as a maid and became the 8th lady of the Lu family, will always be an indispensable part of the dreams of men and some women. Humph, you ignorant country boy. How dare you covet the women of our Lu family? You used Qingyang Pavilion to scare me and ruin my good mood. Lu Yifeng spat on the ground. No matter how honest and simple-minded he was still a direct descendant of the Lu family. The 8th young master is right. An elderly disciple at the peak of foundation building stroked his beard and smiled. It's just the Xiao family. Even though Qingyun Pavilion has an ancestor of the Xiao family, he is out of the secular world after all and poses no threat. Li Tianyuan nodded slightly and returned to Qingyun County with Lu Yifeng. Before leaving, she paused and looked at the retainer. Be more clean. Next time you come to Qingyang Town, I don't want to hear the word Xiao again. Yes, madam. The doorman bowed and nodded quickly. Looking at Li Tianyuan departing back, he stroked his beard and sighed. If the Lu family doesn't handle this kind of witch properly, she will be possessed. He had a vague feeling that since the 8th young lady came into the family and the master died, the family power controlled by them had gradually grown over time. Unfortunately, it was not Lu Yifeng who caused everything to grow wildly, but this young lady who was born as a maid and had a clean background. As he finished speaking, blood began to flow out of the sink at the gate of the Xiao family in Qingyang in an endless stream. Such things happened on the same day, in different places. Special event. Xiao family clearance plan. Your descendant Li Tianshuang received the family's order from the swamp jungle. She brought thousands of crocodiles, various jackals, tigers and leopards, countless birds, beasts, insects and pigs, and went to the village where one of Xiao Huanger's disciples was born. Your descendant Li Tianqi, wearing a heavy tortoise shell, received an order to go to a Xiao family mine. Li Yaowen ordered the Dawn Killers to be divided into 12 teams. As soon as daybreak comes, they will begin to exterminate all the branches of the Xiao family. Li Yaoqing orders the demons in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave to leave the cave. A bloody bloodbath was going on silently. It was like a large-scale, unknown plague that was budding, carrying the Li family's tremendous anger and being manipulated by Li Yaowen, and began to spread. Qingyun County. It was just getting light in the morning, and a group of strange people were walking in the morning mist. There was a sturdy middle-aged man with a simple and honest face, a resolute expression like a rock, and the vicissitudes of life. He was wearing simple cloth clothes and standing at the front. The most eye-catching thing was the rope tied in front of him, and the thing covered with white cloth on his back which looked like a huge coffin. Next to him was a slightly petite woman, who was obviously very charming, but also had a kind of rusticity that came from the countryside. She wore a bun that only old ladies would wear, jewelry that only antiques would wear, and a simple, loose farmer's cloth skirt. Behind these two people, there are 4 people. The young man was wearing a black robe, very handsome, with 2 strands of hair hanging on his cheeks, which could not hide the sharpness of his eyebrows and eyes. He waved his hands hidden in his sleeves, and the black box behind him made a clanking sound of metal colliding, as if something was fighting inside. The strong man, who was as muscular as a bull, was shirtless, and his muscles were bulging. He walked barefoot and wore a pair of shorts that were torn to his knees. He had no eyebrows, hair, or beard, which must have been burned by the fire. He looked extremely fierce, especially his silver left arm, which made it clear that he was not easy to mess with. But it was quite funny to see such a fierce man pushing an old woman in a wheelchair so cautiously. Beside the 2 men, there was a woman with a ponytail, tall stature, and wearing armor that made a clanking sound. On the front of the armor was carved a pig's head with ferocious fangs. She had a ghost head sword on her waist, making her look like a general. In this thick fog, passers-by who met them fled as if they had seen ghosts. Right at this moment, they stopped their journey and saw a woman coming out of the fog in front of them. She was wearing a tattered Taoist robe with messy long hair and a dirty little face. Then the group started moving forward again. They said nothing, just smiled slightly and looked at the woman in Taoist robes who walked silently into their group. On the streets of Qingyun County, they seemed to have come from the fog and walked into the fog. After many years, the first 2 generations of the Li family finally began to gather together. I don't know why. At this moment, they all thought of the countryside outside the Silver Iron Forest. Just like today, they carried their ancestral tablets and faced crisis together. Together they drove away the bandits. Together they broke into the Yintai Forest, and together they rushed into Thailand town carrying the hopes of their family. Now, each of them has grown old, experienced time, and experienced all kinds of life. Time has endowed them with the hardships they must experience in life, and has also changed their original intentions when they were young. But what can never be changed is the courage they have to face everything when they join hands. This courage is called family. Until, taking advantage of the early morning mist, they walked to a high mountain outside the city. In front of the mountain was a stone tablet. Xiao. Who is it? As soon as they stepped into the Xiao family's mountain gate on the first day of the new year, The two generations of the Li family raised their heads and looked at the continuous buildings on the top of the mountain. The guards at the gate were already facing a formidable enemy. No one responded. The guards saw it. A tablet slowly rose from the arms of the middle-aged man in the front, replacing the sun that should have risen early this morning. The sloppy woman casually threw out a gourd, and a black giant anaconda several tens of meters long came out of it. Its two soft chamfers were trembling, flashing with strong power of thunder and fire. It stared at him with its scarlet eyes, opened its bloody mouth, revealing its ferocious jagged fangs, and roared at him. That was also the last scene the guard saw in his life. Roar! Seeing that the family's guardian beast had broken through the magic cave and rushed to the Xiao family, Li Dalong untied the death coffin and jumped into the sky. The coffin of the death coffin opened, and zombies rushed out roaring, and the Xiao family's formation was activated. Li Dalong was looking at the spirit tablet in front of him, and his family members were also staring at him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Leave no one behind. Your family, the first and second generation members, all went to the Xiao family in Qingyun County. Half an hour later, they left the Xiao family and brought back a large amount of spoils. After this battle, they dispersed in silence. Li Xiang also saw the terrifying strength of the first two generations of the Li family, and even he was a little excited. Fuck! Li Xiang wiped the cold sweat from his head. It was a complete crushing victory. What half an hour? That was collecting spoils. The Xiao family, whose strongest member is only an early Jindan expert, did not even have a chance to fight back. Under the evolved purple thunder sky sun python, their clan protection formation was like a piece of paper. He saw countless zombies crawling out of Li Dalong's GCT coffin, as well as ghosts appearing from Li Dalong's magic circle. Su Tsuehua is a three-tailed fox demon. Wherever the fox demon passes, the people of the Xiao family stand there stupidly waiting to die. Li Yaozu's sword, Li Yaoqing's vines that almost covered the Xiao family's residence, Li Yaodai controlling the war puppets he had built time and time again, and Li Yaowen, whose words are as real as reality and who can randomly control the four seasons. Even Bairuru has the power of fake elixir. She can even summon a wisp of residual soul of two generations of demon kings to transform it into a dharma body. Are they already so strong? Li Xiang thought of the previous battle at the Su family. If the currently family went there, they would be crushed just as well. He was originally prepared to come back to the game world to help his descendants fight, but he saved the incense money. Not to mention that he was not asked to help. Even the original blood tree was not summoned in this battle. After 20 years of seclusion, the currently family has already possessed the strength to crush ordinary Jindan families. Moreover, this is without giving your all. Congratulations, the special event, Xiao Family Elimination Plan has been completed. Obtain incense value 10,000. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, is sending a great gift to Xiao Huanger of Qingyun Pavilion, the Xiao Family Head Memorial. Okay, Xiao Huanger, this is just the first account. Seeing so much bloodshed, Li Xiang, who was watching it bit by bit, showed a look of satisfaction. He could not forget the cold and cruel look on Xiao Huanger's face when he saw the old pig being slaughtered in the Spirit Stone when he was gathering intelligence from the Li family. He believed that the Li family would never forget that scene because of the passage of time, and the hatred in their hearts would only accumulate with the passage of time. Now is the time to vent your anger. Take a deep breath. Li Xiang switched the scene to Qingyun Pavilion. He also wanted to see whether Xiao Huanger had really severed her worldly ties. I looked at Li Tianming's profile picture in the member list. Through Li Tianming, the map of Qingyun Pavilion is probably opened. Li Xiang. Li Tianming was indeed a little abnormal, but this time the boy was very good and was also fighting for the family. Li Xiang believed that with Li Tianming's abnormal intelligence, his undercover operation would be successful, and he might even be able to get into Qingyun Pavilion. The scene changed and switched to Li Tianming's perspective. The corner of Li Xiang's mouth twitched. He saw it. A black iron cage was hung on a pillar in the center of Qingyun Pavilion. Many disciples of Qingyun Pavilion were walking back and forth on the bluestone slabs below, looking up at the cage from time to time, as if they were watching a monkey. In the cage, Li Tianming held the iron fence tightly with both hands, his face almost pressed between the two iron bars, his lower lip pouted in grievance. A few words appeared above his head. "Let me out, Li Xian." In the 84th year of the Li family, disciples of Qingyun Pavilion disappeared one after another. Qingyun Pavilion found that something was wrong and found 3 disciples buried alive in the back mountain. The truth was exposed. The pavilion master of Qingyun Pavilion decided to lock Li Tianming up in public and punish him, making him recite scriptures every day to silently influence him. Your descendant, Li Tianming, obtains the trait, Pretender. Half a year of reading the scriptures could not move his twisted heart. He memorized the scriptures and listened to the teachings of the pavilion master. But his heart was thinking differently. His heart became more determined and his character improved. You fucking. Li Xiang was speechless. He held his forehead with his hand and said that he had never seen such a psychopath in his life. Then he murmured, "That's good now. Let's educate him. The more we educate him, the more perverted he becomes. He is even more determined to kill people now." I originally thought he was next to Li Tianyi. He thought that his perverted descendant would gradually become better, and this was indeed the case. After returning to the Li family, Li Tianming had not done anything perverted for several months and had become an undercover agent for the family. But now, this descendant whose talent is even higher than Li Tianyi's is completely useless. Ignoring Li Tianming, Li Xiang began to move his eyes and looked at various directions of Qingyun Pavilion. After all, it was a sect with a long history, with many disciples and children, and there were secret places for disciples to practice everywhere, as well as many places of inheritance. Because of Li Tianming's investigation in some places, Li Xiang, the Ancestor, can also obtain the information found by Li Tianming. Qingyun 12 Towns Tower, the place where the Yuanying and Jindan elders of Qingyun Pavilion passed down their teachings. Every generation of elders would leave their teachings here to prevent Qingyun Pavilion from falling into decline. How could a sect like this not have a nascent soul? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. According to the information the Li family knew now, Qingyun Pavilion only had a Jindan elder, but their inheritance had been passed down for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The current information was that including the sect master, there were a total of 7 Jindan elders in Qingyun Pavilion. The number of this kind of Jindan stage is almost on par with that of Li Tianzong and Zuan woman. The more Li Xiang investigated the situation in Qingyun Pavilion, the more he felt that Qingyun's sect was not simple. Even if he used his but to think, he could sense that Qingyun Pavilion was hiding its strength. Just thinking about it. Bah! A Qingyun Pavilion disciple, wearing a cloud-patterned Taoist robe, riding a crane, hurriedly descended from the sky into the sect. His expression was filled with fear, and he actually failed to control the crane, and both he and the crane rolled down when they landed on the ground. The disciple had no time to heed the crane's complaining cries and staggered straight to the hall. Pavilion Master Elder. No! Something bad has happened. There is a great terror at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. This moment, in the main hall of Qingyun Pavilion, the back mountain, the 12 towers of the pavilion, and even under the ground of Qingyun Pavilion, cultivators opened their eyes. They all heard the disciples' cries of fear, and at the same time, there is also the rich blood energy coming from the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Qingyun Pavilion Master Yuxian sat on the lotus platform, his eyes shining, and he had already made his calculations. He looked coldly at the various patterns on the hall, and finally sighed. The catastrophe is coming. Why is it like this? As his voice fell, inside the 12th tower, the gorgeous woman who was sitting cross-legged opposite Elder Chio Yi had already opened her beautiful eyes. In just a moment, her eyes turned red, and she jumped up, revealing her phoenix body, which broke through the top floor of the tower and rushed out. She felt it. It was a blood-connected aura. No matter how strong or weak it was, all gathered outside Qingyun Pavilion. Besides, dead air. In the center of Qingyun Pavilion, Li Tianming, who was holding onto the iron fence and acting pitiful, slowly raised his head and looked at the flames that rushed out anxiously. He raised his eyebrows. He also felt the blood energy under Qingyun Mountain. That blood energy came to his face and was extremely sweet. TSK. This must be the work of 4th Annie. She is indeed someone I respect as a deity. Li Xiang looked at the screen. In his picture, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the blood and the dark resentment of the dead merged together. Within just a few minutes, the sky in the distance of Qingyun Mountain was filled with dark red clouds because of the resentment and blood. At the foot of the mountain, there is a Jingguan built with human heads. For Li Xiang, the scene was already a little scary. The human head pavilion was dozens of meters high, and each head was staring with fear in its eyes. But for the disciples gathered in Qingyun Temple in the game, this will probably become their inner demon, or even a nightmare for a long time in the future. They saw it. Outside this huge Jingguan, as the wind blew, the hair of the heads fluttered in the wind. Most of the heads had their hair still, and those that did were dripping with blood. All the heads had expressions of fear before death, and many puzzled expressions, as if they did not understand why the disaster had befallen them until their death. For this reason, the heads on the Jingguan looked in all directions, as if emitting endless resentment. The blood, which had not yet dried up, was slowly flowing along the gaps between the heads of the people at the bottom, and going along the gate of Qingyun Mountain. Some monks used magic, and they saw an even more terrifying scene. Outside the mountain gate, souls in groups of 3 or 2 have appeared, following the path of the human head memorial. They're wandering around stiffly. None of the souls have a head, and they come here to find the missing part of their body so that they can follow the path of reincarnation. Fear was spreading. Although the disciples of Qingyun Pavilion didn't know what was happening and who would use such cruel means to build such a vicious memorial of human heads outside Qingyun Pavilion, it did not stop them from trembling in fear at this moment. The fishy wind even made several timid disciples faint. It was a kind of deathly aura that could break the mind of a cultivator. Along with them came many elders from Qingyun Pavilion. Among them, a beautiful woman in red numbly landed in front of the Jingguan and stood there in a daze. But at this time, no one paid any attention to Xiao Huanger's strange behavior. They frowned and looked at the sky above the Jingguan. At the top of the Jingguan, a human head was holding a spirit stone in its mouth. As the disciples of Qingyun Pavilion gathered, the spirit stone emitted light, and a picture emerged in front of everyone. They saw in the picture that the demon king once played with the children gently in the valley. Those lovely children ignorantly called the demon king Old Pig and Great Grandpa. Seeing the Qingyun Pavilion master arresting the couple, Xiang was stunned. He thought that a sect like the Qingyun Pavilion with a history of hundreds of thousands of years would be angry because of the provocation of the Li family, but he didn't expect the Qingyun Pavilion master to be so sensible. It's not just Xiang. Even in Qingyun County, Li Yaowen was stunned when she saw what happened in Qingyun Pavilion through the images sent back by others. She soon breathed a sigh of relief, but did not relax her vigilance. Instead, she frowned even more tightly. Master Yu is very sensible. Then he waved his hand and asked someone to come over. Go, find out if there is anyone in this world who is related to Li Tianzong Xiuyi and kill all their relatives and friends. Yes, Chief. A black shadow on the ground floated away. He must have figured out something. As expected, for a place like Qingyun Pavilion, the sect master also has a good trump card. No wonder Qingyun Pavilion has been passed down to this day. Looking at the screen, Xiang also realized that Yu Xian's behavior was beyond his expectations. But at least for now, he seems to be a reasonable and good person. We still have to keep an eye on him, otherwise it would be bad if something strange happens. Only seen in the picture, Yu Xian was already face-to-face with Li Tianming, who was still pretending to be confused. Master, what happened outside? Why did all the brothers run out? Yu Xian was silent for a long time, and finally said something that made Li Tianming pale. How long do you think you can hide the fact that you used the soul-cleansing liquid from me? Li Tianming was dumbfounded. Your descendant, Li Tianming, is collapsing. Li Xiang's mouth twitched as well. He understood that Yu Xian was probably just like Huang Xiujin, who was transporting Wanghai Tower, and they both knew the skill of fortune-telling. And Yu Xian was even better than Huang Xiujin. Li Tianming stood naked in front of Yu Xian, as if he had been stripped naked. A line of small words appeared above Yu Xian's head. The leader of Qingyun Pavilion sighed. There are bad people in the world, kid. I knew you had ulterior motives the moment you entered Qingyun Pavilion. But I still saved your life, and also left a glimmer of hope for Qingyun Pavilion. Li Tianming finally recovered from the shock of being discovered, but he didn't understand what Yu Xian said, so he simply stopped pretending. Old man, what are you pretending for? I don't understand. You will understand. Yu Xian slowly opened the cage and said, Go back and tell your Li family elders that the disaster has just begun. This is not only a disaster for you, but also a disaster for our Qingyun Pavilion. Li Tianming rubbed his hair in annoyance. What on earth do you mean? I've been exposed. You should kill me. Yu Xian remained calm and said, It's me who's going to die. This time, not only Li Tianming was stunned, but Li Xiang in front of the screen was also stunned. Yu Xian still looked as if he didn't care about life or death, and he was still smiling. Don't think that I just had people arrest Xiao Huang and Xiu Yi, but if I want to kill them, that's absolutely impossible. Qingyun Pavilion is no longer the same as it used to be. The Qingyun Pavilion used to protect lives during the chaos in the world and accumulated merits for 100,000 years, which allowed Qingyun Pavilion to survive until now. Today, the elders of Qingyun Pavilion are blinded by greed and will do whatever it takes to restore Qingyun Pavilion to its former glory. So Xiao Huang and Qiu Yi from Li Tianzong became a couple. Do you think Qingyun Pavilion is high and mighty? No. In fact, Qingyun Pavilion is filled with the power of Li Tianzong, Xianwu sect, and even the various sects and clans in the entire Qingyun County. Qingyun Pavilion has long been a microcosm of the entire Qingyun County. Do you believe that they have now walked out of the cage in style? As for me, I'm already tired and want to survive. I will leave Qingyun Pavilion with some disciples tonight. Watching Li Tianming walk out of the cage, Yu Xian waved his hand and said, "Go now. Tell your elders not to fight anymore. You want to kill the elders of Qingyun Pavilion, which means you are against the entire Qingyun County. They have been in cahoots with you for who knows how many years. It is better for you to leave Qingyun County as soon as possible." That's right. Seeing Li Tianming walk away with his hands behind his head and legs spread apart, Yu Xian shouted, "Tell your Li family to be careful of Li Tianzong. Think about why Qiu Yi was only imprisoned for 20 years, while Li Yunlin from your Li family was imprisoned for 50 years. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked back to the main hall, packed his luggage with 2 elders and dozens of disciples, and flew away overnight. Yu Xian stood above the clouds. He looked at the Qingyun Pavilion on the ground reluctantly. It was brightly lit and filled with spiritual energy. It was worthy of being a major sect that had existed for more than 100,000 years and worthy of being the memory of the entire Qingyun County. However, the higher one was, the easier it was to lose one's nature. He still remembers the former Qingyun Pavilion, where all members were devoted to the Tao. But now, without destruction there is no construction. Destruction can bring about new life. Yu Xian's eyes were deep, as if they contained brilliant stars. Qingyun County also needs a thorough reshuffle. I hope your Li family can do it. He took a deep breath and flew away, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He calculated that he could not prevent this disaster. The Li family. They were a group of completely enraged beasts. He had practiced Lurin divine numbers for many years, but he was unable to completely predict the exact location of the Li family. He only knew that the beasts were in all directions of Qingyun County, and there seemed to be a big tree, stretching out vines to show them the way. A cloud of fog is protecting all the descendants of the Li family. He could not see through the descendants of the Li family, nor could he see through the future of the Li family. But he knew that what you can't see through is always the most dangerous. Yu Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even though he had lost 50 years of his life, he was still smiling. And in Qingyun County, Li Yaowen was observing the stars at night. Her frown had already relaxed, but she saw black fog in the distance. She shook her head and soon saw Li Tianming, who had escaped from Qingyun Pavilion. As soon as the boy saw the legendary fourth ant, his eyes were full of admiration. "Fourth ant, I finally see you in person. You are a role model for our generation." As soon as the words fell, a cage dropped from the sky and locked Li Tianming up again, leaving him completely confused. He grabbed the bars of the cage and stuck his head out like he did in Qingyun Pavilion. "Fourth ant, what are you doing?" "Well, the only advantage is that your feet are on the ground and won't shake." Li Yaowen ignored Li Tianming and asked, "Has Qingyun Pavilion seen Jingguan?" "Yes," Li Tianming replied. "The pavilion master has arrested the couple, but he also ran away and said something mysterious. In short, we still have to fight Qingyun Pavilion and even the entire Qingyun County." "All right, there's also Li Tianzong." Li Yaowen waved his hands, and Li Tianming's mouth in the cage opened and closed, but no sound could be heard. He took out the ancestral tablet from his arms. "Li Anse, Grandfa, Yamulis." I was unable to resolve this matter easily. In front of the screen, Li Xiang manipulated the ancestral tablet and wrote the word nothing. His expression didn't change much at this time. In fact, the idea that Li Xiang and Li Yaowen originally discussed was to use the Shao family's Jingguan and the murder of Lao Zhu to explain the truth to Qingyun Pavilion. Really, the reason was clear, and Yu Xian was very cooperative, but things in the world are so unsatisfactory. Yu Xian seemed to have realized that he could not stop it, and was not even willing to try to see if he could hand the 2 men over. The situation in the entire Qingyun County and Qingyun Pavilion was so complicated that it was beyond their expectations. All the forces and sects in Qingyun County seemed to have already established an inseparable yet ulterior motive group in Qingyun Pavilion. But now, the Li family has become the outlier among them because of the establishment of Jingguan. This contradiction will become increasingly serious. Xiang took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with danger. He seemed to understand that the signs of the original blood tree were really accurate. So accurate that even when he and Li Yaowen tried to change the future, they failed to change the trajectory of the future. Since you want to commit murder, then come on. Start Plan B. Xiang manipulated the spirit tablet and left spiritual energy in front of Li Yaowen. Seeing this, Li Yaowen bowed respectfully. Yes, Ancestor. Follow Li Yaowen into action. The pigeons flew in all directions. That night, all the descendants of the Li family received letters from the family. They looked up, having already known about the Jingguan incident, and that night everyone in the Li family smiled, some even wishing they could go to Qingyun Pavilion in person to see what the Jingguan looked like. Then they laughed, with tears in their eyes. That letter contained a magical power left by Li Yaowen. They saw it. They saw Xiao Huanger frantically searching for the heads of his descendants in Jingguan in the middle of the night. Immediately following, the entire Shanren tea house was deserted, with only Li Tianming waiting in the cage. Wait until dawn. He came out of the cage with a wronged look on his face. Why? What are you going to do? Why don't you take me with you? He was pounding the ground angrily. An ancestral tablet floated up from his arms, and a warm light fell on him. Li Tianming was overjoyed. He jumped up from the ground and hugged the ancestral tablet tightly. Brother is right. Only our ancestors care about us, their descendants, the most. Our ancestors really haven't abandoned me. Come on, old man, I've learned some new tricks recently. And on the way back, someone glared at me. Let's go find him. The ancestral tablet suddenly lost its luster. In front of the screen, you have canceled the skill. Ancestors send warmth. Xiang switched the scene to other descendants with a look of disgust, speeding up time. He knew that from now on, the real test for the Li family would begin. Inside Qingyun Pavilion. As Pavilion Master, Yu Xian fled with 2 elders and many disciples. The new elders sat on the Pavilion Master's lotus throne. Send a message. The Tailan Li family built a Jingguan outside my Qingyun Pavilion and tried to kill my Qingyun Pavilion elders. If you find any of the Li family members, kill them without mercy. Just as those disciples were about to leave, the new Pavilion Master called everyone to a halt and added, the previous Pavilion Master, Yu Xian, stole treasures from our Qingyun Pavilion. Anyone who finds his whereabouts will be rewarded. Yes. As the disciples left, the new Pavilion Master looked around at everyone. Where is Elder Xinhuang? She's outside. After she was released, she's been in the Jingguan for a night, searching the whole time. No one knows what she's looking for. Late at night, Xiao Huanger's eyes were red, and she kept crying. Jingguan had already collapsed, but she was still searching. Her beautiful face, with her hair falling in a mess and cold sweat, some hair stuck to her face, made her look like a mad woman, mumbling like in a dream. My child, where is the child? Grandson, my grandson? Damn Li family, I want revenge for you, revenge. Where? I'll take you home. We'll go back to our hometown. I'll build the best grave for you, and leave your favorite things as offerings. In Qingyun Pavilion, one disciple after another sent messages in all directions. In the night, Xiao Huanga was still searching in the Temple of Human Heads, but there were too many heads here, and some had already been bloody, and she couldn't find them at all. Her body was stained with the blood of the Xiao family, and her face was distorted. No matter how beautiful she was, she now looked like an evil ghost crawling out of the underworld. Finally, she found it. It was the head of her second son, born when she was young. My child, I found you. Ha ha ha, I found you. She seemed to be crazy, holding the head with terrified eyes, laughing in the moonlight. Mother will take you home, find your body, and you will be complete. Then, bah! Heads exploded before her eyes. Xiao Huanger's originally joyful face gradually froze, and her expression gradually became dull, like a puppet that had lost its soul. She still maintained the posture of holding the human head, and her body was trembling slightly. The laughing face of her second son when he was a child in her arms, as well as the scenes of her playing with the child, appeared before her eyes, and then gradually shattered. An old woman's voice faintly sounded in her ears. Have you felt the loss of a loved one? We can be more cruel than you. This vicious voice kept echoing in Xiao Huanger's ears. Far away, Xiaoye's body was shaking as he watched all this. Even though he was released as expected, He was still scared. This human head memorial is the Leaf family's method. He had only thought about destroying the Leaf family before. But now, the Leaf family was far more powerful and vicious than he had imagined. They would even rather give up the family business accumulated over nearly 100 years. Now they are barefoot and are not afraid of wearing shoes. He could even feel that the Leaf family members were hiding in the dark corners around him, ready to make him pay an irreparable price at any time. Elder Yi could not deny that he regretted it. He realized that he had made the stupidest decision in his life, which was to kill the demon king of the Leaf family. He took a deep breath, walked slowly forward, and hugged Xiao Huang. 200 years ago, because of his extraordinary talent, Qingyun Pavilion and Litian sect betrothed him to a Taoist partner in order to make friends. He also relied on Xiao Huang to grow up step by step to today. Only he knew how simple Xiao Huang was. Even after 300 years, Xiao Huang, who had been practicing in the sect, did not grow mentally. Huang, it's okay. I will always be by your side. We can cultivate to the nascent soul stage, or even a higher level. In the years to come, we will continue to practice Huan skills, find elixirs and potions that increase the chances of fertility, and we will have children. He hadn't finished his words. Xiao Huang had already broken free from his embrace, revealing a crazy smile, and pulled out a piece of meat from her mouth. It was the meat left when her second son's head exploded just now. Xiaoyi, look where this piece of meat from my child is. It's all your fault. If you hadn't asked me to chase that pig, this wouldn't have happened. It's okay. Huang, we will take revenge. We definitely will. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He felt that Xiao Huang seemed to be mentally ill, which made him a little terrified. But he also knew that the Leaf family had definitely set their sights on him. Only by facing it together with Xiao Huang could he be safer. Under the moonlight, the scene between the Taoist couple is very sweet and cozy, but the statue of human heads behind them ruins the beauty. Special events. Your family has set up a memorial for human heads in Qingyun Pavilion. This news was spread by Qingyun Pavilion to Qingyun County, calling on the people of Qingyun County to hunt down the descendants of the Leaf family. The members of the Leaf family have become public enemies, and their reputation has spread far and wide. Congratulations, your family has obtained a group trait, Outlaw Family. Most of the forces in Qingyun County admire the courage of the Leaf family and are ready to kill a member of the Leaf family for fun. Your family members have become desperate criminals in Qingyun County, with a popularity of -99%. When running for their lives, their speed increases by 20%, and when fighting desperately, their combat power increases by 5%. What the hell are you congratulating? Looking at the prompts on the screen, Xiang complained. However, when the Leaf family became desperate criminals and were thrown in front of the Qingyun Pavilion, they had already made such a decision. To this end, the Leaf family has even conducted various experiments. That is because he has a spirit tablet on him. Even a cultivator with the ability to tell fortunes cannot find the trace of the Leaf family's children. The Leaf family after they dispersed. The sky is high and the sea is vast, and you can fly anywhere. Xiang even discovered that this way of development as a desperado was faster for individual members of the Leaf family than farming in the family residence. The only trouble was that he had to use his skills from time to time to protect the descendants of the Leaf family. As for the Leaf family's residence, Xiang also switched his perspective to see that the place was still developing. Yunshu Wanghai Tower was in charge of the Leaf family's residence, but he handed over the power to the people of Xian Village. The people of Qingyun Pavilion even went to the Leaf family's residence, and Huang Xiujin gave them a word. That means roll. After all, they have the Xuanwu Gate behind them. The entire Qingyun County is looking for the Leaf family. Time in the game passed little by little. In Xiang's view, it was just a few short hours. Leaf family, 89 years. During these years of escape, the first two generations of the Leaf family basically had no trouble. After leaving the family residence and wandering around, they are even still. Hi. Your descendant, Li Dalong, and his wife, Su Tsuehua, went to the South China Sea. For decades, they were shy in front of their descendants and rarely showed affection. Now they are finally free from the annoyance of their descendants, and they are affectionate all day long. Li Dalong took out the ancestral tablet and asked the ancestors to see their happy time. Obtain trait, shameful moment. When away from descendants, love 100%, dual cultivation, speed 5%. You're torturing me through the screen, right? Li Xiang gritted his teeth and viciously gave the old couple who were sitting on the shore watching the sea the ancestors' warmth. Your descendant, Li Yaozu, is now traveling the world. He has finally fulfilled his boyhood dream of traveling the world with a sword. He began to hide his cultivation and challenge sword cultivators everywhere. His sword skills are growing day by day, and the number of swords in his sword box is increasing. His reputation grew day by day, and he was called the sword-stealing maniac by the people in the martial arts world. Wherever he went, sword cultivators hid their precious swords. Still decent. Li Xiang was very satisfied. This kid was always thinking about practicing. He was much more serious than his shameless parents. Li Yaotai and his wife, led by Li Yaoqing, went to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, where the heavenly thunder and earthly fire were natural forging tools. Li Yaotai was preparing to break through to the 7th grade weapon master. He took out the war puppet and asked you if it could be further modified. Li Xiang looked at Li Yaotai, who was kneeling down repeatedly in front of the tablet. In fact, he had already asked Boss Chi to prepare an intermediate war puppet. As long as he could get several million low-grade spirit stones from the Li family during the next grand ceremony, it would not be a problem to buy an intermediate war puppet. It's no big deal for Li Yaotai to play with this low-level war puppet. He clicked on the portrait of the guardian beast. The guardian beast of the temple at this time was no longer the purple thunder sky sun python. With the blessing of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, it had tried to absorb the golden elixir before, but it was useless. Fortunately, Li Yaoqing gradually became capable and found the Demon King's blood pill for the purple thunder sky yang python. As you enter text, a giant anaconda appeared in front of Li Yaotai, becoming the guardian beast of the Demon King's temple, and was able to speak human language through magic power. Its scarlet eyes stared at Li Yaotai. The master has responded to me, use it. Thank you, Ancestor. Yaotai will definitely turn the war puppet into a more powerful 7th grade spirit puppet. Li Yaoye's face was full of excitement. He picked up the hammer and carried the huge war puppet towards the thunder and fire. On the other hand, Bai Ruru, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, practiced even harder, and she was always ready to take revenge. Li Xiang still remembers her joy when she saw Xiao Huanger's miserable appearance. There are 2 other people in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, is currently in seclusion with the help of the Demon Lord. She has begun to try to prepare a true 7th grade potion. Your descendant Li Yunbing entered the Thunder Fire Demon Cave and became Li Yaoqing's military advisor. He was responsible for managing the forces in the Demon Subduing League and the Thunder Fire Demon Cave for Li Yaoqing during her retreat. He gradually felt the chaos and size of the place where Second Ant was, and gradually discovered that Second Ant actually had a lot of power under her control. This place was simply the best paradise for him to show his skills. His ambition as a hero expanded again, and he was determined to help Second Ant's forces become Li. Trait Hero transforms into a dirty political strategist. Every day he thinks of various ways to control people's hearts. Aura, 100%. Popularity among passers-by, 30%. They're all doing well. What made Li Xiang particularly happy was that Li Yaowen was getting younger and younger. She had evolved from a dying person to a hunchbacked old lady. After letting Qinxi's killers evacuate Qingyun County, she unexpectedly appeared in the Lu family, stayed by Li Tianyue's side, and became Li Tianyue's housekeeper. During the day, Li Tianyue ordered Li Yaowen to serve tea and water in front of others, and at night, she had to kneel in front of Li Yaowen and apologize crazily. However, after Li Yaowen arrived at the Lu family, Li Tianyue's life became better and better. Her husband Lu Yifeng's path to compete for the next head of the family was becoming smoother and smoother. Those clansmen who ridiculed Lu Yifeng would disappear inexplicably. Lu Yifeng's luck was even rising. He could find top-grade magic tools even if he fell off a cliff, and he could find Xin-level skills from people selling groceries on the roadside. No one knew why. The people in the Lu family only felt that Lu Yifeng was like a rising star. That night, Li Yaowen took the spirit stone from a maid in the darkness. She took out the ancestral tablet and knelt down. Grandfather, I have found the whereabouts of Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger. They are in Medicine King Valley, hoping to give birth to a new child through dual cultivation and secret medicine. I will help them. But now, I am ready to let Qingyun County feel the fear that the Li family has brought to them. Li Xiang in front of the screen nodded slightly. He knew that all the members of the Li family were wandering outside and seemed very happy, but they were all waiting for an opportunity for the Li family to get complete justice. No matter who he is facing, Xiao Huang or that damn Qingyan Pavilion, or even the entire Qingyan County. There was a gleam in his eyes as he manipulated the ancestral tablet. Start Plan B. Everyone take action. As he finished speaking, a call was connected, and Boss Chi's voice came from the old phone. Master Li, the things you wanted are here. It cost a lot of spirit stones. We have to settle the bill. In the living room, after many days, Xiang met Boss Chi again. While drinking milk tea, Boss Chi stared at the young man in front of him with confusion. Although he didn't know what was wrong, he could feel that the young Master Xiang he met a few days ago seemed a little different. Although young Master Li used to be a smart and cautious little fox, he is now more mature and stable. In his eyes, one can see the vicissitudes of life that only those who have experienced the years can have, and even a bit of the aura of a superior, which makes Boss Chi have to be more serious now. Master Li, the various medicines you gave me before were not sold for nearly as much as what I brought back to you. Boss Chi said casually, but your Yangzheng San is really selling very well. As he spoke, he threw a ring to Xiang. I really didn't find the Sarmat nuclear missile you mentioned, but I got you a new product. It should be no problem for you to use it to deal with ordinary nascent souls, but forget about that old lady Ling outside. Oh, and there are 4C7 type Tianqing soul seekers. Xiang glanced at the ring and saw a ghost head badge. He took it out and was stunned for a moment. What is this? Oh, because we have purchased contraband from them many times, they think my boss behind the scenes has great potential and has the potential to become a hardcore criminal. Boss Chi smiled bitterly and said, they said they hope to invite you to join them and become a member of the big family. As if being admired by some strange group of people, Xiang ignored it and threw another storage ring to Boss Chi. I will only give you 10 beast blood fruits this time. You take this thing to auction. Once those rich kids get a taste of it, they will probably cry and beg to buy it. Boss Chi was frowning, but Xiang's next words made him happy. These 10 pieces are higher quality than the ones I gave you before. They have 1,000 points of spiritual power and a chance to increase spiritual roots by 1 point. Needless to say, they are worth it. In addition, there are 50 copies of each medicine for improving the 5 elements of spiritual roots. Yunlin hunting powder, 500 copias. 30 copies of spirit-removing powder that helps Foundation establishment cultivators break through and increases the chance of removing impure spiritual roots by 5%. Boss Chi suddenly propped himself up on the table. He stared at Xiang solemnly. Young Master Li, no, young Master Li, from today on, I will officially join this rebel organization. I will try my best to find high-powered weapons for you. After saying goodbye to Boss Chi, Xiang returned to the room. He tossed the ring and then stared at the screen. 90 years of the Li family. On this day, the entire Li family took action again, and this was the first time that the Li family's grand sacrifice was postponed. Under the search of Qingyan County, the Li family's Bailey pigeon could no longer be used as a means of communication, but it didn't matter. Xiang still had the spirit tablet. The children of the Li family came out of swamps, forests, mountains, or cities. They were once young and immature in front of the primordial blood tree, and they followed the signs of the primordial blood tree to where they should be. In the past 7 years, they have experienced many things and no longer need guidance. The encirclement and suppression of Qingyan County did not become a problem for them, but instead became a driving force for their growth. The only downside is, no new offspring have been born. Xiang held his forehead with his hand. When they were at the Li family's residence, the children were safe and happy. The thing that bothered Xiang the most every year was that they would go find wives and have babies whenever they had nothing to do. Even Su Cuehua was afraid of their children. But now they have no time to deal with emotional issues. They are either fighting or on their way to fight. This also leads to another problem. Starting from the foundation building stage, the probability of having a child will decrease, and the stronger you become, the lower the probability will be. But it's okay. Xiang placed the task of reproduction on the shoulders of the 5th-generation members. Jian Town, Li's house. Today, the Lijia settlement has become a town after years of development by the villagers of Jian village. At this time, in the Li family compound, Huang Xiujing was playing with a child. The drunkard had said that Huang Xiujing's time was coming to an end, and now it seemed that the old man had indeed aged a lot. That child was none other than Li Kuangtu, the one who was originally given to Huang Xiujing to take care of. On one side, there was a young woman who was gently staring at the young Li Kuangtu, who was swinging on the swing. Grandpa Huang, you said my family members are all heroes. Why don't they come back to find me? The cute baby opened his big, innocent eyes. They all have things to do, Huang Xiaojing said perfunctorily, and when he turned away, he let out a long sigh. It was not until the Li family left and built the Xiao family's Jingguan and Qingyan pavilion that he realized how crazy the Li family was. Now, the Li family has completely become an enemy of Qingyan County. No matter which village or town you go to in Qingyan County, you can see the arrest warrant for the Li family. Those big sects and big families have the task of arresting the Li family all year round. Killing a member of the Li family could even exchange for a top-grade magical weapon. As for killing the first 2 generations of the Li family, they all required spiritual weapons. Countless young talents in Qingyan County regard capturing the Li family as a training mission and a way to gain glory. Grandpa Huang always says they are busy. Li Kuangta glanced at the woman beside him. Sister Qingyu, can you tell me what my family looks like? Huang Xiaojing nodded. Qingyu walked over to Li Kuangtu and touched her little husband's head. Your family, they're the most terrible and feared people in the entire Qingyan County. Your great-grandfather carried a coffin on his back. All the enemies ended up in that coffin. Your great-grandmother was the most beautiful woman in the world. She was a 3-tailed fox and the greatest protector of the family. Your 4 great-grandfathers are Li Yaozu, the Sword King of Qingyun, the Saint of Grass and Trees, Li Yaotai, the ancestor of the Spirit Puppet, and the Lord of Dawn who built the Jingguan and is as mysterious as a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. And your grandparents who are not afraid of anything. At a young age, Li Kuangta listened to the names of his family elders one by one, his eyes full of expectation and admiration. Huang Xiaojing squatted in front of Li Kuangtu. Kid, do you blame them for leaving you? Li Kuangta shook his head, opened his hands and gestured, and said seriously, great heroes like them, they have to do great things, much bigger than the pile of sand I want to build. Soon, Li Kuangta jumped up happily. Oh, my great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and many elders are great heroes, and I am also a great hero. Looking at the innocent look of the child, Huang Xiaojing sighed. Qingyu, have you received the latest news from the Li family? Whispering replied. The latest news is that 2 months ago, the 7 iron gates came out of Qingsong Temple and slaughtered all the monks who wanted to capture them. It seems... Like what? It seems that the 7 disciples of the Iron Gate were possessed by demons. When they were besieged by other forces, Sword King Li Yaozu showed up and joined forces with the 7 disciples to fight 3 Jindan. The Sword King's sword box moved, and 10,000 swords were fired at the same time to behead a Jindan. He left with the 7 disciples and disappeared again. Now many forces have quietly withdrawn the task of encircling and suppressing the Li family, and they are terrified by the news. Okay. Huang Xiaojing was overjoyed, and immediately took the little lunatic and gathered many of Li's friends, and they drank in the Li family compound for 3 days and 3 nights. All that was mentioned were the deeds of the Li family in Qingyan County during the past 7 years. For example, Li Tianchuang of the Li family brought out all the beasts in the swamp and jungle and destroyed a foundation-building family that was ignorant of the danger. Li Tianming, the rebellious son of the Li family, ran to the Xuanwu Gate and secretly beheaded the rare genius who was rare in 1,000 years, hung the head in front of the main gate, and left safely. Li Tianyou, a rare handsome man in the Li family, is a veteran in the love field. He slept with all the women of a Jinan family for an entire generation and plundered half of the family's wealth accumulated over nearly 100 years. It is said that he even emptied the urinal of the current head of the family, the demon cultivator from the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. No one cares about that anymore. Qingyan County now has only one public enemy. Li Xiang was very pleased to see that these friends of the Li family were loyal and allowed the several descendants of the Li family to live a stable life. I hope the 5th generation can grow up quickly, get married, and have children. Whispered. Li Xiang changed the picture. The Jingguan a few years ago was just the beginning. Both Li Xiang and the Li family had to admit that it was just a means of venting, and at that time, they did not have enough strength to launch an effective counterattack. They also had to admit that they had no choice but to leave the family residence. Even Li Xiang was not sure whether he could fight against a peak Jinan master, even if he came again. The Li family has been developing for too short a time, and they are too weak. But now, 7 years later, they found a new round of opportunities. Moreover, Li Xiang kept all the beast blood fruits, and the family had prepared many elixirs that he needed. In the past 7 years, almost every one of his descendants outside could complete special events every year, starting with at least 1,000 incense points. He had enough incense points. It's time to teach Qingyun County a real lesson. Xiang let out a long breath. Looking at the game screen, that is the back mountain of Qingyun Pavilion. Just like that day, snow is falling from the sky. What a beautiful scenery. A disheveled guy crawled out of the ground. He took out a knife and cut off the stubble on his face. Then he reached out his hand and caught the snowflakes from the sky. His blurry eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The snow this winter is white. Li Tianyi, the most outstanding member of the fourth generation of the Li family, has been robbing tombs for 7 years. Just when Xiang was about to issue an order using the spirit tablet, he saw wisps of the old grandfather's residual soul emerging from behind Li Tianyi. These residual souls gradually transformed into human form, looking in the direction of Qingyun Pavilion with a hint of nostalgia in their expressions, and began to whisper to each other in front of the tomb, like a sunset red army gathered in front of the speakers in the square. Alas, 130,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. I didn't expect that Qingyun Pavilion only has a few wisps of luck left. It's sad and lamentable. The blue cloud went straight up to 90,000 feet. This is the blue cloud inheritance. Now it is falling straight down to 90,000 feet. I have figured it out. Hey, there are only a few remnants of soul left. There is still one true disciple left in Qingyun Pavilion, named Yuxian. Humph, such a coward. He actually abandoned Qingyun's tens of thousands of years of family business and ran away. Looking at the 23 old men, Xiang was confused. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "Huh? We agreed to rob a tomb, but what kind of people did you bring out?" "Your descendant Li Tianyi is determined to become the king of tomb robbers. For 7 years, he has robbed the tombs of all the ancestors in Qingyun Pavilion, but he has not found anything valuable, only traps." They secretly sighed that the disciples of Qingyun Pavilion were stingy and unfilial. Finally, they opened a door in the final tomb of Qingyun Pavilion. They looked at the 23 old men floating in the air with their eyes open. They were stunned for a moment. After communicating with the remaining souls, I learned that Qingyun Pavilion has a legacy. Those who are about to reach the end of their Yuanying period will enter the depths of the Qingyun Pavilion tomb and practice the Lurin divine numbers. They will obtain the ancient magic array of Qingyun Pavilion to shield the secrets of heaven, so that the remaining souls will not enter the reincarnation cycle. As long as the descendants of Qingyun Pavilion become immortals, they can extend the lifespan of their ancestors and ascend to heaven. The ancestors of Qingyun Pavilion learned about the current situation of Qingyun Pavilion and the disaster it had caused. They wanted to destroy Qingyun Pavilion and then rebuild it, and accepted Li Tianyi as their disciple. With the help of many seniors in cultivation, Li Tianyi washed away other spiritual roots, leaving only the single-wind spiritual root, breaking through the middle stage of foundation building and approaching the peak of foundation building. Obtain the trait, Son of Qingyun. With the guidance of many seniors, the speed of practice is improved and the opportunities are improved. Xiang opened his mouth in a daze. As the old saying goes, fools have good fortune. Li Tianyi dug tombs for many years, robbing in vain, and finally dug out 23 old grandfathers. Especially when looking at Li Tianyi's information panel. A technique came into Xiang's eyes, the Earth-level technique Qingyun Bulu. This kind of Earth-level technique is sought after by even those in the nascent soul stage. As for the Lurin divine numbers of Qingyun Pavilion, that was the true, authentic Qingyun sect, but for some reason, these old guys did not pass it on to Li Tianyi. Even so, it is a great opportunity. No matter whether it is the Li Tian sect or the Xianwu sect, they only practice Xian-level magic and martial arts. The Qingyun sect seems to have it, but it is rumored that only the sect leader's lineage can practice it. After Yuxian ran away, he also became a target of arrest because Yuxian ran away with the Earth-level skills passed down from Qingyun Pavilion's ancestors. Our Li family can finally practice Earth-level skills. This time we win at the transfer station. Xiang wrote down this martial art and planned to give one to each member of the Li family during the grand sacrifice. By the way, he arranged this task for Li Tianyi, but because of the presence of these antiques, Xiang increased the difficulty of the task by 1 degree. In an instant, Li Tianyi felt the spirit tablet in his arms move. After digging the tomb for so many years, the Ancestor is finally going to show up. Li Tianyi quickly invited the grandfathers back to their bodies. He could not wait to bow to the ancestral tablets floating in the air. "Grandfather, I really dug out their ancestors, and even dug out their souls. The kid has avenged Grandpa Pig. Now that the seniors have appointed me as the legitimate leader of Qingyan Pavilion, we just need to drive out all the people in Qingyan Pavilion, and then it will be ours." Xiang was speechless. He always felt that this silly boy was being PUA'd. If he killed all the people in Qingyan Pavilion, why would he still need those 23 old guys to seal him? However, Xiang probably also got some information. That is, the 23 old monsters were probably in the state of residual souls and unable to take action. Their biggest role was to help Li Tianyi practice. After all, there are benefits. For example, the Li family got the Qin Yunbu duo for free. Immediately, Xiang ignored all this and used a wave of skills on Li Tianyi, using the ancestral tablets to issue orders. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, in front of the gate of Qingyun Wu Pavilion, offering sacrifices to ancestors. Seeing the words in the air, Li Tianyi bowed quickly. Over the years, their descendants would receive tasks from time to time, and he also learned some family news from the ancestors' spirit tablets. He knew that once the mission came, that would be the time for family members to shed blood. This time, the sacrifice the ancestor wanted was the blood of Qingyun County, just like the red snow that fell on the Li family that day, except that the blood color was transferred to the earth. "My son, I understand." Li Tianyi bowed, put the spirit tablet in his arms, and went down to Qingyun Mountain. At the same time, descendants of the Li family in various parts of Qingyun County received their orders. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the ancestral tablets in front of them. Then he accepted the order without hesitation, towards a specific place. They all knew that this was a crazy bloodbath, even bloodier than the Xiao family's elimination plan 7 years ago, because they were no longer fighting against the Xiao family, but the entire Qingyun County. When snowflakes covered the entire Qingyun County that year, the Li family members all placed their ancestral tablets in front of their doors and looked at the enemies opposite them. Medicine King Valley. It was a valley full of bird song and flowers. Even in the dead of winter, heavy snow could not drift into the Medicine King Valley, which was guarded by a magic circle. The spiritual energy is so dense that you can smell the medicine from miles away. In this beautiful valley that was out of place in the snowy winter, a great battle was launched. Because outside the door, a group of strange people appeared. They set up an altar and placed a copper furnace in front of the gate of Yaowang Valley, as if nothing had happened. They were offering sacrifices to their ancestors. The pharmacists and alchemists of Medicine King Valley gathered, and many of their followers flew up on their swords. This force that saved the world was even more terrifying than the Su family that the Li family faced at the beginning. But even so, they still felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy when they saw the surging demonic energy outside the door and the sword energy rising into the air. Suddenly, everyone in Yaowang Valley made way. The head of Medicine King Valley was a very beautiful woman, wearing a long dress, like a flower fairy, and was known as a miraculous doctor in the martial arts world. Behind her were Elder Qiu of Li Tian sect and Xiao Huang'er. No one knew what had happened to Xiao Huang'er. Half of her hair turned white, but her appearance remained the same. There's one more difference. That is, she's pregnant. Li family. Seeing the 8 people outside Yaowang Valley, Elder Qiu's face changed drastically. He had clearly taken Xiao Huang'er to hide his whereabouts, but he was still found by the Li family, and the door was blocked. "Qiu, kill them. Go kill them, and avenge my children." The moment she saw the people from the Li family, the pregnant Xiao Huang'er went crazy, pointing at the people outside the door. Her magic power began to surge, and her phoenix body emerged. But Elder Qiu did not move. His eyes were evasive, and there was fear in his eyes. In the past 7 years, Qingyun County has been searching for the Li family every day, and Li Tianzong has also been assisting, but nothing has been gained. Instead, the forces that wanted to find the Li family suffered heavy losses. And now, this group of crazy people are here. Yao Xianer, the head of Yaowang Valley, took a step forward slowly, staring at the Li family members outside the valley, and let out a long breath, with a look of compassion. "Everyone, the Li family's affairs are a hot topic, and I also know about it. Why do we have to get entangled in it? Back then, all 9 clans of the Xiao family were killed, and the resentment of your Li family should be gone. When will the cycle of revenge end? Leave now. You alone cannot break into my Medicine King Valley. If you show up, fellow Taoists from all over will also come. This will make it possible for me, the Medicine Fairy, to do a good deed every day." The people coming from the Li family were none other than Li Yaozu, who had killed Jindan with 10,000 swords 2 months ago, and the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, who he brought back. A group of 8 people. Are you pretending to be a good person? Xiang narrowed his eyes, cursed for the first time today, and then placed the mouse on the skill. This was just across the screen. If it was in the game, he would definitely not say a word and just pick up his gun and go. In the picture, no one from the Li family paid any attention to Yao Xianer. If the former 7 Iron Gates had heard such words, they would probably have been unable to endure it and would have said all the abusive words they had ever used in their lives. But now, they ignored it and just quietly placed the ancestral tablets in front of the altar. Under Li Xiang's tablet, they placed a tablet of the Pig Demon King. Their cow-like bodies were covered with black magic patterns, even spreading to their faces. The magic energy floated from their bodies into the sky bit by bit, causing the clouds above them to be densely covered with magic energy. Each of them carried a huge weapon, including halberds, knives, hammers, spears, meteor hammers, pillars, and maces. The weapons they used before were also covered with magic patterns. In the Mad Blood Demon realm, soaked in the blood pool for 7 years, your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, were originally of one mind. Together, the 7 of them received the inheritance of the Mad Blood Demon Lord when he was at his peak, and together they broke through the realm of false pills. The inferior magic weapon of the Mad Blood Demon Lord, the fragment of the blood-drinking Mad Blade, was inherited and integrated into the weapons of the 7 sons. Their weapons became their own spiritual weapons, reaching the top grade of spiritual weapons. Obtain the blood-drinking Demon Lord's natural skills, the Earth-level Immortal Heavenly Demon skills, which allows him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time. The spiritual energy will not be consumed within a 10-mile radius, and he can recover from injuries in the blink of an eye. After practicing to perfection, he can be reborn with just a drop of blood. Obtain traits, magic cultivation, inherited the madness, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. Obtain trait, symbiote. 7 people inherited the immortality of the Mad Blood Demon Lord and passed it down separately. They only gained the ability to recover quickly. As long as the mana is consumed, the battle will not stop. 7 people share the same body. If one person does not die, the 7 people will live forever. These are the current 7 sons of the Iron Gate, who possess all the inheritance of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. This is also the reason why they were able to hold out against the siege of 3 Jindans and wait for rescue by Li Yaozu 2 months ago. It is true that the golden elixir is a natural barrier to the fake elixir, but what if he is invincible and possesses a fake Dan that possesses Earth-level skills and a top-grade spiritual weapon? Even the potential of the 7 sons of the Iron Gate is more terrifying than that of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. If the Demon Lord is sealed, that's it. The 7 sons are divided into 7 places, and they can be reborn where their brothers are by self-destructing. Even though the 7 had become demon cultivators, there was still a hint of clarity in their eyes. This might be the benefit of the 7 of them working together to divide the evil nature of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. Set up the altar. In full view of everyone in Yaowang Valley, led by Li Yaozu, they knelt down in front of the spirit tablet. Li Yaozu opened the sword case and placed it beside him, causing dust to rise from the ground. He and the 7 sons of Taimen each lit 3 incense sticks for the Ancestor and 1 for the old pig. Unlike Li Dalong, Li Yaozu would not give any eulogy. Grandfather, there are only me and these 7 possessed nephews here. Please bless us and help our descendants of the Leaf family to win the battle and avenge me. I will definitely bring back the enemy leader for you. Watching the 8 uncles and nephews of the Leaf family kowtow, everyone in Yaowang Valley looked horrified again, and also a little ashamed and angry. Hello, you Leaf family. Yexiane was furious. A fairy lotus floated in the air, and she was furious at the people who were worshipping and did not take Yaowang Valley seriously. I have a kind heart, but you do not take me seriously and are still stubborn? Do you really think that my Yaowang Valley is afraid of you, the Leaf family? Li Yaozu seemed not to have heard of it. He just tapped the sword case lightly, and in an instant, the long swords in the sword case shot out into the sky like a fountain. The sound of swords almost covered all the sounds in the Medicine King Valley, and countless long swords were still flying in the air. These swords were like a rainbow, emitting silver iron light, creating a rainbow between the altar and the Medicine King Valley ahead. Li Yaozu and the 7 sons of the Iron Gate slowly stood up, picked up the ancestral tablet, and looked at the crowded crowd in Yaowang Valley with sword-like gleams in his eyes. He stuffed the ancestral tablet into his arms, kicked off with his right foot, and headed to Yaowang Valley with Wan Jian. May the Ancestor bless my child and kill all the people in Medicine King Valley. Your descendant, Li Yaozu, has been wielding a sword for 7 years. He has fought against swordsmen alone with equal skills, and his sword intent has become more and more proficient. The 100 Shadows sword mantra has been able to break through, and he has created a new sword technique. Sword travels 100 miles. He obtained 2,000 swords and fused 500 swords into his body, making the swords even stronger. Li Yaozu has practiced for many years and has become a sword elixir. At this time, Li Yaozu was holding 10,000 swords in the sky. His sword case was made by Li Yaotai. It was a top-grade magic weapon that could hold countless swords. It was no different from a storage ring and had the ability to maintain swords. The Great Protective Formation of Yaowang Valley has been activated. It is called the 100 Flowers Formation and is a 7th-grade magic formation. It is being attacked by thousands of swords. Li Yaozu just stood quietly beside the sword rainbow that was rushing like a mad dragon. In these years, he has not made many moves, but he is known as the #1 swordsman in Qingyun, which shows how powerful he is. At the Jindan level, his body has even reached the level of a lower-grade spiritual weapon, and he no longer needs any mana to control the sword. Enough to fight against someone in the middle stage of Jindan. The 7 iron gates were not to be outdone. They roared together and rose into the air with demonic energy, standing high in the sky above the 7 directions of Medicine King Valley, and attacked frantically with their high-quality spiritual weapons that were contaminated with demonic energy. They even threw out a formation plate. That was the 8 directions formation plate that Li Yunlin had once given them. The Xianwang formation rose up, and the 8 directions formation gates emerged from the ground, surrounding the entire Medicine King Valley. Facing these 8 people from the Li family, Yaowang Valley did not take any action. The Medicine Fairy, who had just sounded stern, no longer had the toughness she had before. Because Elder Shia had been staying in Medicine King Valley for 7 years, and Medicine King Valley had not exposed their whereabouts for 7 years. However, when the enemy came to Medicine King Valley, Elder Shia did not say a word, holding the frantic Xiao Huang, while the Li family's 8-sided formation was opened. Ran away. Shia, what are you doing? Yao Shina looked in disbelief at the 2 people who used a talisman to escape on a spiritual shuttle that was as big as a boat. Xiao Huanger was still trying to rush down with her teeth bared. She doesn't understand. She dared to confront the 8 Li family members who were so terrifying and even crazier than the demon cultivators in the past 7 years. All because of Qiu Yi and Xiao Huang. Qiu Yi was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and even if Xiao Huanger was pregnant, she was still in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. Together with the middle and early stage Golden Core masters of Yaowang Valley, they could completely crush the so-called Qingyun First Sword. With such an advantage, they actually ran away. But Elder Qiu Yi didn't even turn his head, and the shuttle disappeared in an instant. Cold sweat began to drip from Yao Xiener's head. She saw that the spirit tablet that the Li family had just worshipped was flying up. There were 8 in total, and then they turned into 40 and began to attack the protective formation frantically. The Ancestor is furious X5. Yao Xiener swallowed her saliva. Gurgle. She swallowed her saliva. It was too late to regret now. She could only grit her teeth and let everyone in Yaowang Valley prepare to fight the enemy. Yao Xiener stood on the fairy lotus beside her and stared at Li Yaozu outside, who was still attacking the magic circle with 10,000 swords, pretending to be calm across the magic circle. Sword King, my Medicine King Valley helps the world. I don't know how many people owe me favors. Saving Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger is just a kindness. Why do you have to be the enemy of my Medicine King Valley? Yao Xiener looked compassionate. Now that Qiu Yi and Xiao Huang have left, my Medicine King Valley is a secluded place, and I don't want to care about these disturbing worldly matters anymore. So you can just leave. What a lot of threats, inducements, and words to save face. Can't. If she said it to Li Dalong and his wife, or to a kind person like Li Tianyi, it would be fine, but to Li Yaozu just found it ridiculous. He practiced swordplay at a young age and aspired to become the sword of the Li family. The people of Qingyun County called it the #1 sword of Qingyun. No, Li Yaozu sneered at such false reputation. He knew very well that he should be the sharp sword standing in front of the Li family's gate, and he should be able to distinguish who to kill with the sword. He didn't even look at Yao Xiener, but just glanced at the 7th master of Taimen. Seeing that they were looking in the direction where Elder Qiu Yi and Xiao Huang are left, he shouted angrily, "Don't pay any attention to them. Someone will take care of them. The mission given to us by our ancestors and your fourth aunt is, the lives of these hypocrites in Yaowang Valley will be stained with their blood throughout Xinyin County." The 7 sons of Taimin finally came to their senses. There was bloodthirsty madness in their eyes, and they all answered yes. They understood. They just wanted to see how desperate Xiao Huanger was for killing Grandpa Pig, and how regretful Elder Qiu Yi was. "Crazy, you crazy people from the Leaf family." Yao Xiner finally let out a fierce hiss with a hideous look on her face. But even so, she could not hide the panic in her eyes. She regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she should have handed over Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanga, the cowardly couple, long ago. She should not have helped them use every possible means to get pregnant in the past 7 years. Let me go, let me kill the Li family and avenge my Xiao family. I want revenge. On the spirit shuttle, Xiao Huanger's eyes were red, and she wanted to break free from Qiu Ye's arms and rush back to Yaowang Valley to kill the 8 members of the Li family. Qiu Yi gritted his teeth, fear in his eyes, but he still said gently, "Huanger, calm down. Since they know our strength, do you think they will only send Li Yaozu and the 7 immortal demons? Think about it carefully. They already know our intelligence. Now we should go back to Qingyan Pavilion, or follow me back to Litian sect. With the protection of the Yuanying Patriarch, they dare not come." Qiu Yi used to regard the Li family as ants and saw the destruction of the Li family as a means to ruin Li Yunlin. But now, he is only left with fear. Even when he was practicing, the Li family members became his inner demons, making it difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation in the past 7 years, and he even regressed a little. Especially during the 7 years, he kept hearing news about the Li family from outside. One by one, the forces that wanted to deal with the Li family were destroyed, and talents emerged one by one in the Li family. The Li family was not a sick cat. It turned out that the barren rural area of Tailin Town had always been a cage, imprisoning the sleeping lion of the Li family. Now this lion is showing its sharp claws. Li Yunlin is extremely talented and possesses the 9 spirits fire. He can be compared with the up-and-coming masters of the Li family. Whether compared with the Sword King Li Yaozu, the Saint of Grass and Trees, the Ancestor of Spirit Puppets, or the Lord of Dawn, Li Yunlin can only be regarded as mediocre. He didn't even dare to go back to Li Tian sect. He was afraid that Taoist Qinyang, who treated him as a chess piece, would turn around and abandon him. Every once in a while, his inner demons would grow a little more, so that now he just wanted to escape. He had no idea what incredible background this perverted family had. "Waste. You are a complete waste." Listening to Qiu Ye's words, Xiao Huanger cried and shouted. She turned around and beat Qiu Yi. "Didn't you ask me to chase the Demon King back then? Why are you just thinking about running away now? You are still the same loser from more than 200 years ago. You have been hiding behind me since then. Do you want to hide behind your Li Tian sect's ancestor now?" I am a waste, Huanger. I am doing this for your own good." Qiu Yi clenched his jaw muscles tightly, as if he was dreaming back to the days hundreds of years ago when everyone said he was a gigolo. He even thought about killing Xiao Huanger to prevent this woman from dragging him down, but when he saw Xiao Huanger's bulging belly, he could only take a deep breath. He knew that he was probably really useless. His inner demons could not be eliminated, and only this newborn child was his hope for the future. Right at this moment, Qiu Ye's expression changed. Xiao Huanger looked towards the front of the flying boat, her eyes becoming increasingly red. I saw a wine gourd appear in front of me, and on it was a drunk old man. The old man was wearing tattered cloth shoes, revealing his black toes. "Yo, isn't this Elder Qiu Ye from Litian sect and Elder Xin Huang from Qingyan Pavilion? When you were chasing me back then, you weren't in such a mess. What's wrong? Are you down and out?" That was the drunkard from the Leihui Demon Cave. He got a jar of fine wine from Li Daolong and his wife that had been treasured from the Xiao family for 1,000 years. He was drinking happily at the moment and blocked the 2 men's way with his drunken eyes. He poured wine into his mouth with one hand and tapped the broken bowl and chopsticks on his waist with the other hand. He looked like a typical beggar. The 2 objects were actually shining with golden light, and the visibly desolate appearance faded away. They floated into the air, and the golden chopsticks knocked against the golden bowl. The crisp sound resounded through the sky. The square golden barrier instantly trapped Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger. Top-grade spiritual tools, the golden source divine bowl, and the Qinkuan Lingshu chopsticks. Crazy drunkard. Have you obtained the inheritance of the divine beggar? Elder Qiu Yi had an unsightly expression. In the past, there was a divine beggar in Xinyan County who was at the peak of the Golden Core stage and almost broke through to the nascent soul stage. He used these two spiritual weapons. No one could escape from them while he was in the Golden Core stage. But what he was really afraid of was not the drunkard. What he was afraid of was that the drunkard would be used by the Leaf family. Elder Qiu Yi was so nervous that he was trembling all over and looking around. A bit of vision. The drunkard grinned. Then guess why I stopped you? But before the drunkard could finish his words, he rolled his eyes. Someone is coming from afar, flying on the clouds, alone. Who else? But Li Dalong was carrying a large coffin covered with white cloth. The drunkard said in annoyance, "You Li family only have the saint daughter and your traitor Timing kid, who are a bit interesting. The others, from the oldest to the youngest, they are too boring. Why do you do things so vigorously? You don't even let me have a good time with these two bastards." The Li family. Seeing Li Dalong, Xiao Huanger went crazy again. She had already received information about the Xiao family being attacked that day. In that scene, it was Li Dalong who was directing the Li family and issuing the order to kill. "Qiu Yi, kill this bastard. Go kill him and avenge my Xiao family." Xiao Huanger's phoenix body had already appeared. After all, she was pregnant, and she was still pulling Qiu Yi to rush forward. Can't. Qiu Yi was sweating profusely. The thing he feared most had happened. Li Dalong just glanced at the Taoist couple indifferently, and then, as honest and simple as before, he scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and responded to the drunkard, "Senior, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. It will be interesting if you snatch the good wine next time." "That's well said." The drunkard's eyes lit up. "Then please help me hold back Elder Qiu Yi." "Yes." The drunkard took another sip of wine, but this time he didn't drink it. Instead, he sprayed it towards Elder Qiu Yi on the distant spiritual shuttle. And then he complained, "Hey, what a waste of my good wine." Having said that, the wine that the drunkard, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, spurted out turned into 9 swimming dragons, roaring and rushing towards Elder Qiu Yi. The two had been fighting elsewhere. The drunkard even had time to look at the Phoenix Dharmakaya behind him, Xiao Huang, who had already launched the attack, and Li Dalong, who was slowly untying the white cloth. "Master Li, can you do it? That's the middle stage of the Golden Core." Li Xiang was also watching all this. Over the years, Li Dalong and Su Tsuhua had been in love with each other and had not neglected their cultivation, but it was not easy to advance to the Jinan stage. "But, no, I can't beat him." Li Dalong rabiounasli. Looking at the phoenix shadow coming towards him, he slowly opened the coffin. His eyes and voice were cold. "But I have the blessing of my ancestors, and..." Xiao Huanger, who was attacking Li Dalong, actually stopped using her magic power. A magic circle rose under Li Dalong's feet, and boundless death energy gradually filled up. Ghosts crawled out of the magic circle one after another. That is the inheritance of the death-straight heaven coffin, the soul-catching natural disaster formation. He can see, seeing Xiao Huanger's fear and her gaze frozen at that moment. "The ghosts of the dead. I am fighting with the ghosts of the dead Xiao family." Li Dalong's voice was deep and a little cold, as if he was the king of hell from the underworld. His eyes were full of pleasure, and a spirit stone floated in the air, recording this moment. "Xiao Huanger, you killed our Li family's relatives. And now, our Li family has killed all 10 of your clans. You may not know what happened that day, but I can tell you that the people of the Xiao family don't even know why we broke into their house, and don't know why we were so cruel. Do you know the ancestor of the Xiao family? By the way, I later checked and found out that it was your second son. Do you know how he questioned me when he saw the Xiao family destroyed? He said that the Xiao family has no grudges against us, so why should we commit such a murder? When he was at the Su family, Li Dalong couldn't even bear to kill the child. Now, his voice sounded like the most vicious king of hell in the underworld. Seeing Xiao Huanger becoming more and more terrified and panicked, he felt indescribably pleased. "I can't answer. Maybe you can give them an explanation. By the way, our Li family is still very kind. At least we didn't torture or abuse them all the way. They left very cleanly." As soon as the words fell, there were more and more souls of the Xiao family. They came toward Xiao Huanger from the magic circle, with fangs and claws bared. They were the evil ghosts who wanted to take her life. "Why? Why are you killing us? Help! You are the ancestor, our ancestor in Xinyan Pavilion. Tell me, why did they want to kill me? Resurrect me, ancestor. How did I die? It's so dark here. I'm so scared." The evil sounds from the dead broke into Xiao Huanger's ears one by one. During the killing of the Xiao family, Li Dalong had already used the heavenly coffin technique to capture the souls of the Xiao family. That day, he only released some other people's souls in Jingguan, and these were kept for use today. Xiao Huanger was trembling all over and covered her ears tightly, looking at the souls of the Xiao family members walking towards her. Her second son was walking in front and stretched out his hand towards her. She finally went crazy. "No, it's none of my business. Don't come to me." Under the mad Xiao Huanger, conspicuous blood was sliding down from her red shoes, dripping onto the ground. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Those ghosts rushed toward Xiao Huanger. The expression of this famous Shunhuang elder became distorted because of the questioning of his former family members. She went from being horrified and unbelievable to uncontrollable fear, and finally went crazy and killed the remaining ghosts of the Xiao family. A trace of pity flashed across Li Dalong's eyes, but it was quickly hidden. He silently carried the death cocoon and became the owner of the second-level coffin. This object had long been indistinguishable from him. To outsiders, the death cocoon was just a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Taking advantage of Xiao Huanger's distraction, Li Dalong took the coffin and smashed it viciously towards Xiao Huanger's stomach. In the distance, Elder Shia was fighting a drunkard. Maple leaves could be seen around him. They were definitely not ordinary things. It was a time of back-and-forth fighting. Seeing that Li Dalong, a seemingly simple-minded man, was about to hit the Taoist's bulging belly, his eyes widened. "Li Dalong, you will not die a good death." That is his future, and also the hope for all his inheritance in this life. In Li Xiang's impression, Li Dalong is always the most kind-hearted person in the Li family. Otherwise, the Li family would not have had so many trustworthy friends over the years. Now Li Xiang once again witnessed Li Dalong's cruelty and madness. He saw that Li Dalong's coffin had been swung in front of the pregnant woman's belly. Perhaps the old patriarch of the Li family, who had been kind for more than 100 years, had also held back enough anger over the years. The picture stopped abruptly. Li Xiang clicked on Li Yaowen's profile picture. "Your descendant Li Yaowen has set up an altar in front of Qingyun Pavilion to ask for your blessing." On this day, the Li family faced far more than just Xiu Yi and Xiao Huanger as enemies. Those who need to pay the price are not only the murderers, but also those who help the tyrants. It is also because of them that the Li family had to leave the place where they had lived for nearly 100 years and had to move around the world. The scene changed. In front of the lofty Qingyun Pavilion's mountain gate, where the Xiao family's head memorial that Li Yaowen once built was located, a hunchbacked old woman was sitting in a wheelchair, with a maid-like puppet behind her protecting her. And in front of her were the many elders of Qingyun Pavilion who were facing a formidable enemy, as well as countless disciples flying on swords. Facing this seemingly harmless old woman, the entire Qingyun Pavilion's protective formation was activated without hesitation, and the low-grade magic golden bowl that was used to subdue Elder Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger in Qingyun Pavilion that day was now hanging high in the sky. The entire Qingyun Pavilion fell into a depressing silence. Everyone fixed their vigilant eyes on the old lady, who stood up with difficulty, stretched out her trembling hands to take out the fire stick, lit the incense, and inserted it into the incense burner. It looked like she might collapse to the ground due to exhaustion at any time. But the people in Qingyun Pavilion still did not feel ashamed. They should be afraid, because this old woman is the Lord of Dawn, and because over the years, the only time the forces of the entire Qingyun County had seen her true face was on the day the Xiao family was destroyed. Because of her existence, no one could find the hiding place of the Li family over the years. During these 7 years, she quietly destroyed the 2 Jindan families, and no one survived wherever the Dawn Killer passed. In order to exterminate one of the Jindan families, this seemingly kind old woman used all kinds of conspiracies and tricks to plunge the rival family into a storm of power struggle. Over the course of 2 years, plague, night parades of 100 demons, mountain torrents, and other natural and man-made disasters followed closely. She tried every possible means, and by the time the Dawn Killer was all over the walls of that big family, it was already too late. And now, she came to the door of Qingyun Pavilion alone. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. As soon as there was any disturbance outside Qingyun Pavilion, those masters who were flying into the air with their swords would feel that there was a great terror lurking outside. The snow blew in the winter. Snowflakes mixed with the white smoke from the incense sticks in the incense burner. The tablets of the ancestors and the pig demon king were weathered by the wind and frost. Li Yaowen tightened his coat, stretched out his wrinkled hands, and blew out a breath of hot air, then knelt stiffly in front of the tablet and kowtowed. He whispered, "Grandfather, Uncle Pig, there are so many of them, it's scary." Li Xiang drank the milk tea silently. How could it not be scary? Even Li Xiang was scared. There are at least 10,000 people in Qingyun Pavilion. Li Yaowen came to Qingyun Pavilion by himself. He had nothing beside him except a puppet. Qinzi's killer had been sent to another place. But at the moment, the people in Qingyun Pavilion are also quite scared. Among the descendants, Li Tianqi prefers to commit suicide, but Li Xiang hopes that Li Tianqi will never follow Li Yaowingsu in the future. After the worship, Li Yaowen finally sat back in the wheelchair. She looked at the first 5 Jindan in Qingyun Pavilion. The old man in the center had a sturdy build and looked more majestic in a long robe. This man was the new pavilion master, Gu Songxing. Gu Songxing was stared at by Li Yaowen. Looking at Li Yaowen's cloudy eyes from afar, he felt uncomfortable all over. Greetings to all the seniors of Qingyun Pavilion. Li Yaowen's voice was calm, and although it was not as faint as the whistling sound of the wind and snow, it was clearly heard by everyone in Qingyun Pavilion. Do you know what kind of family my Li family is? Everyone in Qingyun Pavilion frowned. I didn't know this before. I only knew that the Li family was a rural family in Qingyun County who wanted to survive for thousands of years, and they were complacent about having some skills in such a barren place. Unfortunately not. During these 7 years, they understood that the Li family was the most evil in the world. They were extremely indifferent to life, and they used evil cultivation methods and unorthodox ways. Their actions were outrageous to both humans and gods, and they deserved to be punished by the whole world. My Li family is a kind family. During the 20-year drought in various counties, my Li family fed thousands or even tens of thousands of people. It was several decades after the great battle between Tianzong and Xuanwoman. My Li family traveled around and protected more than 1 million people. My father once said that with great ability comes great responsibility. He said that when our Li family gains control of Tailin and even Taiqing, we should bring blessings to the people, leave a good name for generations, and accumulate merits for our Li family. My eldest brother said that his sword is the Li family sword. It can kill all enemies and protect millions of people. I have a second sister. I admire her the most. She is a medical expert. She has dozens of doctors, which later expanded to hundreds. Later, all the doctors in Tailin town came from my Li family. They went to various towns and counties and cured hundreds of thousands of people. Li Yaowen recounted the good deeds of the Li family one by one, causing the disciples of Qingyun Pavilion to look at each other in surprise. Gu Songxing snorted coldly and interrupted Li Yaowen's words. "You, the dignified Lord of Dawn, came to my Qingyun Pavilion to talk about these things? Your Li family has done good deeds. In this world, which sect, family, or clan has not done good deeds?" Li Yaowen ignored Gu Songxing's words. She listed all the good deeds of the Li family, and then said, "My Li family should be a family of great kindness, so I left the Li family and have not returned for a long time. I have done many evil things in my life, so I probably can't accumulate merits for the family. At that time, I felt that I should die outside, so as to avoid the disaster of heaven and affect the great merits and virtues accumulated by the family for 100 years. But later," Li Yaowen sighed, "the old pig is dead. It turns out that my father was wrong all along. Great benevolence and kindness are not rewarded. People like you who are high and mighty are said to be like gods. The people of Li Tianzong and Xuanwoman have committed a lot of murders, but they have not received bad retribution. I have never committed a lot of murders in my life. In this life, I have only killed 100 cultivators who invaded the Silver Iron Forest, but I was slaughtered by you, the elder of the Divine Phoenix of Qingyun Pavilion. In fact, when Pavilion Master Yuxian left, you let Xiao Huang and Elder Qiuyi go, and I was relieved. This will make my Li family truly understand a truth. What is God? It has no eyes. My Li family is the sky of Qingyun County. Spring is coming." Li Yaowen's voice was flat, and everyone in Qingyun Pavilion changed color. How shameless is this? Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. Li Yaowen waved his hand. The 4 seasons changed, the ice and snow melted, flowers bloomed on the dead branches, and drizzle fell. Gu Songxing exclaimed, "Civil cultivation? What kind of civil cultivation are you? This is a heavenly calamity suppressed by some unknown power of literature and Taoism. As long as Li Yaowen wants, the heavenly calamity will come. He had just finished speaking. Outside Qingyun Pavilion, a cultivator flew in on a sword, not caring about the fact that it was winter and the flowers were blooming. He just hurriedly brought the information. "It's bad, Pavilion Master. There was a man named Li Tianyi who set up an altar in Qingyun Martial Pavilion at the foot of our mountain, and then rushed into the Martial Pavilion without saying a word and massacred our Qingyun Martial Pavilion disciples." What? The elders of Qingyun Pavilion were furious. But soon after, paper cranes, magic stones, and other things came one after another. The elders of Qingyun Pavilion who received the information exclaimed in surprise. "Pavilion Master, it's Medicine King Valley. The Sword King and the 7 demons of the Iron Gate 7 Sons are going to attack Medicine King Valley and ask for our support. The Wu family of Lishui County is asking for help. The Ancestor of the Spirit Puppets has brought dozens of spirit puppets and mini-zombies to attack. The Demon Girls Su Tsuehua and Bai Ruru and the Beast King Li Tianshuang have brought thousands of beasts to the Baichi sect. Pavilion Master, they asked us to ask the nearest Litian sect for help. Bai Shui County." Pieces of information reached Qingyun Pavilion one by one. Gu Songxing was extremely anxious. Looking at the changing weather and the old lady sitting leisurely in the wheelchair, he felt the sweat flowing out on his back. A moment. He could see that the place attacked by the Li family was not simple. Yaowang Valley, Wu family, Baichi sect. These places are where Qingyun Pavilion can provide support quickly. They are also far away from the locations of those powerful sects and families. Even if a Jindan powerhouse provides support, it will take half a day. He should send his disciples to provide support now. This is also the best time to inflict heavy damage on the Li family. But he knew better that this was an action against Qingyun Pavilion. If Qingyun Pavilion does not provide support, its reputation will be ruined. If Qingyun Pavilion went, Qingyun Pavilion is not just in disgrace. As Li Yaowen's heavenly tribulation is about to befall, it is the power of the nascent soul. The Qingyun Pavilion's protective formation is useless, and the entire Qingyun Mountain will be baptized by the thunder tribulation. He was even afraid that this reckless and vicious woman would rush into Qingyun Pavilion. Gu Songxing stared at Li Yaowen angrily. Li Yaowen gripped the handles of the wheelchair with both hands. She raised her head, squinted her eyes, and looked at the monks who were high above the Qingyun Pavilion, revealing a gentle smile. "You can't go anywhere. From today on, Qingyun Pavilion will be discredited, and my Li family will be the heaven of Qingyun County. Everyone in the world will know that it was Qingyun Pavilion that brought disaster to the entire Qingyun County in order to protect Xiaohuang. But don't worry, seniors. I, Li Yaowen, cherish my life, and so do you. Today is not the day when Qingyun Pavilion will be destroyed. Back then, you and Qingyun Pavilion watched Xiaohuang cause trouble, so today you should watch my Li family cause trouble too. You protected Xiaohuang back then, but no matter today or in the future, you can't protect anyone in front of our Li family. This is the price you're going to pay." Hearing this, Gu Songxing viciously destroyed all the information. Suddenly, he was no longer angry. He looked up at the sky and smelled the fragrance of flowers in the air after Li Yaowen changed the seasons, and sighed. "I'm old now, so I don't deserve to be the leader anymore." Hearing this, several elders behind him frowned and took a step back. Their eyes flickered. They felt that from today on, Qingyun Pavilion would no longer be high and mighty. The fear brought by the Li family gradually crept into their hearts. Your descendant Li Yaowen's heavenly calamity is approaching, and the power of the 4 seasons is fully exerted. This is an act of seizing the great way of heaven and earth, and the heaven is furious for this. How fortunately, the elders of Qingyun Pavilion cherish their lives. Looking at the picture of Qingyun Mountain changing from winter to spring, and seeing that everyone in Li Tianzong from top to bottom was afraid of the thunder, Li Xiang finally put his heart at ease. He and Li Yaowen have been planning for the past 7 years. This collective action was also premeditated, and every aspect had been calculated. One of the purposes, we just want to bring disgrace to the Qingyun Pavilion. What are the memories of Qingyun County? Rotten memories, the memories of cowardly rats. Are they still memories? This is the price Qingyun Pavilion has to pay now. Li Yaowen was alone, threatening with his own natural tribulation, shocking all the Jindan elders of Qingyun Pavilion so much that they dared not step out of the mountain gate. Ancestor, there are more golden elixir auras in Qingyun Pavilion. Li Yaowen still stared at Qingyun Pavilion expressionlessly, stroking the tablet and whispering softly. At this time, the monks who had flown into the air with their swords before, under the order of the pavilion master Gu Songxing, returned to the Qingyun Pavilion and were always on the alert for Li Yaowen. Looking at this situation, if Li Yaowen took a step forward, all the disciples of the Qingyun Pavilion would be scattered. Careful. Li Xiang left 2 words on the spirit tablet. Yes, Ancestor, if they are really impulsive, I'm not stupid. I will just run away. Li Yaowen just smiled lightly. Ancestor, send warmth X2. This day of the 90th anniversary of the Li family was truly like a cold winter snowstorm for the entire Qingyun County. Qingyun Town, located at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, is a prosperous place where people are good at martial arts. Countless young talents have come from all over Qingyun County, hoping to be favored by the legendary Qingyun Pavilion and become its disciples. Qingyun Martial Arts Pavilion. Facing the heavy snow, young talents from the 24 counties of Qingyun County gathered here. They were no more than 50 years old. It was the time for young people to compete. The winner could be taught by the elders of Qingyun Pavilion. Even if they were among the top 10, they could directly become inner disciples of Qingyun Pavilion. After several rounds of competition, it was finally time to decide the winner on the ring. Now is the time to have a great time. Suddenly, after shaving his beard, Li Tianyi, still with disheveled hair and dirty face, descended from the sky, raising dust in the venue and attracting the attention of thousands of people gathered there. Li Tianyi glanced at the people around him. He had been digging tombs for 7 years, and when he just came out, he saw so many people. He was a little uncomfortable. 10 breaths. Everyone who has nothing to do with Qingyun Martial Pavilion will leave immediately. You will not find a future in Qingyun Pavilion, because Qingyun Pavilion itself has no future. His words were like hot oil, and the Qingyun Martial Arts Pavilion suddenly exploded. Some people cursed him, some realized something was wrong and left, and some immediately came and surrounded Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi did not move. He silently took out his Yunshi Xiang, and the low-grade spiritual weapon De Longjiang floated behind him. There are more people running in Wu Pavilion. He looked quietly at the people around him, no longer hearing the noise. He silently set up the altar and lit the incense. When the people from Qingyun Martial Arts Pavilion saw the word Li on the spirit tablet and the name of the Pig Demon King, they finally changed color. Li Tianyi remained unmoved and just worshipped respectfully. Many years ago, when he was still a child, his great-grandfather told him that one day, with his qualifications, he would be proud of the younger generation, and his great-grandfather would watch him become the most outstanding talent in the entire Taiqing County. At that time, he didn't take these words to heart at all. Compared to this, he was more concerned about whether his younger brothers and sisters would be killed by his grandfather and Yin Tialin's spirit beasts. It really doesn't matter to him whether he is a genius or not. The safety of his younger brothers and sisters is the most important thing. And now, 10 breaths have passed. In an instant, wailing sounds were heard. In the picture of the great river dragon general, the magic that the ancestor of the Su family once used appeared in the picture of the dragon general. The dragon was rampant, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals came out together. 23 old men appeared behind Li Tianyi. They actually entered the bodies of the wandering dragons, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals to help Li Tianyi kill the enemy. Even if they were just residual souls, those old men were once beings above the nascent soul. Qingyun Wu Pavilion was only in a small town, but it was known as a holy place for cultivation. There were only some fake pill masters, and no one could match them. Li Tianyi was playing the piano. The sound of the zither rang out, and the strings broke through the necks of the so-called geniuses. Floating clouds fell from the sky, trapping the entire Qingyun Martial Arts Pavilion. This is the Earth-level skill Qingyun Budu, which uses Qingyun to trap the enemy. Half an hour later, there was no living person in the entire Qingyun Martial Arts Pavilion except Li Tianyi. The zither strings returned to the Yunshi zither, and Li Tianyi played the last syllable. Then he put away the picture of De Longjiang, hugged the guzheng, placed the altar back on the martial arts stage, and burned incense, and knelt down again in the place where corpses were scattered all over the ground. Grandpa, did you see it? I am truly a genius. Not only in Taiqing County, but I am also the most powerful genius in the entire Qingyun County. From today on, everyone will know me, and also know that I am your great-grandson. Li Tianyi knocked his head and broke the ring. It seems like it wants to knock all the regrets back to the human world. At the same time, Li's descendants in many locations around Qingyun Pavilion were also completing tasks like Li Tianyi. Many people have begun to collect spoils of war, selecting unused elixirs and rare treasures, and placing them in front of the altar. Xiang also received various news. Your descendant Li Yaotai, with many spirit puppets and zombies, attacked the Wu family and found that the strongest person in the Wu family was only 2 fake elixirs. What Li Yaowen said about the Wu family possibly having a golden elixir master was completely false news. He deeply suspected that the 4th sister was taking revenge on him because of his outspokenness. While besieging the Wu family, he was so angry that he jumped up and down and asked you to go to a more dangerous place. Li Yaotai, a tough guy, was seen kneeling down and complaining, "Grandfather, this is too much bullying. How can a sister bully her brother like this? Go to Yaowang Valley to meet them." Xiang immediately blocked the screen. It was not that there were no other tasks for him, but he was too far away. Su Tsuhua, by Ruru, and their 4th-generation descendant Li Tianshuang attacked the weapon sect together. Countless monsters emerged from the silver iron forest and the swamp jungle and surrounded the weapon sect layer by layer. The weapon sect's golden core patriarch Jinyu opened the sect's protective formation, vowed to defend the weapon sect to the death, and viciously threw the sect's secret, the secret book of 100 weapons, at Su Tsuhua. At Su Tsuhua's request, Jinyu and his disciples swore a blood oath that they would never be enemies with the Li family. They sent 2 8th-grade weapon refiners to Xian Town as technical guidance and handed over a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Su Tsuehua gave up. According to Jinyu's suggestion, Su Tsuehua learned that Linglong Tower, the auction house next door that has been bullying Qizong for many years, is inseparable from Qingyun Pavilion. The Li family asked you whether you should immediately join hands with Jinyu and the 3 fake Dan of Qizong to attack Linglong Tower. Jinyu was a macho man with muscular body, full of blue veins and fiery red hair. Seeing the 3 fierce women of the Li family still bowing to the spirit tablets they had set up earlier, he was quite puzzled, but he could not say much, so he just urged them, "What's the matter? I'm really afraid of your Li family. Besides, the reason why we, the Qi sect, posted your wanted order is because we cannot disobey Qingyun Pavilion, right? We have never sent people to hunt down the Li family. Now, as long as we take down Linglong Tower together, you will have leverage over my Baichi sect, and I will feel at ease." Until the spirit tablet made the sign of the word good in front of Su Tsuehua. Su Tsuehua turned around and nodded slightly. "This time my Li family contributed the most, so my Li family will choose first. It's 70%, and you will get 30%. From now on, you will be a friend of my Li family. If it's a trap," Jinyu's mouth twitched. "Fellow Daoist, no expert from Qingyun Pavilion has come to rescue us yet. Your Li family has so many experts, but only 3 of you have put our Qi sect in danger of death. Besides, everyone in your Li family is a desperate criminal. If you fall into my trap, won't those monsters in your family make me and your whole family die? Even if I am stupid, I know what to choose." Su Tsuehua nodded slightly. Everyone headed towards Linglong Tower. Jinyu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Everyone, why did you give me 30%? Su Tsuehua replied, "No matter how evil the person is, our Li family has its own rules. We never treat our friends unfairly. You never treat your friends badly?" Jinyu paused, looking at the backs of the Li family members who had been making a lot of noise in the past 7 years and were more famous than the devil. Jinyu grinned. "Then old Jin, really did not make a wrong choice this time. Damn Qingyun Pavilion, they treated our Qi sect like a dog." He glared at the 3 disciples behind him who were also muscular and whispering, "If you dare to secretly say that I'm a coward again, I will use you 3 rebellious disciples as spiritual hammers." Seeing the 4 masters and apprentices moving slowly behind him, Li Tianshuang, who was wearing animal skins and revealing his wheat-colored skin, frowned and said, "For seniors, please hurry up. We have already wasted a lot of time. My Li family still has important matters to attend to." Hey, what a harmony. But this is also thanks to the collusion between Li Xiang and Li Yaowen. They even calculated the time to deal with the enemy, as well as the time interval for possible support from other enemies besides Qingyun Pavilion. Most of the day is enough time for the Li family to seek benefits and avoid harm. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Yuanying master still sticks to the old rules and does not take action against the Li family. If Yuanying really comes, Li Xiang is not afraid. Your descendant Li Yaoqing, along with the primordial blood tree, the temple guardian beast, and 2 golden elixirs from the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, broke into Luohai Island and killed all the members of Luohai Island in 1 hour. The primordial blood tree drank the blood, expressing its utmost respect to you. Your descendants Li Tianqi, Li Tianyou, Li Tianyue, and hundreds of Qinci masters are going to Baimei Mountain together. Your descendants. This time, disaster is befalling everywhere centered around Qingyun Pavilion. Your descendant Li Tianming entered Qingyun Pavilion, and while everyone was on guard against Li Yaowen outside the mountain, he secretly killed a 52-year-old genius who had reached the middle stage of foundation building. He held the ancestral tablet in his hand and asked you to praise him. Li Xiang quickly clicked on the screen and saw Li Tianming holding a dagger, his face covered in blood, excitedly holding the ancestral tablet and staring at the corpse. His facial muscles twitched. Why did you do it too? He did not bring Li Tianming with him on this operation, and he had no idea how this guy knew the secret of the family's operations. After all, Li Tianming, this unfilial descendant, is too unstable. It would be really bad if he accidentally caused trouble, but I never expected that this kid would secretly run back to Qingyun Pavilion. But seeing that Li Tianming had contributed, Li Xiang casually gave Li Tianming Ancestor's Warmth X1, which made Li Tianming very excited. Watching the descendants of the Li family completing their killing missions in 12 locations, Li wanted to know that from this day on, the entire Qingyun County should have a kind of awareness. Qingyun Pavilion is no longer the savior it was tens of thousands of years ago. The Li family is like ghosts, able to destroy any force in front of Qingyun Pavilion. They should remember the fear that the Li family brought to Qingyun County that day. This is far from enough. This is just part of the Li family's revenge plan. He began to slide the mouse, clicking on the avatars of the Li family's descendants one by one. At this moment, the spirit tablets in front of them floated up. Everyone knelt on the altar and began the grand ceremony that used to be performed only at the family residence. The Li family's 90th anniversary, the grand ceremony held every 10 years begins. Your descendants are offering sacrifices to you. Villain X10, Red Water Chestnut, X5, Life Vitality Blue Cloud Pill. The only function of every kind of elixir and rare treasure is to increase spiritual power. Li Xiang looked at the room, full of natural treasures and elixirs that could increase his spiritual power. He clicked the mouse frantically. Do you want to consume 50 points of incense and immediately digest the spiritual power of a bailing pill? Yes. Congratulations, you have gained 50 spiritual power points. As Li Xiang clicked, he could clearly feel that his dantian was growing stronger. At the same time, the descendants of the Li family took back the altar and the incense. They all headed towards the Medicine King Valley at a rapid pace. As the Li family takes action again, their location has become known to everyone. All forces in Qingyun County with a history of more than 100,000 years have their disciples reporting to them. The Li family's Grass Saint Lady brought the 7th grade magic tree and wreaked havoc in Luohai. Luohai Island asked Qingwan Mountain for help. News from Qingyun Pavilion. The Lord of Dawn has a mortal body, but has the strength of a cultivator. He is about to break through, and he has triggered a thunder catastrophe to suppress Qingyun Pavilion. Linglong Pavilion, a subordinate force of the Heavenly Palace, is besieged by the evil woman of the Li family. Please give the order to encircle and eliminate the evildoers of the Li family. All the members of the Li family gathered towards Yaowang Valley, and Qingyun County became like a powder keg, ignited by the Li family's swift and efficient attack. Without exception, all major forces in Qingyun County sent people to encircle and suppress the rebellion. Or even, nascent soul stage. These old monsters, who had lived for 2,000 years, opened their eyes one by one from their retreat, and their nascent souls left their bodies to roam between heaven and earth. In the room, Li Xiang was still clicking on the screen. With every click, the rare treasures and elixirs displayed at home would disappear little by little. This was a function that Li Xiang had when he started playing the game. He was able to quickly digest the medicinal power through the game. It's just that during his previous period of fake elixir, a small amount of natural treasures and elixirs were no longer of interest to him. And now, he and Li Yaowen both knew that the Li family's current action would also encounter encirclement and suppression from all over the country. What the Li family will face is pressure from the entire Qingyun County. Even the nascent soul stage. You are digesting the medicinal power of the beast blood fruit, gaining 100 points of spiritual power and consuming 100 points of incense value. Feel the powerful strength of your body. At the same time, he also gave this gift to Li Yaotai, who was closest to Yaowang Valley. Your gift has been detected. A jade slip containing the earth-level technique, Qingyun Buddha. Do you want to perform the gift? Yes. You are gifting the C7 model Star Seeker X4. As Xiang continued to be busy. In the game world, the Li family members are gathering quickly. According to the plan of the Ancestor and Yunlin, they must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, the masters from the big forces will encircle and suppress them. At the same time, they may also lose the opportunity to avenge Lao Zhu with their own hands. Medicine King Valley. It must be said that Medicine King Valley is really extraordinary. There is a middle-grade spiritual weapon Tianqi Baihe to protect the sect, and there is also a 7th-grade magic array, Baiwa Array, to protect Medicine King Valley tightly. Although Li Yaozu has a sword body, he is only in the early stage of Jinan after all. His physical strength is strong, and his sword intention is extraordinary. He really can't break the defense of Medicine King Valley for a while. The 7 Sons of the Iron Gate could only resist with the strength of fake pills, and even the strength of top-grade spiritual weapons could not activate 11 of them. It would be impossible for them to break in without a siege that lasted for months, or waiting until the spirit stones in Medicine King Valley were exhausted. Yaoxiner even smiled, waiting for the powerful force to arrive so that the Li family could be wiped out in one fell swoop. But this luck only lasted for half an hour. In the distance, a bald, strong man with iron arms descended from the sky, and dozens of puppets fell from the air. Among them, the mecha floating in the air with tail flames was particularly terrifying. Ah, great. Big brother and my 7 bastards, you guys take a break. I've been staying in that crappy Wu family for quite some time, and I'm so suffocated. As soon as Li Yaotai arrived, he smashed it with a hammer as big as a person. Then there was a huge tree, on which stood a woman whose body was covered by vines, and whose gentle voice could only be heard. Brother, 3rd brother, just kill the people, but don't destroy the spiritual medicine in Medicine King Valley. I have great use for them. Immediately following, there are countless monsters. Li Tianyi came with 23 residual souls. The Dawn Killers came from all directions, including the 4th-generation descendants of the Li family. Even Li Tianming rushed over. This guy killed someone in Qingyun Pavilion and was chased when Li Yaowen left. He held high the head of Qingyun Pavilion's rare genius in 1,000 years and knocked on the magic circle of Qingyun Pavilion, begging her idol, 4th aunt, to take her away. Yao Xiana looked up with a dull look. The shadow of the Li family completely enveloped the entire Yaowang Valley. She thought that by standing on the side of Li Tianzong and Qingyun Pavilion, she would be standing on the side of the winner. She thought that if she worked for the truly powerful, she would be richly rewarded. She thought that by standing on the side of justice in Qingyun County, she would be able to usher in the final victory and gain both fame and fortune. Unfortunately, she had bad luck in gambling. When the Li family members flooded the magic circle of Yaowang Valley, she saw the hideous faces of the Li family members. She still thought she was righteous and roared, "Don't be afraid. Evil cannot defeat good. We are in Medicine King Valley. Get ready and fight them." 10 minutes later, there were no bodies in the Medicine King Valley. Only the Li family members and the spiritual weapons that were nailed to the wall by the Li family like nails, in a big letter shape and unable to move. Yao Xianer's eyes no longer had any light, as if she had lost her soul. She saw it. A blood tree with a scarlet crown appeared in Medicine King Valley, and its roots pierced through the creatures of Medicine King Valley one by one. She saw countless zombies and countless crazy monsters. These beasts and evil spirits were biting the people of Medicine King Valley, and the zombies slowly dragged the dried corpses into a silver coffin. A demon with demonic energy, but no intelligence, walked out of the silver coffin. The demon and the demon tree of the Li family almost fought over blood. She also saw that the demon was getting stronger little by little from refining qi to making fake pills. Devils, they are all demons. Medicine Fairy murmured. She saw this group of crazy demons gathered together, not feeling guilty about the killing just now, and acting hypocritical in front of her. The first 4 generations of the Li family gathered together, built an altar, knelt down, and worshipped the spirit tablet with the word Li engraved on it, and shouted, "May our ancestors bless you." The turbid eyes of the 7 demons of the Iron Gate flickered, and became clear for a moment, and they knelt down one by one towards the first 2 generations of the Li family. The child has become a demon. If we really lose our minds one day, Grandpa will definitely throw us into a coffin and let Dad and Mom go in and beat us until we wake up. It's okay, Mother. Don't worry. As long as we have blood to drink, we will be fine. I believe that I can stay rational. Yes, we have photos. I don't know why, but as long as I look at the days when we were in Jian Village, the evil thoughts in my heart can be suppressed. The 7 demons showed simple and honest smiles. Yao Xian'er couldn't understand why these demons should be killed by everyone. They have no humanity. But how could she know that it was the people whom she previously thought were humane who were doing the most inhumane things, which led the 7 sons of Iron Gate to choose to lose their humanity, and now they are struggling to maintain their proper humanity. Dad, uncle. The 4th generation of the Leaf family knelt down and bowed to the 7 sons of Taimen. Even though they had already known that the 7 sons of Taimen were possessed by demons, they could not help but burst into tears when they saw their appearance. They knew deeply that their parents, like them, had experienced things that could not be told to others. The signs that the primordial blood tree gave them were never trials. Whenever they have free time, they will think of Tailin Town and Xian Village. There are acres of spiritual fields, kind villagers, and families gathered there. There, they can walk to any villager's house to eat and can compete with friends of the same age with wooden swords. Every day is full of laughter. Sometimes, they would even be complacent, thinking that they were members of the Leaf family and that it was the Leaf family that led the entire Xian village to its current prosperity. At least in Xian village, they were born with infinite glory. But now, they have left the village and Tailin town, never see those familiar faces again, and are rarely with their families. They have to fight against ferocious beasts and nature, and they also know that there are so many intrigues in the world. Who doesn't want to live innocently? It is never easy to shed innocence and childishness and gradually become mature and powerful. Growing up is so painful. They're like naked mortals running in a thorny jungle. Much more painful than... It hurts more than falling on my grandfather's back. For the first time, the 4th generation of children felt how painful growing up was. Their 7 fathers, who had once done something like forbidden to urinate or defecate in the toilet, should have been even more childish than them. Now they should raise their voices in high-pitched voices and ask them why they are crying here. And by the way, kick them one by one against the wall so that they can't get out. First, they began to miss this feeling. But now, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate just stood there quietly, their faces covered with magic patterns, and their eyes were bloodshot. Their parents have finally become responsible, mature, quiet, just like what they hoped for when they were little. But sometimes, what they hoped for when they were little turns out to be truly naive, and their parents have to endure more than they do. Dad, uncle. The 4th generation of children shouted again, and this time, the 7 sons of Iron Gate finally forced a difficult smile. Li Yaowen seemed to see the children's embarrassment. She waved her hand gently, and the children stood up. Li Yaowen smiled and said, "Okay, with your 4th aunt here, they will be fine." Everyone nodded slightly. Devil. You are all devils. The medicine fairy, who was nailed to the wall, finally shouted loudly. She understood that the Leaf family never cared whether their family members were possessed by demons. What they cared about was whether they could invade a peaceful place like Medicine King Valley and kill her kind disciples. Amid the roar, he saw the gleam of light in Li Yaozu's eyes in the distance, and the sword gradually getting bigger in front of him. Then came endless pain. Li Yaozu, peeling her skin alive with a sword. No one paid attention to Yaoxianer's wailing. The Leaf family members gathered together. They still remembered the words of their ancestors. It should be the enemy who was sad and suffering, not them. They looked into the distance. That was the place where Li Dalong, Elder Qiu Yi, and Xiao Huang had fought before. I came back because I sensed your presence. As the head of the family, Li Dalong stared into the distance with a calm expression. Yao Qing, thanks to you for inviting Senior Jiufengzi. He is very strong. Li Yaoqing nodded slightly. Even in the demon cave, the drunkard is a top expert. Li Yundo, one of the 7 sons, had a cold look in his eyes. Grandpa, are they still alive? As soon as these words came out, everyone was watching. They knew that as long as Li Yaowen was willing, relying on the existence of their ancestors and the current strength and control of their Li family, it would be easy to eliminate Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger without attracting attention. But they still gathered here because they wanted to take revenge together and repay the Li family for the pain they had experienced thoroughly. Still alive, Li Dalong smiled and said the words that everyone was expecting. They want their enemies to be alive. If they die easily, it would be a great disrespect to the Pig Demon King. The death coffin rose into the air and gradually grew larger, until the coffin surface was large enough to accommodate all the members of the Li family. Li Dalong took his family to the coffin and flew away. It was as if the Li family was carrying coffins towards the enemy. The enemies would be trampled under the feet of the Li family forever, and their bodies would be tortured in the dark space. In the golden transparent barrier, Elder Yi was covered in wounds, with disheveled hair, and had gone mad. Before this, he instinctively used his magic power to summon the skills in his golden elixir. There were tens of thousands of maple leaves, and one leaf could kill someone at the peak of the foundation building stage. But the secret method that he was so proud of became a fantasy even when used on a drunkard. The drunkard took a sip of wine and kicked out. His filthy shoes came off his feet, and another shoe print appeared on Elder Chia's face. You are deceived. If you are really in peak condition, with your earth pill and the spiritual object Xuan Wu Fenfai that has merged into your body, you can really fight me for 3 days and 2 nights. This made Elder Chia even more crazy. The maple tree of his Dharma body behind him was already riddled with holes, but it still swayed its branches and leaves and rushed towards the drunkard. You bastards have ruined my hopes. The 5 fingers had silver claws, and they were next to the drunkard in an instant. But the drunkard had already disappeared from the spot and was slowly putting on his shoes. The drunkard frowned. Not only Qiu Yi became crazy, but Xiao Huang was even crazier than him. Thinking of how he and Li Dalong had just joined forces to fight the enemy, even he, a demon cultivator, felt a little scared. In his impression, although they had only met a few times, he could feel that Li Dalong was a kind and benevolent person who treated people politely, like a cultured, mature, and steady farmer. That guy was really ruthless. The drunkard glanced at the distance. Xiao Huanger was still alive, sitting on the shuttle, with her hair disheveled, her lower body stained with blood, her hands and face covered in blood, and especially, she was holding a bloody mass of flesh in her arms, crying and laughing, trembling all over, and shouting, "Child, my child, there is someone in our Xiao family again." This was Li Dalong's masterpiece. He knocked Xiao Huanger's child out of a coffin. The drunkard had been a demon cultivator for 200 years. He felt that Li Dalong was more worthy of being a demon than him. This one strike drove 2 people crazy. The only difference was that one was real and the other was fake. "Let me out. I want to find Li Dalong. I want to find the Li family." Qiu Yi was roaring, and the leaves on the maple trees dyed the sky golden. "Are you really looking for the Li family?" "Chuya, I know you." The drunkard laughed, and Elder Chuya's face turned pale. "Time has not made you a warrior. Instead, it has made you more dependent on the schemes and tricks of women. People like you will never go crazy." His voice was faint. "People like you like to hide behind others. When you were young, you hid behind that poor woman Xiao Huang. When you were old, you hid behind Li Tianzong. Even if you wanted to assassinate Li Yunlin of the Li family, you hid behind the unlucky Su family. Even in these years, when you were clearly at the peak of the Golden Core realm, you didn't dare to face the Li family directly, and you hid in Yaowang Valley with your Taoist partner." The drunkard's words seemed to hurt Elder Qiu Ye's heart. Xiao Huanger, who was acting crazy, also had a moment of clarity in his eyes. He continued, "You are playing crazy and stupid in front of me. Where do you want to hide? A coward like you?" Between words, he felt the spiritual stone in his crotch move. He raised his eyebrows and actually opened the barrier of the top-grade spiritual weapon. He spread his hands and said, "Let's go. Don't you want to escape?" "Escape? Oh, by the way, don't think about escaping back to Qingyan Pavilion. If they can really come to rescue you, they would have sent someone long ago at such a close distance." Looking at the drunkard who started drinking again and seemed to really let him go, Qiu Yi wanted to roar to the sky, as he was seen through by this evil cultivator. He was really pretending to be crazy, and even wanted to scare the drunk lunatic by burning the golden elixir. But now, looking at the open magic circle, he seemed to see a big door. I don't know why. He seemed to have seen a Naya bridge that made him tremble all over. It was the gate to the underworld. "Come on. Do you still want to drink my wine?" Meng Pinot, Meng Gong, is waving at him. This was the first time he resisted escaping so much. Then he got on the flying shuttle, the low-grade spiritual weapon, and had no time to care about the crazy woman behind him. He controlled the spiritual shuttle to Li Tianzong. "Ancestor, if you can protect me, the Li family will not dare to go to Li Tianzong." Just as Elder Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger escaped, the silver coffin arrived. Everyone in the Li family looked calmly in the direction where Elder Qiu Yi fled, but they could not hide the hatred and anger in their eyes. "Saintes, patriarchally." The drunkard bowed to the Li family. He would never do this before. He would not even worship the saint. But facing a man who could swing a coffin into a pregnant woman's belly, and the family led by such a man, it was enough for him to express his respect. Especially, beside the coffin, Li Tianming, who always liked to kill people for fun, was holding a pole with human skins hung on it. With his experience in skinning, he could tell at a glance that these skins were peeled off alive. 3 golden pills and a group of fake pills. Looking above the coffins again, silk threads were entangled around the skinned monks. These guys were still alive, wailing in pain. Are they all still alive? Li Yaoqing asked casually. Let him go. He is fleeing to Li Tian's zone. I have reduced his magical power to only 1/10 of what it was, and his realm has fallen to the early stage of the Golden Core. The drunkard couldn't help but take a look at the Li family's work. He seemed to have learned it. Resisting the urge to imitate, he frowned and said, Do you really want to go to the Li Tian sect? Now all the sects and clans will not let you go, especially those Yuaniing forces. Your Li family has only been around for 100 years, but you have already become as powerful as you are today. Now that you have emerged again, the major forces in Yunlin will be even more eager to destroy your Li family. Now it is not just a simple hatred between your Li family and that couple. The resources here are limited. The emergence of a powerful family is tantamount to taking away their jobs. If I were you, the drunkard smiled bitterly and said, then get your revenge and leave Qingyun County. I guarantee that all the sects and clans have already begun to surround where you are. Going to Litian sect is tantamount to tying yourself up. Li Dalong shook his head and bowed to the drunkard. Thank you for your reminders, senior. We are grateful for your help this time. Our Li family will remember this. We will not trouble you again for the rest of our journey. You guys are still going? The drunkard stared. Although the Li family didn't say much to him, only asking him to stop Qiu Yi and Xiao Huang and let them go, he could see that the Li family was going to Li Tianzong on purpose. He still doesn't know where the Li family got the courage to take the initiative to go to Li Tianzong. Between words, the Li family members have already bowed to him, and the silver coffin is chasing towards the distance. He's even crazier than the demon cultivators in our damned demon cave. The drunkard took a big gulp of wine, then looked at the direction the Li family was heading, and with indescribable admiration, he followed them. Escape. You must escape back. On the shuttle, Elder Qiu Yi looked pale and extremely terrified. He vaguely understood why the drunkard wanted to let him go, but he had no choice. I only heard a faint voice from behind. The drunkard was right about you. You still want to escape. Xiao Huanger seemed to be clear-headed for a moment, but soon became crazy again. She held up the piece of rotten meat and showed a terrifying smile with blood on her face. Qiu, look, the child is calling mother. Ha, we have a child. Qiu Yi gritted her teeth, but had no time to pay attention to this crazy woman. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. There was a sound like a bell above the clouds, carrying with it a hint of resentment. When you were chasing my Li family relative, did he also escape like this? He saw at Li Dalong, the bastard who had smashed all his hopes into a pile of rotten meat with a coffin, was chasing him. Li Dalong's coffin is faster than a shuttle. It's been 7 years. Xiao Huanger has felt the pain of the death of her loved ones. Do you know why our Li family has kept you alive for 7 years? Li Dalong slowly pulled out a ghost-headed broadsword and said in a voice as powerful as Yama, because only she felt it, and you, the mastermind behind it, could hardly feel it. It's a pity that all your family members died. We waited for 7 years to hear that you wanted to have another child. You should feel the pain of my children losing their loved ones. Do you feel it? Hearing this, Elder Qiu Ye's eyes widened as he finally understood. 7 years ago, a memorial stone containing the heads of the 9 clans of the Xiao family was built in Qingyun Pavilion. He thought that the revenge of the Li family was over, but that was just the beginning. For the past 7 years, they have been waiting for this day, waiting for Xiao Huanger to give birth to a child, waiting for him to express his hope for this unborn child. What the Li family wants to destroy is not only their lives, but also their souls. And now, run as fast as you can, just like the old pig did when he ran away. Li Dalong's face was ferocious. He used up all his magic power and poured it into the ghost-head sword. The huge sword shadow slashed towards the spirit shuttle. Amid the sound of breaking air, there was also Li Dalong's roar. Are you the only ones who know how to kill? Now you, a loser who can only run away, and that crazy woman beside you, remember how you chased and killed old pig that day? Beast, the beast of the Li family. Elder Qiu Yi was so angry that his heart was about to burst. He cursed loudly, his golden elixir began to burn, and he frantically urged the spirit shuttle to fly rapidly. He really remembered. Thinking back to that day, the Pig Demon King was just like them today, beaten and wounded, and was chased towards Thailand town. He felt it. I felt the desire to survive and the desire to return to Li Tian's zone. Oh, bah! The huge sword shadow chopped on the shield that Elder Qiu Yi had built with his magic power at this moment. The huge impact pushed the spirit shuttle to speed up. At this moment, Elder Qiu Yi was actually glad that he ran faster. Looking at the direction where the spirit shuttle was heading, Li Daolong, who was standing on the heavenly death coffin, narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Unfortunately, you are not Lao Zhu, and you are not worthy. When Lao Zhu came back, he did not do so to escape, but to bring the news back to our Li family. For this reason, he did not even defend himself, and used up all his magic power to escape. He's a warrior, and you're a coward. Beast! Qiu Yi, who was running away with Xiao Huanger, was growling. The drunkard let him go. It turned out that he never left him a chance to live, but gave the Li family a chance to torture and kill him. Maybe he shouldn't have run away, because the drunkard would have killed him quickly and efficiently. I don't want to die. He heard the shadow of a knife behind him again. He no longer wanted to see who was attacking him. The drunkard was really right. People like him were not crazy. He was a coward, and he would seize any chance to survive. That's Su Tsuehua. She urged her fox body to chop down with the knife, also using all her strength. This knife was filled with empathy as an elder. She could feel that perhaps when the old pig died, he would be worried about whether the children would be sad because of it. The magic power of Li Yaozu and Li Yaoqing came one after another. Their swords were the anger of the family guardians. Because of these two bastards, the peaceful days of the Li family have turned into today's separation. Although Li Yaowen was an old woman, she still maintained her elegance. With a single word, common people, Qiu Ye's shield was broken. She seemed to be sneering, laughing at the reckless behavior of the coward and the crazy woman in front, laughing at the regret in their hearts after they tried to overthrow the Li family and kill the people of the Li family. Ha ha! Li Yaodai has become a puppet. On his shoulder stands Bai Ruru, whose eyes are red and veins are bulging. Li Yaodai is laughing wildly. Why are you running away? Face us, you bastard. He punched out with his huge fist, hitting Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger on the back, leaving them with no means of escape. Punch after punch, the two were still using their magic power to resist, and Qiu Yi was running away, holding Xiao Huang. But they didn't have enough magic power. Bai Ruru slashed frantically with the long sword left by the Pig Demon King. Their backs were chopped into a bloody mess. Then Bai Ruru looked at the scars all over their bodies, and she seemed to have lost all her strength at once, and cried bitterly on Li Yaoye's shoulder. This is the cry of relief from children after they have avenged themselves. Immediately afterwards, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate and their descendants jumped up and chased after them frantically. 7 years. 7 years of anger and hatred. 7 years of dangers encountered in wandering. 7 years of growth. All were vented at this moment. They are really crazy. These children who grew up on the back of the Pig Demon King came with their past resentment. No one knew what they were feeling at the moment. They only knew that when the old pig came back that day, his body was already in pieces, and all of this should be returned in full. No, it should be returned 100-fold, 1,000-fold. They will no longer fall on anyone's back and be bloody. They no longer need to be carried by anyone. They no longer need their elders to teach them the truth of life bit by bit, and they no longer need to cry when no one is around. Because there once was a pig in the Silver Iron Forest who accompanied them through their childhood. Now they have grown up, experienced all kinds of hardships in Qingyan County, and faced the enemies with their past stories together with Lao Zhu. To avenge Lao Zhu, in an instant, the entire sky was filled with the shouts of the children who grew up on the old pig's back. Just as they had learned from the intelligence footage, they were slaughtering the 2 once arrogant Jindan stage cultivators bit by bit. Many elders of the Li family came to their senses, stood on the coffin of death, and watched the children hacking and killing frantically. Now, there were no more rare treasures or elixirs in Li Xiang's room. He calmly watched the children on the screen, carrying out the bloodiest revenge. As the picture moves forward quickly, he seemed to see that a cloud in the game turned into the appearance of an old pig. He seemed to be pleased with the growth of these children, as if saying that everything he had paid for was worth it. He had a group of children who were more ferocious and filial than spirit beasts. Inside Li Tianzhou, in the Tianli Palace, Li Yunlin, who had been practicing with Taoist Juyo, was experiencing a surge of magical powers. Taoist Juyo, who had been helping Li Yunlin break through the golden elixir, wiped the cold sweat from his head. When he raised his head, he saw that Li Yunlin was extraordinary. The Tianli Palace, which was originally like a magical river and sea of stars, now seemed like 9 suns had risen. That is Li Yunlin's 9 spirit fire. The 9 fire lotuses gradually grew larger and bloomed, and Li Yunlin, who was sitting in the center, was like the god of fire on earth. The flames on his body shot up into the sky in the Tianli Palace and formed a pillar of blazing fire. The scorching breath. If an ordinary Jindan was here, he would definitely be able to defend himself with magic power in a snap of a finger. The air waves carrying the fireworks went towards all directions of the Tianli Palace. Ha ha ha! You are 69 years old, in the early stage of the Golden Core, and you have the heavenly pill in your body. The pill has forged my Li Tian Sect's secret techniques, the Li Tian Taishin technique, the Ming Tian Tsongbu, and the Leiyin Tian Jing Diziju, 3 extremely profound techniques. It is worth the 200 years of my skills spent in the past 28 years to help you grow to this day. Elder Juyo was extremely excited when he saw Li Yunlin in the Jinan stage. In Qingyun County, if one breaks through the foundation building stage before the age of 50, he is considered a genius. But what about Li Yunlin? He broke through the foundation building stage before the age of 30. If that were the case, it would be fine. He possesses a rare item, the 9 Spirit Fire, which is coveted even by the Jindan stage. If it can grow, it can even reach the 6th level. In addition, Li Yunlin has an extremely strong character and has experienced things that are unmatched by ordinary people. And now it seems, Li Yunlin really lived up to the expectations of Taoist Juyo. At the age of 69, he was in the Jindan stage and possessed the 9 Spirit Fire. Li Yunlin would definitely be able to break through to the Yuanying stage before the end of his life. This also meant that for the next 2,000 years, the Li Tian sect would be safe and sound. Taoist Juyo even thought about it, that when his life was about to end, he would pass on all he had learned in his life to Li Yunlin. Li Yunlin may even break through to the God transformation stage, and he will lead the Li Tian sect to another level. Call! Seeing that Li Yunlin was still consolidating his cultivation and his expression showed a bit of pain, Taoist Juyo walked out of Tianli Palace with a face full of joy and expectation. But he just went out. He saw the disciples who had been waiting outside the door. If it was not an important matter, no one would wait outside the Tianli Palace. What happened in the sect? Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately told what had happened outside during the past 20 years when Taoist Juyo was busy training Li Yun. It started with the killing of the pig demon king of the Li family 7 years ago, to the entire Li family fleeing Tailin town and hiding their identities, to the construction of a human head memorial outside Qingyun Pavilion, and finally to today's crazy killing. People from all over the place have been asking for help from the Li Tian sect. Grand Elder, there are 12 places where blood has flowed like a river, including many large families. It is estimated that there are more than 300,000 dead. The disciples' eyes flashed with fear. In the past 7 years, the Li family has killed nearly 2 million people. Taoist Juyo frowned and remained silent for a long time. Anger flashed in his eyes, and he looked behind him into the Tianli Palace. His neck was even a little stiff. He gritted his teeth, and his nascent soul left his body and went far away. His anger became even stronger, and finally his nascent soul returned to his body. He took a deep breath, anger already visible on his face. Where is the sect master? In the main hall. Upon learning that Taoist Xiang was in the hall, a fierce look flashed in Taoist Juyo's eyes, and his body turned into smoke. When he appeared again, he was already in a spacious hall. On the steps, Taoist Xiang had a heavy expression on his face. He placed his right hand on the handle of the sect leader's seat and clenched his fist tightly, as if he had encountered some difficulties. I saw Taoist Juyo appear. Taoist Xiang's expression changed, and he quickly stood up and saluted. Disciple greets master. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion. Yunlin must have cultivated well. But he didn't finish his words. Taoist Juyo has appeared in front of him. Bah! There was a crisp sound in the hall. Taoist Xiang's hair was disheveled, and his head, which was originally bent straight, was slapped to the side by Taoist Juyo. When his eyes were lifeless, Taoist Juyo kicked him against the pillar, causing blood to ooze from the corners of his mouth. Taoist Juyo then sat on the seat of the sect leader, staring coldly at Taoist Xiang, who had gotten up from the ground. I have been in seclusion for 28 years. You have done a good thing. I know my mistake. Taoist Xiang bowed again hurriedly. Disciple. Taoist Jiyo said coldly. Tell me what else you are capable of? Is your ability to play tricks with your power, so that Yunlin cannot leave the sect for 50 years and deliberately lock up Xiaoyi. That waste for 20 years. Disciple. You think you're so smart? He's been imprisoned in Shia dungeon for 20 years. With a sinister villain like him, he will definitely take the opportunity to take revenge. He will exterminate the Li family. What a sinister plan you have. Taoist Xiang looked at his angry master. He finally gritted his teeth and raised his head. Master, isn't this for the sect? Yunlin possesses the 9 spirits magical fire and is a natural talent, but I know the Li family better. No matter who they are, they all put their family first. Yunlin has been practicing in the sect for many years. As long as the Li family survives, he will not be a member of the Litian sect. My disciple knows Xiaoyi better. He is a sinister villain. He will only sit and watch from behind. Nothing can be traced back to our Litian sect. At that time, Yunlin will be alone and his earthly ties will be severed. But I didn't expect. Seeing the regret in Taoist Xiang's eyes, Taoist Jiyo understood. Everything is for the sect. As the sect leader, he does all the dirty things. Taoist Jiyo sighed to the sky. He suddenly understood his disciple's thoughts, but unexpectedly, the Li family has such strength and determination. After the death of the Pig Demon King, the families in this small Thailand town went crazy and wanted to bury the entire Qingyun County with him. Taoist Xiang made a wrong decision, and now it's too late. How can there be such a family in the world? When he heard the news about this year from his disciples, even he was scared. He originally thought that Li Yunlin was a genius, but to the Li family, Li Yunlin's qualifications were probably just SOSO. Li Dalong and his wife were born in the countryside and have been making golden elixirs for over 100 years. Li Dalong has practiced magic and martial arts to perfection. It is said that his golden elixir is even more heavenly. Su Tsuhua, a fox demon, has reached the middle stage of the golden elixir. The 4 people of the second generation of the Li family are all extraordinary. Sword King Li Yaozu is the best swordsman in Qingyun with a postnatal sword body. Li Yaoqing, the saint of grass and trees, is famous in Qingyun. The magic she uses is unmatched by anyone in the same realm. Li Yaotai is a genius weapon refiner and puppeteer who can forge spirit puppets with his own imagination. News about Li Yaowen also came. One person suppressed the entire Qingyun pavilion. The power of Wenxiu controlled the laws of the 4 seasons of heaven and earth. The Thunder Tribulation was coming. If one could survive the Thunder Tribulation, it would be like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate and entering the nascent soul stage. Even the young Li Tianyi had killed all the geniuses from the 24 counties in the Qingyun Martial Pavilion today. What a talented person he was! Mudman Li Tianming, Beast King Li Tianshuang, Desperado Li Tianqi. The names were almost overwhelming. Taoist Jiyo let out a long breath and suddenly said expressionlessly, I just used my soul to check and found that the Li family has arrived. Master! Taoist Xiang looked at Taoist Jiyo, who seemed to have aged suddenly. He gritted his teeth and said, Yunlin has not come out of retreat yet. As long as we kill all the members of the Li family and let Yunlin devote himself to Taoism in the future, nothing will change. Besides, masters from all major forces have already arrived. The Li family is arrogant and will destroy themselves. He hadn't finished his words. Taoist Jiyo and Taoist Xiang both frowned. There was only a roaring sound outside the Li Tian sect, and a murderous voice roared from the sky above the entire Li Tian sect. Xiang, old thief, get out of here. Life for a life. Following a roar coming from nowhere. Boom! Dust and smoke rose outside the hall, and 2 bloody figures crashed into Li Tian sect. Elder Shia raised his hand. Ancestor Jiyo, save your disciple. Taoist Jiyo, Taoist Xiang, and all the disciples of the Li Tian sect held their heads high. They stared blankly at the silver coffin that appeared outside the open magic circle. There was strangely no one above the coffin, with only the spirit tablet standing in front of it. It looked so small, but the bloody word Li on it was so eye-catching in this snow-covered environment. Hundreds of skinned people were hung on it with a spider web-like weapon. Their eyes were gouged out, and the ice and snow and cold wind from the sky blew mercilessly on their exposed flesh. No one dared to imagine the pain they were enduring. Pieces of human skin were connected by silk threads like sails. A long list of names were engraved on them, but almost all of them had been scratched with sword marks. Among them, Qiu Yi and Xiao Huanger's names were particularly conspicuous, and they had also been crossed out, leaving only Taoist Jinyang. Seeing this terrifying scene, some of the Li Tian sect disciples who had never experienced training outside felt their whole bodies trembling. Even some experienced disciples were trembling. They had never seen anyone dare to shout like this in Li Tianzong. How brave! Who was going to knock down the coffin of this middle-grade spiritual weapon? That's Yao Xianer from Yaowang Valley, one of the 10 beauties in Qingyun County. I'd recognize her even if her skin was peeled off. Who will help me save her? Asshole! Can't you see that the Li family is coming to seek revenge? The disciples of Li Tianzong can feel that winter is coming. In front of the main hall, Taoist Juyo and Taoist Xinyang, master and apprentice, had no time to pay attention to Xiao Huang, an elder Qiu Yi who had fallen in front of the door. The backs of the two Taoists had been chopped to pieces. Their skin and flesh had already been torn apart, and their internal organs could be seen from their backs. These were just superficial injuries. The truly terrifying thing was that their souls had long been burned to the point of only having a glimmer of life left, and they had become insane, and even being alive was worse than being dead. Come with me to meet the Li family. For some reason, Taoist Juyo seemed very calm at this moment and soared into the sky. A trace of fear flashed across Taoist Jinyang's eyes, but after looking at the two Taoist companions who were still wailing for help, he took a deep breath and followed Taoist Juyo to the heavenly death coffin. Can't! The Li family still didn't show up. Taoist Juyo frowned. When he came out of retreat, he had used his nascent soul to explore the heaven and earth. He clearly saw the Li family members arriving, but now he could not feel the breath of the Li family at all. The sky-dead coffin is like a lone sail. On the contrary, greetings to Senior Juyo. Thank you for your teachings 300 years ago. They have been of great benefit to me. Where is the evildoer of the Li family? Why can't we see him? Haha, I didn't expect that for the sake of the Li family, I would meet friends I haven't seen for 1,000 years. Are you all okay? In the Li Tian sect, masters came from all directions. In an instant, all the disciples of the Li Tian sect widened their eyes. These are all famous masters in Qingyun County. Taoist Juyo looked around. He sighed imperceptibly and bowed to everyone. Fellow Taoist Xian Tianzi, Patriarch Long, and Abbot Wuyo. Then Taoist Juyo greeted them one by one. Taoist Xinyang was overjoyed. He knew these people. Even if he had never seen them, their images were still in his intelligence. This was a compulsory course for the leaders of all clans and tribes, because these people, it's the sky of Qingyun County. Among all the major forces in the entire Qingyun County, there are only 12 known Yuanying masters, and this time, 3 of them came for the Li family. The girl looked as cute as a little girl, but she was actually the Grand Elder of Qinghuan Mountain, whose name was Xian Tianzi. She was wearing a green robe, revealing her smooth calves, a pair of green cloth shoes, revealing her smooth insteps, and had 2 ponytails. Her face was impeccable, as if it was carved from heaven and earth, and people felt pity for her at first sight. The middle-aged man had a rough yet dignified look. He was the ancestor of the Long family, the only nascent soul family in Qingyun County, Long Xinkong. Master Wang Yu is the abbot of the Buddhist sect in Qingyun County, and he commands all the Buddhist sects in Qingyun County. He has kind eyes and a very old temple robe, revealing a pair of dark feet. He is reciting Buddhist scriptures at this moment. One can tell at a glance that he is a hard-working person who has recited thousands of Buddhist scriptures and traveled hundreds of millions of miles. In addition, there were about 30 Jinan masters gathered from various major sects and families from all directions. I'm afraid that 30% of the top cultivators in the entire Qingyun County have been gathered. The Li family really brought this upon themselves. They deserve this. Taoist Jinyang remained calm, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The fear he had just felt when he and his master walked out of the hall had disappeared, and he even wanted to find a deserted place to laugh wildly. However, his expression changed when he heard what Taoist Juyo said after greeting many masters. Please go back, fellow Taoists. The Li family is here to seek revenge. It is a feud between my Li Tian sect and the Li family. I will not trouble you to go to so much trouble. Taoist Juyo ordered them to leave with a cold face. You can't say that. Long Xinkong laughed and said, the Li family is so arrogant in Qingyun Pavilion, which is insulting everyone in Qingyun County. More than 100,000 years ago, my Long family received help from Qingyun Pavilion and has been able to survive until now. If the Li family is an enemy of Qingyun Pavilion, then they're also an enemy of my Long family. Hearing this, Master Wanyu clasped his hands together and said, Umitba, the Li family has committed too many sins of killing. As the Buddha said, we should not sit idly by. Xian Tianzi bared his silver teeth. Then the Li family cannot exist in Qingyun County. Even if other Taoist friends don't come, it's enough for us to be here. Just think of me as Xian Tianzi, who has been in seclusion for hundreds of years and is here to relax. Besides, Baiwa Valley Medicine Fairy is my disciple, and the Li family has already formed a cause and effect with my Qingwan Mountain. The more than 30 Jindan cultivators outside Li Tianzong were all silent. They had no right to interrupt in front of these 4 Yuanying masters. As the dragon hovered in the air, he glanced around at them. Everyone agreed. Senior Juyo, when a demon like this appears in Qingyun County, it is time for our generation of cultivators to work together to eliminate the demon and defend the way. Yes, the affairs of the Li Tian sect are also the affairs of our generation of cultivators. As long as the Li family is not extinct, I will not be at peace. Hearing these words, Taoist Juyo didn't say much, just shook his head. He saw his disciple laughing. How could he not know that the so-called demon slayers and defenders of the Tao were all fake? When one reaches his level, most people don't care about worldly affairs. Moreover, cultivators above the nascent soul stage have a tacit understanding not to ask about the grudges of the younger generation and not to bully the weak. Unless the family is facing a disaster, they should not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. But today these old guys have all come out, so-called exorcism and defense of justice. If they really wanted to, why didn't they show up in the Thunderfire Demon Cave where the demons gathered? They were simply afraid of the Demon King sealed inside. Such genocide was not uncommon. The Li family killed nearly 2 million people, but they were all cultivators. In recent years, he had fought with the Xuanwu sect, killing more than 1 million mortals. As for the Li family, they just wanted to eradicate the Li family. It was simply because they saw that the Li family members were very talented, and they were afraid that the Li family would become too powerful in the future. Thank you all for your help. Qingyun County will be blessed with a bright and sunny day with you all. Before Taoist Juyo could say anything, Taoist Jinyang bowed as if he had seen a savior, and said sincerely, now that the Li family has disappeared, but with the help of all the seniors and fellow Taoists, I will mobilize all the disciples of the Li Tian sect and the entire Qingyun County to see where the Li family is hiding. The several nascent souls did not say much to Taoist Jinyang, but just nodded slightly. However, other Jindan masters responded one after another, wanting to gather the power of Qingyun County to conduct a carpet search of the Li family. But Xian Tianzi suddenly pouted, and she asked in confusion, Where are you going, Taoist Juyo? Why don't you summon your nascent soul with us and form a formation in all 4 directions to prevent the Li family from escaping? Taoist Juyo had turned his back and walked towards the sect. He did not even look back, leaving behind only the sound of hearty laughter. Ha ha, fellow Taoists, please do as you please. I have an appointment with that old fellow from Xuanwu sect. If I fight him today, he will probably cause trouble for me. At my age, I'm a bit timid. Please bear with me. As he spoke, Taoist Juyo had already sat back in the hall like a phantom. Looking at the empty hall, he smiled. The Taoist turtle from Xuanwu sect has fought with me for 1,000 years, and neither of us has given in. But he didn't come to join in the fun today. When he leaves in winter, he should bring a pot of wine with him to drink with that old villain. Everyone frowned and looked at Taoist Juyo's back. Just a moment. Inside the main hall of the Li Tian sect, the voice of Taoist Juyo was lingering, and the disciples were looking at the hall with all respect. The 6th grade protective formation of the Li Tian sect, which had not been used for 1,000 years, was rising, and a dragon was soaring in the sky. I am in the secluded place of Li Tianzong. My nascent soul is traveling in the spirit world. Xuanwu sect has evil ambitions. I will close the sect today. Be careful of the Xuanwu sect's attack. Disciples of this sect are not allowed to go out, and they must protect the sect with all their strength and be vigilant against external enemies. Those who disobey the order will be expelled from the sect. The disciples of the Li Tian sect looked at each other, and then all looked at Taoist Jinyang outside the formation. See these strange looks. Taoist Jinyang, who was locked outside the formation, had a look of bewilderment on his face. Those who disobey the order will be expelled from the sect. Master, what did I do wrong? You are so cruel. Isn't everything I do for the sect? Isn't he outside the formation now? Ever since Taoist Juyo brought him out, he already felt that his master wanted to hand him over to the Leaf family. Ba, it seems that Donor Juyo has made a plan. Master Wanyu clasped his hands together, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Snort! Long Shinkong sneered and said, Dayu Juyo is really arrogant and detached from the mundane world. Just as a few people were sneering and venting their anger at being rejected by Li Tianzong, a Jinan master who came over had a changed expression. Look, that coffin! Everyone looked over. On the human skin in the silver coffin, there was a list of people to be killed written by the Li family. Under the last name of Taoist Xiang, someone seemed to be writing down his name. The dragon is hanging in the air. Xian Tianzi. Fake monk. Ba. It's a trick to be mysterious and unorthodox. Abbot Weo narrowed his eyes. Looking at the 3 words fake monk, his 6 senses were unable to purify themselves. As the strokes fell, the names of all the people present to encircle and suppress the Leaf family were recorded on human skin. They stared at the death coffin. Until the last stroke was made, a mist gradually appeared above the human skins. A bright silver spear emerged, and its mighty power shook the clouds, and its sharp edge penetrated the sky. The spirit tablet rose from the coffin of death, gradually enlarged to a person's height, and the word Li on it shone brightly. The yin-yang fish diagram gradually formed under the black fog, rotating, and then encompassing an area of 10 miles in radius. 5 light pillars corresponded to the power of the 5 elements, forming a pentagram array above the sky. The human-shaped black mist said nothing, and the tip of his gun flashed coldly. Puff! Li Xiang's martial arts, the yin-yang diagram, one level of the magic formula heaven, earth, and human world, allows him to move without any distance on both sides of the yin-yang diagram. He had been waiting for this moment in front of the screen. The moment it came out, it was not until he stabbed a Jinan to death that the pale blue screen of the game appeared in front of his eyes. Use skills. Fight dear Ancestor. It is detected that you now have the power of the middle stage of the Golden Core, and the incense value consumed per minute is 15,000. Currently has an incense value of 105,200. He drew out the Tianshu Yunlin spear and disappeared on the spot. The middle stage Jindan cultivator still had a bewildered look on his face, staring at his abdomen in disbelief, as if he didn't understand why he couldn't even react. The mysterious man had already appeared in front of him. In front of the spear that was flashing with silver light, the shield he had formed with his magic power in an instant was as thin as paper. Flash sale. It is worthy of being called the yin-yang diagram, and it is worthy of being called a magic pill. It disappeared in an instant, and Li Xiang looked at the Tianshu Yunlin spear in his hand. Only he and the Li family knew that they had already planned everything. The clan members' action of coming to Li Tianzong was simply a bait. Li Xiang and Li Yaowen both understood that the Li family had developed to the point where they could do whatever they wanted in Qingyan County in just 90 years. Even Yuanying masters would not allow the Li family to continue to exist, and they wished to kill these geniuses of the Li family as soon as possible. So, only the death coffin came. The others had already hidden themselves, and the real killer move of the Li family was Li Xiang. Call! In the yin-yang fish diagram, he could almost teleport. In an instant, another Jindan master died at the hands of Li Xiang's Tianshu Yunlin spear. He is no longer the same person he used to be. During these 7 years, the Li family has been on the run, and this time the Li family's massacre in 12 places was also part of the plan. In addition to revenge for the Li family being hunted down, another purpose is to obtain a large amount of elixirs and rare treasures. So the Li family offered elixirs and natural treasures as sacrifices at the same time. The purpose is to make Li Xiang more powerful. And now, Li Xiang is confident that he is invincible within the Golden Elixir realm. The reason why the Golden Elixir Masters pursued the quality of the 3rd grade Golden Elixir was nothing more than that they had a higher quality Golden Elixir. Their mana would be stronger, and the more mana they could accumulate, the easier it would be to break the elixir and become an infant in the future. And his Golden Elixir was a divine elixir. Presumptuous! A loud shout was heard. Li Xiang teleported again, wanting to kill a peak Jindan master. He even saw the fear in the other party's expression, but Li Xiang disappeared from the spot in an instant. At the place where he just was, a translucent golden bell shadow enveloped the peak Jindan master. At the same time, Abbot Weo had already appeared in front of the other party. The kind-looking monk frowned and looked around vigilantly. Facing Abbot Weo, Li Xiang had no choice but to retreat. After all, he is a nascent soul, an existence like a natural chasm. When Xiang felt Abbot Wuyo using his magic power, he instantly felt a huge threat and retreated decisively. He even discovered that even when he used heaven, earth, and human world in the yin-yang diagram and kept changing his position within a 10-mile radius, the three nascent soul masters could sense him and were ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. The spiritual awareness of a Yuanying master can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of miles away, just like being equipped with radar. In the area where their spiritual consciousness reaches, they can call upon the energy of heaven and earth at will, which is almost unlimited magic power. Xiang is sure that even if he has reached the invincible level of the Golden Core, he may not be able to withstand a heavy blow from the nascent soul stage. After all, even the Golden Core cannot withstand being hit by a missile. In less than a second, they could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth to attack him, but fortunately his heaven, earth, and human world was teleportation. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing about Yuanying is that if they accumulate power to use magic, their magic skills will continue to become stronger. If they accumulate power for 3 months, I need an opportunity. Even when teleporting at high speed, Xiang still remained sober enough and did not attack the nascent soul master. He knew clearly that if he got too close to the nascent soul, the aftermath of their instantaneous burst of magic power would injure him. He was waiting for an opportunity to inflict fatal damage to these almost unrivaled powerful beings. Otherwise, even if he really had a nuclear bomb of the same magnitude as Sarmit's, I'm afraid these three experienced nascent soul masters would run away before the nuclear bomb exploded. Then the results of this action will be greatly reduced. Just 30 seconds. With the appearance of Xiang and the fact that Xiang killed a fourth Jinan cultivator, the scene was already riddled with holes. The three Yuanying stage cultivators and many Jinan cultivators used all their magic power and met with an unexpected disaster outside the Tianzong Mountain Gate. The ground began to sink under the impact of their magic power. Now all that could be seen was rocks rolling down and dust flying. It wouldn't be long before the entire sky would be covered in dust. The Li Tian sect had also escaped a disaster, as they had opened the sect protection formation early on and saved the mountain gate. However, it now looked like a mountain gate on a cliff. Asshole! In the yin-yang fish diagram, Long Xinkong couldn't help but curse angrily. A golden dragon shadow appeared in the sky, mobilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth and inducing no less than 100 heavenly fires. But he was now like an elephant slapping a fly. Even if he found Xiang's trace, he could not hit Xiang. Not just him. Abbot Wuyo chanted the Buddha's voice, and the Buddha's golden body chanted, which could affect people's minds and even make people in the foundation-building period return to Buddhism. But the black fog was still running around in the yin-yang fish diagram. Puff! Another Chris sound was heard, and another Jinan master was killed. Ba. 2 donors. The weapon held by this evil demon from the Li family is strange and can break all laws. And that silver coffin protects his mind. Abbot Wuyo seemed to be worried all of a sudden. A top-grade magic weapon. Xian Tianzi stared at Li Xiang's spear. She knew that Abbot Wuyo and Long Xinkong had not tried their best. Compared with their worries, Xian Tianzi was more greedy. What are you still thinking about? No matter how the Li family got the top-grade magic weapon, no matter if they're a branch of a big family from another place, and no matter what cards they have behind them, we in the Li family have reached this point now. Is there any chance of recovery? This man's origins are unknown. Kill him, and then take action later. As soon as these words were spoken, Abbot Wuyo and Long Xinkong both nodded. In an instant, these people used all their magical powers and took out some of their trump cards. Are you finally going to try your best? Seeing that the magic power of these people was becoming more and more powerful and had already gathered in the entire yin-yang diagram, Xiang remained calm. He was still using heaven, earth, and human world to dodge, and with the power of 5 elements of heaven and earth, he formed a 5-element star formation to trap many golden elixirs, killing another unlucky golden elixir master. It seemed that he was playing these 3 nascent soul masters around, but Xiang also knew very well that he was like an ant in front of them. The 3 nascent souls began to cooperate. Golden Dragon falls. The magic is accomplished. As Long Xinkong finished his words, the golden dragon that he had been controlling to try to kill Xiang suddenly roared in the sky, and its scales scattered around the yin-yang diagram, gradually forming a wall that trapped the entire range of the yin-yang diagram. In an instant, the sky and the earth were shining with golden light, and it is shrinking at an extremely fast speed. Even Xiang's yin-yang fish diagram shrank because of this. Even his 5 elements of heaven and earth disappeared. Fortunately, those golden elixirs were also trapped. Ba, the evildoer has been slain. Abbot Wuyo's muscles bulged all over his body, bursting his monk's robe, and his exposed bronze skin was full of tendons. Oh! There was a sound of air explosion, and in an instant, he appeared at the place where Xiang teleported next and punched him. Puff! Even though he disappeared in another direction in an instant, Xiang was still hit by the aftermath of the rapid punch and vomited blood, but he dared not hesitate any longer. Boom! Sure enough, after teleporting again, Abbot Wuyo, whose eyes were already shining with golden light, appeared at his position again. What a pervert! His speed is as fast as my teleportation. Regardless of his injuries, Xiang cursed inwardly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest, and concentrated all his energy. He knew that as his activity space shrank and Abbot Wuyo chased him, his living space would become less and less. And, in such a short period of time, 1/3 of his magic power had been consumed. There is no way to enter the heaven or the earth. Xiantianzi let out a very healing and lovely laugh. This woman had a blue phoenix coming out of nowhere, and was sitting on the blue phoenix's head. Her 2 small feet under her long robe were swinging leisurely. She was accumulating strength. When she strikes down, her powerful magic power will cover the entire yin-yang diagram, and he will not be able to escape. Not only was Xiang extremely solemn at this moment, but even the many Jindan cultivators who were trapped with Xiang were as terrified as if they had lost their parents. Looking at the magic of the 3 Yuanying masters, they were almost scared to death. 3 seniors, what do you mean? We're still in there? What you are doing is no different from the devil cultivators. If we are killed, how will people in the world talk about you? They realized that these 3 nascent souls wanted to kill them too. Under the powerful attack of Xian Tianzi's Qinghuan, they could not escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Ba. Abbot Wuyo paused for a moment, then continued to chase Xiang. There was another roar, but Xiang dodged it again, and the roar hit another golden elixir instead. And then, the next one. Before, Abbot Wuyo would use magic to protect them, but after Xin said that, what good and evil will be rewarded? What about compassion? Those lies were pale. The space covered by the golden scales became narrower at a speed visible to the naked eye. Abbot Wuyo's speed was getting faster and faster, and it was becoming more and more difficult for him to escape. The pressure from Emperor Xian in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. Having lived a life of luxury for many years, Xiang has never encountered such a crisis. But at this moment he smiled. I can't help but think of how the descendants of the Li family have fought hard and experienced life and death crises time and time again in these 7 years. Even a kind person like Li Dalong put aside his sympathy and beat the pregnant woman. Li Yaoqing took the risk of having his identity discovered and participated in this battle. Li Yaowen faced thousands of cultivators outside Qingyan Pavilion and was not afraid of the danger of thunder. And now, it's time for this old ancestor to fight to the death. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a hint of green appeared in the space trapped by the golden scales. You thought you trapped me, but you actually trapped yourself? What is that? Abbot Wuyo, who was sensing the direction of Xiang's teleportation and ready to attack at any time, suddenly stopped. At this moment, Xian Tianzi, who was manipulating the golden scales to compress the space and preparing to charge up his strength in the sky to blow everything within a 10-mile radius into ashes at any time, also changed his expression. Xiang is teleporting. When he changed direction again, he actually carried a huge object, like a giant green pointed cylinder. Boom! The fire on Xiang's body was burning, and in a moment the thing was burned red. The 3 nascent souls felt at the same time that a huge amount of energy was erupting from that thing that seemed to have no magical power. They ran away without a second thought. You too, run away? The thing that the monster is carrying is too big, and it is impossible to use range-limited means at a long distance. Long Xiankong shouted. Hearing this, Xiang narrowed his eyes. They were right. Carrying the missile, Xiang could only teleport 2 miles at most. Can't. The death coffin that they had been ignoring was finally opened. Hands stretched out from the open coffin like blooming flowers. Among them, 6 people who were full of demonic energy formed a flesh wall at this moment, trying to block the way of Abbot Wuyo, but they were easily knocked through by him and turned into ashes. However, this also resisted him for at least 0.01 seconds. Then there was a dry corpse with black fire in its eyes and blood flowing on its body. This is the crazy blood demon king brought out from the crazy blood demon realm by the 7 sons of the Iron Gate. It has lost its mind and is no different from a zombie. Li Dalong happens to be the master of the heavenly coffin of death, the corpse chaser of the heavenly coffin. The blood of the 30-odd Jindan monks was completely absorbed by the death heaven coffin and entered the body of the mad blood demon lord, causing it to burst out with the mana of the peak of the Jindan level at this moment. It suddenly rushed towards the dragon that was trying to take back the golden scales, and then self-destruct. The last person was Li Daolong. He picked up the coffin lid, rushed into the sky, and faced Xian Tianzi directly. Li Xiang even teleported and kicked Li Daolong to help him. Bringing the death-inducing heavenly coffin has always been a preparation, and now is the time for it to work wonders. At the same time, Li Xiang's Dan fire was burning, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The body slowly dissipated on the spot. Today, he followed Kong Ming's example and borrowed the east wind. Boom! As the light grew brighter, the sky and earth changed color, and people throughout Qingyun County saw a mushroom cloud rising in the direction of Li Tianzong. Boom! The ground is shaking. On this day, the entire Qingyun County looked in the direction of Li Tianzong in horror. There had never been such a bright day in Qingyun County. In this snowy winter, a fireball rose in the sky that was hotter and brighter than the sun. They saw a wave of air sweeping around, and then a stronger wave spread out. The mushroom cloud rose rapidly from the ground, then began to slow down, covering the sky and the sun. What is that? On the streets of Qingyun County, Yu Xian, who had once left Qingyun Pavilion, soared into the air and counted on his fingers. He looked down at the astonished people, then looked up and looked around. He could foresee that at this moment there must be many masters who were floating in the air like him, looking at the Li Tian sect. They must be wondering what happened in Li Tianzong, but they didn't know that there was a family there fighting with Li Tianzong and the masters who came from all directions of Qingyun County. A hint of relief flashed in his eyes. He was relieved that he had left Qingyun Pavilion on the day when the human head Jingguan was built. The mushroom cloud is a sign, the advent of a new era. Just wanted to open up a new era. There are many difficulties, just like this land experienced destruction 130,000 years ago and was brought back to life by Qingyun Pavilion. 100th Weapon Sect. Jin Yu, who was on good terms with the Li family and had helped them take down Linglong Tower, soared into the sky. He was looking at the mushroom cloud with a look of joy on his face. The Li family has gone to Li Buting and has already destroyed the Li Tian sect. My choice was indeed right. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple said, Ancestor, what if a Yuaning master accumulates power and strikes to destroy the Li family? Bullshit. Don't even think about disturbing my mind. I'll befriend the Li family. Jin Yu gritted his teeth and glared at the disciple, causing him to lower his head immediately. Qingyun Pavilion. The sect's disciples, who had been suppressed by Li Yaowen and dared not move, all looked in the direction of Li Tianzong. At this time, more than a dozen Jindan masters and their sect gathered together. It turned out that Qingyun Pavilion had been hiding its strength. In the main hall of Qingyun Pavilion, Gu Tsangsheng, who had already put down the order of the sect leader and was about to flee back to the Gu family to be his own ancestor, frowned. The Qingyun Pavilion is finished. It's been 130,000 years. I wonder who will be the next pavilion leader. He ran away without looking back, just like Yu Xian did that day. Yu Xian and other smart people have fled. I don't know what will happen in the future. We can't take this risk. After returning, immediately let my Gu family sever ties with Qingyun Pavilion. Jun Town. Grandpa Huang. What happened there? Above the clouds, Li Quantu pointed in the direction where the mushroom cloud was rising from Li Tianzong. There had just been an earthquake, so Grandpa Huang took him up to the sky to have a look. Leaving Tianzong, Huang Xiujin stared at Li Tianzong's direction for a long time. He suddenly laughed like crazy and picked up Li Quantu. Ha! Quantu, a new era of Qingyun County has begun. The surname of this era is Li. Yes, the surname of this era is Li. Inside Li Tianzong. At this moment, all disciples and the Grand Elder were using their true qi and magic power to maintain the 6th grade protective formation. This formation, which had not been activated for thousands of years, was being attacked by extremely high temperatures and powerful blast waves, and was melting and shattering. Even though they had already started to block out the strong light and sound waves, some disciples with low cultivation still had blood coming out of all their orifices. At the moment of the explosion, they only saw the strong light while the world was white, and the sonic boom prevented them from hearing any sound. Only Taoist Jiyo and some elders in the Jindan stage can open their eyes and see. As the huge green-pointed cylinder exploded, from white light to fire, he saw it. Li Xiang, who was holding the missile, was melting, and then the Li family members came out of the death coffin. This explosion was a force that could threaten the life of a Yuanying master. Is that a hidden weapon? or a magical weapon that can only be used once. Taoist Geo swallowed his saliva. He looked at the sect's 6th grade magic formation that was under attack, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. While using his magic power to repair the magic circle, a smile appeared on Taoist Geo's face. He is rejoicing. If he really chooses to go against his conscience and stand on the side of his disciples and the 3 nascent souls, he will probably have to face it all. After today, Qingyun Pavilion will become a thing of the past. Leaf family. Oh, Leaf family want to replace Qingyun Pavilion, but it won't be that easy. Taoist Geo murmured softly, and then he looked at the sect that was already suspended in the air, the mountain that was more than 10 meters above the ground, and where rocks were still breaking and rolling, and the sea of fire on the ground. The Leaf family is formidable. Taoist Geo let out a long sigh. He saw it. Above the sea of fire, the original sky coffin was still floating. On the sea of fire on the ground, figures were flying into the air. They were the Mad Blood Demon Lord, the 7 Iron Men of the Leaf family, and Li Daolong. Their figures emerged from the darkness, breaking through the sea of fire, and appeared in the sight of Taoist Geo, the one who can't be killed. Taoist Geo let out a long breath. He saw with his own eyes how brave these people from the Leaf family were during the explosion. They used their flesh and blood to try their best to stop the 3 Yuaniings, but now they actually reappeared in the world. Not only are they not afraid of death, their cultivation is like that of ants in front of the nascent soul, but they are not afraid at all. This is what is truly terrifying. Then, above the clouds filled with white mist, members of the Leaf family appeared one after another. The 3-tailed fox demon Su Tsuewa, the sword king Li Yaozu, a giant red-crowned tree taller than the current Li Tianzong, a giant anaconda flashing with lightning entangled on the trunk, a woman entangled in vines standing on the branches, Li Yaotai and his wife leaning on each other standing on the silver puppet, Li Yaowen flying in the sky in a wheelchair. The first 2 generations of the Leaf family were not surprised at all by such a scene. They seemed to be in control of everything. No, they were not confident because of this, but because of the spirit tablet in their hands, the spirit tablet that could make the mysterious man appear. The scene just now was still vivid in their minds, the yin-yang fish diagram, teleportation, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the weapon that could destroy everything. Their self-confidence comes from that spiritual position and also from their most sincere faith. Immediately following, according to intelligence, the 4th-generation descendants of the Leaf family came from all directions. Compared with the calmness of the Leaf family's predecessors, the 4th-generation descendants were more excited. It seemed that they saw such great power for the first time. Taoist Geo met for the first time the young heroes of the Leaf family mentioned in the intelligence. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. There are many young talents in Li Tianzong, but they pale in comparison to the children of the Leaf family. It's not their qualifications, but their vision and their character. These Leaf family descendants are only in the foundation building stage, and there are even a few in the chi refining stage, but they are not afraid at all when facing the current scene. There was only murderous intent in their eyes, as if facing a nascent soul in person would be no big deal. This is a great family built on a road stained with blood and on a pile of corpses. Any one of them, placed in any force, can sustain the family for hundreds or even thousands of years. If these were my disciples, Taoist Geo murmured, then looked back at the panicked disciples of the Litian sect. He then looked at Taoist Xiang, who was spared by the Leaf family outside the protective formation and was left with only his upper body crawling in front of the sect gate with his intestines dragging, and shook his head and sighed. A tablet floated up next to each of the Leaf family members. Perhaps this is where their strength and courage lies. And at this time, Taoist Geo suddenly frowned. The naked Li Daolong came out of the sea of fire and landed in front of the gate of Li Tianzong. Su Tsuehua took a robe and put it on Li Daolong. All the descendants of the Leaf family surrounded the huge Li Tian sect from all directions, waiting for an opportunity to act. Li Daolong carried the silver coffin on his back again and walked step by step to the gate of Li Tian sect. "Save me, master, help me." Taoist Xiang was still crawling, but before he finished speaking, Li Daolong had already grabbed his hair and lifted him up, with his intestines spilling out onto the ground. Then, in front of everyone, he took out the wailing soul of Taoist Xiang and threw it into the magic circle at his feet that was emitting black fire. Li Daolong and his wife raised their heads and looked at Taoist Geo, who was floating in the air from the Li Tian sect, as well as many elders from the Li Tian sect, and he smiled. Junior Li Daolong, along with all the descendants of the Li family, would like to greet Senior Geo. "Greetings, Senior Geo." Everyone in the Li family was polite and courteous, which would have been even better if they weren't a little aggressive. Senior, this is not a place to talk outside the Tianzong Mountain Gate. Why don't you let me go in and talk with you? Hearing this, Taoist Geo looked at the floating spirit tablets around all the members of the Li family, and then looked at the little girl who was trapped by chains beside Li Yaowen and suppressed by various talismans and spiritual weapons with Xian Tianzi. When Li Xiang was trapped, Xian Tianzi, who was gathering strength, was blocked by a coffin board held by Li Dalong. Now both his body and his Yuanying were injured, and his life was hanging by a thread. Call. Taoist Geo let out a long sigh. He knew that the situation had changed since the weapon exploded outside Li Tianzong. 2 of the 3 nascent souls escaped, and 1 was captured. No force would be willing to easily provoke the Li family unless they were absolutely sure. Otherwise, these lunatics would definitely cause another disaster like the one they caused today in the entire Qingyan County. Perhaps it would be the best option for him to leave Li Tianzong and kill the Li family immediately, but boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and pressure descended. He glanced at Li Yaowen. The Lord of Dawn, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was again drawing the wrath of heaven. The Li family still has a trump card. This family is like an abyss. No one knows what terrible things will emerge from this bottomless black hole. And this kind of fear will spread to the entire Qingyan County with the explosion outside Li Tianzong today. What Qingyan Pavilion? That can no longer compare to the fear that the Li family brings to the world. What is nascent soul stage? At least Taoist Geo didn't want that weapon with incredible power and a wide attack range to fall on Li Tianzong's head. Everyone, please come in. Taoist Geo forced a smile that was a bit ugly. He had a feeling that if he dared to say no, these people from the Li family would rush into his Li Tian sect without hesitation. Li Dalong took Su Tsuehua and walked into the Li Tian sect step by step. He held his wife's hand tightly, looked at the disciples gathered from all directions in the Li Tian sect, the many golden elixirs, and the Taoist Juyo in the nascent soul stage in front of him. He swallowed his saliva and sent a message to Su Tsuehua. Wife, Yaowen asked us to come and talk to Taoist Juyo. If anything happens, you take the children and run away first. I will block them for you. Su Tsuehua held it tighter. Master, we have to trust Yaowen. Besides, our ancestors also said that it's okay. Don't be afraid. We have our ancestors. Ancestors bless you. Skill usage ends. Congratulations. After you and your clansmen worked together through calculations and bravery, you killed more than 2 million Qingyan County monks, killed a total of 36 Jinan monks, and captured a Yuanying monk. Get a lot of loot. Complete Jinan monk corpses X7. Complete spiritual weapons X17. Jinan monk fragments of varying amounts. 1 Yuanying thigh fragment. Spiritual weapon fragments of varying amounts. Your people saw your ancestors fighting bravely, and they are expressing their highest respect to you. You get the incense value. 20,000. In the room, facing the screen, Li Xiang operated the computer mouse numbly until he saw Li Dalong walk into Li Tianzong on the screen. His pale face eased a little. This was his second time entering the game world, and this time he died, although it won't affect him in the real world. Li Xiang still remembers the pain and fear at that moment. It's no big deal, just a death. Li Xiang rubbed his face and looked at the descendants of the Li family who were surrounding Li Tianzong in the picture, the mushroom cloud that was still rising in the picture, and the little Lolita who was controlled by Li Yaowen. He finally smiled. I won. He clearly saw the last scene of the Dongfeng missile explosion, and he ignited the missile with Danfire. He saw Abbot Wuyo's difficult escape, his muscles bursting again. The old monk was indeed a nascent soul and a rare physical cultivator. While escaping, this man punched the dragon's suspended golden scale barrier. Just as Li Xiang said, the trap set by the 3 nascent souls just caught them in their own trap. The dragon was suspended in the air, and was also blocked for a moment by the self-explosion of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. His golden scales should be his natal spiritual weapon. The punch from Abbot Wuyo also made the dragon suspend in the air curse. In the end, Long Xiankong took out a talisman and disappeared on the spot. As expected of a Yuanying master, Li Xiang tried every possible means but failed to keep the 2 of them. The only thing left. Li Xiang glanced at the little lowly who was being controlled beside Li Yaowen. Xian Tianzi. Li Xiang Grinat. In that battle, Xian Tianzi was undoubtedly the most unlucky one. This guy had just given up on accumulating strength, and just when she was hit back, Li Dalong's coffin lid blocked her way for a moment, and she also suffered a critical hit from the nuclear bomb. By clicking on Xian Tianzi, Li Xiang saw her important message. Zuan Tianzi. Realm. Early nascent soul stage. Status. Severely injured. Nascent soul severely damaged, suppressed. It's a nascent soul after all. It's not dead yet. Li Xiang let out a long sigh. Only after he faced it did he realize how difficult it was to kill a nascent soul. But now, Xian Tianzi's possibility of recovery was suppressed, and he was no different from death. If her family had not kept her for great use, her nascent soul would have been burned long ago. Soon, pop-up windows appeared in front of Li Xiang, representing the victory of this battle. Special event. The family's heroic counterattack. Your family has been dormant for 7 years, slaughtering the forces that oppose the Li family, killing more than 2 million people, suppressing Qingyun Pavilion, setting traps outside Li Tianzong, annihilating 32 Jindan masters, repelling 2, and capturing a Yuanying master. Congratulations, your family has established a great reputation in Qingyun County, and the trait of desperate family has transformed into a bloodstained family. The mushroom cloud has been seen rising in all parts of Qingyun County. As the news of the Li family's great victory spreads, the people of Qingyun County will be full of fear of the Li family. The original increase has been changed. All family members will have 20% pressure, 50% popularity, and 8% desperate fighting power. Li Xiang was stunned for a moment. The favorability of the desperate family was minus 99%, which meant that they were public enemies. Now it has become 50%, which means that even if they captured the nascent soul, the family still had half of its enemies in the entire Qingyun County. Although they may be afraid of the Li family, it does not stop them from being two-faced. That is to say, the Li family is still in danger. The missiles have been used up. Even if there are some left, if Yuanying comes again next time, he will not be fooled in the same way. Li Xiang Fronat. Soon another pop-up window appeared. Special event. Sacrifice of the Pig Demon King. Completed. Group trait, Year of Red Snow, transforms into Year of Blood. Your descendants will always remember the Year of Red Snow, and their cultivation speed will always increase by 5%. As long as they are on the land of Qingyun County, they will remember the family's military exploits today and the might of their ancestors, and the incense value will increase by 20% when they worship. Obtain incense value 20,000. Li Xiang Shmilat. He had figured it out. Each Shi refining stage descendant in the family would give him at most 300 points of incense per year. A foundation establishment stage descendant would give him 1,000 points, and a golden core stage descendant would give him around 3,000 points of incense. This time, all the incense points accumulated over the years were used for practice, as well as entering the game world. Only the rewards were left. Being able to increase the incense value is a great thing for him. Besides, Li Xiang glanced at the descendants of the Li family, who were surrounding Li Tianzong. After their continuous revenge, they no longer had the anger and resentment they had at the beginning. After a good cry, they felt relieved. The emergence of the trait of Bloody Year also means that they have come out of the sadness of the death of the Pig Demon King. Hatred can drive a person's growth, but sustainable hatred will only make people crazy. The past is gone with the wind, the enemies are dead, and the Li family will only move forward into the future with respect for Lao Zhu. Just when Li Xiang was feeling relieved about this, an abrupt pop-up window appeared. Your descendant Li Dalong and Taoist Jiyo had a very pleasant conversation, and the grudge between the Li family and the Litian sect disappeared. At Su Tsuo's friendly suggestion, Taoist Jiyo happily decided that when Li Yunlin came out of seclusion, he would inherit the position of the sect master. Your descendant Li Yunlin has been dormant in Li Tian sect for many years, determined to climb to the top step by step in Li Tian sect. Finally, without knowing it, with the help of his family, he obtained a new identity, the leader of Li Tian sect. Li Xiang was stunned for a moment and clicked on Li Dalong's avatar. Sure enough, in the Li Tian sect, Li Dalong and his wife were chatting and laughing with Taoist Jiyo, and Taoist Jiyo easily handed over the position of sect leader to Li Yunlin, who was still in seclusion. Li Xiang really didn't know what kind of mood Li Yunlin would be in when he came out of seclusion. Soon, Taoist Jiyo sent Li Dalong and his wife out of the sect. When passing outside the hall, the three of them stopped. Two bloody figures came into view. It was Xiao Huanger and Xiao Yi, who were being hunted by the Li family. Just now, Xiao Huanger had gone completely crazy. She was actually biting off Xiao Ye's flesh, smiling foolishly as she ate. "I'll eat you, and my child will be back if I eat you. Coward!" I was so stupid because of a coward like you. Ha ha. Shia, we're gonna have a baby again. Su Tsuehua originally wanted to take Li Dalong away and let the crazy Xiao Huang continue to live in pain. But Li Dalong shook his head, chopped off her and Xiao Ye's heads with a knife, put them back into the ring, and sighed. Forget it, she was just used. Let her enter reincarnation early. Taoist Jiao looked at Li Dalong with admiration. The information he learned from the intelligence was all about the brutal deeds of the Li family. But after talking with Li Dalong, he could see that the head of the Li family was essentially a person who valued friendship and had good intentions. He thought for a moment and asked, Master Li, I wonder if Xiang dead. Li Dalong narrowed his eyes slightly and lied. Only he knew that the soul of Taoist Xiang, who was thrown into the magic circle by him, would never enter reincarnation. The souls of the dead in Qingyun County in the past 7 years would torture the soul of Taoist Xiang all the time. That's fine, that's fine. Taoist Jiao let out a long sigh. After Li Dalong and his wife walked out of Li Tianzong, the Li family members did not stay any longer. They gathered together and kowtowed to Li Xiang's spirit tablet. Li Xiang held his head high as he watched the words of praise from his descendants appearing one after another on the screen. The descendants are all proud. They clearly remembered how dangerous they were in Qingyun County during these 7 years. People from all over Qingyun County were searching for them, and they had to be vigilant at all times. And nowadays, 30% of the masters in the entire Qingyun County were killed outside Li Tianzong. 2 Yuanings escaped with serious injuries, and 1 Yuaning was captured. From now on, anyone in Qingyun County who wants to touch the Li family must consider whether they have the strength to do so. Those forces that once hunted down the Li family will live in the shadow of the Li family, always on guard against when the Li family will take action against them. Li Xiang could even guess that many forces were now fleeing Qingyun County, leaving their homes with their families, or seeking shelter from powerful forces. Grandfather, I think it is not the time to return to the family residence yet. A line of words appeared above Li Yaowen's head, standing out among the words of praise from his fellow tribesmen. Everyone in the Li family suddenly fell silent. They all looked at Li Yaowen. The family had been able to remain safe and sound for the past 7 years, thanks to Li Yaowen's secret help. Li Xiang clicked on the portrait of the temple guardian beast in the upper left corner. Thunder Flame Anaconda. Please enter the message you want to convey. In the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, the purple Thunder Sky Sun Python had already completed its transformation. In this operation, it was also because of the existence of the Demon King Lei, Yin Kuang Anaconda, that the Li family was able to easily break through the protective formation of a Jinan force. As Li Xiang tapped the keyboard, the deep voice of Thunder Flame Anaconda rang out. The master asked you to speak out your thoughts. Yes, Ancestor. Li Yaowen nodded slightly. The old Ancestor has seriously injured Abbot Wuyo and Long Xiankong. They will never give up. Qingyun County is known to have 12 Yuaning masters. If we return to the base, they will have the opportunity to take advantage of us. Hearing this, Li Xiang nodded slightly, and all the members of the Li family frowned. They obviously knew that this war did not make the Li family rest easy. He tapped on the keyboard and asked Li Yaowen to continue. Li Yaowen said, we should scatter. Only by controlling the entire Qingyun County can we be truly safe. Now, as long as Yunlin comes out of seclusion, he will be the leader of the Litian sect. My second sister is in the Thunderfire Demon Cave and the Demon Subduing League. With the help of Yun Bing, it is time for her to slowly gain control of power. Father and mother, there are many corpses that have been transformed into zombies, especially the corpses of Yuaning masters like Xian Tianzi, which can become the trump card of our family. The blood of many masters this time can slowly restore the Mad Blood Demon Lord, and the family sacred tree can also grow stronger. We have many friends including Yinshu Wanghai Tower, Baichi Sect, and many Thailand families. Now what we have to do is wait for more and more strength to gather, and then he is invincible in the entire Qingyun County. This time, even Li Dalong did not object, and a glimmer of longing flashed in the eyes of everyone in the Li family. After years of wandering, they are all waiting to go home. Li Yaowen is right. There is only one way to go home. Fight your way out. Yinshu Wanghelu will help us run the family. The madman of our family is already 8 years old. I will have someone send the 5th-generation descendant back to the family residence. We can slowly gather resources together. As long as we don't show up, no one will dare to touch the younger generation of our Li family. It was Li Yaowen after all. Li Xiang actually smiled like an Annie to Li Yaowen, who looked like an old lady. With her around, Xiang always felt at ease and had to think less. All I heard was Yunlin continuing to make arrangements for the future generations of the Li family. Tianyue, you are the 8th young lady of the Liu family in Qingyun County. You have done a good job in the Liu family over the years. What you need to do next is to help your husband become the head of the family. Tian Shuang, you control the monsters in the swamp forest. I heard that there are 2 monster kings fighting for the world. If you capture them, the swamp forest will become a helper for my family. Tianqi, I know you like to seek excitement. Go to Xuanwoman as a member of the Li family. Defeat all the geniuses of Xuanwoman, and ask Xuanwoman to accept you as their true disciple. Listening to 4th aunt issuing tasks to the brothers and sisters one by one, Li Tianyi silently took a step back, turned around, and prepared to sneak away. Where are you going? Li Yaowen called Li Tianyi over and whispered twice in his ear. Soon, everyone in the Li family bowed down to Li Xiang's spirit tablet again. Each person was given a spirit tablet, and they scattered from the sky, leaving only the smoke that was still rising outside Li Tianzong and dispersing in all directions. It is conceivable that for a long period of time, Li Tianzong will be affected. Whenever you go out, you must use your true energy and magic power to protect yourself. Li Tianming looked at his clansmen in bewilderment as they decisively left. Only the table in front of him, where the memorial tablet had just been placed, showed any traces of the clansmen's presence. Hey, 4th aunt, it's me. You haven't assigned me any tasks yet. I could do anything really. I can even be a gigolo, like Tianyo. There was no response, and the spirit didn't even dodge. A sound came from behind, which startled Li Tianming. 2 daggers came out from his left and right sleeves, and he dodged and rushed to the back. Soon his dagger was caught by his fingers. Seeing the person who made the noise, Li Tianming was stunned. Drunkard? What's wrong with you? Over the years, he had occasionally seen drunkards while killing people everywhere, and this old beggar who loved drinking always wanted to learn a few killing tricks from him. Now, the drunkard looked a little disheveled, his clothes were tattered. He was holding a bowl and chopsticks in his hands. Both shoes were torn in the middle of his feet. He was limping, and his body was covered in blood. The drunkard was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that when he came to join in the fun, he was injured by the aftermath of the weapon used by the mysterious man from the Li family, and was almost killed by the fleeing Abbot Wuyo, right? Distance. Li Tianyi walked slowly forward with the 23-year-old men, head down, like a complaining woman. I want to go tomb raiding. I want to go to the legendary brothel to play the piano. I don't want to go to Qingyun Pavilion. Perhaps because he had been taking care of his younger siblings all his life, he also wanted to experience what it was like to be free, but unfortunately his 4th aunt shattered his fantasy. The 23-year-old men were still laughing. Tianyi, your 4th aunt is a little irritable, but she is really good at judging people. Ha ha ha. She wants to help you become the leader of Qingyun Pavilion. My Qingyun Pavilion will have a successor. I think the Li family is very capable and reasonable. I was afraid that they would destroy Qingyun Pavilion. Your 4th aunt is a good person. 23 old men were talking at once, and Li Tianyi was speechless, as if he had lost his parents. How would they know what those people outside think of his 4th aunt? He wanted to refuse, wandering around the world like his great-grandfather. Wouldn't that be so happy? But the 4th aunt whispered to him that if he didn't want to, then she would take all his 23 grandfathers to supplement the souls in the coffin of the dead. Do we still have to leave our homeland? Li Xiang let out a long sigh. It was true that they had killed so many people in Qingyun County this time, and their deeds had shocked the world, but Qingyun County was indeed full of crises. The family before this struggled for revenge, but now it fights for the temptation to return home. Li Xiang also saw that the 4th-generation descendants of the Li family, when they were separated, returned to the family residence one by one, knelt in front of the tomb of the pig demon king in the back mountain, recounted their stories over the years, and then left one by one. It can be seen that as all their enemies were killed, they also let go of the hatred in their hearts. Li Xiang was pleased about this. As an ancestor, he hopes that every one of his descendants can live happily. If it is not necessary, no one likes to fight and kill. After all, his descendants are all a group of kind people. Special event. Li Tianming's gift. Your descendant Li Tianming did not sense your presence. He thought that he must have killed too few people recently, which disappointed the ancestor. He decided to take the drunkard to Qinghuan Mountain and water the spirit tablet with the blood of the enemies every day to win your favor. You guys have to create this weird and special event when I'm expressing my feelings, right? Li Xiang looked unhappy and simply switched the computer screen to the Li family residence. Li's residence? Not bad. Seeing the development of the Li family, Li Xiang's mood finally eased. Over the years, the station did not slow down the development speed because of the departure of the Li family. Xian town still formed a semicircle, and together with the Yintai forest, it surrounded the station, looking very well organized. There are spiritual fields everywhere now. Over the years, the Li family has given Huang Xiujing a lot of spiritual stones. Huang Xiujing is also a trustworthy man, and all the spiritual stones are used to purchase various things for the Li family. The entire station is full of spiritual energy. At this time, Huang Xiujing was standing in the center of the yard with the 6 children of the 5th generation of the Li family. The original blood tree returned to the Li family's residence overnight. The primordial blood tree was nostalgic, and it refused Li Yaoqing's offer to give it 10 corpses to taste every day in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, and asked Li Dalong to send it back to the family residence. Overnight, its roots took root 10 miles underground in the family. Grandpa Huang, come and look. I peed here yesterday, and today a huge tree has grown. Huang Xiujing was deeply impressed by this tree. He had seen this thing when he first came to the Li family. At that time, it was still a blood spirit fruit tree. Now, he heard news outside that there were at least 1 million lives under the roots of this tree. Everything was in line with his prediction. This tree could at least reach the 6th grade, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Just as Li Quangtu was rejoicing that he had grown a towering tree with his urine, Huang Xiujing was also thinking. The shadows of the trees swayed, and a face emerged from the primordial blood tree. This old face opened its scarlet eyes. Ah, a monster! Li Quangtu was so scared that he hugged Huang Xiujing's thigh tightly. The 5th generation of the family, the youngest Li Quangtu. The eyes of the Benchu blood tree flashed with blood, and it sighed. I see. You are a coward. Perhaps sending you to Yinshu Wanghai Tower is a wrong choice. Excessive care will only lead to your depravity. However, you will be a very kind patriarch. Maniacs are not cowards, no. The frightened child opened his innocent eyes and looked a little stubborn. This made Huang Xiujing frown. Shinshu, what do you mean by this? I, Huang Xiujing, assure you that Quangtu has grown up listening to the stories of his elders, and he will not bring shame to the Li family. The primordial blood tree ignored it. It looked at the other children, who were somewhat afraid. Li Quangming, you grew up in the Gu family, and you're the last future of the Gu family. One day you will go back. Li Quanghua, the 105th sect has made your life miserable since childhood. I only see your future. Looking at the girl among the 6 children of the 5 generations of the Li family, Benchu Shueshu stared at Huang Xiujing. Tell this friend your story. He will take you back to the 105th sect, and good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. As the little girl with pigtails told her story in the 105th sect, she learned how her wet nurse had pricked her with needles since she was a child and called her the little bastard of the Li family every day. Huang Xiujing counted with his fingers, and then he picked up Li Quanghua and said, Don't be afraid, you are not a little bastard. Your grandpa Huang will take you to deal with the 105th sect. Little Li Quanghua pursed her lips. She didn't know what Zheng meant, but she knew it must be something bad. She shook her head. No, Grandpa. The clan leader is very good to me. My nanny. Huang Xiujing listened quietly. After some calculations, he probably understood the reason. Li Quanghua's wet nurse misunderstood that Li Quanghua was the illegitimate daughter of the Baiquan sect's leader. Under the instigation of the sect leader's wife, she had always been malicious towards Li Quanghua and even almost drowned her. However, Li Quanghua, who was still very young, did not dare to tell outsiders. He took a deep breath, and before leaving with Li Quanghua in his arms, he stared at the original blood tree with a frown. Divine tree. You can tell the future, but I wonder if you can see through me? A cool breeze blew by. Benchu Shueshu stared at Huang Xiujing's gray hair and pale face. After a long pause, he only uttered 2 words, 10 years. Thank you. Huang Xiujing looked relieved, laughed heartily, and left with Li Quanghua in his arms. Looking at the frightened Li Quanghua, he said softly, Child, Grandpa Huang will take you to get revenge. Then the original blood tree looked at the remaining 3 children. Li Quangren, the eldest son of the 5th generation, you cannot sit on the throne of this family, but I see you walking towards the lofty throne. The throne? Li Quangren was 12 years old, a young man with ordinary appearance. He fell into a long contemplation. Shinshu, I have heard of your story, but I don't want to walk towards the throne. I want to be like the Sword King Taigong, slashing the four directions with my sword. The original blood tree paid no attention to the young man's dream. Li Quanshi, Li Quansai, you two have returned from the temple. You are now 10 years old. You have burned incense and worshipped Buddha for many years. Your Buddha nature is hard to disappear. You should go to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave and set off today. Umitba, a little monk and a little nun. Watching the two people set off alone, Li Xiang clicked the mouse. At the beginning, the Li family sent them to the temple because they were facing the entire Thailand town. They never expected that two Buddhist disciples would appear. However, this guy Benchu Shueshu is not only able to give omens, but the omens he has given to the children of the Li family have always been good. Among the 6 people of the 5th generation, only Li Quangtu and Li Quanghua have special characteristics, and they are not very good ones. Your descendant Li Quangtu has been living a life of luxury in Yunshu Wanghai Tower for 7 years. He has been given a child bride, Qingyu, and has reached the 2nd level of qi refining. Huang Xiujin has been alone for 300 years and doted on the little Quangtu. The little Quangtu grew up in the midst of thousands of dotings and acquired the trait, a greenhouse flower. His starting point is high, but he is sensitive and fragile, unable to withstand the test of life. The chance of receiving gifts from elders is greatly increased, and the speed of cultivation is reduced by 10%. Your descendant Li Quanghua, even though she suffered from torture since childhood, she still practiced hard in the 105th sect, silently endured, and made progress with her mind. At the age of 9, she had already reached the 3rd level of qi refining. Acquired the trait, victim of endeavor. Years of torture have made her feel even more inferior and more afraid of being bullied by others. She is timid about everything. Practice speed increased by 20%, combat power decreased by 10%. Why? Li Xiang Siga. A child's childhood is very important. If Lao Zhu were still alive and the elders of the Li family raised them, perhaps things would not be like this. One of them lived too well, and the other lived too miserably, and both of them developed illnesses. Li Xiang only hoped that they could slowly change in the future. Li Quangtu was fine. At most, he could be thrown into the Thunderfire Demon Cave or Chensi to experience life. As for Li Quanghua, this child has been tortured for who knows how many years, but when Huang Xiujin wanted to take her to seek revenge, she actually spoke on behalf of the Baiquan sect, which shows that she has a kind nature. I took another look at the well-developed settlement. Li Xiang accelerated time. Soon spring goes and autumn comes. Li family 92 years. Special event. The 2 battles are over. It is said that the leader of Li Tian sect, Taoist Jinyang, has passed away. Xian Wu sect's Grand Elder Lan Jing and the leader of the sect, Taoist Gui, came to pay their respects. The 2,000-year-old elders drank together, and the years of hatred between the 2 sects disappeared. Staring at a screen for 2 hours. After the chaos caused by the Li family 2 years ago, the entire Qingyan County had miraculously calmed down. Apart from the nuclear radiation that filled the Li Tian sect, it was as if nothing had happened, and all the sects and clans had withdrawn their wanted notices for the Li family. Over the past 2 years, the Li family has not been hunted down by anyone again, and even the 2 major sects that have been fighting each other for decades have joined hands to show respect to each other. Back then, the Li family built the human head Jingguan. The Li family madly attacked the 12 forces, and the Yuli Tianzong fought against 30% of the top masters of Qingyan County. This became the thing that people in the entire Qingyan County were most reluctant to talk about. With the help of Huang Xiujing, the 5th generation of the Li family is growing up slowly. The elders who are living outside also send back treasures from time to time, which makes the family residence develop rapidly. World peace? No. Li Xiang kept tapping his fingers on the bed, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Your descendant Li Yunbing, in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, has once again taken control of a part of the 36 heavenly gangs, with the strongest being at the peak of the foundation building stage. Your family currently controls 12 heavenly gangs. Li Yunbing happily passed the news to you, and he seems to have slowly come to like the feeling of controlling power. I hope you can bless him with smooth sailing. Your descendant Li Tianshuang has obtained another spirit beast, the ancient giant chicken, in the swamp jungle. The 2 demon kings occupying the swamp are becoming more and more wary of her. So she decides to take the demon beast with her and leave the swamp jungle first, heading for the Golden Doe Forest. On the way, the demon beast under her finds a light spirit fruit, and she breaks through to the middle stage of foundation building. Your descendant Li Tianqi stood on the stage of the Xuanwu sect's 10-year competition. He looked at the 49-year-old young talent at the peak of the foundation building stage, and then looked at his own strength approaching the middle stage of the foundation building. He felt that he had not done enough to commit suicide. He decided to endure it temporarily and commit suicide for another 10 years, and then he would blow up the entire Xuanwu sect. He obtained the trait, fight to the death. He began to be obsessed with the feeling of being on the verge of death, and his chances of survival increased slightly when he was on the verge of death. All the descendants of the Li family know that although the situation is calm now, it is difficult to see the undercurrents. He slowly opened a large map of Qingyun County. Above, most of them are red dots indicating hostility. All your descendants swear to you that one day, they will return to their homeland openly and honestly. The quieter it is, the scarier it is. Xiang didn't believe that the entire Qingyun County really accepted the existence of the Li family. Even if they targeted the Li family and curbed the development of the Li family, Xiang would not worry too much because that was normal. He even asked the primordial blood tree, but the primordial blood tree said that it was not that powerful. It was just a breakthrough at that time and could see more of the future. The more he thought about it, the more alert Xiang became. Especially those little red dots on the map are so eye-catching. He wished he could turn all these red dots green or white. Just thinking about it, a pop-up window of Li Yaowen appeared. Your descendant Li Yaowen makes a request to you, Lei Yin Quang Anaconda, and discusses this with you. Xiang felt inexplicably at ease and clicked on Li Yaowen's profile picture. Li Yaowen is now in the sacred mountain, enjoying the view of the mountains, rivers, and lakes so leisurely. In just 2 years, she seems to have become younger. Others are getting older, but Li Yaowen is growing in reverse. Her organization, Dawn, is spread throughout Qingyun County and can deliver messages on behalf of the family. So Lei Yin Quang Anaconda stayed by her side. Give Li Yaowen some love from the Ancestor. When the ancestral tablet floated up, Li Yaowen knew that his ancestor had appeared in spirit. Li Yaowen knelt down immediately and said, I am sorry for disturbing you, old ancestor. Please forgive me. As Xiang typed in the text for Li Yaowen to speak, the thunder flame anaconda spoke in a deep voice. Xiang missed the hissing sound of the big beast for a moment. It made him no longer feel like Voldemort. Yes, ancestor. Li Yaowen's old face was a little suspicious. Grandfather, it's been too quiet these past 2 years. I can vaguely feel that the 2 Yuanings who escaped 2 years ago will never give up. I sent people to check, and everything is normal between their 2 families, as if the Yuaning ancestor has never appeared outside the Li Tian sect and has never failed. They didn't leave, and they didn't form cliques. They knew that our family would not tolerate any injustice, so they should at least take action. I thought the same thing as myself. Xiang took a deep breath. If he was the only one who thought this, he would think that he was a little suspicious. But Xiang absolutely believed in Li Yaowen's intuition. Everyone says that this is the era of our Li family, but my dear ancestor, I don't want this to happen. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Those people will wonder why our Li family has been able to rise for 100 years. How could this be possible without a shocking secret? It just so happens that our Li family has many secrets. Xiang nodded slightly. Li Yaowen was right. The secret of the Li family was not just about him. There are also the Death Heaven Coffin, the Mad Blood Demon Lord, the original Blood Tree. Every one of them is coveted. Now some secrets have been exposed to others. The Li family is like a big piece of fat meat. Countless families want to find out the secrets of the Li family bit by bit and eat the Li family into their stomachs. I think they are lying in wait, waiting for the chance to kill our Li family with one strike. This time, Xiang and Li Yaowen talked for a very long time. But the problem now is that the Li family is now in the dark, and the big forces headed by Long Xiankong and Abbot Wuyo are also in the dark. Even though he had tricked them last time at Li Tianzong, Xiang still didn't dare to relax at all. In fact, they are terrible. He was so terrifying that he would run away immediately when he realized something was wrong, killing those golden elixirs without hesitation and abandoning Xian Tianzi without hesitation. On this day, Chenxi's assassins conveyed information to the descendants of the Li family in various places in Qingyun County, and without exception, all of them warned the descendants of the Li family to be vigilant. Xiang could feel it. Behind the Li family's current glorious appearance, there are still dark clouds. The war is far from over. It's just that the Li family has fewer enemies, and this time, it's a battle for the top spot. At the end of the discussion, both Xiang and Li Yaowen laughed. Isn't this how the family has fought its way up over the past 100 years? It's just that the enemy this time is stronger and more difficult to deal with. After discussing with Li Yaowen, Li Xiang also planned the future strategy. They knew that they would definitely have a battle with the other side, and it would be best if this battle were carried out at the Li family's base. Li Xiang knew clearly that in places like Li Tian's sect, their 6th-grade magic formation could offset part of the power of a nuclear bomb, and there were also terrifying attack magic formations within the sect. I heard from Taoist Juyo that in the entire Qingyun County, the Xuanwu Gates magic circle has the strongest defense. It once withstood the 3-month-long accumulation of power of a nascent soul master. Its power is comparable to the nuclear bomb thrown by Li Xiang. Thought for a while. Li Xiang dialed the number. Hello, is this Boss Qi? I need another nuclear bomb. There was a long pause, and the news seemed to be turned on the other end of the phone, and the voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Master, there has been no news of a nuclear bomb explosion on Earth these past 2 days. It's just that someone placed a 0.5-gram antimatter bomb on the sea. Li Xiang's face turned dark. Only then was the sound of Boss Qi's laughter heard. Ah, Master Li, look at this matter. I have become an old uncle selling nuclear bombs. Let me help you think of a solution. There are only a few people who can make this thing now, and we still have to find them. Thank you for your help. Li wanted to be polite. By the way, I just heard about the antimatter bomb. When Boss Qi hung up the phone, Li Xiang seemed to hear Boss Qi cursing at the artificial idiot. Li Xiang heaved a sigh of relief after getting the help from Boss Qi. The current strength of the Li family is still very weak, and nuclear bombs are crucial. If there were antimatter bombs, that would be even better. As soon as he hung up the phone, Li Xiang saw a pop-up window, and he quickly adjusted the time speed. Your descendant Li Dalong heard that the family needed a formation master to carve formations, so he returned. He brought back 18 monks loyal to the Li family from Qinxi, Leiwood Demon Cave, Li Tianzong, and Jiangma League, including 2 8th-grade formation masters and 16 9th-grade formation masters. In order not to attract attention, Li Dalong came back secretly. Soon Li Dalong met Huang Xiujin. Because Li Guangshi and Li Guangsai were in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, only 4 children of the 5th generation were left. Li Dalong gave each of them a magic weapon. These children grew up listening to the stories of the elders of the Li family. Now seeing their great-grandfather is like seeing a god. Brother Dalong, I've heard that you have created a big business outside. Huh? It's really gratifying. Huang Xiujing had already sighed. Thinking back to when he came to the Li family, he had the original intention of bringing down the Li family. But now the Li family has long been out of reach. Brother Huang, you are too kind. I had no choice but to do this. Now I am still hiding here, and they're like a rat crossing the street. Li Dalong shook his head and smiled, then said gratefully, let's not talk about this. All these years are thanks to Brother Huang. I thank you on behalf of the children. He stood up and bowed to Huang Xiujing. No. Huang Xiujing quickly helped Li Dalong up. To be honest, I have my own selfish motives in helping the Li family. It's a big gamble. If I win, my Yinshu Wanghai Tower will rise to prominence. This is the truth. Li Dalong smiled and said, in any case, Brother Huang has done a great favor to my Li family. I heard that Brother Huang is in trouble. What trouble could I have? Huang Xiujing rolled his eyes. Lifespan. Brother Huang has practiced the art of looking at qi. According to the lifespan calculation, he only has 8 years left. Seeing Huang Xiujing's bitter smile, Li Dalong continued, Brother Huang, don't worry. My Li family is definitely not ungrateful. We have found some rare treasures over the years. These 3 items can extend Brother Huang's life by 12 years. 2 pills and a fruit appeared in Li Dalong's hand, but Huang Xiujing still smiled bitterly when he saw these things. Thank you, Brother Li, but there is no need to do this. I met Xian, the last pavilion master of Qingyun Pavilion, a few days ago. He said that I don't have much time left, and the same is true for your Li family's sacred tree. This is destiny, and destiny cannot be violated. This? Li Dalong was stunned. All the fortune-telling monks he met seemed to be the same, believing firmly in destiny. Let's not talk about this, Huang Xiujing said with a smile. How long will Brother Dalong stay this time? It's unknown. My wife left me, so I can go home to practice and take care of the family. Huang Xiujing's eyes widened. Brother Dalong, tell me in detail. Li Dalong saw Huang Xiujing's inquiring eyes and said unexpectedly, You're already old. What are you looking forward to? My wife has found a secret place. It is the time for cultivation. I see. Huang Xiujing nodded slightly. Little did they know that while they were talking, Li Xiang, in front of the screen, had already nervously started searching the family events column, fearing that Li Dalong and the best couple of the year might have some 70-year itch. The family power Chensi has found a secret place of the Sky Fox. There are magic techniques inherited from the bloodline of the demon race. Su Tsuehua went there to practice and hopefully break through to the peak of the Demon King. It gave me a fright. Li Xiang rolled his eyes and quickly sped up time. Li Dalong returned to Yunlin as usual. However, as all the monsters in Yunlin have come out, they are now all following Li Tianshuang, who is known as the Beast King in the martial arts world. So this place has also changed its name. Li's secret place. As soon as he arrived, Li Dalong found a cool place, lay down in the coffin, and closed the coffin. In an instant, Li Xiang followed the screen and entered the space of the death coffin. This is different from the space Li Xiang has seen before. The first two layers of the death coffin have countless zombies and flying zombies, whose realms are chi refining and foundation building. The third layer is a vast expanse of white. The third level of the death heaven coffin. Every 1,000 meters forward, there will be a strong pressure of magical power. When you reach the end, the pressure will reach the nascent soul. The first two levels are about cultivating combat experience, and the third level is about cultivating magic power. Seeing the scenes here, a smile appeared on Li Xiang's face. Inside, there is the mad blood demon lord and 12 corpses. When they were alive, they were all above the golden core realm. What made Li Xiang happy was an old friend he saw here. Emperor Xian. As Li Dalong entered, Xian Tianzi, who still looked the same as before, opened his scarlet eyes, knelt on one knee, and spoke in human language. Meet the master. It is worthy of being the inheritance left by the Mahayana period. Xian Tianzi, who was once high and mighty and attempted to destroy the Li family, has now become a zombie. Your descendant, Li Dalong, has been collecting corpses of enemies for many years, and is currently using the heavenly coffin corpse driving technique and the soul-catching natural disaster array technique to perform rituals and refine them. He controlled Xian Tianzi's zombie. After both his soul and body were captured, Xian Tianzi was left with only physical strength comparable to that of a Jinan stage. He obtained the Zombie King. Through the heavenly coffin corpse driving technique and heavenly zombie forging method, your descendant Li Dalong is trying to make Xian Tianzi even more powerful. The sacrifices used are the heart of the deceased x 1 million, the bones of a monk x 200,000, and the soul of a monk. The king of zombies is the golden elixir, and the heavenly zombie is the nascent soul. Li Dalong has only been refining zombies and flying zombies because in order to refine high-level zombie kings, or even sky zombies, various materials are needed and the refining method is extremely complicated. After 2 years of refining, Xian Tianzi now finally has nascent intelligence and is being used by the Li family. Another trump card. Li Xiang could hardly hold back his laughter. After Li Dalong took control of Xian Tianzi, he was deeply impressed by the terrifying nature of the Death Heaven Coffin inheritance. He already had a premonition that if the zombies in the Heavenly Death Coffin and the souls collected over the years all appeared in the world, the enemies of the Li family would probably not be able to sleep in peace, right? Li Xiang also felt that as Li Dalong continued to refine zombies and ghosts, his magic power was also increasing day by day. He was afraid that it would not take many years for him to break through to the middle stage of the Golden Core. Just as he was delighted that Emperor Xian was under control, Li Xiang blinked. What's going on? I saw a pop-up window appear on the screen. Congratulations. Fomi has given birth to a son for the Li family. He has not yet been given a name by the family elders. Please take the child to the Ancestral Hall as soon as possible and give him a name. Get Incense 3. Which little bastard secretly gave birth to a child without telling me? Li Xiang scratched his head frantically. Over the years, the descendants of the Li family have been busy growing and developing. Even though Li Tianyo, who was the most popular with women, was very sensible and used fish bladders, no one in the family has been married for a long time. Where did this child come from? And who is Fengmi? For a moment, Li Xiang didn't know whether he should be happy about the birth of the newborn or angry about it. He searched the entire family residence, clicking on the avatars of the Li family members one by one, but he couldn't see anyone there. Since they didn't even have a name, this guy couldn't even search the member list, and he couldn't click on Fengmi, who was not married. Where did the child come from? This confused Li Xiang. On this day, all the adult descendants of the Li family who were scattered throughout Qingyan County raised their heads, staring at the floating tablets of their ancestors in confusion, and a question flashed across the air. Do you know Fengmi? Have you had a baby recently? Su Tsuehua was so scared that she almost came out of the Sky Fox secret realm to ask Li Daolong for clarification. Li Yaotai, who was forging iron in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, explained frantically to Bai Ruru. It took half a month before she received news from Li Yaowen. Her intelligence was working frantically. Ancestor, there are not many people with the surname Feng in Qingyan County. Li Yaowen showed a rare look of embarrassment. I don't know how a madman could have offended such a powerful person. As Li Yaowen narrated in detail, a pop-up window appeared on the screen. Special event. 5 generations of descendants living abroad. In the 91st year of the Li family, your descendant Li Kuangren was 13 years old. When he was buying items for Xian Town at the Taiching County auction house, he met Feng Mi, the young princess of the prince's mansion, who went by the alias Wan Wan. Li Kuangren made friends with her. He had a sense of chivalry and took Li Yaozu as his role model. Although he looked ordinary, he was deeply loved by Feng Mi. Feng Mi was 15 years old, and the two were in their youth and ignorance. Feng Mi said goodbye to Li Kuangren the night before she returned to the palace. That night, in the inn, the light gauze covered the candlelight, and the pearl curtain reflected the light shadow. There were orioles singing on the couch, and the shy moon was hidden in the clouds. After this night, the young people parted, and Feng Mi returned to the palace with the guards. The two children promised to be together when they grew up. In the 92nd year of the Li family, no one knew that Feng Mi had given birth to a son. The prince was furious and put Feng Mi, who was unwilling to tell him who the father of the child was, under house arrest. Feng Mi threatened to die, and the child survived. Li Xiang remained silent. The fighting ability of his descendants has always been very good. I was just thinking of asking Li Yaowen to propose marriage directly. Li Yaowen said, Grandfather, this is an interesting story. The prince's mansion kept it a secret until the child was born. I'm afraid there are other reasons. Miss Feng Mi didn't dare to tell the prince's mansion that the father of the child is from my family. But I believe that Prince Feng Qingyang probably already knew about it. Hearing this, Li Xiang also frowned. I searched for the prince's mansion on the map and got the information. The prince's mansion was also the guardian of the southern barbarian land. The prince's mansion had existed when Qingyan County was called this name. They were different from the county magistrates and town mayors who were controlled by the sections. Most of the taxes in the entire Qingyan County had to be paid to the prince's mansion, and they were protected by the dynasty. They are also very special. For more than 100,000 years, they have not cared about the affairs of Qingyan County at all. All they care about is to occupy a position without doing any work and eat and drink for free. The only time they were dispatched was when a reckless Yuanning family threatened the prince's mansion tens of thousands of years ago, and as a result, after only one night, the king of hell recorded their family tree. Regardless of whether the prince's mansion is powerful or not, the Li family is the one in the wrong because a 13-year-old got a 15-year-old girl from another family pregnant. Li Xiang told Li Daolong about it. A little bit. Li Daolong was so angry that he jumped out of the coffin. Ancestral Hall. 3 descendants of the 5th generation of the Li family and Li Daolong went to the Ancestral Hall together. Li Kuangshi and Li Kuangsai were still practicing Buddhism in the Leihua Demon Cave. As for Li Kuangming, he went to the Gu family. He grew up in the Gu family. Now the head of the family, Gu Kaming, who had been cooperating with the Li family, is about to die, so Li Kuangming went back. Li Daolong discussed with Gu Kaming that his Gu family had fewer talented successors than enemies, so they hoped that Li Kuangming could marry into the family, even if the Gu family became a branch of the Li family in the future. At least a bloodline can be passed down. Madman, do you know you are wrong? Li Daolong said with a sullen face. When Ben and his brother and sister were summoned by their great-grandfather, they thought they had something to explain, but Li Daolong's questioning stunned Li Kuangren. After thinking for a long time, he said, Great-grandfather, I know I was wrong, but great-grandfather, Uncle Tianming came back a few days ago and took me out. I definitely didn't kill anyone with him. I ran away. Li Daolong's face turned even darker, and he held the iron rod tighter in his hand. Do you still remember Wan Wan? She gave birth to a child for you. Hearing this, Li Kuangtu and Li Kuanghua on the side looked at their eldest brother in disbelief, their eyes full of shock and helplessness. Brother, was what you said a few days ago true? What's going on? I'm only 11, and I'm already an aunt. But at this moment, Madman Li was dumbfounded. His eyes were lifeless, and all the muscles in his body were becoming stiff, as if time had slowed down. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and look at his furious great-grandfather. My son is a father? Seeing his great-grandson like this, Li Daolong sighed. Now that the family is surrounded by enemies, you have committed such a stupid thing. Do you know the identity of Miss Nuanyuan? Her name is Feng Mi, and she is the little princess of the prince's mansion. What kind of place is the prince's mansion? Even if she is not the little princess of the prince's mansion, as a descendant of the Li family, you should not forget the moral principles. Have you ever thought about doing this? How can Feng Mi face others when she is pregnant at such a young age? That's all. Li Daolong knelt down towards the spirit tablet and said, "Please punish me, my ancestors. I failed to discipline my descendants and brought about such a disaster." No, it's not about great-grandfather. Li Kuangren kowtowed to the spirit tablet immediately. My child and Nuanyuan truly love each other, and my child is willing to take on everything. Li Daolong and Li Xiang in front of the screen were both staring at Li Kuangren. Only God knows whether they love each other or not, but they must have coveted someone else's body. In fact, many of Li Kuangren's predecessors had done this, and even though the family had strict rules and repeated reminders, it was hard to control the impulsiveness of young people and what happened in their crotches. Thought about it. The spirit tablet in the ancestral temple rises. Go to propose marriage. Now that everything has been done, we have to follow the old rules. The prince's mansion is powerful, but if it gets angry, it won't be a big deal. At most, these children will hide in the mountains and forests with their elders. By the way, let Yaowen think of a way to steal his wife and children back home. Yes, Ancestor. Seeing the Ancestor's order, Li Daolong nodded quickly. In half a day, Li Daolong found Huang Xiujing. Hearing the news, Huang Xiujing looked at Li Kuangren, who had no special features and no talent, and hesitated to speak. After a long time, he smiled at Li Daolong and said, "Brother Daolong, she is the little princess of the prince's family after all. I will do my best for this matter." "Thank you, Brother Huang." Soon, Huang Xiujing went to the prince's mansion with a top-grade spiritual weapon, millions of spiritual stones, and a large number of natural treasures. Then, after accelerating the time, the scene moved to the prince's mansion on the outskirts of the county city. It was very grand. Two people in the foundation establishment stage were guarding the gate. After explaining the reason, Huang Xiujing and a nervous Li Kuangren were led in by a general with an intimidating aura. Golden Core stage. Li Xiang also followed their perspective and entered the prince's mansion, and had already clicked on the skill. Soon he saw the most noble person in the entire Qingyun County. This person was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He was wearing a black python robe and walked with great vigor. Walking into the hall, I saw Huang Xiujing and Li Kuangren standing up. Prince Feng Qingyang glanced at Li Kuangren expressionlessly. "The child of the Li family? Did you get my daughter pregnant?" Li Kuangren was shaking with nervousness. It was not until Huang Xiujing poked him with his elbow that he quickly replied, "Yes. Can I see Nuanyuan and our child? My baby daughter is called Feng Mi." Feng Qingyang sneered and slowly sat back in his seat. He picked up the teacup, brushed off the tea dregs, blew the hot steam on the tea, took a sip, and then said, "Do you know how old I am this year?" Li Kuangren shook his head and dared not say anything. He could feel that although Feng Qingyang seemed calm at the moment, he must be very angry behind his back. 729. Feng Qingyang said calmly, "Do you know how many children I have in my family?" 6. 4 of my children died, leaving only one son and one daughter. Guess how much effort I put into getting Mir pregnant? She is in my palace, the most doted on. You are so capable that even a Jindan stage guard couldn't stop you from harming my daughter. I heard that your great-grandfather Li Daolong was the one who valued family tradition the most, and everyone in Jian Town praised him for his kindness. How could a rebellious son like you be born? As he said this, he took another sip of tea. Looking at Li Kuangren, who was lowering his head, and Huang Xiujing, who was trembling with fear, Feng Qingyang suddenly smiled. I know that young people are impulsive, and I am not a pedantic person. Your Li family, and you, a young man, should make achievements. Mir will never marry a mediocre person. I will give you 20 years. Back then, your uncle Li Tianyi killed all the geniuses in Qingyun Wu Pavilion. By then, the same Qingyun Wu Pavilion will be filled with talented people from all over the world, and even heroes from other counties will come. If you really can't defeat all these geniuses, I will do my best and send you a wedding invitation. I understand. I'll take the child back to report the news. Huang Xiujing quickly pulled Li Kuangren away. Li Xiang saw that in this empty hall, Feng Qingyang was so angry that he started to smash things and cursed. "Ah, bastard. You are harming my heir, you bastard, you son of a bitch. Li Xiang was speechless for a moment. He put himself in Li Dalong's shoes. If it was Li Dalong who had a daughter at such an old age and was treated like this by someone, he would probably be crazier than Feng Qingyang. 20 years? He glanced at Li Kuangren's qualifications, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If you really only want someone worthy of Feng Mi, why wait 20 years? Wouldn't it be better to find someone now? Li Kuangren. Spiritual roots. Gold, wood, water, earth. Realm. 5th level of Qi refining. Amajiksikis. Vingyun Buzhan. Ming Tianzhongbubu. Le Yinjinjingranziye. The qualifications of the 5th-generation descendants of the Li family can only be considered mediocre, with only Li Kuangtu being slightly better, having dual spiritual roots. Unlike the previous 3 generations, they do not have the magical pill Tianji Bulingdon provided by Li Xiang. The potion refined by Li Yaoqing to increase the quality of the 5 elements' spiritual roots can only make their qualifications slightly better. The worst thing is that they have not been brought up by their family since childhood. You should know that the 4th generation of children basically live with monsters, and when they have nothing to do, they will enter the death coffin to fight. Your descendant Li Yaowen has important matters to discuss with you. Time was still accelerating. About 2 or 3 days had passed, and Li Kuangren hadn't even returned home when news of Li Yaowen arrived. After switching screens, Li Yaowen saw the glittering memorial tablet and knelt down immediately. Grandfather, I have heard that the madman went to see the prince. Li Xiang seriously suspected that Chenxi's people had infiltrated the palace. Feng Qingyang has given us 20 years. This is also an opportunity for us. What he said was that we, the Li family, and the madman, should achieve results together. There is a hidden meaning in his words. Hearing this, Li Xiang raised his eyebrows slightly. When he listened to what Feng Qingyang said, he also realized that something was wrong. After all, since Feng Mi became pregnant, a man of such a noble status as Feng Qingyang did nothing, which in itself was very strange. I checked. In fact, over the past 100,000 years, the successive princes of the prince's mansion have not thought about ignoring the people's livelihood in Qingyan County. It's just that every time the prince's mansion wants to take action, the Yuanying forces headed by Qingyan Pavilion have the momentum to form an alliance. Feng Qingyang's deeds over the years have made me realize that he is extraordinary. He is a very kind person who loves the people like his own children. This is also the reason why the county city is becoming more and more prosperous. He is also the prince who is most alienated from the sects in the history of the prince's mansion. When the 2 sects fought, the people suffered. I heard that Feng Qingyang was so angry that he didn't sleep for 3 years. Every time a big force causes trouble, he is always very angry. When our family was killing people everywhere, Feng Qingyang was both laughing and angry. As Li Yaowen continued to talk, Li finally understood. The reason why Feng Qingyang didn't take action against the Li family, because of Feng Mi's matter, was definitely not as simple as Feng Mi threatening to commit suicide. He also wanted to use the Li family and make the Li family a knife in his hand to completely reshuffle Qingyan County. It just so happened that the Li family was not only very powerful, but also on good terms with the Li Tian sect and even the Xuanwu sect. As a result, the 2 sects ceased fighting and formed an alliance. By marrying into the prince's mansion, our family will gain the most powerful ally. I have a plan. Li Xiang ignorad Li Yaowen's plan. Well, that was a shady trick of selling the prince's mansion, reaping the benefits, and putting the blame on the neighboring county town. You should stop thinking about it. If you really do this, the imperial court will not be able to take it down, or it will be exposed. If Li Dalong heard such words to pit her in-laws, he would definitely beat her up. After figuring out Feng Qingyang's purpose with Li Yaowen, Li Xiang smiled. When I switched the scene and saw Li Kuangren, I suddenly felt that this guy was very friendly. Soon, Li Kuangren was brought back to the ancestral hall by Huang Xiujing. Li Dalong also heard Feng Qingyang's words from the 2 of them, which made the honest Li Dalong look amused. 20 years? If you really want to find a genius, why would it take 20 years? Why would a dignified prince's mansion give my Li family a chance? Grandfather, I understand. Li Dalong immediately knelt on the ground and said happily. In fact, it's not that Feng Qingyang thinks that our Li family is not worthy of the prince's mansion, but they need our Li family, and they can't lose face, so they did this. He wants to win over our Li family. If he didn't need a reasonable reason to show it to the major forces, I'm afraid he would have stuffed his daughter to our madman. Xiang drank a glass of water and suddenly remembered Feng Qingyang's angry, yet calm attitude in the scene just now. Well, it looks really majestic. But now, that old Deng seemed to have been stripped naked by the Li family and was seen cleanly. Li Kuangren was like the will-o'-the-wisp boy, and the will-o'-the-wisp stopped at the door of his house, waiting for him to send his daughter to the broken motorcycle. When Li Kuangren, who was standing by, heard what Li Dalong said, his nervous face suddenly became full of excitement. Great-grandfather, does that mean that my child has not caused any trouble for the family? My child is going to marry me soon? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Dalong's face suddenly darkened. Although he was the great-grandfather, he could not understand how Feng Mi, that little girl, could fall in love with this disappointing boy of his. He immediately took out the cane. Kneel down. When Li Kuangren was punished, the elders of the Li family had already thought of a training plan for him. It is indeed difficult to defeat all the geniuses under the age of 50 in Qingyun County in 20 years. Just got beaten. Your descendant, Li Kuangren, was thrown into the first level of the heavenly coffin of instant death. Li Dalong treats everyone equally. Your descendants Li Kuang-tu and Li Kuang-hua were watching the fun and were thrown into the heavenly death coffin. In the 93rd year of the Li family, your descendants Li Kuangren, Li Kuang-tu, and Li Kuang-hua have been dying in the straight death heaven coffin for half a year. Their magic and martial arts have improved, and their combat experience has increased significantly. Only their magic and martial arts skills improved. When they came out of the coffins, their eyes were blank, and they were almost collapsed. My great-grandfather said that our ancestors all practiced in that coffin. Li Kuangren rubbed his face. I didn't expect it to be so scary, isn't it? Their strength was only at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining, and in front of the endless zombies in the Death Sky coffin, they basically died once every 3 seconds. Even if they had practiced in it for half a year, they had never lived for more than 30 seconds. I could feel my Qi getting stronger. I'm not afraid anymore. Li Kuan-shuapota. She was only 11 years old, wearing a black tights. She was 1.4 meters tall, had a slim figure, and looked quite playful. She remembered that when Huang Xiujin took her to the 100-Fist sect 3 years ago, Grandpa Huang asked her to kill the nanny and the wife of the sect master, but she couldn't bring herself to do it when facing those who had bullied her. After killing zombies in the straight death heaven coffin for half a year, she could feel that she was definitely not afraid anymore. Yes, I'm not afraid. I'm not a coward. Li Kuang-tu was only 11 years old, a handsome young man dressed elegantly, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. Grandpa Godtree said I was a coward. I want to prove it to him. The three of them were talking. Li Dalong's voice startled them. This is just the beginning. Li Kuangren turned around and said, Great-grandfather, is there still training? Let's take a break. The words haven't finished yet. The three children just felt their heads were heavy. A man in black appeared behind them, bowed to Li Dalong, displayed the Chinsi sign, and with Li Dalong's approval, he took the three children away on a cloud. Wait until they wake up. Then I saw a sect with a stone sword reaching into the sky. It looked very magnificent. At this moment, the sect was surrounded by people, and there was an arena underneath where people seemed to be fighting. Is this a secret place? Kuangren Li looked around blankly. No, I don't know. Li Kuang-tu swallowed his saliva. Li Kuang-hua quickly pulled her brother and younger brother to hide behind a big tree, her face full of nervousness. It's okay if they can't see us. But they were soon attracted. There was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes who was particularly eye-catching. He stood on the stage like an unyielding pine tree. The sword box behind him made a sound of sword ringing. The young man seemed to glance at them vaguely. Then, the swordsmen under the ring walked up to the ring one by one and competed with the young man. Obviously, those swordsmen who walked up from the ring had gorgeous sword moves, but they were defeated by the simple and unpretentious swordsmanship of the handsome young man. It seemed that no matter what kind of sword moves, he could break them with one sword. Every time he defeated a swordsman, he would put the opponent's sword into the sword case. Until everyone in Jianghe looked dejected. The young man had a blank expression on his face as he took a glass of water from a stunned servant, drank it, and turned around. He's coming towards us. Ah, no, why are we here? Is this a secret place or not? Great-grandfather, I can't tell the difference. When the three children are in a mess, the handsome young man had walked in front of them. He seemed to have not smiled for a long time. It seemed that he was forcing a smile with great difficulty. I am your eldest grandfather. From now on, I will lead you in cultivation. Grandpa. Li Kuangren was instantly excited. He grew up listening to stories from his elders, and the eldest grandfather was his idol. The eldest grandfather was also a chivalrous man. It was said that he once used the blood of children to forge a divine sword in the silver iron forest, with 100 boys and girls a day. The hands and feet of the third grandfather were chopped off by the eldest grandfather, so that the third grandfather lost all his power and could only forge puppets to practice again. The reason why the fourth grandmother was in a wheelchair was that she was beaten by the eldest grandfather and could not recover, and even lost all her cultivation. He always wants to follow in the footsteps of the grandpa. Li Kuang-tu and Li Kuang-hua both looked at him with admiration. The eldest grandfather was the true legend of the family. He could even kill immortals with his sword. 7 days later, the dream is shattered. The three children watched the grandfather, who took them to eat noodles in the noodle shop, and asked them for money to pay. In the past few days, the grandfather had spoken to them less than 10 times. They thought that the grandfather was going to take them to some fairyland to practice, but Li Yaozu took out a long list which was filled with all the natural resources and treasures needed for practicing qi refining. The next day, he took them secretly to a sect to rob. Well, they robbed it in the dark of night, and there was not even anyone guarding it when they robbed it. Fortunately, everything returned to normal on the 8th day. The eldest grandfather brought them to a place called Qingwan Mountain. Strangely, as soon as the eldest grandfather arrived, a number of cultivators flew up into the sky above Qingwan Mountain, and the sect protection formation was activated. I'm just borrowing your Qingwan Mountain Tianqi to help my younger generation. Don't wait until I come again next time, then I won't be the only one. Could it be that there is another Xian Tianzi in your Qingwan Mountain? The sword case behind the eldest master was shaking, and the sound of swords could be heard. The three children could see the fear in the eyes of the disciples of Qingwan Mountain. The formation was opened, and disciples from Qingwan Mountain lined the road to greet them, holding various magical instruments. Grandpa, where is this place? Who is Emperor Xian? Li Kuangren was extremely curious. Li Yaozu touched the children's heads one by one. They're all the same. They are all stepping stones from my Li family. Li Xiang has been watching the three little ones practicing. They have entered the Tianqi Lake of Qingwan Mountain. It was a thick pool filled with spiritual energy, and there were about 100 cushions floating in the air. Qingwan Tianqi. Effect. Qi cultivators can cultivate their bones and tendons by practicing inside, and their cultivation speed will be doubled. Water spirit roots have a chance to increase by 2 to 6 points. The spirit will accumulate once every 30 years, and will be exhausted in 100 days. It can be used by 100 people. As soon as the three children entered, they were amazed at the magic of Tianqi, but they were still chatting about the contrast between their grandfather and the legend. Maybe they felt that the legendary great-grandfather had disappointed them. But Li Xiang was truly relieved. It's still as scary as ever. Now, it is he, the old man who is looking at the computer screen, who can figure out some details just by looking at the picture. It seemed that Li Yaozu had always been like an ordinary person, and when he dueled with the people from Jiang'a, he also used simple moves. When he walked towards Qingwan Mountain, he didn't even fight. But in reality, above the clouds where Li Yaozu was, sword shadows were constantly appearing. All around him, there were also translucent swords. Standing in front of the gate of Qingwan Mountain, the sword box was shaking and its edge was exposed. That's a little bit of mood. Your descendant Li Yaozu is currently honing his sword skills. He has already hidden 5,000 swords. Hiding swords is a sword move he learned from others. Li Yaozu uses the opponent's sword moves to penetrate the opponent's sword. He has hidden thousands of swords, and his body of 1,000 swords can surpass his body of 10,000 swords. His sword elixir can rival the heavenly elixir, and his body is like a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The physical strength of a mid-grade spiritual weapon is comparable to that of a peak golden elixir. Li Yaozu was definitely the guy with the most mediocre talent. He did not have the same opportunities as other descendants. He figured out his sword skills almost step by step by himself. Young Li Yaozu practices swordplay every day. Now he is like an ascetic monk, holding a sword and traveling around the world in search of the meaning of sword. A few days passed in a flash. This Qingwan Mountain was once the sect of Xian Tianzi. Now that Li Yaozu brought the three children into the mountain, the elders of Qingwan Mountain said nothing and even sent people to monitor them at the beginning. And now, an old woman frowned and walked towards Li Yaozu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the cave where the Tianqi was located, with a sword on his knees, hiding his former sharpness. She was obviously at the peak of the golden elixir, and this was still her territory. The supreme elder Xian Tianzi was killed by the Li family, but now she had something to ask Li Yaozu, but she always felt it was a bit difficult to say. "Your Excellency Sword King, I have something to ask you." Li Yaozu opened his eyes, stood up, and said politely, "Senior, please go ahead." The old woman said, "This Tianqi belongs to my Qingwan Mountain. This year is also my Qingwan Mountain Disciples competition. The reward is to practice in Tianqi." "I wonder." Li Yaozu immediately understood what she meant, and sat back down again, closing his eyes and continuing to feel the undigested sword intent in the sword box. "Senior, you are joking. Qingwan Mountain is your territory. I'm just borrowing it for the younger generation of the family. I have no intention of occupying it. I will also send a sum of spirit stones to Qingwan Mountain afterwards. It is probably a business deal. My Li family has family education. I am afraid that you have misunderstood." The old woman's mouth twitched. She felt mixed emotions for a moment. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't say it. She reluctantly replied, "Thank you." After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Sir Sword King, before this, the Grand Master of Qingwan Mountain was outside the Tianzong." Before she finished speaking, Li Yaozu's lips moved. "Let's put things in perspective. I have practiced swordsmanship for many years, and I understand one thing. Things in the world are unpredictable. If you want to say that the matter of Emperor Xian has nothing to do with Qingwan Mountain, it would be too much of a stretch. If I say that my Li family has forgotten Qingwan Mountain, you won't believe it. If one day someone asks Qingwan Mountain to besiege the Li family, what will you choose? This is the most important thing." Li Yaozu smiled carefreely. "Now that I have come to this, there is no need for you to ask any more questions." "Ha ha! Your Excellency Sword King, you are very open-minded." The old woman left happily, because she knew that the Li family was still reasonable. Looking at the other person's back as he leaves, Li Yaozu turned his head and looked in the direction of the 3 children in Tianqi Cave. 20 years to defeat all the geniuses? That's enough. He has already obtained information from his 4th sister. Whether Li Kuangren can grow up or not depends on whether he can gain the favor of the prince's mansion. That is also the key to returning home. Li family 94 years. The 3 children of the Li family broke through the barrier and escaped. Their cultivation base has been raised to a higher level, and their qualifications have also been improved. Just came out. They saw the great old man standing upright with a sword case on his back to them, and then they greeted him. Li Yaozu stared at them and said, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" "Grandpa." Li Kuangren and Shuara Tignuranli. He grew up in a Han family in Lantian all his life. The people in the Han family treated him very well. He lived a very easy life at that time, but for some reason, after returning to the family, he felt very heavy. The elders of the family rarely return home. They come and go in a hurry. There was a kind of expectation in the eyes of each of them, just like the look in his eyes when he hoped to see Mir. Li Kuangren swore that he had never seen people outside being like his elders. Each of them seemed to be carrying a heavy mountain on their backs, making them silent and taciturn, with the exception of Uncle Li Tianming. The family is obviously so powerful, but everyone is working so hard that he feels he is far behind. Go where you are supposed to go. Li Yaozu had the longest conversation with them since they met. "Madman, I don't know if you feel any urgency about this 20-year agreement, but I want to tell you that you are lucky to be a father. I heard from my 4th sister that your beloved is willing to sacrifice her life for you." Li Kuangren fell silent. In the past 2 years, he also asked himself whether he had really done something wrong back then. Poor Mir had a child before marriage, and she didn't know whether she would be looked down upon by others. Her child should have learned to speak by now, but he couldn't even see the woman he loved, and he didn't even hold the child. When he entered the prince's mansion that day, he didn't even dare to mention it in front of Feng Qingyang. "I don't want you to be like me." Li Yaozu's eyes were deep. Then he looked at Li Kuangtu and Li Kuanghua. "Your parents have not been around since you were young, and you were brought up by others, which made you lose a healthy childhood. We are sorry that we, as the elders, get along with you in this way. We don't ask you to understand, but now there is a chance not to enter our world. Maybe this way, you can live more easily." The 3 of them looked at Li Yaozu heavily. Ever since their great-grandfather came back, they felt that they were living in a very dangerous place, but they didn't know where the danger came from. Now I hear these words. Li Kuangtu's eyes were red, and his voice was choked with sobs. "Grandpa, are you going to die? Grandpa, please don't go to dangerous places. When I was in Yinshu Wanhai Tower, there was an uncle who spoke like this when he went on a dangerous mission." The black line between Li Yaozu's eyebrows formed the Chinese character Chan. He He shook his head, turned around, and simply ignored the three kids. Under their blank gazes, he jumped into the sky. For a long time, there seemed to be a crisp sound of a sword breaking in the sky. Li Kuangren and Li Kuanghua both narrowed their eyes and stared at Li Kuangtu. Did I say something wrong? They were about to speak when their minds went blank again. A man in black caught three children who fell to the ground one after another, tied them together, and flew away on a cloud. You were such a hot-tempered kid. In front of the screen, Xiang covered his mouth and his shoulders were shaking. Your descendant Li Yaozu destroyed a mid-grade magic weapon. He decided to find a bandit den or a cult today to eliminate the harm for the people. Ahem. After finally recovering from the shock, Xiang looked at the screen again and saw that the three children had appeared in a new place. Demon Alliance. When they woke up from the coma, they smelled a fresh fragrance and felt sticky. Then their vision gradually became clear. Ah! They jumped up at the same time. They were in the mouth of the piranha plant. Damn it, where's the old master? Where is this? The old man flew away. What a big flower. It has teeth, huh? And eyes? I am scared. When they came to their senses from the panic, they saw a girl looking at them with interest. She sat on a dead tree branch, wearing a shabby Taoist robe. The faded dark green Taoist robe was worn loosely and opened, and as she sat and swung her feet, the white lining on her upper body could be seen, which made her figure particularly curvy. She wore a pair of loose white pants on her lower body, revealing the cleanest part of her calves, and on her worn dark green cloth shoes, she wore yellowed and dirty white socks that only reached 2 inches above her ankles. If it weren't for the messy black charcoal marks on her body, she would definitely look very quiet and gentle. At this time, she grinned and showed her big white teeth. This is a big harvest. You little bastards of the Leaf family, you have been hiding for so long, and now I finally caught you. Wait here, I think your enemies of the Leaf family will definitely pay a high price to buy your lives. The third child was silent for a long time. Li Kuangtu waited until the girl's smile gradually disappeared before he said, "My son has met the second grandmother." Ah! Li Yaoqing forced a laugh. You are worthy of being the descendants of the Li family. I knew you were not as stupid as the third brother in Yunlin. Li Yaoqing jumped down from the branch with a calm expression. Your great-grandfather should have asked you whether you want to accept the next training, right? Madmanli nudda seriously. Great-grandfather asked us if we really wanted to enter the family world or choose to live an ordinary life. Li Yaoqing raised his eyebrows. You still have one chance. I want to marry Mir, openly. The boy is not a coward. I'm not afraid of pain anymore after I came back from the death heaven coffin. Yes, I'm really not afraid. Li Yaoqing turned around with a pleasant smile. 10 minutes later, a pool of thick green liquid that was bubbling and boiling like boiling water. The screams of the three children formed a discordant Swona sound in the demon-subduing alliance. Your three descendants are soaking in the bodybuilding liquid brewed by Li Yaoqing with 360 kinds of 9th-grade poisons. Gurgle gurgle. Looking at this pool of so-called bodybuilding fluid, Xiang in front of the screen broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of a death pharmacist. Not only Xiang was nervous, there were many members of the Leaf family in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. At this moment, Li Yaotai and his wife and Li Yunbing were all on the green, bubbling bodybuilding liquid. Looking at this pool of strange stuff, even though they had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they couldn't help but feel creepy. Li Yaotai touched his bald head and said, "Second sister, you won't kill my 3 grandchildren, will you?" "How could that be?" Li Yaoqing sneered and said, "This is a mixture of 360 kinds of poisons that I have collected over the years. If it weren't for my own child, and if the madman wanted to snatch that stupid bride, I would have used it to honor my ancestors." Not long after everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Li Yaoqing said calmly, "Besides, I have been making medicine for many years. Whether the dosage is large or not, and whether the toxicity is strong, we can tell by whether the people who use it die or not." Li Yaoye's entire bald head was tangled up. "I only have 6 great-grandchildren. The other 2 are not good enough. One is about to marry into the Gu family to start a side branch. Second sister, please don't let them all die." All right. Do you really think that my title of Herb Saint and Death Pharmacist is fake? My ancestors are the best. They don't doubt me at all. Li Yaoqing drove the 3 away. "Third brother, aren't you going to break through to the 7th rank? I can't wait to let your 7th rank spirit puppet help me grow herbs." "Ruru, Didn't Fourth Sister ask you to help Tianshuang go back to the swamp jungle to capture the 2 demon kings? Remember to bring me the 7th rank spirit materials there. I also want to break through to the 7th rank. Yunbing, go out. Your elder brother will be out of retreat soon. We haven't seen each other for many years. You should also meet him and see if Li Tianzong can be of any use to our Li family. Watching the few people leave with doubts in their hearts, Li Yaoqing sat down cross-legged. In fact, she was right. Li Xiang really never doubted Li Yaoqing's ability. After all, she possesses the 1,000 Herbs Sutra and the Heavenly Punishment Sacred Tree of Herbs. With her various qualities, plus the medical experience she had accumulated over the years, there was no way anything could go wrong. But it's too much for you to honor your ancestors. Li Xiang complained. After staying in this thunder and fire cave for too long, he realized that Yaoqing was a bit demonic. Then he clicked on the awe-inspiring green water. 9-level wheel-turning azure pond. Introduction. Li Yaoqing's secret bodybuilding pool is made from 360 kinds of poisons, many of which were personally tested by Li Yaoqing to obtain their medicinal properties. The strong medicine stimulates the bones, meridians, spiritual roots, and Dantian Qi Si, with the probability of increasing each spiritual root by 8 to 15 points. The body is constantly split and combined due to the strong medicine, and can absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Side effects: severe pain. For the weak, prolonged immersion may lead to death, vegetative state, or dementia. Li Xiang felt that if this kind of thing with incredible effects were sold in real life, it would probably receive very few negative reviews. In the picture, Li Yaoqing saw her family leave, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they left. She squatted beside the pool, looking at the 3 people in the Wheel of Azure pool, who were still screaming in pain. It's a bargain for you. Li Yaoqing stuck out her tongue and smiled. Then vines appeared around her. Those vines turned into roots, like they were supporting a sacred statue, slowly lifting Li Yaoqing up. Gradually, flowers grew on those vines, spreading over the dead soil that was tainted with demonic energy due to years of battles between demon cultivators. Those flowers looked so abrupt, yet they bloomed so beautifully. Even the disgusting-looking 9th rank Wheel Azure pool had a strange beauty because of the blooming of these flowers. The trees began to sprout, buds formed, and flowers bloomed. The cave, which was originally like a devil's lair, is now full of vitality, as if spring has arrived, like a paradise on earth. Li Yaoqing is like a flower fairy guarding hundreds of flowers. But when he saw this scene, Li Xiang's expression changed drastically. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, is using the Heavenly Punishment plant magic. She is using up her lifespan to repair herself with the plant magic, and is also strengthening the physique and qualifications of her 3 children. The flowers dancing in the air fell on the 3 children in the pond. They stopped wailing, as if they had fallen into a warm embrace. Their breathing gradually became slower, and they were having a sweet dream. Li Xiang finally understood why Li Yaoqing said, "You guys got a good deal." She probably already knew the toxicity of the 9th rank Wheel Azure pool, and was afraid that Li Yaotai and his wife and Li Yunbing would stop her, so she drove them away. "Stop!" Li Xiang quickly wrote these words on the ancestral tablet, gritting his teeth. He already understood that Li Yaoqing had planned from the very beginning to use his lifespan to activate the Great Heaven Punishment Plant Magic to offset the toxicity of the 9th rank Wheel of Heavenly Azure Pool. Look at these words before you. For the first time in his life, Li Yaoqing disobeyed the orders of his ancestors. Her smile blooms as brilliantly as the flowers of today. Even if she is unkempt, she is so beautiful that she can dispel all pain and bring life to the dead earth. The Ancestor, it's okay. I'm still young, and I can already feel the next level of the Heavenly Punishment Tree and the Immortal Embryo. The next time I break through, I will have 3 spiritual roots. My cultivation speed is also getting faster and faster. And since I have the Immortal Embryo, taking pills will not harm my body. Damn, but he is the child's beloved relative. Li Yaoqing didn't say it clearly. But if Li Xiang wanted to put it bluntly, what a bullshit beloved relative. This was the first time that Li Yaoqing met these 3 little bastards. After all, Li Kuangren's qualifications are very low. Even if his family trains him with all their strength, he may not be the opponent in the battle of young talents in 20 years. The future is full of unknowns. So, Li Yaoqing has always been this kind of person, smiling foolishly like now, saying that it doesn't matter what. Then, when she was a child, she stayed away from the crowd, unlike other children who gathered in groups. She was alone in the spiritual medicine garden, taking care of everything. While other children were playing with kittens and puppies, she had already dragged the corpse to the beast blood fruit tree to drain its blood. The Lehua demon cave was only needed to gather intelligence, and she stayed here for decades. All the good things were sent back home. The most valuable treasure on her was a low-grade spiritual gourd for collecting medicinal materials. Xiang gritted his teeth and typed furiously on the keyboard. But as he was typing, he pressed the delete key. Li Yaoqing was making hand gestures with her hands, her eyes curved downward like crescent moons. She looked very ordinary, but her smile was extremely beautiful. "Grandfather, please let me be willful for once." Li wanted to know. It seemed that he really couldn't persuade her, as if she had forgotten everything he had been persuading her. She seemed to be saying, let her be willful this time, and do the same thing again next time. If any other descendant said this, Xiang would have thought of beating him up, but Li Yaoqing said this. "Call!" Xiang let out a long breath. Yaoqing, he wanted to whisper something, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he didn't know how to express it. He wanted Li Yaoqing to think more about him, but he knew that he would probably be ignored. At this moment, Li Yaoqing on the screen was surrounded by flowers. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Li Yaoqing was a slovenly and desperate pharmacist, or a plant saint wrapped in dead vines. In Li Xiang's eyes, Li Yaoqing was the child he wanted to take good care of the most. Time passes by little. Your descendant Li Yaoqing is wasting his life. Your descendant Li Yaoqing, in consuming life. 2 months later, for the first time, she put on a thick dress to cover her body, put on gloves, and put on a mask with a smiling face. The hole that she had sealed with vines opened. Neither vines nor flowers could be seen in the once dark cave. They were decaying just like her life, and just as vibrant as she once was, they were hidden in the soil, as if they had never given anything to this world. The 9-rank wheel of heavenly azure pond changed from a strange boiling color to clear water. The 3 children opened their eyes and saw Li Yaoqing sitting on the branch of a dead tree as before, but this time he looked even lighter. Your descendants, Li Kuangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu, soaked in the 9th grade revolving wheel azure pool and broke through the 7th level of Qi refining together. Their spiritual roots have been greatly improved. They were in the 9th grade wheel of heavenly azure pool. Their bodies were constantly destroyed and repaired. Their tendons, dantian Qi Si, and bones became tougher, and they gained the trait, gift from the heavenly punishment plants. Possessed stronger recovery ability, combat power increased by 20%, cultivation speed increased by 15%, poison resistance greatly increased, and recovery speed increased after being cured. Second Grandma's medicine is so powerful, even more powerful than the Tianqi in Qingwan Mountain. My spiritual roots have improved. Second Grandma, please have a look. I have broken through the 7th level of Qi refining. My tendons, veins, and dantian are much bigger than before. Second Grandma, why are you wearing a mask? The 3 children looked at Li Yaoqing on the tree branch. From pain to relief, their memories still stayed at the moment they first saw Li Yaoqing. However, this time, Li Yaoqing did not shake his feet mischievously like the first time, nor did he scare them. He was so quiet that they felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if they owed Second Grandma every bit of their body. After their initial happiness, they did not dare to sing loudly and just stared at Second Grandma quietly. It's good to have a breakthrough. Li Yaoqing forced a laugh through his mask. Go out, kids. Your grandfather is waiting for you. Tell the couple not to flirt with me for no reason. They are too old to be serious. And Yunbing, wait for him to come back and ask your grandpa Yunbing to help me manage the forces. By the way, tell the demon lord that I want to break through. The 3rd child did not dare to neglect. Yes, Second Grandma. Even after the children left, Li Yaoqing still did not take off his mask. She held the ancestral tablet and sat cross-legged. It was as if she had done nothing, as if she had sealed the entrance to the cave again and stood in the dark corner, hunching over her body that she had just straightened with difficulty. Like a wounded cat, licking its wounds silently. The thunder and fire demon cave did not let her be contaminated by evil. She was like the most beautiful flower in the world. Hee Ancestor, it's okay. I am still young, and I can already feel the next level of the heavenly punishment tree and the immortal embryo. The next time I break through, I will have 3 spiritual roots. My cultivation speed is also getting faster and faster. And since I have the immortal embryo, Taking pills will not harm my body. But he is the child's beloved relative. Li Yaoqing didn't say it clearly. But if Li Xiang wanted to put it bluntly, what a bullshit beloved relative. This was the first time that Li Yaoqing met these three little bastards. After all, Li Kuangren's qualifications are very low. Even if his family trains him with all their strength, he may not be the opponent in the battle of young talents in 20 years. The future is full of unknowns. So, Li Yaoqing has always been this kind of person, smiling foolishly like now, saying that it doesn't matter what. Then, when she was a child, she stayed away from the crowd, unlike other children who gathered in groups. She was alone in the spiritual medicine garden, taking care of everything. While other children were playing with kittens and puppies, she had already dragged the corpse to the beast bloodfruit tree to drain its blood. The Lehua Demon Cave was only needed to gather intelligence, and she stayed here for decades. All the good things were sent back home. The most valuable treasure on her was a low-grade spiritual gourd for collecting medicinal materials. Li Xiang gritted his teeth and typed furiously on the keyboard. But as he was typing, he pressed the delete key. Li Yaoqing was making hand gestures with her hands, her eyes curved downward like crescent moons. She looked very ordinary, but her smile was extremely beautiful. "Grandfather, please let me be willful for once." Li wanted to know. It seemed that he really couldn't persuade her, as if she had forgotten everything he had been persuading her. She seemed to be saying, let her be willful this time, and do the same thing again next time. If any other descendant said this, Li Xiang would have thought of beating him up, but Li Yaoqing said this. "Call." Li Xiang let out a long breath. "Yaoqing." He wanted to whisper something, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he didn't know how to express it. He wanted Li Yaoqing to think more about him, but he knew that he would probably be ignored. At this moment, Li Yaoqing on the screen was surrounded by flowers. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Li Yaoqing was a slovenly and desperate pharmacist, or a plant saint wrapped in dead vines. In Li Xiang's eyes, Li Yaoqing was the child he wanted to take good care of the most. Time passes by little. Your descendant Li Yaoqing is wasting his life. Your descendant Li Yaoqing in consuming life. 2 months later, for the first time, she put on a thick dress to cover her body, put on gloves, and put on a mask with a smiling face. The hole that she had sealed with vines opened. Neither vines nor flowers could be seen in the once dark cave. They were decaying just like her life, and just as vibrant as she once was, they were hidden in the soil, as if they had never given anything to this world. The 9-rank wheel of heavenly azure pond changed from a strange boiling color to clear water. The three children opened their eyes and saw Li Yaoqing sitting on the branch of a dead tree as before, but this time he looked even lighter. Your descendants, Li Kuangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu, soaked in the 9th grade revolving wheel azure pool and broke through the 7th level of Qi refining together. Their spiritual roots have been greatly improved. They were in the 9th grade wheel of heavenly azure pool. Their bodies were constantly destroyed and repaired. Their tendons, dantian Qi Si, and bones became tougher, and they gained a trait, gift from the heavenly punishment plants. Possessed stronger recovery ability. Combat power increased by 20%. Cultivation speed increased by 15%. Poison resistance greatly increased, and recovery speed increased after being cured. Second Grandma's medicine is so powerful, even more powerful than the Tianqi in Qingwan Mountain. My spiritual roots have improved. Second Grandma, please have a look. I have broken through the 7th level of Qi refining. My tendons, veins, and dantian are much bigger than before. Second Grandma, why are you wearing a mask? The three children looked at Li Yaoqing on the tree branch. From pain to relief, their memories still stayed at the moment they first saw Li Yaoqing. However, this time, Li Yaoqing did not shake his feet mischievously like the first time, nor did he scare them. He was so quiet that they felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if they owed Second Grandma every bit of their body. After their initial happiness, they did not dare to sing loudly and just stared at Second Grandma quietly. It's good to have a breakthrough. Li Yaoqing forced a laugh through his mask. Go out, kids. Your grandfather is waiting for you. Tell the couple not to flirt with me for no reason. They're too old to be serious. And Yunbing, wait for him to come back and ask your grandpa Yunbing to help me manage the forces. By the way, tell the demon lord that I want to break through. The third child did not dare to neglect. Yes, Second Grandma. Even after the children left, Li Yaoqing still did not take off his mask. She held the ancestral tablet and sat cross-legged. It was as if she had done nothing, as if she had sealed the entrance to the cave again and stood in the dark corner, hunching over her body that she had just straightened with difficulty. Like a wounded cat, licking its wounds silently. The Thunder and Fire Demon Cave did not let her be contaminated by evil. She was like the most beautiful flower in the world. After coming out of the 9th-rank wheel-turning azure pool, Sanxiao was quite at a loss as the cave where the second grandma had been closed. Wondering where they are, a middle-aged man with mottled white hair and wearing a purple robe came forward. He walked with the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for many years, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts when he stared at them. He showed a gentle smile, which made people more respectful, and the 3 little ones also lowered their heads subconsciously. Madmen, crazy flowers, crazy people. The man's voice was very warm, but inexplicably contained a kind of pressure. I am your Grandpa Yunbing. Grandpa Yunbing? After learning about Li Yunbing's identity, the 3 children were subconsciously stunned, and then they couldn't believe it. When they were in Xian town, they heard some old people talking about their families, and they also knew about Li Yunbing. Their Grandpa Yunbing was once the head of the family. According to those old people, Grandpa Yunbing was the kindest person. They also told some embarrassing stories about Grandpa Yunbing, and even many old people had deceived Grandpa Yunbing. In their fantasies, Grandpa Yunbing should be a very kind, approachable, and good grandfather with light in his eyes. But now, they only felt an aura that could not be suppressed. Even though Li Yunbing was now trying his best to remain gentle and kind, it still made the 3 children feel uncomfortable and forced them to treat him with respect. As Li Yunbing slowly communicated with them, they gradually eased their inexplicable fear of Grandpa Yunbing. But as Li Yunbing took them around the Demon-Subduing League and the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, their doubts grew. According to the legend, the monks of the Demon-Subduing League were all righteous men who gathered from all directions. They sacrificed their lives and shed their blood in the front line to fight against the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. Many of them remained in this land forever. But all the monks of the Demon-Subduing League, along the way, were respectfully saluting to their Grandpa Yunbing. Logically speaking, Grandpa Yunbing should be a team leader of the Demon-Subduing League, or something like that. But soon they arrived at the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. They thought that Grandpa Yunbing was going to fight with the demon cultivators, which even made them nervous for a moment. However, the imagined battle scene did not happen. They only saw the cultivators of the Demon-Subduing League and the demon cultivators of the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave gathered together. Those demon cultivators were actually also saluting to Grandpa Yunbing. Then, after both parties nodded, they made a move that they could not understand. They actually split into 2 directions and bombarded the bumpy battlefield in the center of the Demon-Subduing Alliance and the Thunderfire Demon Cave. In the end, both parties returned home panting and exhausted. Grandpa Yunbing, what are they doing? Our family. Li Yunbing looked up at the dark clouds. He smiled. Many years ago, your second great-grandmother came to the Thunderfire Demon Cave, and a fatal pharmacist appeared here. The 3 children were all shocked when these words came out. They suddenly understood that their second grandmother, who was as naughty as a child and wanted to tease them the first time they met, was also the most special existence in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the Death Pharmacist. She was the one who represented the medical way among the 12 righteous ways of the Demon-Subduing League. She had saved countless people on this battlefield, and no one in the entire Demon-Subduing League had not received the second grandmother's kindness. Rumor has it that as long as the Death Pharmacist is willing, the entire Demon-Subduing Alliance is willing to work for her in order to repay the favor. Then, what about the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave? Your second great-grandmother was the first righteous cultivator who truly entered the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. She was also the saint of the Demon Cave. She did what no other righteous cultivator had done. Li Yunbing was somewhat respectful in his words. Even though he had been controlling the power on both sides for Li Yaoqing over the years, he knew clearly that the one those cultivators truly respected was Li Yaoqing, and his efforts were nothing more than helping his second aunt who was not very good at managing power. What? The second grandmother is actually the Holy Maiden of the Demon Cave? The 3 children opened their mouths wide with an expression of disbelief. This time, they truly felt the power of the second aunt. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Cave. Legend has it, in the deepest part of the Thunderfire Demon Cave, a demon cultivator at the god transformation stage was sealed. And in the entire Demon Cave, the real person in charge became the Demon Cave Saint. They have a strict hierarchy, and it is rumored that the Holy Maiden of the Demon Cave can command all the demon cultivators in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. The Thunder-Fire Demon Cave, the demon-subduing alliance. Madman Lee stared blankly. Our Lee family actually has such power? Never lose respect for your second great-grandmother. She is the person who has made the greatest contribution to our entire family. It's just that you can't see her contribution. Li Yunbing felt the aura of the three children. He sighed, then smiled and said, "Because of her, here I am now." Last name Li. As Li Yunbing finished speaking, the three children looked up. They had never thought that the legendary battle between the Thunder-Fire Demon Cave and the Demon-Subduing Alliance was not as tragic as rumored. The one who caused all this was the second great-grandmother. This moment, they seemed to see that the clouds in the sky gathered together and gradually formed a huge Li character, which was suppressing the entire Leywood Demon Cave and the Demon-Subduing Alliance. They had even heard the story of how the second great-grandmother had come alone in order to help the Temple Guardian beast transform. A picture appeared in their minds. In this cloudy land, full of wars, demon cultivators and righteous cultivators were fighting. Until one day, a thin girl carrying a medicine basket, holding the basket straps tightly with both hands, came to the Thunder-Fire Demon Cave and sat on the throne in the center step by step, balancing the good and evil sides here. "Let's go and meet your great-grandfather," Li Yunbing called out to the three children. Soon the three of them arrived deep into the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, where scorching hot air emanated from the cave. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding came from the cave, causing the eardrums to vibrate. The ground was shaking with every collision, like a small earthquake. Li Yunbing has left. Only the three children were left outside the cave, stunned. Inside the cave, they saw a big bald man with bare chest and wearing only a pair of tattered pants. His muscles were bulging, and he was frantically hammering a piece of pitted iron with a hammer that was bigger than his body. "That's their great-grandfather, Li Yaotai. Come." Li Yaotai didn't even look at his three grandchildren. He was still hammering the iron with red eyes, just as obsessed as he was in the forging pavilion in Xian village. This roar frightened the three children so much that they entered the cave. The thunder that came from nowhere fell into the river formed by the lava waterfall. Thunder, lightning, and flames were mixed together, and there were continuous explosions in the magma. The lava was splashing everywhere, even splashing on Li Yaotia's back. The Thunder and Fire Demon Cave was therefore named Thunder and Fire. Great-great-grandfather. The three children stood respectfully in front of their great-grandfather. If it were before they entered Li Yaoqing's cave, Li Yaotai would definitely love them very much, but not now. Li Yaoqing sealed the cave. But Li Yaotai also felt that the second sister used her vitality to extend the lives of the three children and temper them. The second sister had no control over the strange poison pool. She said those weird words just to make him feel that the second sister had a sure win. "Now, pick up these equipment." Li Yaotai was still hammering, and a shadow began to appear on his body. It was a hammer, floating above him. The three children didn't dare to say much. They looked at the ground in front of their great-grandfather. There were 3 sets of black armor, and each set of armor had 9 iron blocks on the chest. Yes, they were enduring the heat in the cave, and just as they were about to lift up their armor, their faces changed. Even though they are at the 7th level of Qi refining, they have to use all their strength to lift up the armor. From now on, you must wear this armor every day, whether you are eating, drinking, defecating, or urinating. When you can bear the weight of the armor, pull out the iron bar on your chest. 2 years. If these 9 bars are still there within 2 years, I will pretend that you 3 great-grandchildren don't exist. The third boy, who had already put on armor, looked drastically changed. They had put all their efforts into putting on their armor, and now even walking was difficult, with sweat pouring down their bodies. They don't understand. Why was the great-grandfather so strict with them when they met him for the first time? Ding! 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 The great-grandfather was still hammering the iron frantically, but the 3 children did not dare to ask any more questions. They could feel that in addition to forging, the great-grandfather also had anger and guilt that came from nowhere. What are you still standing here for? Go out and run 2 laps. After today, someone will send you elixirs and natural treasures. No matter what they are, you must digest them as quickly as possible. Remember, you only have 2 years, and I want results. As Li Yaodai roared, the 3 children staggered out. It seems that the rumors in the family have always been fabricated by others, and the cruelty of the eldest grandfather is false. If the eldest grandfather brought them the gift of an elder and the second great-grandmother brought them gentle nurturing, then from the great-grandfather, they only felt the severity of an elder. Woo-woo, big brother, why does Grandpa treat us like this? Li Kuang-tu's eyes were red. Li Kuang-hua gritted her teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Great-grandfather wants us to grow up, and he is also good to us." When Li Kuangren heard this, he looked guilty but said nothing. He ran even faster. He could vaguely feel that everything was related to him. Maybe if he had not done that thing, his brothers and sisters would not have suffered because of him. In the next 20 years, I must show my achievements and not let my elders and younger brothers and sisters down. Ding, ding, ding. Li family 95 years. In the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, the sound of metal colliding can be heard every day. Every day, for 365 days, the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave is shaking. The only difference is that the fluctuations of true energy transmitted from the place where magma and lightning converge are becoming stronger and stronger, and are gradually reaching the realm of magic power. These demon cultivators are even afraid that at some point, the Thunderfire Demon Cave will collapse due to continuous earthquakes. Hey, look at those 3 kids, they're still running. It's the same every day. It's quite interesting, these 3 kids. I don't know where they get the perseverance from. The demon cultivators in the Thunderfire Demon Cave had almost all gotten used to the existence of these 3 children. No one knew what kind of faith supported them in their crazy cultivation. The only thing they knew was that they kept falling on the first day and fell again on the second day after taking the elixir until they got more and more used to carrying the weight. But days like this won't last long, and they will have to return to the state of the first day again. And today, it is the same again. Once again, a bar was removed from the front of the armor they were wearing. Bah! With a roar, Li Kuangren and Li Kuanghua, who were walking forward with difficulty like old men, turned around. Maniac! They quickly turned around and helped the fallen Li Kuangtu up. These 3 kids are sweating profusely, and they are pushing their limits every day. In just 1 year, amazing changes could be seen in them. Because they could not take off their armor, the original lining had long been corroded by their sweat and the wind and frost of the year, revealing their strong muscles. Li Kuangren, who looked ordinary, had a bronze complexion. Li Kuanghua, the most delicate girl, had also grown taller. She originally had cute twin ponytails, but she cut her long hair like a man to prevent the sweat-stained hair from delaying her practice. As for Li Kuangtu, he was almost as tall as Li Kuangren. He was also muscular, and his handsome face had an unprecedented toughness. "Brother, Sister Kuanghua, I can't hold on any longer." Li Kuangtu panta. Li Kuanghua gritted her teeth and said, "Youngest, stand up and don't embarrass our Li family." Just with this sentence, Li Kuangtu's face changed, and he stood up with gritted teeth. This kind of conversation has happened countless times in this year. Li Kuangren looked at his brother and sister worriedly, but the words seemed to be choked in his throat. He could only turn his head away. When he could no longer see his brother and sister, his eyes were firm. "Run. Continue to practice. Let everyone in the Thunderfire Demon Cave know that we are worthy of being the descendants of the second grandmother. The great-grandfather has long told us to accept our fate, and we have agreed, so we can't regret it. We are a member of the Li family." In front of the screen, Li Xiang's expression gradually softened. "Your descendants Li Kuangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu have been practicing continuously for a year. They are enduring physical and mental challenges every day and breaking through their own limits. Acquired traits, the ultimate one, they pursued the limit, achieved the limit, and will never forget everything they have endured now. Combat power increased by 10%, toughness increased by 20%. Li Xiang was watching their changes bit by bit. Li Kuangtu used to live a life of luxury. Although he wanted to give up occasionally, he would become tough in the blink of an eye. He would get up every time and continue practicing. Li Kuanghua, this little girl, had her combat power reduced by the trait Endeavoring Victim, but it was also improved by Limiter. Not only in the trait, Li Xiang also saw the sufferings that this girl had suffered, which were hidden in the deepest part of her heart. Now she will become a qualified member of the Li family and face everything bravely. And there is Li Kuangren. He could see that Li Kuangren actually felt very guilty. Maybe he didn't know how much Li Yaoqing had sacrificed his life for him, and maybe he didn't understand why Li Yaotai was so harsh on them. But he seemed to feel that everything was because of him. The elders allowed him to continue to grow, and that was why his younger brothers and sisters suffered with him. Every night, when his younger brothers and sisters were enjoying the luxury of a day's sleep, Li Kuangren would always take out a refreshing pill and swallow it, and then continue running in the thunder and fire cave in the middle of the night. This is the reason why they keep breaking through. Li Xiang clicked on their equipment. 9-layer mysterious heavy armor. Level: middle grade magical weapon. Introduction: it is made of the heaviest 9th grade or materials and is made by Li Yaotai. The Xian heavy armor will suppress the wearer's mana and nourish the body every day. The more tired the wearer is, the more spiritual power it absorbs from the heaven and earth. There are 9 layers of weight in total. Every time an iron bar is removed from the chest, the weight will increase exponentially. Li Xiang felt that these children had finally grown up and caught up with their predecessors. While thinking, the 3 children in the picture are now at the entrance of Li Yaoye's cave. After Li Yaoye's harsh and even angry roar last time, they dared to stay outside the cave for a long time for the first time. If it were in the past, the great-grandfather would seem to be very annoyed when he saw them, and would scold them. This day, the clang, clang, clang sounds of iron hammering in the thunder and fire demon cave finally stopped, and the demon cultivators outside, who had been tortured for who knows how many years, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Great-grandfather. Even Li Kuangren, who had been scolded before, did not feel any resentment when he saw his great-grandfather forging in the cave. Instead, he was filled with endless admiration. The other 2 children did the same, standing behind Li Kuangren with their heads tucked in, secretly looking at their great-grandfather. The reason why they had no complaints and were able to persist throughout the year was because Li Yaotai had become their role model. This bald man was forging iron almost every day without any rest. He used all his strength with every hammer. They seemed to be able to understand the high-intensity training that great-grandpa gave them, because great-grandpa himself was that kind of person and he never gave up. Today, your great-grandfather is about to break through. Li Yunbing stared at the Li Yaotai being forged in the cave with joy. He could feel that the rudiments of magic power had already appeared in his uncle. Just see, Li Yaotai was still holding the hammer that was bigger than his body. After being forged by Li Yaotai, the hammer had already reached the level of a top-grade magical weapon, or even his own magical weapon, accompanying Li Yaotai as he grew up. Just this time, Li Yaotai did not drop the hammer. The heavy hammer was behind him, and he maintained the motion of dropping the hammer on the forging table. He closed his eyes tightly, and his muscles were still bulging. He seemed to be in some kind of enlightenment. Uncle Sant doesn't have time to take care of you. Well, you can take a rest. I won't tell on you. Li Yunbing glanced at the 3 children with a teasing look who dared to be lazy. His tone was gentle, as if he would really do that. Li Kuangren shook his head and gritted his teeth. No, Grandpa Yunbing. Mir is waiting for me. The children are waiting for me. And the elders at home. He seemed to be saying this to encourage himself, and after he finished speaking, he was already walking towards the distance with difficulty, as if his most precious treasure was at the end of the road ahead. Ah, brother, I'm not a coward. I want to prove it to the sacred tree. Li Kuangtu was obviously still brooding over this matter. He didn't know how many times he had used these words to cheer himself up. It was simply his own unique stimulant. Then, he fell down after taking only a few steps. Seeing his elder brother walking forward, Li Kuanghua helped his useless younger brother up, then showed a lovely smile to Li Yunbing. Grandpa Yunbing, you must be lying. If we dare to be lazy, you will sell us out. Li Yunbing still maintained a kind smile. Kuanghua, your elder brother insisted on bringing back his beloved and seeing his child. Your younger brother insisted on not wanting to be a coward who escapes from the battlefield. What about you? What's your reason? Li Kuanghua wrinkled his nose. She supported Li Kuangtu and continued to walk forward, leaving only her somewhat stubborn voice. Grandpa Yunbing, I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to resist. Only when I grow up and have stronger strength, I will have the qualifications to resist. 3 children walked forward. Li Yunbing looked at their backs, and he finally smiled. Then he looked at his uncle who was breaking through and sighed. Hey, uncle, you are so old, don't be angry. Second aunt consumed her life. Not for them, she did it for family. Li Xiang was also staring at Li Yaotai in the cave. He also saw Li Yaoye's madness in the past year, and he even worked harder than he did when he was in the forging pavilion in Jian village. Your descendant Li Yaotai, after years of forging and constantly using the hammer method, has been hammering continuously for a year, and he has gradually realized a new hammer method, the 36 instant hammer. 36 instant hammer. Level, Yellow level. Introduction. There are 2 levels of hammers. In the first level, 36 hammers are used in succession. The power is superimposed. All hammers are used. The power is multiplied. After using, the body is weak and the power is emptied. In the second level, all the power of the body is instantly exploded and concentrated in the hammer. After using it, the body is weak and the power is emptied. During this year's practice, not only the 3 children have grown, but Li Yaotai is also on the verge of a breakthrough. Your descendants are carving the 36 instant hammers into the fake pill. As long as the engraving is completed, he will break through the Jindan stage. Although the yellow level skills seem weak, Li Yaotia's strength is not combat but forging. He has already understood how to forge spiritual weapons, but his strength is insufficient. He even has the blueprint for forging a Jindan stage spiritual puppet. Li Xiang's primary war puppets were all transformed by Li Yaotai and assembled with various spiritual weapons, giving them the strength of an early golden elixir stage. Li Yaotai in the picture was still murmuring while breaking through. Second sister. No one knew how guilty Li Yaotai felt. In fact, he was not too angry with the 3 children, but it was because he knew that his second sister did this for the family. The second sister is trying her best to let the family seize this opportunity and get hold of the prince's mansion, so that they can have a powerful ally. That way the family will have more confidence in facing the countless enemies hiding in the dark. So, boom! Li Yaotai opened his eyes, and he slammed his heavy hammer down on the uneven iron stone. I am useless. If I can create more spirit puppets for the family, spirit puppets that are stronger than the Golden Core stage, then there will be no need for the prince's mansion. Our Li family has enough strength. Clang! Li Yaotia's giant hammer fell, and a little bit of true energy was spreading, and the vibration in the entire Thunder and Fire Demon Cave became more obvious. He was engraving the 36 instant hammer technique into the golden elixir. Although it was only a yellow level technique, it was definitely the most suitable for Li Yaotai. Time flies. As Li Yaotia's movements became louder and louder, the eardrums of the cultivators in the entire Leywood Demon Cave were dominated by the sounds he forged, and they developed the custom of practicing with the silent magic array. The happiest thing every day was to walk out of the Leywood Demon Cave, bombarding everywhere with the cultivators of the Demon Subduing League, and crying about the unrest in the Demon Cave. Li family 96 years. The sound of iron hammering continued, and the children were still running, but this time, they had pulled out all the steel bars on the 9-layer mysterious heavy armor and were able to run at high speed around the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. Li Kuangren, who had practiced the hardest, could jump up. Li Kuanghua was actually boxing, and only Li Kuangtu was slightly inferior. No one knew how hard they had been through in the past 2 years. In addition to breaking through their physical and mental limits, they also had to be wary of the teasing of the demon cultivators in the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Those naughty demon cultivators would take them to a place more than 10 kilometers away and let them run back by themselves. Or they would use magic to increase gravity several times, forcing them to crawl like turtles. Or they would place an extremely dangerous beast directly behind them, scaring them so much that they had to go all out to avoid getting new injuries on their buttocks. Such tortures were numerous. God knows how they could have encountered so many pranks, and how much psychological damage those evil cultivators had caused them in just these 2 years. What changes had occurred in their personalities? Huff! I'm finally free. The 3 of them stopped in front of a cave that was emitting demonic energy and some Buddha light. Li Kuangta gasped and exhaled long air. After becoming more and more familiar with the demon cultivators, Li Kuanghua still looked weak, but she showed a sarcastic smile and said shocking words, making it hard to imagine that she was once the poor girl who was bullied but dared not tell on others. Useless brother, what you should think about is not whether you are liberated, but what we are going to face next. Be mentally prepared. Otherwise, you will not just get your butt bitten off. I heard that there are many androgynous demon cultivators among them. Huh? Li Kuan-Tu's expression changed drastically, and he straightened his back quickly. I understand, sister. I want to protect my little bird. Li Kuangren was already a young man. His face became more resolute, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Kuanghua, don't scare the youngest one. He was captured by an androgynous demon cultivator a few months ago, and he peed his pants out of fear. Brother! Li Kuang-Tu's face turned red. How can that not be scary? He has already started to take off his clothes. If second grandpa hadn't come, I would have been finished. Ha! Li Kuangren and Li Kuanghua laughed loudly, and their gangster spirit became even stronger. Slowly, they took off their armor. all of them with proud expressions. If great-grandfather was not still breaking through, they would have wanted to go to his cave and tell him that they did not let him down. The moment they took off their armor, they could instantly feel a huge difference from when they first put on the armor. Oh! A burst of true energy burst out from their bodies, and they looked at the explosion of their own true energy in disbelief. After being suppressed and practicing madly and taking elixirs, they all reached the peak of Qi training. After happily adapting themselves to the situation and putting on the clothes they had borrowed from the demon cultivator, they all frowned and looked at the cave in front of them. Different from other places in the Devil's Cave, this cave has two young people, a man and a woman, sitting opposite each other on a black and golden lotus platform. They were wearing plaid monk robes, one gold and one black. The demonic energy and Buddha's power were actually counteracting each other. It can be seen that if these two strange monks stood up, one would look like an angry Vajra, and the other would look like a compassionate Guanyin. Why are fourth brother and fifth sister's cultivation so strange? Li Kuang-tu's voice was puzzled. These were Li Kuang-shi and Li Kuang-sai, who had been in contact with them for several years. At that time, the two of them burned incense and worshipped Buddha every day. When Li Kuang-tu came to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave and practiced in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave with his brother and sister, he saw the two of them. They just refused to open their eyes. As far as Li Kuang-tu knew, the two had maintained this posture for 2 years, just as if they had burned incense and worshipped Buddha before, but they definitely did not believe in the Buddhas in the heavens. But now, Li Kuang-tu found that after years of hard training, he was still not as good as Li Kuang-shi and Li Kuang-sai. In front of the screen, Li Xiang smiled slightly. He clicked on the avatars of Li Kuang-sai and Li Kuang-shi and found the past events column. In the 92nd year of the Li family, Li Kuang-sai and Li Kuang-shi burned incense and worshipped Buddha and were sent to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave by their family. It is difficult for them to change their Buddhist nature. They are devoted to Buddhism and do not care about worldly affairs. A wisp of spirit from Fong Ling Long, the lord of the demon cave, came and was quite interested in the two sons. He made a bet with them and left them with a demonic thought in the cave. If they could resist the demonic thought, he would let them go back to the temple to worship Buddha. If they could not resist the demonic thought, it would prove that they were not worthy of being Buddhists. In the 93rd year of the Li family, they could not resist the evil thoughts. In order to prevent his twin sister Li Kuang-sai from falling into the evil way, Li Kuang-shi absorbed the evil thoughts into his body. Li Kuang-sai saw his brother like this, and couldn't bear to see him fall into the devil's way, so he used the power of Buddha to maintain his brother's spiritual wisdom. After years of struggle between the devil and Buddha, the devil and Buddha power in their bodies are growing and merging. They gradually understand that Buddha and devil are not incompatible, and they also gradually understand the importance of family. Acquired traits. 1. Thought of Buddha and devil. Buddha and demon can no longer restrain their beliefs, and the state of Buddha and demon cannot affect their nature, but they can practice all the magic and martial arts of demon and Buddha. In the state of Buddha, their practice speed increases by 30%, restraining all evil methods. In the state of demon, their combat power increases by 40%, and they are not restrained by the law of the righteous way. It was indeed the right decision to let them come to the demon cave. We have to thank the demon lord. Li Xiang smiled. Now these two guys are actually the truly blessed fifth-generation descendants of the Li family. Although they are no longer affected by the Buddhist precepts, they have developed a habit of disliking noise and prefer quiet cultivation the most. The only impact was that they were very indifferent to outsiders except each other, but were more polite to the relatives of the Li family. Li Xiang had also heard their whispers. His biggest dream was to achieve academic success and kill the demon lord who was sending evil thoughts to them. Now, apart from practicing, I just practice and don't care about anything outside. No wonder Li Yaotai said that these two children were about to be ruined. He was thinking about asking Li Yaowen to take action to make these two emotionally indifferent descendants more obedient. Only on the screen, Li Yunbing appeared behind the three children, and this time, they were obviously used to their second grandfather's elusiveness, so they turned their heads and looked at him. No, not only the second grandfather, but also a middle-aged woman sitting in a wheelchair. There were some white hairs peeking out mischievously among her black hair. Although there were wrinkles on her face, her beauty in her youth could be seen. She was wearing a white robe, and one could tell at a glance that she must be an educated person. She is very kind and makes people feel very friendly when they meet her. She's a rare good person in the world. The sound of whispers is like the spring breeze in February. Winter is coming. The three children saw that this should be the fourth grandmother of the family, who was also the kindest fourth lady Li Yaowen, as the elders in Jiantown said. She even remembered the names of all the villagers when Jiantown was still a village. Whenever a family encountered any trouble, the fourth grandmother would solve it immediately. However, there were always rumors about the fourth grandmother's bad reputation. That must be a rumor. I was just about to speak to the fourth grandmother. With the sound of winter is coming, 3 more people appeared in the Lehua Demon Cave, looking expectantly at the kind elder they rarely see, but they were instantly frozen like ice sculptures. They still maintained the posture of wanting to step forward and salute Li Yaowen respectfully, with a somewhat reserved and intimate expression on their faces. Fourth aunt, do you want to go meet third uncle and second aunt? Li Yunbing was not surprised by fourth aunt's behavior. He admired fourth aunt the most. Moreover, he learned from fourth aunt how to let the evil cultivator tease the 3 children and speed up their growth. Li Yaowen shook his head. Forget it. My second sister and third brother are both making breakthroughs. I will take these 3 children away. It's time for them to follow their fathers and explore the world. They should learn how we, the Li family, act. Yes, fourth aunt. Li Yunbing didn't dare to say much, but he knew in his heart that fourth aunt just didn't want to see third uncle's crazy look and second aunt's current old appearance. Just like back then, when he was studying with fourth aunt, he saw her sigh for the first time because of the war between the 2 sects and third uncle's crazy forging. When second aunt came to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, it was also the first time he saw fourth aunt's tearful look. Yunbing, you have done a good job in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave over the years. You have the talent to be the master. I will have someone tell my eldest brother. I think my eldest brother will be proud of you. Li Yaowen praised him before leaving. Hearing this, Li Yunbing smiled faintly. Thank you, fourth aunt. This is what I should do. Li Yunbing felt nothing when he saw fourth aunt driving the wheelchair away with the 3 ice sculptures. After years of controlling the power behind the scenes, he already had the momentum of a superior. What had he not seen? Now everyone in the Thunderfire Demon Cave treated him like a master, and everyone in the Demon Subduing Alliance obeyed his orders. He had heard countless flattering words. This is just praise. Even if his tribesmen called him a genius, he would be able to just laugh it off like he is doing now. It would be childish to get excited about this. It didn't take long. A demon cultivator bowed to Li Yunbing. Li Yunbing patted Emoshio's shoulder and said calmly, Well, good, my fourth aunt praised me just now. Huh? Li Yunbing left after he finished speaking, leaving the demon cultivator staring at the back of the holy apostle, who was dominating the situation in the demon cave with a confused look on his face. In the past, this person was extremely majestic and scary, as if she was hiding some conspiracy at any time. Even the demon cultivator felt like he was walking by a tiger's side when he was with her. Now, why did he jump away? Was he possessed? Soon, in the Lehua Demon Cave, Li Yunbing, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe with a goatee and mottled white hair, was walking in the demon cave. Although he tried his best to maintain a dignified expression, his steps became lighter and lighter. Whenever I meet someone, I tell them, my fourth aunt praised me. Then he knocked on the caves of Li Yaodai and Li Yaoqing and shouted loudly, Uncle San, Aunt C praised me. Second aunt. Fourth aunt said, I have the talent to be the master. Li Yunbing seemed crazy today. Li Xiang switched the screen of accelerated time with a speechless look on his face. I saw Li Yaowen taking the 3 children towards Qingyun County City. Li Yaowen is a little younger now. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, is gradually gaining control of the power of the 4 seasons of the world, gradually comprehending the laws of the common people and the 4 seasons and integrating into them. The threat of the heavenly calamity is getting closer and closer. If we talk about the use of the Golden Core stage, the nascent soul stage is to control the laws of heaven and earth, which has already touched upon the edges and corners of the laws of the human world. When the thunder tribulation descends, the Golden Core turns into the nascent soul. As for Li Yaowen, she doesn't have a Golden Core. Her laws are borrowed. It seems that all the cultivators that Li Xiang has seen in the game world are like this. They have the power of heaven and earth to speak and follow the law. And just from the picture, it can be seen that there are thunderclouds in the sky following Li Yaowen, accumulating strength. Under the thundercloud, there were countless faint balls of light, which seemed to be pushing up against the thunder in the sky or waiting to be destroyed silently by the thunder. Perhaps because of this, the thunder dragon in the thundercloud seemed a little manic. The scene passed by like a phantom. Li Yaowen brought his 3 children to Prince's mansion. As soon as she arrived, the prince's mansion was in a state of emergency. 2 Jindans suddenly jumped out, staring at the woman in the wheelchair with some anger. The more they saw her fiddling with her hair as if nothing had happened, the more annoyed they became. After a while, an old man with a golden elixir level finally appeared in the palace. He looked at Li Kuangren in the ice sculpture with a strange expression before leading them in. The same palace hall. Feng Qingyang came quietly again. And this time he was more serious than the last time Huang Xiujing brought Li Kuangren here, because the person who came this time was not someone else, but the real elder of the Li family, Li Yaowen. Among all the major forces in Qingyan County, the Li family is the one they least want to offend. He looked up at the sky and saw that Li Yaowen had probably been targeted by the Thunder Tribulation. But the Thunder Tribulation seemed to be quite timid, and even he couldn't figure out why the Thunder Tribulation was so hesitant, allowing this ruthless woman to slowly accumulate strength to fight against the Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, as long as Li Yaowen wants, this Thunder Tribulation will bring down the power of thunder that even the nascent soul dare not approach. Anyone who sees Li Yaowen will have to consider whether it is worth fighting with her, because the Thunder Tribulation is blind. Could it be possible that the Thunder Tribulation could be biased? Feng Qingyang was secretly puzzled. He still remembered how he was struck half to death by the thunder. He really didn't know how Li Yaowen could run around with the thunder. After taking a sip of tea to ease his fear, he glanced at Li Yaowen, who was sitting in a wheelchair and smiling at him kindly, and whispered softly, "Master of the Li family's dawn, I have heard of your name. It is rare to see someone who can see me without being polite. My legs and feet are inconvenient. Please bear with me, Lord Prince." Li Yaowen smiled. That's not necessarily true. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes slightly. If you have a disability, how can you suppress Qinci? If you want to disrespect me, just say so. I don't care about these customs. It's fun for you and I to be equal. Your Excellency the Prince, you are joking. You are so high up, and I respect you for having my own ways. If you were a relative of my Li family, then I would be 2 generations older than you. Being on an equal footing with you is already a great respect to your Excellency the Prince. Li Yaowen smiled briefly. Oh! Feng Qingyang rubbed his left thumb and index finger together. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually suppressing his anger. How could he still look like the man who had used his power to suppress Li Kuangren and Huang Xiujing? If he were to face them, Feng Qingyang would have beaten them half to death and thrown them out. Li Yaowen really hit the nail on the head. In fact, what made him grit his teeth the most about his precious daughter's marriage to the Li family was the issue of seniority, followed by family background. If they really got married, he would have a bunch of elders in the Li family, who were at least 600 years younger than him. But when he raised his head and looked at Li Yaowen's fingers tapping on the handle of the wheelchair, he realized that there was no point in getting angry with this little girl. Snort! Feng Qingyang took a sip of tea and said, "Tell me, why did you bring this little bastard here? We have a child in the Li family who lives away from home. The child has never seen the pain of his father since he was a child. We in the Li family understand this." Li Yaowen let out a long sigh and finally bowed to Feng Qingyang. "Please show some leniency, Lord Prince. The past events should be dealt with according to the past events. My Li family has acknowledged it. But now, the child is 5 years old, and the madman has become a man because of my Li family's training. I want madman to meet the child and Miss Feng me. I wonder if they still truly love each other at their current age. They can feel it from each other. Lord Prince doesn't want to see his precious daughter become sick from missing her, right?" Hearing this, Feng Qingyang frowned. If someone else had said this, he would definitely have ignored it. If it were Li Yaowen, he could feel that if he refused, he might find ways to hide his daughter and grandson. While thinking, Li Yaowen continued, "My lord, I would like to let our 3 children stay in the prince's mansion for a few more years. I believe that with the strength of the prince's mansion, it is still possible to cultivate 3 good foundation-building children." It's interesting. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was furious. He sneered, "Your youngsters have abused my precious daughter, and I have already let them off the hook. Let them meet. I also understand human nature. But you let them live in my palace. Let me watch this bastard and my precious daughter being affectionate with each other. And let my palace train the younger generation for your Li family? What do you think of me? Girl, do you really think that I will be afraid if I walk under the thunder? That's too unrealistic." In an instant, The vital energy of heaven and earth gathered above the palace. Feng Qingyang sat in the main seat. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his python robe rustled. The pressure from a nascent soul powerhouse was directed towards Li Yaowen, as if he wanted to kill Li Yaowen on the spot. All the furnishings in the entire hall trembled and shattered due to the powerful nascent soul power. The ice sculptures of the three younger generations were also breaking. Of course not. Li Yaowen's mottled hair and white robe were also blown, and her face was shaking, but she remained unmoved. She just stared at Feng Qingyang quietly and said calmly, "If it is really the same as what Lord County Prince thinks, then I am too greedy. Besides, I have said that my Li family recognizes the past. But as I said before, I am willing to be on an equal footing with you. This is my respect for you, and also the respect of my Li family. Put away your arrogance and look carefully at me. It is you who need my Li family, not us who need your prince's mansion." This statement should be able to anger Feng Qingyang. But at this moment, Feng Qingyang actually frowned, and his pressure disappeared instantly. Outside the palace, three auras emerged, forcing him to take it seriously. Li Yaowen in front of him had a smile on his face. "Now, can we have a good chat?" As her voice fell, two voices were heard outside the palace. "Your Excellency, I am Dao Juyo, and I am here with a new sect leader to see you." Feng Qingyang heard it. This was the voice of the Li Tian sect's Grand Elder, Taoist Juyo. He could even recognize the nascent soul aura of Taoist Juyo. And then, "Ha! Juyo, old dog, your new sect leader is really not that good. Look at how sad he looks." "Your Excellency, I am the Heavenly Turtle. I, old dog Juyo, have something to invite you to. I'm very interested. I wonder if I can meet you." Taoist Tiangyue. If the Juyo Taoist from Li Tianzong came, he could understand that the Juyo Taoist was timid during the battle outside Li Tianzong that day. Later, he even found out that the new leader of Li Tianzong was the eldest son of the third generation of the Li family, and the successor leader. Can't. Although he knew that the years of hatred between the two sects had disappeared because of the Great War that year, he didn't know how the Li family could invite the supreme Heavenly Turtle of Xuanwu's sect. But he understood that the coming of these two families was the explanation that Li Yaowen had mentioned. This means it is very likely that Li Tianzong and Xuanwoman will be able to join his plan because of Li Yaowen's secret mediation. It also means that the Li family has really understood why he did not kill Li Quanren on the spot, and has already begun to secretly use the forces that the Li family can use to stand on his side, and then work for him to reshuffle the entire Qingyan County. He wanted to control the Li family and make them work for his own purposes. Now, the arrival of the two sects' supreme elders deviated from his idea. It seemed that the Li family's appeal had exceeded his imagination. He suddenly stared at Li Yaowen seriously. He understood everything Li Yaowen had just said. Li Yaowen was telling him that he should work with the Li family to train the three younger generations of the Li family, and he should also accept the marriage between Li Quanren and Fengmi, because the Li family has never been alone. They can call on the two major sects, and they also secretly control other forces, including Li Yaowen. They are qualified to be on an equal footing with the prince's mansion, not to be used by the prince's mansion, let alone be its vassals. Li Yaowen was telling him he is not qualified to control the Li family. Moreover, he only had two choices: get along with the Li family as in-laws, or he tried his best to hide his daughter and granddaughter and become enemies with the crazy Li family. It seems that the current Li family really does not lack the enemy of the prince's mansion. Call. Feng Qingyang let out a long breath, then stared at Li Yaowen with a cold and sarcastic look and laughed heartily. "Ha! They are just two sects." An hour later, in the backyard of the prince's mansion, the three children of the Li family finally came out of the melting ice sculpture. They rolled their eyes instantly. They knew without even looking that it was done by the elders in the family. The elders' favorite thing to do was to knock them out or freeze them, and then take them to strange places mysteriously and let them practice. They were already prepared for high-intensity training. Li Quanren has already started talking. Relying on his initial impression when he was awake, he said casually, "Fourth Grandma, we know that we need to practice, but we don't need to." Huh? The three of them looked gradually confused. In front of them, they saw the fourth grandmother sitting in a wheelchair, smiling warmly at them. One figure after another came into view. Two old men, and a young man with a sad face, staring at the fourth grandmother, who seemed very annoyed. Besides, a round-faced girl who looked very well-behaved. She was holding a 5-year-old child, and the child looked very much like Li Kuangren. Even though Feng Mi had grown up a lot, Li Kuangren remembered the girl who had been haunting him at a glance. Feng Mi was now crying with joy. The child she was holding was wearing gorgeous clothes and was staring at him curiously. He knew that this was the child that he had brought back from his evil deeds. Next to Mir and the child was Feng Qingyang, the person he feared the most. If it were in the past, Li Kuangren would have wanted to run away immediately when he saw Feng Qingyang. But when he looked at Mir and the child, all his fears disappeared, and he walked firmly step by step to his lover and child. He was even prepared to be beaten half to death by Feng Qingyang. His body was shaking. Then, as expected, Feng Qingyang put his hand on his shoulder, and he gritted his teeth. "You can't stop me, Mir, and I from having a child." Madman Li was ready to die. But before he could finish his words, he looked at Feng Qingyang's hand on his shoulder with a confused look on his face. The situation of being killed instantly as he had imagined did not happen. Feng Qingyang's hand was very strong, and he pinched his shoulder tightly and slapped it viciously. Then his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Kuangren Li, the last time I saw you, I knew you were a good guy." The 3 words young man squeezed out from between his teeth. If Li Kuangren was alone in the palace, Feng Qingyang would definitely beat him up severely. Looking at the warm scene of Li Kuangren and his wife, he suddenly felt abandoned. His daughter suddenly forgot about him as her old father. But now is not the time to worry about this, and everyone quickly walked into the hall and continued their conversation. This was the first time Li Xiang had seen the Taoist Tiangue of Xuanwu Gate. He was a very handsome young man, wearing a robe with a Xuanwu pattern carved on it and holding a white fan. He looked like a graceful gentleman, but his words and actions were more like those of a street thug. He cursed and behaved frivolously, and he kept calling Taoist Jiyo old dog. Special event, Alliance of the Royal Palace. Your family has not dared to return to their homeland for many years. Feng Qingyang wants to completely reshuffle Qingyan County. With the mediation of Li Yaowen, the 2 families secretly form an alliance. As Li Yaowen and Feng Qingyang came out of the hall, a hint of joy could be seen on their faces. Taoist Jiyo and Taoist Tiangue, the old rivals who had been fighting for who knows how many years, were now arguing as they walked away. Li Yaowen bowed to Feng Qingyang and said, "Since we have already agreed, I will take the younger generation of the family away. When they recognize their ancestors and return to their roots, I will send them back." Not long. Looking at his daughter and grandson waving at him in the sky, Feng Qingyang sighed. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled. However, after only a few years, Madman Li has caught my eye. The people of the Li family should be trustworthy. Your 6th-generation child who is living abroad returns to his roots and is named Li Changxing. Congratulations! You have obtained an incense value of 5. Seeing that his children had successfully offered sacrifices to their ancestors and the 6th-generation members had appeared in the member list, Li Xiang's face was filled with joy. Give love from our ancestors to all the members currently in the Ancestral Hall. This 5-year-old child is extremely cute. Li Changsheng, 6th generation. Qualification: Thunder's single spiritual root. Trait: Infinite strength. You have the power of a tiger since childhood. Your power will increase by 10% in the future as your cultivation level improves. His qualifications are worthy of his bloodline from the prince's mansion. It is said that although Feng Qingyang wanted to drown Li Changsheng when he was born, he gradually became better and better to Li Changsheng and went through untold hardships to obtain rare talents and treasures from the royal family for Li Changsheng. In addition to his innate qualities, he also took a drop of blood from the human emperor. Your descendant, Li Changsheng, has received a drop of the emperor's blood from his elders, the prince's mansion. As he grows older, the emperor's blood will continue to nourish his body, allowing him to continuously improve his cultivation speed and gradually increase his comprehension, becoming a single-level spirit root until digestion is complete. He is definitely the most talented one among all the newborns in the Li family. The blood essence of the human emperor, Li Xiang had never heard of that thing. As time goes by, Li Xiang can feel that Li Changsheng will become more and more powerful. Changsheng, haha, this is a good name. It was given by our ancestors. Changsheng has the potential to become an immortal. In the Ancestral Hall, Li Dalong met the only descendant of the 6th generation. He also liked this sensible child very much, because when he was about to get out of the coffin, it was Li Changsheng who helped him open the coffin lid. After Li Changsheng returned to his ancestral home, The Li family also held a rare banquet in the station for the first time in many years. Li Yunlin also came back this time. This eldest son of the third generation had been in seclusion in Li Tianzong for who knows how many years, but time had not changed his appearance. He still had a sad face, and when he saw his clansmen, he lowered his head, feeling extremely ashamed. At night, he was like the crying child back then, his eyes red as he knelt down in front of Li Xiang's spirit tablet. Grandfather, I am so unfilial. I have been in seclusion for so many years. I didn't know that the old thief Xiang would actually attack me. When the child comes out of seclusion, everything will be over. I still want to become the leader of the sect step by step through my own efforts, but who knows? He is Li Yaozu's child, and is not that close to the pig demon king, so he cannot empathize with the children of Li Yaozu's lineage. Seeing Li Yunlin looking so guilty, Li Xiang gave him a warmth from the ancestor. In fact, Li Yunlin has done a lot for the family over the years, but the incident happened suddenly, and they were facing a breakthrough. Otherwise, Li Xiang believed that this guy would definitely be the first to rush to the front. That night, people were chatting everywhere in the Li family's house. Li Dalong and his daughter Li Yaowen stood under the original blood tree, looking at the blood-red branches and leaves swaying in the night wind. Yaowen, do you still remember this old tree? Li Dalong had a gentle expression. Li Yaowen's expression flashed with nostalgia. I remember it happened many years ago. My father, mother, brothers, and sisters went into the Silver Iron Forest together and brought the sacred tree back. I could only wait quietly at home. The sacred tree is growing slowly, accompanying our Li family. At that time, none of us would have thought that the sacred tree would grow so big and that our Li family would develop so fast. No one could have imagined that its leaves would be so red and that the road ahead for our Li family would be stained with so much blood. A gentle breeze blew in the dead of night. The father and daughter felt the night wind, and scenes from the past came into their eyes. A human face emerged from the primordial blood tree. Its scarlet eyes stared at the father and daughter. Do you need a sign? If it is the descendants of the Li family, it can give signs at will, which is also what the descendants of the Li family need to grow after the death of the pig demon king. But as time goes by, the original blood tree understands that such signs are better when used later. And they also represent a corner of the children's future, whether it is cultivation, death, or happiness. See the appearance of the primordial blood tree. The father and daughter smiled at each other. Li Dalong, old tree, I dug you up and let you take root. Don't tell me about your fate. I was born a slave, worked as a farmer for many years, and then a hunter. I walk my own path. No one can decide my future except my ancestors. And you. Ben Chuchuishu simply ignored Li Dalong and went to ask Li Yaowen. It remembered that when it had no intelligence, Li Dalong brought the children to pee on it every day. Li Yaowen also ignored the signs of the original blood tree, but smiled and said, Sacred tree, you have eaten so much blood over the years. I want to see the future of the family. The primordial blood tree asks you whether you want to spend the blood essence of living beings that you have stored for many years to foretell a part of the future. Yusta. Li Xiang tapped the keyboard without hesitation. Although he agreed with Li Dalong's words, at least the signs of the original blood tree had never been wrong. Knowing a corner of the future, it would be easier for them to face the future. As his voice fell, the branches and leaves of the primordial blood tree were swaying, and red light descended from the sky. As its eyes became increasingly blood-red, 2 leaves fell on the shoulders of the father and daughter. The old voice of Ben Chuchuishu sounded. I saw it, and I heard it. The enemy came from all directions. You advanced bravely. You fought wantonly. You shouted at the top of your lungs. The blood diluted in the river of Qingyun County. The earth was dyed red. And there was only one word in the sky. Plum. That day will come soon, and the children of the Li family will return home. As if it had consumed too much spiritual energy, the human face on the original blood tree disappeared in the darkness, and it seemed as if it was unwilling to pay any more attention to Li Dalong and his daughter. Soon, the father and daughter both frowned and left separately. They have found a glimpse of the future from the original blood tree. Now is the time to make arrangements for the battle. They want to let everyone in the Li family know that war is coming. Later at night, Li Yunlin came out of the ancestral hall. He kowtowed in front of the pig demon king's tomb and drank a cup of wine. Then he went to drink in front of the original blood tree. When the original blood tree opened its eyes again, Li Yunlin obviously knew the ability of the original blood tree. But he shook his head and continued to drink with the bright moon. Not long. Huang Xiujing came with the 3 children of the Li family, Feng Mi, Li Changsheng, and another woman. Li Kuangtu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his solid muscles, and grinned. Shinshu, look, I am already a real man. I have died many times in the heavenly death coffin, I have seen many demon cultivators, and I've been working hard in the thunder and fire demon cave. I am no longer a coward. Yes, Kuangtu will be a man soon and can marry my sister. Whispering, who became Li Kuangtu's child bride when he was a child, touched Li Kuangtu's head as she did back then. Her appearance had not changed over the years. Li Kuangtu, who had already learned about some matters between men and women from the evil cultivators, felt his face flushed, but he still obeyed the family rules and secretly decided not to do anything as promiscuous as his elder brother. Ah, yes. Huang Xiujing laughed loudly. Yinshu Wanghai Tower can also be handed over to you, Grandpa Huang. Hearing this, Li Kuangtu and Qingyu both lowered their heads, with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. In fact, a few years ago, Huang Xiujing told them that his time had come. This was inevitable, and it was the fate that almost all cultivators would eventually face. Seeing the hurt faces of the children, Huang Xiujing said nonchalantly, All right, your Grandpa Huang has been fortune-telling for my whole life. How come I can't predict my own fate? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I tell you this. After all, I'm doing my best to help the Li family in order for Yinshu Wanghai Tower to continue to exist. Now my goal has been achieved. Qingyu, you and Kuangtu have to make Yinshu Wanghai Tower exist for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. Let the people of Yinshu Wanghai Tower always remember that I, Huang Xiujing, am the first owner of the tower, proving that I once existed. The 3 children also grew up with Huang Xiujing's company in the past few years. When they heard Huang Xiujing's words now, although they didn't quite understand them, they gradually seemed to feel a hint of enlightenment and nodded to Huang Xiujing. Li Xiang in front of the screen also smiled. It is true. Everyone has different talents and opportunities. The end of life is also something that cultivators will eventually face. But at least Huang Xiujing has lived a wonderful life. Now he is about to die. His inheritance can be passed down. This may be what many cultivators hope for. Under the moonlight, Huang Xiujing's face had more and more wrinkles, but the old man was still smiling kindly. Maybe he is not a great man, but he will live forever in the memory of future generations. Dawn is coming. On this day, Li Dalong continued to lie in the coffin. Li Yaowen walked the world again. Li Yunlin sobered up and returned to Li Tianzong. Huang Xiujing brought the 3 children, the little princess Feng Mi and Li Changxing, back to the prince's mansion. Huang Xiujing was heading back to Li's house, preparing to return to Yinshu Wanghai Tower and wait silently for his death. Suddenly, Yu Xian, the former leader of Qingyun Pavilion, stopped him with a smile on his face. Master Huang, we meet again. Do you want to live? Under the sun, it seems to record the traces of the Li family members walking in the world, as well as the memories of the Li family's companions. Qingyun County was still as peaceful as ever, and the Li family's children scattered across the country were practicing hard. On that day, when Li Dalong and Li Yaowen sent out the letter announcing the impending war, all the Li family members felt the urgency. They knew that the day to return home would soon be here. In front of the screen, Li Xiang is still dealing with the children in crisis. Li Tianqi, who is courting death at Xuanwu Gate. Li Tianxuang, who has fought with 2 demon kings in the swamp forest. And Li Tianming, who wanted to assassinate Jindan, but was almost killed. These little bastards give Li Xiang more headaches than his other descendants. Fortunately, Yu Xian cooked chicken soup today, which made Li Xiang feel a little better. Putting the bowl outside the door, Li Xiang looked at the prince's mansion with a smile. Just see, in a cave inside the palace, Madman Li finally came out. 100 years of the Li family. Your descendant Li Kuangtu has broken through the foundation building stage, discarded the gold spiritual root, and has the qualification of a single water spiritual root. Your descendant Li Kuanghua has broken through the foundation building period, abandoned the earth spiritual root, and has the dual spiritual roots of water and fire. Your descendant Li Kuangren has broken through the foundation building period, abandoned his earth and wood spiritual roots, and has the talent of gold and water spiritual roots. With the massive resource support from the prince's mansion, they had a longer time to break through to the foundation building stage, and Li Kuangren even received special care from the prince's mansion. Prince Feng Qingyang glanced at them from a distance. I wanted to praise them. But when Feng Qingyang saw his daughter running to find the man excitedly after learning that Li Kuangren had broken through, his face turned black. He snorted coldly and turned his back, simply ignoring this unpleasant scene. He wished he could put up a plaque at the door of his house that read, "Li Kuangren and dogs are not allowed to enter." Especially Li Changxing. He is 9 years old this year and has grown to the height of Li Kuangren's chest. The boy is extremely handsome, smart and talented since he was young, well-behaved in every way, and extremely thick-skinned. When he saw the 3 elders coming out, he directly stretched out his hand. Originally, he wanted to ask for gifts from the 3 elders, just like when he met an elderly person, his grandfather asked him to ask for it. But what good stuff do Li Kuangren and his men have? They originally had some nice treasures, but when they went to the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, those bastard demon cultivators either cheated or stole everything from them and emptied their family fortunes. After a difficult search, Li Changxing looked at the elders in a state of embarrassment and at the 3 nails placed in his hands. He was stunned for a long time and then burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't know our elders were so poor. Wait a minute, I'll get all the good things for you." A moment later, Li Changxing brought a bunch of gifts given by others during festivals and gave them to the 3 elders who looked embarrassed. "Your descendants Li Kuangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu received gifts from your descendant Li Changxing, including 3 top-grade magic tools, 1 low-grade spiritual tool, 49th 8th grade talismans, and a number of elixirs. Father, uncle, and aunt, just wait." Seeing the elders staring at the pile of gifts in bewilderment, Li Changxing felt that the elders in the family were all very poor. No wonder the elders had been missing for a long time. They probably went to rob houses to supplement the family income, as Grandpa had said. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I will go to Grandpa's treasure house and bring you all the good things in it." This made the 3 of them change color. Li Kuanghua quickly grabbed Li Changxing and said, "Little Changxing, our family elder said that we cannot steal from our own family. Aunt knows that the prince's mansion is very wealthy, but we in the Li family are poor but ambitious, so we must not steal. We all ask for things. Then these things..." Li Kuangta looked at the gift from the younger generation in his hand. He remembered that his elders had said that as long as the things had a clean origin and a clear conscience, they could take them all. Although it was embarrassing to ask for things from the younger generation, it was not impossible. Li Kuanghua frowned and handed the things to Li Changxing. "We will take your things, but you can take back your kindness." "Oh!" Li Changxing nodded firmly and was about to reach out to take the things back, but his aunt had already taken them away. He felt anxious as he felt something was wrong with what his aunt said. After a long time, he ran to find his mother crying. It seemed as if his elders had taught him a crucial lesson during his childhood. "Kuanghua, you have learned bad things from those evil cultivators." Li Kuangren looked at his sister with a dark face. He missed his sister's innocence and kindness when he first met her. His sister used to be a punching bag, but now she always finds ways to bully others. Li Kuanghua opened his big, innocent eyes and smiled sweetly. "Brother, the elders said that we have to follow them around the world, so we can't take nothing with us, right? When we come back, we will return double to Changxing." "Okay, then." Li Kuangren walked towards his son and future wife. As he grew older, he seemed to really understand what his grandfather had said. "Kuangren, where are you going next?" Fengmi stared at Li Kuangren with tears in her eyes. In fact, when she was old enough to understand, she grew up listening to the stories about the Li family. When she learned about Li Kuangren's identity and heard that he wanted to become someone like Sword King Li Yaozu, she couldn't help but look at him in admiration. When she finally gave birth to Li Changxing, her father scolded her, and she didn't know whether what she did was right. "My father said that the Li family may be famous, but they could never be qualified fathers, husbands, wives, or mothers. Their children and most of their relatives were living outside, avoiding unknown risks. The descendants of the Li family are like wolves wandering in the wilderness. Each of them walks alone or in groups of 3 or 2 in the dangerous wilderness, always alert to the wild beasts around them, or always ready to pay the price of being covered in scars to get food that can fill their stomachs. Beast family." And now, the man she had been dreaming about had grown from a little boy into the real man from the Li family in her imagination. The father was not wrong. The madman was the same. Even when they met again, he only spent less than a week with her. He was very good to her and to the children. He almost wanted to explain everything in his life and keep all the good things in his life in that week. She could feel that the madman was about to leave, and she didn't know when they would meet again. "So, yeah." Li Kuangren hugged his wife and children tightly. There was reluctance in his eyes, but more of determination. He whispered in Fengmi's ear, "Mir, I was too young at that time. My grandfather said that I didn't understand anything, and I didn't know what love was. He was right. No? Li Kuangren rubbed Feng Mi's ear with his cheek and interrupted Feng Mi's words. I met the old master. He said I am very lucky to have a woman like you who cares about me and a child. I should cherish everything. A wind started to blow in the prince's mansion at some point, making his eyes itchy. At that time, he gave me a chance to choose to continue to be a child of the Li family, or to become an ordinary person. But I chose the former. When I was little, I felt that being a member of the Li family was a heavy responsibility. Gradually, I understood everything that happened in the family. I went to Qinghuan Mountain, the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the prince's mansion, and returned to the family. I met many, many elders. It turns out that our family has never been as powerful as people say outside. Our ancestors have been protecting our family for generations, but those enemies will not let our Li family have peace. When I was in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, I met the second grandma. She was a very naughty elder. She threw us into a very scary pool. At least that's what we thought for a while. Later we learned that the second grandma paid with her life for us. Grandfather was very irritable towards us. We could see him forging every day when we were training. He would get annoyed when he saw us and urge us to keep running. He felt more guilty than we did. Madman Li let out a long breath. Li Kuanghua and Li Kuangtu behind him were also listening. In fact, they already knew it. The elders always treated them as children. In fact, they could understand and comprehend it. It's just they didn't know why they still wanted the elders to treat them as children. They are afraid that if their elders knew that they are not stupid, they would fall to the ground out of shame. In the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, we left traces in the dark red land, causing the ground to sink 1 meter. We also grew up there, and it was not only our bodies that grew, but also our hearts. There, we understood that our family members have been fighting all the time, and they are all working hard to grow. We feel that we are working very hard and breaking through our limits every day, but who among the elders who are scattered all over Qingyan County is not like this? They all have a dream. They dream that our whole family can worship our ancestors in the ancestral temple, gather together under the sacred tree for a big banquet, laugh and talk happily, listen to the first grandfathers pretending to be deep, listen to the second grandmother's naughty laughter, and the roar of the great-grandfather. Feng Mi's face was already covered with tears. He wiped away the tears on Feng Mi's face. At this moment, his smile was so brilliant. I'm sorry, I chose my family. I chose those elders who once didn't understand, and I eventually became a person like them. The two looked at each other for a long time in silence, as if they wanted to engrave each other's appearance at this moment in their hearts forever. Little Li Chongqing didn't understand, but he could feel the bitterness. The elders in his family were very poor, so poor that they had to leave their hometown. For a long time, Feng Mi watched Li Kuangren and her younger brother and sister, who were smiling at her leave. After a long while, she shouted, Kuangren, come back soon and take Chongqing and me home. Hearing this, Li Kuangren, who was walking forward, stopped in his tracks. His body was shaking. Then he walked faster because he was afraid that he would look back. At this time, a majestic fat man wearing a dragon robe was standing on the wall of the prince's mansion. If it was before, as soon as Li Kuangren left, he must have drunk for 3 days and 3 nights. Now he just looked at Li Kuangren's back quietly. He seemed to see 3 grown wolves walking out of the prince's mansion. These were the wolves of the Li family. The day will come when this pack of wolves will gather together. On that day, no one will be able to stop these most insane beasts. Their firm belief can destroy everything. Feng Qingyang gritted his teeth and went to the treasury to find 3 spiritual weapons and elixirs that were suitable for them. As soon as he came out, the butler of the palace said, Your Highness, that little bastard from the Li family has left. I have prepared a banquet for you and notified your friends in the city to come and drink. The butler smiled flatteringly. In the past, every time he followed Feng Qingyang to scold Li Kuangren, the prince would laugh out loud with relief and reward him with many good things. However, this time Feng Qingyang's reward did not arrive. He just silently handed him a ring and said calmly, Give this ring to my son-in-law. Daughter's son-in-law? The butler was stunned for a moment, but the princess turned back. After his young lady became pregnant before marriage, he had seen that the prince had always been in a heavy mood, as if he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. But now the prince's steps are very brisk, as if he had let go of a worry. Then the prince said something that almost made him kneel on the ground and slap himself. My son-in-law is called Li Kuangren. These 3 children have finally grown up. Li Xiang also felt a lot of emotion. He almost watched these 3 children grow up in the past 2 days. Soon he switched the screen. Today, it is already the 100th year of the Leaf family. In the ancestral hall of the Leaf family's residence, Li Dalong had already brought the offerings and was kneeling down to worship Li Xiang. All over Qingyun County, in the Leihua Demon Cave, Li Tianzong the Swamp Jungle, the Xuanwu Gate, there are children setting up altars in these places. No matter how busy they are now, they will worship Li Xiang's spirit tablet. As long as the tablet is there, anywhere can be Li Xiang's ancestral hall. The Li family's 100-year grand ceremony, held every 10 years, begins. Grandfather, I kowtow to you every day. I hope that the coming year will be smooth, and I can capture the 2 demon kings to guard the gate of my Leaf family. I, the child, am offering sacrifices to my ancestors today. I pray that in the future, I will have lovers on both sides of me, and that my lovers will give me treasures. My son Tianming has sent me 99 and 81 heads to help you on the day of the grand sacrifice. Please accept them. Seeing the continuous gift-giving scenes on the screen, Li Xiang was filled with black lines on his forehead. The previous generations were still okay. By the 4th generation, he was really working on it. He did have the natural treasures and elixirs he needed, but making wishes one by one was really a headache. Do you think I'm Santa Claus? And you bastard who's giving away heads. Do you want me to drink tea with my skull? After complaining for a long time, Li Xiang took back all these rare treasures. Obtain Beast Blood Fruit X 250. Get the Zeng Yang, San X 200. Obtain 3 8th grade elixir mixed spirit pill and 3 7th grade elixir spirit storage pill. Should we take out the offerings for future generations? Looking at the screen, Li Xiang was filled with satisfaction and excitement. Over the past 100 years, he has received more and more sacrifices, and his descendants all respect him very much. Moreover, he believed that with these pills, he would be able to reach the peak of the golden elixir realm. However, Li Xiang understood that he must make good use of these pills, because Li Xiang also saw the future predicted by the Japanese first blood tree through its essence and blood. Yes, as he took out the offerings from future generations, the room was suddenly filled with natural treasures. Then, just like last time, he absorbed them bit by bit through the computer. By the way, you were sending a gift to your descendant, Li Dalong. Dual cultivation method of bedroom arts X1. I bought this art of sex from some strange website these days. In recent years, it has become increasingly difficult for the Leaf family to have children. The stronger the monks are, the lower their fertility is. This is generally the law of nature. For example, Feng Qingyang, who is hundreds of years old, spent a lot of time and effort to have another child. It is said that he spent most of his family wealth to have Fengmi. The same is true on Earth. For a long time, the fertility rate has been several times lower than the death rate. Later, in order to bring about a change, the Earth also strictly controlled the killing of each other and gathered various methods of dual cultivation to develop the art of dual cultivation in the bedroom. I heard that when this thing came out, the entire Earth was shaking in the dark night, and when you walked on the street, you thought there was a bloodbath. Gradually, the fertility rate has improved. The Ancestor has bestowed upon us another gift. On behalf of my descendants, thank you. I will definitely let the descendants of the Leaf family return to our hometown and live up to the Ancestor's high expectations. When Li Dalong saw the 2 things next to the incense burner, he kowtowed without hesitation. He picked up the spirit stone and looked at it, then stood there at a loss. After a long time, he looked at the ancestral tablet in disbelief, and then looked at the spirit stone in his hand. The wind from outside the ancestral hall blew in, making him look a little disheveled. The skills contained in this spirit stone not only record the mantras, but also the action scenes with great detail. As he gritted his teeth and looked at the gift from his ancestors, Li Dalong's expression became more and more exciting. The Leaf family does have dual cultivation techniques, but they have had little effect. However, the technique book bestowed by the Ancestor is so detailed and comprehensive in content that it is truly terrifying. Even the combination of humans and demons can... Thank you, Ancestor. I understand. You hope that I can continue to expand the clan. We still have too few children. Li Dalong thanked him profusely. Please rest assured, Ancestor. When my Leaf family members return home, with the Ancestor's dual cultivation method, the descendants of the Leaf family will be all over Qingyun County. He casually gave Li Dalong a warmth from the Ancestor. What Li Xiang cares more about now is the pop-up window on the screen. Congratulations. You have absorbed a large amount of natural treasures and reached the peak of the golden core. The family's 100-year development conditions have been met. Please select the skill you want to upgrade. Your remaining incense value is detected. More than 230,000. The grand ceremony is over. 101 years of the Li family. Li Xiang watched his family members practicing hard. In fact, over the years, as Li Quangren said, it was not only them who were practicing hard, His elders were also silently accumulating strength. Li Yaowen would give him news every once in a while, saying that Qinzi's forces were investigating the enemy's movements. Everything was the same as what the original Blood Tree saw. The descendants of the Li family will return to their homeland one day, and their enemies will also go to the Li family's base. These enemies represent the so-called orthodoxy of the entire Qingyan County, and none of them did not come from the Qingyan Pavilion more than 100,000 years ago. The storm is coming. Call! Li Xiang stretched his body and walked out of the room after many days. Let's beat it up in the game. The children are growing up. Qinzi will take care of them, so nothing will happen. Having said that, Li Xiang still placed a puppet in front of the screen to help control it. Owner. As soon as he went out, he saw Yuxian bowing to him, and Yuxian frowned slightly. You haven't been to school for many days. Your class teacher has been calling home. After I blocked him, he even called the police, suspecting that I had made a programming error, and put the owner into the meat grinder. Li Xiang's mouth twitched, and he pulled the teacher out of the small dark room with the old phone. As soon as he dialed the number, Li Xiang frowned and moved the phone away. He felt that the teacher's saliva was about to spray out of the microphone. Are you crazy, Li Xiang? With your talent, why don't you go to school? You are so low-key. Your family has run away. Don't you think about working hard to make progress? You are a genius. And in the game 2 days ago, why was the opponent's genius kidnapped on a spaceship? And why did he only come back after 2 months? Little bastard, I'll let you defeat him with just a little effort. By then, you'll be the #1 genius in California, and you might even be trained by the Chinese regular army. Do you know what a great opportunity you've wasted? Are you so depressed that you don't want to see anyone? Can you please listen to me? Everyone has setbacks in life. And your security guard named Chun, what's his connection? You told him to wait and not let me in, right? When I become the school district secretary, I will bring 1,000 teachers to find him. Li Xiang scratched his head. He was listening carefully. The teacher's name is Xiao Qingluo. He is very nice to every student. Otherwise, Li Xiang would not have done him that favor. When the teacher's voice stopped, Li Xiang coughed and said, Teacher, I have important things to do these days, but I am afraid to answer your call. I thought you could calm down. I can't fucking calm down. The teacher's voice hesitated for a moment. What are you busy with? Self-made. Li Xiang grinned. Are you used to it now? Has the principal been arrested? Have you been nominated as the interim principal? Ah, you did this too. Xiao Qingluo was stunned, then heaved a sigh of relief. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Your Li family does have some residual power. I was wondering why, after the genius was kidnapped on the day of the competition, the principal was arrested by the authorities for investigation the next day, and years of corruption were discovered all at once. The next day, I was nominated as the interim principal. Teacher, since you are the temporary principal now, please help me bring out some of the cosmic alien species that are being researched in the school laboratory when you are free. As Li Xiang's voice fell, Xiao Qingluo was silent for a long time. Then he said, Have you been brainwashed by a terrorist organization? That thing is too dangerous. Oh, all right, I'll go see you. Li Xiang hung up the phone. He had a good relationship with his teacher, and the teacher was the first person to discover his talent. Soon, Li Xiang walked out of the room. Grandma Ling was still squatting at the door. When the old lady saw Li Xiang, she stood up suddenly with her eyes narrowed. But just as she was about to speak, her expression changed. That day, she wanted to embezzle the top-grade magic weapon, but Li Xiang took it out of the ring. Grandma Ling, it's so early in the morning. Would you like to go out for some morning tea together? As soon as the words fell, the energy of the peak golden elixir burst out from his body. He put his hands behind his back, jumped onto the floating Tianshu Yunlin spear, and headed out of the villa area. As Li Xiang's aura emerged, the golden elixir aura spread throughout the villa area. All the people who were still practicing in the villa area suddenly opened their eyes in the cave, staring blankly at the direction where Li Xiang left in the sky, all with complicated expressions. Uncle Chun, the gatekeeper, was eating a steam bun. The bun he had just taken a bite of fell from his mouth. Wow, this talent is even stronger than the original owner of #1, and he likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. As he spoke, he felt that old lady Ling wanted to catch up. His eyes sharpened, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, appearing in front of old lady Ling. At this time, in front of gate #1 of Jixianzhuang, old lady Ling was standing alone, led by the security guard, Grandpa Chun, and more than 30 guys from various caves who were wearing pajamas, were dirty, or were still eating instant noodles. They formed a circle around Grandma Ling. Old lady Ling, you have really gone crazy from refining weapons. In our area, do you think you can touch the person who has mastered the yin-yang fish diagram? Hey, we're neighbors, forget it, old lady Ling. You finally made it to #12, and I don't know how many people want to live in your cave. If you hadn't broken into the Omnic clan alone 400 years ago, I would have slapped you right now and vacated your cave number 12. Don't force me. I really won't give you face. Looking at these old things in the neighborhood that have been there for who knows how many years, old Lady Ling narrowed her eyes and laughed sarcastically. You were suppressed by the Leaf family for so many years, but you still have a servile nature. Now that the Leaf family is gone, how long do you want to be suppressed by their young generation? You guys think you can stop me? You are a bunch of flatterers. Gate number 1. Yuesian looked at everything outside through the peephole. She finally released her slender hand on the door handle and returned to the living room and closed her eyes. After coming out of the cave, Xiang ignored the affairs of Jixian Manor. In his memory, he had been protected by these uncles and aunts since he was a child. No matter who of these guys saw him, they would watch to see how much he had grown. Villa area number 1 to 108, the higher the ranking, the greater the say. Xiang was blessed by his father and was able to live in number 1. For this reason, he has been guessing his identity and has tried many times, but he could not find it out. Anyway, everyone says that he should just play badly and not try too hard. At first, he thought that it was because of the existence of the Leaf family that these unfathomable people respected him. But later he found that it was not the case. The more thoughtful he acted, the stronger his qualifications, the better he treated the people in the villa area, and the more obedient they were. And now, the peak of the Golden Core should be enough for some people in the villa area to take action. When I'm strong enough, I should be able to ask. Xiang raised his eyebrows, without thinking too much, and flew directly to a building. That is Boss Chi's company. After handing over the things he got from the game to Boss Chi, when he came out of Boss Chi's company, Boss Chi was obviously much more respectful. He shouted in the direction where Xiang left. Master Li, you must remember that I was the first one to join our terrorist organization. I am one of the oldest. After shouting, as soon as these words came out, the monks flying to and from get off work near the building widened their eyes. Terrorist organization? What big secret did they discover? Some people used their bracelets to open the holographic image and call the police. Boss Chi glared at him. What are you looking at? And the one who called the police? What are you doing? Look carefully at what this is. As he reached into his trouser pocket, everyone's mouth twitched and they scattered like birds and beasts. He pulled out his ID card, which had expired 200 years ago, that of the chief of the California Supreme Police Department. Not long after, Xiang arrived at the teacher's area of a school. Among a series of caves, he found one with the word Xiao hanging on it. You finally got out of the house. After ringing the doorbell, I saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked a little thin, the kind of person who looked very serious and didn't like to talk to others. His name was Xiao Qingluo. Soon Xiang entered the teacher's home and chatted for a while, talking about some daily life, why he hadn't been to school recently, and the competition with Chuanzhou. The teacher had lived for hundreds of years and had experienced the vicissitudes of the Earth's spiritual energy after its revival. He also used mostly ancient equipment. Xiang used old equipment, mostly influenced by the teacher. After drinking the black tea brewed by the teacher, Xiang said, Teacher, if I really want you to secretly bring some of the alien species out, it won't be a big deal, right? It's no trouble. Just beat those teachers who are doing the research half to death, so that they won't dare to say anything. You have to tell me what it's for. I can't let you throw that thing on the streets, can I? Xiao Qingluo frowned. I really can't tell you. Xiang waved his hand. You still don't believe me? You know I hate getting into trouble the most. Xiao Qingluo thought for a moment and turned on the elderly TV, which was only playing one channel. Ancient Ruins platform. There was a female doctor wearing a white robe and glasses, who was excitedly introducing the findings from the ruins. This will be the biggest discovery. Our historical civilization has many gaps. A huge site represents an era. Xiang didn't pay much attention to it. He had been digging the ruins under the earth for many years. He heard that the earth was many times larger than it is now. He was just confused. Teacher, why are you playing this again? This female doctor looks exactly like you. That's my sister. Ah, you look so secretive, and you have a sister like this? Xiao Qingluo was silent for a long time before he said, I won't talk to you about this. If you want a cosmic alien species, fine. I'll give it to you after a while. But you have to agree to one condition. Teacher, you say? Li Xiangrinat. Xiao Qingluo said, don't give up and waste your talent. Go to my sister. She will arrange a good job for you. With your qualifications, they will train you like a treasure and provide you with all the resources you want. They have a lot of ancient secrets, which will be of great benefit to you. Others cannot join even if they want to. Become. Li Xiang agreed casually, but the answer went in one ear and out the other. The last thing he lacked was resources. Going to rob tombs? That was something Li Tianyi could do. I chatted with Xiao Qingluo for a long time again. Li Xiang looked at the development of his clansmen on his mobile phone from time to time. Fortunately, except that Li Tianyi committed suicide again, there were no major problems. A long time, Li Xiang headed back home, and before he knew it, it was already dark. I just finished buying groceries and returned to the door. Seeing that Grandma Ling was still waiting, Li Xiang turned around with his eyes narrowed. Many days ago, Grandma Ling probably knew that the Li family was doomed and wanted to embezzle his top-grade magic weapon. Not only that, she was also testing whether there would be anyone to help Li Xiang since he had no one to rely on. Unfortunately, Li Xiang had a trick up his sleeve. He had cultivated a relationship with the security guard, Uncle Chun, over the years, and Uncle Chun had knocked on Grandma Ling's door early on. The conflict lasted for a while. And now, the two looked at each other and smiled at each other in the sunset. Xiaoli, what have you been doing outside all day? Tell your Grandma Ling if you have anything to say. Grandma Ling has always treated you like her own grandson. Li thought about sitting in Grandma Ling's cave for about an hour before coming out. He stroked the ring in his hand, his face full of smiles. Soon he returned home. Yuxian opened her eyes and smiled at Li Xiang. Welcome home, master. What do you want to eat tonight? Stew the goose in an iron pot. Stew more. Give a portion to everyone who leaves the cave today. Hearing this, Yuxian nodded obediently. What about the old lady Ling next door? Steam 2 more buns and send them to her cave. After saying that, he walked back to the room, looked at his descendants on the screen, and thought of his teacher's words. The corners of his mouth curled up. Finally, I can play games in peace. I don't even want to go to school, so why go robbing tombs? Bullshit. After coming back from outside, I sat on the bed and looked at the huge screen. Time in the game is still accelerating. Li Xiang stroked the ring in his hand, which contained what he had gained during this trip. His descendants were working hard, and he also tried his best to work hard. He also gradually found that as he watched his descendants develop in the game, his IQ was slowly increasing, and he was able to face some situations that he could not control before. For example, if he went out to face Grandma Ling before, he would definitely have to survive Grandma Ling's hands before he dared to go out. Now, he suspected that if he had the same IQ as Li Yaowen, he could even kill Grandma Ling quietly. Call! Li Xiang let out a long breath and stopped thinking about it. Looking at the time and event bar on the screen, he smiled. 109 years of the Li family. Before he knew it, he had been out for more than 8 hours. During these years, the Li family also lived in peace. The event column records the struggles of the tribesmen. Li Daolong has been lying in the coffin of death in the family's ancestral temple for many years. In a secret place filled with fox shadows, Su Tsuehua becomes more and more beautiful. Li Yaozu still travels around the world with a sword, and has even walked out of Qingyan County. His black suit has long been worn out. Only the sword case behind him is still brand new, and the stubble on his face shows that he has experienced many vicissitudes. Inside the demon cave of thunder and fire, the traces of the 3 children's cultivation still exist. There is no longer the sound of iron forging that annoys the demon cultivators. Only in the burning thunder and fire cave is Li Yaotai busy building a huge puppet. There are more and more zombies in the cave. They are arranged neatly and are particularly scary with their eyes open. In fact, they are all spirit puppets. Above another cave, Li Yaoqing was lifted up by the trees again. She was still wearing the same mask as before, and her clothes wrapped her tightly, but the entire cave was glowing, and spiritual energy was gathering from all directions. A palace was built on the border between the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave and the Demon Subduing Alliance. Li Yunbing sat on the throne like an emperor, listening to the reports from the demon cultivators and righteous men on both sides of the hall. At some point, the Mad Blood Demon Lord in the Death Heaven coffin had walked out of the Li family. Although his eyes were still bloodshot, his originally mummy-like body had recovered halfway, and various mysterious inscriptions were carved on his dark skin, revealing his rugged handsomeness. Behind him, there were 7 dark and sturdy men and women, 5 men like black bears, and 2 women like cheetahs, all of whom had frowns on their brows all the time. A group of 8 people followed Li Yaowen closely. Li Yaowen has become younger now, and her charm remains. One can tell how beautiful she was when she was young. At this moment, Li Yaowen is holding a scroll in her hand, constantly reciting the great principles of heaven. Golden words are floating around her, affecting the evil spirits of the 8 demons bit by bit. In the main hall of Li Tian's sect, Li Yunlin, with a face full of stubble, sat in the sect leader's seat with a sturdy face, holding a bottle of wine gourd and drinking wine. I got everything I ever wanted, haha, but which one was obtained by my own efforts? Instead, I caused trouble, haha. Maybe I shouldn't have come to this Li Tian sect in the first place. On top of a big mountain, 2 men and 1 woman appeared. All 3 of them had messy hair and beards. The leader had a deep look in his eyes, and one could tell he was mature and steady at first glance, but the animal skin he was wearing made him look like a savage. At this moment, he closed his eyes, sensing everything in the mountains, and said, Kuanghua, Kuangtu, I heard that my uncle is robbing tombs here. There is an ancient aura in the tombs, and it is a bit dangerous. What kind of dangers have we not experienced in these years? Is there anything more dangerous than practicing with Uncle Tianming? Although she has grown up completely, Li Kuanghua is still petite and exquisite, only 1.5 meters tall, with a pair of small bean buns on her chest. She wears a yellow skirt and has 2 ponytails, which makes her look very cute. In 3 years, it will be the time for my eldest brother to compete in martial arts. Uncle wants to give us the last lesson. After we learn something, we will kill all the geniuses in Xingyun County and even other counties. Let's see which bastard dares to snatch my brother's wife. Compared to the maturity of Li Kuangren and the wildness of Li Kuanghua, Li Kuangtu is handsome, but not so rude. He seems to be gentle and speaks softly. Sister, the 4th grandmother said, don't learn from Uncle Tianming. Which eye of yours saw that I learned this from him? This is what Auntie Tianyue told me when I was at the Liu family. You must be ruthless. If you don't scare those bastards away, you will get into trouble one after another. Li Kuanghua picks his nose. Li Kuangtu was so scared that he quickly hid to the side, fearing that his sister would flick her booger at him again. Sister, a few days ago, there was a young man pursuing you. If he knew you were so despicable, wouldn't he collapse? You can't collapse. Didn't your brother tell you? Li Kuanghua asked in confusion. Li Kuangren was stunned for a moment. His eyebrows moved slightly. Oh, I remember now. That boy had evil intentions and wanted to use some kind of love potion, and I found out. Kuanghua cleaned him up overnight, stripped him naked, pierced his scapula, and hung him at the city gate for public display. Li Kuangtu glanced at his elder sister, who looked indifferent. His face turned black. How many people had been deceived by his elder sister's pitiful appearance? In front of the screen, Li Xiang also opened his mouth. He felt a little regretful that he actually missed that kind of scene. He opened up the journey of the 3 of them, and they had been almost together over the years. Your descendants Li Kuangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu have understood the family situation, and they are practicing harder than ever before. They went to Li Tian's sect, read Li Tian's sect classics, were taught by Li Yunlin, watched the sun, moon and stars in Tianli Palace, and appreciated the guidance of their Jiuyou Taoist. Inside Xuanwu Gate, they followed Li Tianqi to seek death. They were on the edge of a knife. It was the first time they saw someone at the peak of the foundation building stage dare to shout outside the cave of a Jinan stage cultivator. They were chased and killed by Jinan stage cultivators time and time again. They witnessed with their own eyes that Li Tianqi became a direct disciple in the competition. In the swamp jungle, they followed Li Tianxuang and Bai Ruru in a frantic fight with all the beasts. They broke through the Monster King's territory and drank the Monster King's blood with Li Tianxuang and Bai Ruru. In Xingyun County, they followed Li Tianyue and witnessed the intrigues and deceptions in the county. They saw with their own eyes how Li Tianyue helped her husband Lu Yifeng take the position of head of the family, and watched the Lu family grow and develop step by step under Li Tianyue's hands. They followed Li Tianyue and watched as this peerless, handsome man drained the wealth of the female cultivator in the Jinan stage bit by bit, and received the resources provided by the Jinan stage cultivator. They were beside the family elders, witnessing their crazy practice. There was no elder that they did not admire. Any elder's deeds could become a legend, and they also gained from their elders. Acquired trait, integrator of 4 generations of elders. Everything they learn from their elders can increase their combat power by 1%. They are more likely to obtain special professions. Li Xiang raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw that almost all of them had professions such as alchemist, beast tamer, talisman master, etc., but they were not proficient in any of them. But this also means their growth. Soon, the 3 children walked to the entrance of the tomb. Just as they stood firm, a white light suddenly came from inside the tomb, which made them retreat several meters and stare at the tomb in surprise. A handsome man in a white robe with cloud patterns walked out, cursing. Damn it, I thought it was the tomb of an ordinary Jindan stage cultivator. But who knew there was a Yuanying soul inside? Luckily, I have you grandpas here, otherwise I would have really capsized in the ditch this time. He had just finished speaking. Translucent figures emerged from behind him, and they were elderly people having a meeting. The unfilial sons of Qingyun Pavilion actually drove Tianyi out, forcing us to follow Tianyi to rob the tomb. I don't know what era the people in this tomb are from. Humph, he was only in the early stage of nascent soul when he was alive, and he wanted to seize the power of heaven and earth to take over the bodies of the younger generation. As soon as he broke into Tianyi's soul sea, he was dumbfounded when he saw us. He is just a fool. However, he was able to find a way to preserve his nascent soul. He was lucky. He almost succeeded. Don't say that. If someone in the early stage of Yuanying could have a top-grade spiritual weapon, he must have been a well-known figure back then. The three were dumbfounded when they saw the souls of so many powerful people. They had heard that Yuanying strongmen were very powerful. They could leave their Yuanying bodies and live forever in the world if they had the means. But 1, 2, 3. Li Quanta blinked hard. 23. His brothers and sisters were not much better. This situation was more terrifying than when they saw any of their parents and the aura of the uncle. Li Tian had sensed the breath of bloodline at the cave entrance early in the morning. He grinned at the three juniors and said, I heard that you came to learn skills from me. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. You have all grown up. Come, let your uncle take a good look at you. As soon as he finished speaking, 23 old men instantly surrounded the three men, nodding and commenting. Tianyi, you three juniors are learning a lot of different things. The aptitude is not bad, and there is also a water spiritual root, but it is far inferior to your wind spiritual root. Although they are considered geniuses among the younger generation, I can feel that their cultivation is all built up with resources. Each of them should have experienced hundreds of battles. If they want to lay a solid foundation with this method, it won't work. There's still 3 years, right? We have enough time. Li Xiang watched the three juniors being taken away. He believed that the 23 experienced grandfathers should know how to help the juniors improve their cultivation and combat power. This is also their last stop. What they experienced was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Soon, the Li family's 110th anniversary, the grand ceremony held every 10 years, begins. On this day, all members of the Li family opened their eyes from seclusion. Beside Li Yaowen, the thunder flame anaconda poked its huge head out from the ground. Even the original blood tree within the Li family's residence, its blood-red leaves were swaying, and its old human face emerged, opening its eyes and looking at the sky through the leaf crown. All members of the Li family murmured, War is coming. The altar was opened and resources were once again supplied to Li Xiang. With the end of the 10-year grand sacrifice, all members of the Li family packed up everything. Even Li Yunlin, who was in a decadent state in Li Tianzong, threw away his wine gourd with a gleam in his eyes. They knew that this time would determine whether they could return to the family residence again, and also represented whether the clan members could return home completely. Either the Li family will usher in an era unique to Qingyun County, or the Li family will be completely destroyed in Qingyun County. Li Xiang in front of the screen was equally solemn. He was digesting the tributes from his descendants. Time passes again. While the Li family was preparing for war, a pop-up window appeared on the screen. In the 112 years of the Li family, your descendants increasingly feel that there is a hand in the sky reaching out to the Li family. Special event, Master of the Times. As the Li family went completely crazy because of the sacrifice of the pig demon king, the entire Qingyun County was like boiling water about to boil under anger. The forces in the entire Qingyun County felt the changes of the times. All forces were preparing to fight for supremacy. As long as they could win this victory, they would become the memory of the entire Qingyun County, like the Qingyun Pavilion 130,000 years ago. Your family is just one of the branches in this era. The game special event appeared on this day. Li Xiang's expression became more solemn. Li Yaowen had been investigating over the years and had long discovered the unusualness of Qingyun County. According to Li Yaoqing, this was the inevitable result of Qingyun County. The Li family was just the fuse, and because of this, they became a thorn in the eyes of everyone. For 130,000 years, Qingyun County was originally short of resources, and the resources were divided up bit by bit, so that there had not been a strong man in the god transformation stage for many years. Sooner or later, There will be a catastrophe that will cause all forces to fight to the death to seize the fortune of Qingyun County. There is a sect called Tianji Pavilion. They say that the Li family has almost seized half of Qingyun County's fortune over the years. This sect is also the most mysterious sect in Qingyun County. Li Yaowen has been searching for the secret of this mysterious sect. After many years, he still doesn't even know who their sect leader is. He only knows that they have been stirring up trouble over the years. Tianji Pavilion? Li Xiang Fronat. If he hadn't heard about it from Li Yaowen, he wouldn't even know the existence of this sect. Not to mention him, even many Yuanying forces didn't know about it. Even when Li Yaowen specifically asked about it, Feng Qingyang deliberately changed the subject and seemed to be quite afraid. While thinking, Li Xiang switched the screen. It was snowing heavily that day, and the world was covered in silver. In the Li family residence, Li Dalong climbed out of the coffin, and a pigeon from outside landed in his hand. It was a message from Li Yaowen. Li Dalong's eyes gleamed as he stuffed the ancestral tablet into his arms. He simply didn't tie the death heaven coffin behind him, but instead carried it on his shoulders and flew into the air. The Qingyun County competition is about to begin. May the old ancestor bless me, and I hope that I can kill the Yuanying with my own hands. After he flew in the clouds for a long time, he soon arrived outside the gate of Qingyun Pavilion. As soon as he approached, Qingyun Pavilion felt like it was facing a formidable enemy, and the protective formation was activated. Boom! Li Dalong smashed the coffin upright on the ground. Dust and smoke rose up, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Back then Yaowen was so strong that no one in Qingyun Pavilion dared to move. Today, I, as your father, will follow suit. Isn't your Qingyun Pavilion a memory from more than 100,000 years ago? Didn't the people from the major sects in Qingyun County all come from Qingyun Pavilion? You dare to drive my grandson out. Today, we will settle all the old and new accounts. If there are still men in your Qingyun Pavilion, you should send out all the masters. As he spoke, his expression gradually became gloomy. With me, Li Dalong. Let's have a fight. The aura of the middle stage of the golden course spread out in all directions. Dust was raised, and heavy snow outside the Qingyun Pavilion actually flowed back to the sky with Li Dalong as the center. More than a dozen Jinan masters from Qingyun Pavilion stood on the wall, staring gloomily at Li Dalong, who was shouting outside the door. Li Dalong looked like a strong man, with his right hand pressing on the coffin beside him, grinning, just like a farmer working a hoe in the field. There are countless people among them who are stronger than Li Dalong, but no one dares to leave the sect. And at the foot of the Qingyun Pavilion is the secular Qingyun Martial Pavilion. This was the place where Li Tianyi once massacred the young geniuses of Qingyun County. Now many young talents gather here. It was unknown what material the tall arena was made of. There were about 100 of them, floating 10 meters in the air. The flying snow was bounced away by the magic circle on the arena. In the clouds, there was a woman in gorgeous clothes, sitting on a high seat, looking down at the geniuses below. Beside her, a butler pointed at the many geniuses on the ground and said, "Miss, take a look. That is the genius of Qingyun Pavilion. I heard that he is only 44 this year, but he has already reached the realm of false pill. Take a look over there. TSK. That's the genius from Xingwu County. I heard that he once survived 2 attacks from a Jinan stage opponent. And that guy, he was born in a small family in Tianyang, his marriage was broken off, and later he became a fake Dan stage step by step. TSK. I heard that he has countless trump cards, and he will be able to break through to Jinan soon, and he has a chance to reach Yuanying's stage." Fomi was annoyed by the housekeeper's words, but she was so numb that she turned a deaf ear to them. She was still looking at the many geniuses under Lord Qingyan Wu. She was looking for the figure that she had been dreaming about. That day, she cried as she watched her man leave. She was waiting for Li Kuangren to come back and take her home. Finally, her eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she covered her mouth with her slender hands, tears streaming down her face. A deep sound rang out in the sky. Umitba. The geniuses gathered together. This is such a grand event. I want to give it a try. Apart from my Li family, who else dares to call themselves geniuses? In the distance, 2 lotus platforms, one black and one white, rose up from the clouds. Li Kuangshi and Li Kuangsai, who were wearing black and white monk robes, put their hands together. They were like monks in a temple, with great compassion on their faces, but their words were full of arrogance and contempt for others. The expressions of many geniuses changed. They could feel that these 2 people were not simple, or rather, The 3 words Li family were not simple. No one can forget the fear that Li Tianyi brought to them when he massacred all the geniuses of that generation. This generation, they were also horrified by the terrifying aura of the 2 men. There comes another sound from afar. Ha! Crazy warrior, crazy talent? Why are you here? In the distance, a lovely-looking woman was sitting on the back of a tiger. As the tiger roared, her twin ponytails flew up behind her, and she laughed wildly. Why do we need you? I, Li Kuanghua, am here. Uncle Tianyi was able to slaughter an entire generation back then, so I want to see what this generation is capable of. If you don't dare to come, get out. Only the Li family can stand in this place. Li Kuanghua's rampant shouting made many geniuses change again, and some of them left silently. Sister, you are too arrogant. We agreed to enter the venue in a low profile. You, well, it's okay as long as you win. What if we are besieged later? Li Quanta followed closely behind. He came in on the ground riding a donkey, looking up at his brother and sister in the sky with a dark face. When the people around heard Li Quangtu's shouting sister, they scattered in panic. Li Quangtu reined in the donkey with difficulty, gritting his teeth and saying, "Stupid donkey, how can there be a spiritual beast like you? What is fear?" The 4 members of the 5th generation of the Li family all showed up. There were apparently thousands of people in the entire Qinyan martial arts pavilion, and there was constant noise, but now you could hear a pin drop. The only sounds left were the shouting of the Li family members, and the sounds of a few so-called geniuses running away silently, for they were afraid of being seen by the Li family members. And Fengmi in the sky saw it. There was a familiar figure, riding an eagle, breaking through the clouds. It was Mudmunli. The present Li Kuangren had shaved off his stubble and put on new clothes when he came. He looked deeply at Fengmi, who was sitting in the sky, revealing a gentle smile, hiding the longing in his eyes. His eyes were cold as he made the giant eagle fly around the Qinyan martial arts pavilion and finally flew to the center of the pavilion. Just because of you, you want to snatch my wife? Get out within 1 stick of incense. Otherwise, don't leave. At this moment, the 5th generation of the Li family showed their potential. 5 generations of descendants of the Li family suppressed all the geniuses of the entire Qinyan county above the Qinyan martial arts pavilion. In front of the mountain gate of Qinyan pavilion, Li Dalong was just like Li Yaowen back then, with a coffin in his hand, making everyone in Qinyan pavilion afraid to move. As they appear, the entire Qinyan county was no longer peaceful at this moment. It seems that beneath the temporary tranquility of these 2 places, there is an endless murderous intent hidden. The message was transmitted to every corner of Qinyan County at the fastest speed. Long family. As the only nascent soul family in Qinyan County besides the lofty prince's mansion, their family occupied an entire mountain. Its pyramid structure was like a propeller, with countless spiritual fields at the foot of the mountain, a town built by the descendants of the Long family, and various monsters raised there. When they reached the central part, they saw the Immortal Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Spiritual Medicine Garden, Weapon Refining Pavilion, where the qualified children of the Long family practiced, and masters who had reached the foundation building stage were flying. Going to the topmost level, there are pavilions and towers. The spiritual energy is as dense as morning mist, and there is even a golden dragon shadow flying. In the deepest part of the Golden Lake, there is a dragon lurking. A kite with the word Tan, sky, engraved on it fell from the sky from nowhere. Long Xian, the head of the Long family who had attacked Li Xiang outside the Li Tian sect, emerged from the lake, and the kite turned into nothingness. Long Xuankong's expression gradually became gloomy. 32 years have passed. Did the Li family think that they could become the king of Qinyan County just because they defeated us outside Li Tian sect? He still can't forget that day. The mysterious man in the mist took out a hidden weapon made by an unknown craftsman, which seriously injured him and forced him to flee in a panic. The natal spiritual weapon that had accompanied him for 600 years was also destroyed on that day. It took him 32 years to recover. He walked out of the golden pool. With a dragon's roar, hundreds of thousands of members of the Long family raised their heads. The era of great strife has arrived. From today on, our Long family will rise to prominence. On the streets of an unknown county, a 9-foot-tall monk was walking barefoot with a staff in hand. His robe was tattered, and he was limping. "Donor, can you allow me to beg for alms?" Then they knocked on the door, and the family invited the poor monk in with curses and offered him alms for a vegetarian meal. The woman of the family was a well-known shrew in the streets. and when she saw that her husband had brought a poor monk, she started to speak foul language. After a moment, the monk walked out of the house, closed the door, and continued walking away, ignoring the blood flowing from the crack of the door behind him. Amitabha, the world is filthy. If there is no Buddhist principle, how can people worship it? Abbot Wio sighed out of compassion. Buddha has mercy on me. Today, I have caused another person to be mixed up in the Avicii hell. In the meantime, I heard some old ladies gossiping in the streets, just when I was about to go to the next house to beg for alms. The kite flew over, and Abbot Wio was extremely pious. The light of Buddha shines on the universe, and this Qingyun County should be filled with Buddhist temples. If the Li family doesn't go to hell, who will? Monk Wio strolled forward. He glanced at his right leg, which had been limping, and began to walk steadily. That day, even though he fled quickly in front of the Li Tian sect, his right leg was still broken. For a full 30 years, the merits of all the temples in Qingyun County gathered together, which also greatly increased his magic power. Worthy of Buddha's blessing. Now, in all the Buddhist temples in Qingyun County, the Buddhist bells rang 108 times, which was the auspicious sound of Buddhism. Amitabha. All the monks from the temples came out holding precious pestles, wooden fish, and vajra sticks. There are 24 counties in Qingyun, 12 major forces, 1 clan, 1 monk, 2 sects, 3 mountains, and 5 major clans. All of them will appear today. Most of them received letters. It seemed like a long-planned conspiracy, waiting for Li Jiadan to make a move. In the prince's mansion outside Qingyun County, Feng Qingyang stood on the wall, looking around and listening in all directions. In this cold winter with heavy snow and quiet mountains and rivers, he narrowed his eyes slightly. An old man came flying on a sword from a distance and knelt on one knee towards Feng Qingyang. Father! This was Feng Qingyang's only son, Feng Yunlin. The child was over 400 years old. Standing next to him, it was hard to tell whether he was his son or not. With a wave of his hand, a kite that could disappear at any time was trapped in a cage. It's the Tianji Pavilion again. All the forces in Qingyun County have moved today, and the target is the Li family. Seeing Feng Qingyang had no expression on his face. Feng Yunlin was even more worried. Father, for more than 100,000 years, our Feng family should not be involved in the affairs of Qingyun County. Now the situation should be mediated. This is also the way for our Feng family to control Qingyun. There are 12 forces. Qingyun Pavilion is the orthodox, and with our prince's mansion, although Qingyun County is weak, no one dares to offend. What do you think? Feng Qingyang asked afterwards. I think that our prince's mansion should stop in time and ignore the major forces' siege on the Li family. Or we can stand up from behind the scenes and say that Madman Li is the son-in-law of our Feng family. I think no one will dare to offend our Feng family. This is the best strategy. On paper, Feng Qingyang glanced at his son in disappointment. The Li family has become a thorn in the eyes of all the major forces in Qingyun County. They will never be able to live in peace until the Li family is destroyed. Do you think that if our palace intervenes, they can really let go of their hatred? Feng Yunlin was anxious. But father, this river of blood is flowing. No matter which side wins, they will become the new Qingyun Pavilion. But what about our Feng family? Qingyun County has lost a large number of masters. Our Feng family will be the loser no matter what. The reason why Qingyun Pavilion can exist and become the memory of the entire Qingyun County is because the dynasty needs them. It needs them to gather the masters of the entire Qingyun County to face the monsters and barbarians around Qingyun County. This is a trap set by Tianji Pavilion. He wants to harm my prince's mansion. Before he finished speaking, Feng Qingyang shook his head. For 130,000 years, every generation of county kings has been on guard against the Tianji Pavilion, and every generation has been afraid of the Tianji Pavilion schemes. Today, I, at the prince's mansion, have joined the game. Special event. 5 generations of bride stealing. The young princess of the prince's mansion is competing in a martial arts contest at Qingyun Wu Pavilion to find a husband. Your descendant, Li Kuangrun, along with his brothers and sisters, is facing the entire Qingyun County Tianjiao at Qingyun Wu Pavilion, vowing to suppress all the so-called Tianjiao. In front of the screen, Li Xiang stared at it closely. He has adjusted the time in the game to be the same as in reality. Incense was burning in front of Li Kuangrun, and he switched the scene to Li Yaowen. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, has something important to discuss with you. It was seen that Li Yaowen was now in her 20s or 30s. She wore a white long dress, and her cold face was like the winter wind and snow, but also like a snow lotus that caught people's attention at a glance in this white world. Her beautiful face seemed to always have the kindest smile on it. She held the tablet in her hand and said, "Grandfather, the 5 children have arrived at Xiang Martial Arts Pavilion. From now on, we will become the swords of the prince." As Li Yaowen finished speaking, the special event that just occurred has now happened again. Special event, Storms Rising. The prince's mansion wants the Li family to help him eliminate the major forces in Xiang County and completely reshuffle Xiang County. Your family has joined in. Now the major forces in Xiang County are fighting for Qingyun's luck and have decided to snatch half of Qingyun's luck occupied by the Li family. In the game, Li Xiang seemed to see a chess game, with the Li family as chess pieces. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang seemed to have acknowledged the identity of Li Quangren's son-in-law, but Li Xiang could feel that Feng Qingyang would not work hard for the Li family just because they were relatives. Even Li Tianzong and Zuan woman would not work hard for the Li family for a disciple. And now the emergence of special events has further demonstrated that no one can be trusted in this campaign to siege the Li family. Li's, it's just a fuse, a knife. Ancestor. As he was thinking, Li Yaowen raised the corner of his mouth. I can feel that there is a mastermind behind this situation, and they are using everything they can. My Li family is just a pawn. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly, just as he had seen the entire Xiang County was surprisingly peaceful in the years after the bloody massacre of the Li family. He always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Now, everything seemed to be slowly becoming clearer. Li Xiang tapped on the keyboard. If you want us to be chess pieces, you must be prepared for our Li family to jump out of the chessboard. The Thunderflame Anaconda crawled out of the mud and told Li Yaowen what Li Xiang had said in a deep voice. Master said, "Fuck him." Originally with a solemn look on his face, he put his hand on the mouse, looking at the words on the head of the Lei Yin Quang Anaconda. Li Xiang's expression froze, and he suddenly wanted to change the guardian beast of the temple, or treat the whole clan to a snake soup of the Demon King level. Li Yaowen also looked at the Thunder Flame Python in astonishment. Did the Ancestor say that? A trace of doubt flashed across Lei Yin Quang Anaconda's eyes, and he repeated Li Xiang's words verbatim. Aren't they all the same? Li Yaowen simply ignored the guardian beasts and bowed respectfully to the ancestral tablets. I understand. In this great struggle, I am ready to let our Li family become the chess player. We, the descendants, will not be afraid of this harsh winter. Now, we just wait for the major forces to take action. And so on, the children of the 5th generation. The scene changed. Has returned to Xiang Martial Arts Pavilion. The children of the 5th generation still look down upon all the geniuses. The incense stick has burned most of the way down. There were more than 2,000 geniuses gathered in Xiang Martial Arts Pavilion, some at the peak of Qi refining, and some at the false dance stage. They came from 24 counties and even other counties. But with the arrival of members of the Li family, everything changed, and geniuses left one after another. In the snow and wind, snowflakes fell little by little on the shoulders of the Li family and everyone present. This winter was very cold. They didn't even know what was going on with the 2 weird little monks and nuns, nor did they know who Li Quangren was, why the little girl riding the tiger had such a strong temper, and they had no idea what the guy riding the donkey was. But the 2 words Li family represent everything. During the past 30 years, the deeds of the Li family have spread throughout the world. It is no longer just the stories passed down by word of mouth, such as casting a Jingguan in front of the Qingyan Pavilion, one man fighting 3 Yuanyings, and Qinzi alone guarding the Qingyan Pavilion. The younger generation even regards the words blood-stained Li family as a taboo. It doesn't matter about cowardice and shame, and it doesn't matter about the contemptuous looks of those who are still left at the scene. Staying alive is enough. The hundreds of arenas suspended in the sky became a joke in the snow and wind. What kind of arena do you want? The 5th genius of the Li family is going to blow everything up. Hey, friends, trust me, the incense is almost burned out, and it will be too late if you don't leave now. More than 2,000 geniuses left, and less than 1/10 remained. Li Quangtu shouted to the many geniuses. He was well aware of his elder brother and elder sister's methods, as well as those 2 strange brothers and sisters. He had felt their strength when they were in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave. He thought, if these people really left, he wouldn't have to do anything. It would be a pity to kill so many geniuses. If they all went to the family to help them plant spiritual fields, and in their spare time they could draw some blood to feed the sacred tree, wouldn't that be a good thing? Besides, he looked around worriedly. He could sense that there were some geniuses and masters following him. Ridiculous. But Li Kuang-tu's words did not cause any waves among the many geniuses. They came from the 24 counties of Qingyun. Which one of them didn't grow up in praise? Which one of them didn't stand out in their area? And which one of them didn't have a lot of pride? The man who spoke looked at Li Kuang-tu, who was riding a donkey, and sneered. Others are afraid of your Li family, but I may not be afraid. I heard that your Li family is a bloody family, fighting their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I have come to where I am today, step by step. So why not? Everyone in the Qingyun martial arts pavilion looked towards that man, fearful and terrified but silent. The man's name was Yin Xiao. He came from a small family. He once broke into a Jindan sect alone and defeated the sect's female disciple who had extraordinary talent and was rumored to have the potential to become a Jindan. She was also the one who broke off his engagement. Yin Xiao has experienced countless dangers in Qingyun County and has extraordinary combat power. He is fearless. There are even more geniuses present. Some came out of the mountains and got rare treasures. Some came from aristocratic families and inherited the nascent soul. There were even those who had collected the beast souls of 10,000 years and could control 10,000 beasts. For those so-called geniuses who escaped, the people at the scene sneered. How could they not have heard about Li Tiany's massacre of Qingyun Wu Pavilion's martial artists? But how could the people who came back then be compared with today's geniuses? They even looked down on the identity of Qingyun Pavilion's so-called direct disciples. Even if Li Tiany reappeared, they would dare to compete with him. In an instant, the scene fell silent again. There is only the wind and snow of this harsh winter, and many geniuses are ready to go. In front of the screen, Li Xiang also nodded slightly. It is indeed as Yin Xiao said, the genius coming this time is completely different from the one Li Tiany faced before. Today's fifth-generation members of the Li family have been cultivated with the painstaking efforts of the Li family elders. They may not be as talented as Li Tiany, but everything they have experienced is something Li Tiany has never experienced. As the wind and snow blew through the game, the incense in front of Li Kuangren has burned out. This moment, all the geniuses burst out with true energy, and the wind and snow dissipated. They were indeed far superior to the geniuses that Li Tiany had faced before. Among them, not one was lower than the middle stage of foundation building, and each of them sacrificed a magical weapon or even a spiritual weapon. In an instant, the entire Qingyun martial arts pavilion was filled with light, heading towards the Li family members. The majestic true energy caused the entire Qingyun martial arts pavilion to tremble, and the faces of the masters hiding in the dark also changed, because they saw the extraordinariness of the Li family's children. Why? Li Kuang-tu let out a long sigh, and at the same time as the opponent's true energy exploded, he kicked the donkey under him away and stared at Yin Xiao, who had just talked back to him. Then, boom! The fake pill's true energy burst out, and a picture emerged behind him. It was a low-grade spiritual weapon that the elders of the Li family obtained when they wiped out the Su family. It was once given to Li Tiany, and now, the low-grade spiritual weapon map of the Great River Dragon General has become the property of Li Kuang-tu. His true qi, like that of all the members of the Li family, was learned from Qingyun Pavilion's Qingyun Budo. This earth-level technique made their true qi far superior to that of ordinary people. He also has, your descendant, Li Kuang-tu, is taught by the grandfather in Li Tiany's body. He has a solid foundation and is able to perfectly use the true energy through the water spirit root, which perfectly matches the day along Jiang-tu. In the past 3 years, he has received the initiation of the grandfather, obtained a lot of talisman knowledge, and obtained a profession, 8th rank water talisman master. In an instant, in the picture of the big river dragon general, shrimp soldiers and crab generals appear. Behind Li Kuang-tu, talismans appeared one after another without cost, and followed Li Kuang-tu's true energy to stick to those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Qingyun's true energy, the control power of the water spirit root, and a large number of 9th to 8th grade water talismans obtained from the elders of the family. The reason why I practice water-based talismans is because it is the fastest way. In an instant, thousands of frantic shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the roaring water dragon, occupied the grounds of Qingyun Martial Arts Pavilion. Li Kuang-tu stood in place and made hand gestures, his true energy still bursting out. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the low-grade spiritual weapon that Feng Qingyang had sent to give to them before he left the prince's mansion. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals with talismans on their bodies passed by him one after another, and he was like a general commanding thousands of troops. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Xiao and the cultivators around him all suffered. The moment the battle started, they saw how terrifying Li Kuang-tu was. This guy riding a donkey, whose only notable feature was his looks, put unimaginable pressure on them. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals that came out of the Great River Dragon general picture, after affixing the talisman, all possessed the power of a high-level qi refining or even foundation building stage. The water dragon that came out of the Great River Dragon general picture was no longer an ordinary fake pill, and was flying on the battlefield. They are fighting with the talisman masters with rich family backgrounds, and fighting with the spirit stones. Yin Xiao was not an easy person to deal with. He roared and pointed to the sky. A huge finger came with powerful pressure. Li Kuang-tu was calm and fearless. He was still making the magic seal, and when the giant finger attacked, he suddenly looked up with a gleam in his eyes. Once in the Li family, he cried and yelled while hugging Huang Xiujin's child after hearing that he was a coward. At that time, everything seemed to scare him. Although no one said he was a coward, now thinking about it carefully, he was really a useless young man who loved to cry and lived a life of luxury. And now, he had been through everything, experienced all the hardships. He had worn the heaviest armor in the world, and with the help of his brothers and sisters, he had gotten up again and again after falling down in the thunder and fire demon cave. No one knew how much sweat he had shed, and no one knew that he used potions every day to soothe his shoulders that had turned blue from the rubbing of the armor. At that time, he would still cry, secretly crying at night, for fear that Sister Kuanghua would scold him as a useless brother. When he was exploring with his elders, he was afraid in the swamp forest. He was frightened when Uncle Tianqi provoked a Jindan period. He was teased by Uncle Tianming and vomited after sleeping with a human head in his arms all night. Now, nothing to be afraid of. When Li Kuang-tu saw those cowards who were struggling to resist, and even some of them were running away, he raised his spear and used his monastic tradition, mysterious shadow sky bushy steps, to transform into hundreds of forms, avoiding the lock and pressure of Yin Zhao's giant finger, and pointed his spear directly at Yin Xiao. He saw Yin Zhao's frightened eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his voice rang out throughout the battlefield. "Fuck you, coward. Now, I am the king of the battlefield. One hit. Must kill." Seeing Yin Xiao, whose whole body was on fire, being pierced by a bullet, Li Kuang-tu said nothing, staring coldly at a fleeing peak foundation building cultivator. He walked on the blood, and the tip of his gun drew ripples on the ground. He was like a king patrolling the living on a battlefield. Puff! In the chaotic battlefield, Li Kuanghua took action at the first moment of the battle. She also used the Qingyun Bulyuo and the Mieying Tiansong step to transform herself into hundreds of clones, but these people were geniuses after all. She stared blankly at the red and bloody sword tip that pierced her left shoulder, seeming a little confused. Bah! There is no such thing as arguing or complaining on the battlefield. A palm slapped her on the back, causing Li Kuanghua to fall from the air. She turned around in midair and looked at the hidden fake pill master. The other party was very strong. Sister, Crazy Flower. The voices of her useless younger brother and elder brother came to her ears. The two monks seemed to ignore her. Li Kuanghua was still in a daze. Her body was shaking as she felt the pain. The deepest fear in her memory was awakened, and it would be like this for all these years. She remembered that when she was in the 105th sect, her nurse pricked her with needles, pressed her head into the water again and again, and burned her feet with fire. In fact, no one knew that she wanted to practice with her elder brother. In fact, she secretly told Li Dalong that she also wanted to become stronger. That way, no one would dare to bully her. Sizzle! There was a sound of breaking air, and the cultivators saw Li Kuanghua falling to the ground, and took the opportunity to chop him with an axe through the air, almost releasing all his true energy. But at this moment, Li Kuanghua, who looked very delicate, suddenly exploded her small body. Her muscles bulged inch by inch, causing her yellow skirt to be torn apart, and only her elastic animal skin could be seen. Boom! Her hands were tightly grasping the axe blade, and the ground was collapsed by the tremendous force of Li Kuanghua's arm, which was as thick as an adult's thigh and full of knotted flesh. The petite body, which was originally less than 1.5 meters tall, now stood up to be 1.8 meters tall, and looked even stronger than Abbot Wuyo, who was outside the Tianzong mountain gate. Her eyes were red as she looked down at the terrified genius, and her big hands with bulging veins grabbed the man's neck. Even the harsh shouts sounded a little delicate. "You want to hit me? No one can bully me." She strangled the monk's neck with all her might. The opponent's chi protecting his body was as fragile as thin paper in her palm. She is also the only physical practitioner in the Li family. Your descendant, Li Kuanghua, keeps dying in the heavenly coffin. She feels endless pain. She knows that only if her body is strong enough, she will not be bullied by the nurse again. In the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave, she wore armor that constantly suppressed her body's strength and endured huge pressure. She slowly got along with the demon cultivators and obtained a body refining technique from a demon cultivator, becoming a body cultivator. She obtained the profession, ascetic monk, obtained trait, anger of a weak girl. No one can see how strong her physical strength is when she is in normal state. When she is hurt, she will go crazy and stimulate all her physical strength. Her combat power increases by 20%. Therefore, she has always had a good relationship with the demon cultivators in the Lehua Demon Cave. She was gradually led by the demon cultivators to become this foul-mouthed person. She has to please those demon cultivators to give her physical skills. So her talent is not as good as Li Kuang-tu, and her determination is not as good as Li Kuangren, but she can always run more easily than Li Kuang-tu and Li Kuangren. Boom! 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 The frantic Li Kuanghua punched hard on the battlefield, her twin ponytails dancing wildly. She caught the monk who had pierced her shoulder. Then he pressed him to the ground, and under his desperate gaze, he punched him again and again, smashing him into a pulp. "Take a good look at who you hit, you bastard." Li Kuanghua, covered in blood, was roaring. She was no longer the girl who was bullied, but too scared to speak out. She no longer needed to tell others, and she no longer needed Huang Xiujing to take her to seek revenge. She has strength. She has raging muscles that can fight against fake Dan.